My name is Gunanchi. It was the middle of the night, and I was startled awake by chaotic sounds, funeral music, people crying, monks chanting. When I opened my eyes, I saw white funeral drapes everywhere and people dressed in mourning clothes. My head ached from the noise. My youngest daughter, Su Yunyan, stood in front of me, pouting and complaining about her eldest brother, Su Xianming, not showing up on such an important day. I sighed deeply. In my past life, I died from overwork as a teacher, and now I found myself in a strange situation. I had been forced into this body, the wife of Yongchang Ho, in a story called The Merchant Girl's Rebellion. My mission? To fill in the childhood love these children lacked, even though they were doomed to tragic fates. Su Xianming, the eldest, would throw away his life and wealth for the heroine, only to die miserably. My second son, Su Yunting, would get sick and meet a cruel end. And my youngest, Su Yunyan, would foolishly anger the emperor's consort and end up starving to death in the palace. The so-called kind mother system assigned me to love these children and still let their tragedies unfold. What kind of nonsense was this? I didn't care. If I was doomed to die anyway, I might as well sleep through it. But the system kept nagging me, saying the key moment was coming. My eldest son was about to storm the funeral hall with the heroine to make their relationship public. My character was supposed to faint from anger, setting off more drama. The system pushed me to act, but I refused. Why bother? If they want chaos, let them have it. Even as my daughter and servants panicked about the funeral arrangements falling apart, I stayed asleep. Eventually, Su Yunyan had no choice but to take over the mess herself, though she clearly struggled. Meanwhile, Su Xianming and the heroine, Jingyang, sneaked in through the back gate. He was determined to parade her at the funeral, claiming it was to honor his grandfather and solidify their relationship. I woke up just as they arrived, and the system urged me to scold him or cause a scene. But instead, I just sat there, watching the gossip spread like wildfire. People whispered about how ridiculous it was for a noble like Su Xianming to marry a merchant girl, calling it a disgrace to the family. Still, I felt numb to it all. What could I do? This family and its messes were written into the story. I just had to endure it, at least until my next nap. I opened my eyes just in time to see my eldest son, Su Xianming, standing protectively in front of a young woman. He looked wary, and she, confident as ever, smiled at me with an air of determination. That must be her, Li Ningjing, the heroine of this whole mess. Before I could say a word, my husband's older brother chimed in, pretending to be outraged. He made a fuss about Su Xianming bringing a merchant girl like Li Ningjing to the family funeral, but I knew better. He wasn't worried about the family's reputation. He just wanted to cause trouble and maybe snag the title for his side of the family. Sighing inwardly, I glanced around. My youngest daughter, Su Yunyan, looked hesitant, probably thinking about whether to speak up for her brother. The jade hairpin in her hair caught my eye, definitely too expensive for her allowance. Then there was my second son, Su Yunting, coughing dramatically and chiming in with a self-pitying remark about how he wouldn't be able to carry on the family line. Even the old madam joined in, urging me to show some kindness to my son. Everyone was ganging up on me, clearly trying to manipulate the situation. The system in my head egged me on, urging me to lash out like the original character would have. But I just waved Su Xianming over, telling him to kneel, so I didn't have to strain my neck looking up at him. I don't agree, I told him calmly. His temper flared, and the system cheered for chaos, but I wasn't done. I pointed out the gifts Li Ningjing had given his siblings, the jade hairpin for Yunyan and the sword for Yunting. Su Xianming hated bribery, and when I called it out, he looked completely deflated. Then, as if things couldn't get any more dramatic, Li Ningjing dropped to her knees, and Su Xianming followed suit, begging me to stop blaming her. The guests murmured, clearly enjoying the show, and the system nagged me to assert myself. But I wasn't about to give them what they wanted. Instead, I leaned in and said to Su Xianming, "You know how to cater to her, but have you ever thought about what I like?" That caught him off guard. I lowered my voice conspiratorially and said, "I'll tell you a secret. The only thing I truly love in this world is gold. The shock on his face was priceless. If she wants my son, she better pay for him, I added, loud enough for everyone to hear. The room went silent. If they wanted drama, I'd give them a different kind, one they'd never forget. Su Xianming looked confused and asked, "Mother, what did you just say?" I glanced him up and down before repeating, "I was asking Ningjing how much gold she's willing to offer me." "You're worth at least 100 pounds of gold. I can't just let you go cheaply." Su Xianming was happy that I finally seemed to agree, but he looked uneasy, probably sensing something wasn't quite right. "Mother, how can you ask Ningjing for gifts?" he whispered to me. I raised my voice so everyone could hear. "Why not? Your siblings received gifts from her, but I can't? Are you looking down on me?" The guests started whispering, and Su Xianming looked like he wanted to disappear. Ningjing, however, quickly regained her composure. She promised to bring me a proper gift after discussing with her father, which pleased me. I held her hand and complimented her, saying my son must have good taste to choose such a capable woman. She blushed and seemed both nervous and excited. But I had other plans. With a sigh, I complained about my poor health and how the burden of organizing the funeral was too much for me, the old madam, or my young daughter. Then I smiled at Ningjing and said, "Thankfully, the heavens sent you to help. Why don't you take charge as practice for the future?" Ningjing's face lit up with surprise and excitement. She eagerly agreed, clearly thrilled at the opportunity to act as the family's future matriarch. Once she was swept away by servants and buried in tasks, I turned to Su Xianming and snapped, "Don't just stand there. Go help her. Men's duties are not for women to handle." Before leaving, Su Xianming knelt and said, "Mother, I didn't know you cared more about my happiness than the family's reputation." Then he left, looking determined. I couldn't help but smirk. This silly boy overthinks everything. I didn't agree to anything because I cared. I just wanted to avoid the hassle of arguing. Plus, assigning Ningjing the funeral was the perfect excuse for me to skip all the work. In my past life, overtime came with pay. In this life, doing less feels like a win. Meanwhile, my daughter Su Yunyan clung to my arm, pouting about why I didn't let her help. Her grip was so strong it felt like she'd crush my arm. For someone who looks delicate, this girl has the strength to punch a grown man into next week. No wonder she wasn't popular in the palace in the original story. Who wants a human wrecking ball around? I tried to explain, handling the funeral is hard work. You should be glad I didn't give it to you. But she looked skeptical and ran off to spy on Ningjing. Later, Su Yunyan came back, bubbling with admiration after overhearing guests praising me as a strategic genius. She begged me to teach her my skills, convinced I was some master manipulator. I just sighed. The truth is, I wasn't plotting anything. I just wanted to avoid trouble. On the other side, Ningjing overheard the same conversations and saw it as a challenge. She glared coldly, determined not to back down. Poor girl doesn't realize I'm not fighting her. I'm just too lazy to care. But if she wants to take it personally, that's her problem. Ever since I woke up in this new life, I've felt constantly tired, no matter how much I sleep. To make things worse, funerals here are a huge, exhausting affair. The entire Yongchang-ho estate is lit up, with nonstop music and ceremonies. I just wanted to rest for a moment when I saw Su Xianming, my eldest son, sneaking around and looking ridiculous. He came over awkwardly, thanked me for something, and ran off like a scared rabbit. Strange kid. Then there was Li Ningjing, the merchant girl, who caused all this fuss. Her family was overjoyed with her success in getting involved with my son. They praised her endlessly, calling me the most understanding and kind mother-in-law. But Ningjing wasn't fooled. She knew I let her handle the funeral to test her, and to make her realize how hard it would be to fit into noble circles. She wasn't wrong, but I was also just too lazy to deal with it myself. The next morning, it was time for the grand funeral procession. Important guests filled the streets, whispering about how inappropriate it would be for Ningjing to take charge again. Then, like a twist in a play, she appeared leading the procession, carrying out every task with confidence. The crowd was stunned. Some admired her boldness. Others waited for me to react. Back at the house, I was lying in bed, dreading the endless rituals. When I heard Ningjing had set up a colorful canopy out of her own pocket, I was delighted. Someone else spending money and doing the work? Perfect. The system in my head screamed at me to confront her, but I just gave instructions to my maid, Lume, and stayed in bed. When Lume announced to the guests that I was too grief-stricken to attend and had asked Ningjing to take over everything, the entire crowd erupted. People didn't know if I was a genius for delegating or if I'd lost my mind. But honestly, I just didn't want to leave my blanket. Let Ningjing have her moment. As long as I don't have to do the work, I'm happy. Sometimes I really wonder about this family. After handing over the funeral arrangements to Li Ningjing, I thought I could finally rest, but of course, rumors and drama followed. Guests were whispering about how I had surrendered to a merchant girl, saying I'd chosen my son over the family's reputation. Su Xianming overheard these remarks and seemed to feel a bit guilty for once. Meanwhile, Ningjing sweet-talked him into helping her, claiming she didn't mind spending her family's money for the funeral. Su Xianming was so moved by her selflessness that he looked ready to build her a shrine. I couldn't help but laugh at how easily these kids fall for each other's words. When the family returned home after the funeral, I was peacefully enjoying some grilled veggies in the courtyard, savoring the calm of the evening. Of course, that peace didn't last. My daughter, Su Yunyan, stormed in, clinging to my arm with her ridiculous strength. I barely managed to pull free before she crushed me. Then, the old madam showed up to scold me for giving the funeral responsibilities to an outsider. I faked illness, clutching my chest and groaning dramatically. I'm too weak to handle all this. Why don't you take over the household management? I suggested, fully expecting her to refuse, and she did. Even the concubine, I tried to pass it off to, ran off in a panic. Honestly, this family is unbelievable. In other households, people fight tooth and nail for control. Here, it's like I'm offering them a cursed object. Back in the courtyard, Su Yunyan stayed glued to me, calling me a genius for my masterful tactics. I didn't have the heart to tell her it was all just me trying to avoid work. She even said I should teach her my skills. Sure, kid. Eat your veggies and keep dreaming. But this girl doesn't know when to stop. She kept blurting out how everyone was gossiping that I'd let a merchant girl overshadow me. I just smiled and said, then I won't go out anymore. Problem solved, right? Let them talk. As long as I get to rest, I'm happy. For 2 glorious days, I lounged in peace, thanks to my clever little excuse. But as always, my reprieve didn't last. By the 3rd day, duty dragged me out of bed and back into the mess. Sometimes, I think I should have stayed in my past life. Grading papers was easier than this. When Taizu first came to power, he acted modestly and left a letter to his descendants, saying that lavish burials are not a waste of manpower. Now, the old Marquis of Yongchang has passed away, and I am deeply saddened. But the custom of lavish burials is not acceptable. I hope the Marquis's mansion will be careful. After reading the Anuch's Imperial edict, he hurriedly helped Gu Nanshi up. Madam Marquis, the saint knows the whole story. These words are not meant for you to hear, so don't take them to heart. Gu Nanshi made a look, and Lume took out a small sachet and put it into the Anuch's hand without leaving a trace. The Anuch's smile became even stronger. The capital is prosperous, and it would be fine if the nobles were more particular about it on weekdays. But the funeral has gradually developed from cremation to lavish burial. Gu Nanshi asked the Anuch to sit down, drink some tea, and rest before leaving. The Anuch took a sip of tea and whispered, "The saint is frugal. He mends a pair of socks even when they are torn." A few days ago, concubine Tong's cousin passed away, and almost half of the duke's mansion was taken away with him. The saint wanted to issue an edict to reprimand him, but was stopped by concubine Tong, and the two had a good quarrel. Gu Nanshi understood that the saint wanted to cure the trend of lavish burials, but was stopped by concubine Tong. Now, the Yongchang Marquis mansion has been caught in the crossfire and has become the chicken in the killing of the chicken to scare the monkey. Lu Mei silently handed over another small sachet. The eunuch smiled like a flower and continued, "The affairs of the Marquis wife have been widely circulated in the capital, and the saint has also heard about it. The saint knows very well that the affairs of the Yongchang Marquis mansion are all caused by merchants. Before leaving, I specifically told this old servant to explain to you in detail so that you will not be angry." In the face of imperial power, Gu Nanshi had to do business. Gu Nanshi said gratefully in the direction of the palace, "Thank you for your concern, Saint. This is all my fault for not being good at educating my children. I dare not live up to the Emperor's grace, and I ask to be grounded for 3 months. Hee, 3 months without going to work, it's so cool." The eunuch heard this and sighed in his heart, worthy of being the Marquis's wife. She really knows what to do. "Madam Marquis, 3 months is too long. Your crime does not deserve this. Half a month will be enough." No, if you don't punish severely, how can you deter others?" The eunuch tearfully said, "I will report madam's behavior to the saint. But 3 months of house arrest will make the saint seem too harsh." Gu Nanshi frowned tightly. "Then it will be 2 months. Madam Marquis, don't be too strict with yourself. In my opinion, 1 month at most. If it's more, I will be reprimanded by the saint when I go back." Gu Nanshi had no choice but to reluctantly agree for a month. After sending away the eunuch who had summoned her, Gu Nanshi was about to return to the yard when she saw Su Xianming kneeling on the path, with the servants standing by with their heads down. "Mother, it is my unfilial son who has caused you to be reprimanded by the Emperor. I am willing to be confined to my house for a month." Gu Nanshi was shocked. If Su Xianming was confined to his house, wouldn't the mess in the front yard be back in her hands? Absolutely not. It was so hard to get him out. Gu Nanshi helped Su Xianming up, but Su Xianming was too tall. Gu Nanshi raised her head to speak, and her neck was sore. So, Gu Nanshi motioned for Su Xianming to kneel down again. Su Xianming was confused, but he still obeyed. Gu Nanshi took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Su Xianming's face. "Silly child, since I am the only one being punished, why should you be punished too? Besides, you still have to go to the academy after tomorrow." "But how can I bear to watch my mother being punished?" Su Xianming said, with red eyes. At this time, Su Yunyan ran over like a gust of wind and stood in front of Gu Nanshi. "If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? You have repeatedly lost face for my mother for Jingyang. What were you thinking at that time?" Su Yunyan's mouth was like a machine gun, pouting. "I'm here to accompany my mother. I don't need you to pretend to be kind." After saying that, Su Yunyan dragged Gu Nanshi to run towards the main courtyard and stopped when she could no longer see Su Xianming. "Mother, how did I cooperate just now? I know you want to use a torture trick to make my brother feel guilty and turn back." Su Yunyan blinked at Gu Nanshi. If it had a tail, it would probably turn into a propeller. Gu Nanshi pondered for a moment. Su Yunyan's guess was logically consistent, but it was a long way from the answer. "Yunyan, what books have you read recently? Why are you making such rapid progress?" Su Yunyan excitedly took out a book of 36 stratagems from her lapel. "It is the secret book that my mother gave me a few days ago." Gu Nanshi recalled it and remembered that she was half asleep that day, and Su Yunyan came to pester her to learn house fighting. She took out a book from the novice gift pack given by the Loving Mother System and sent her away. The Loving Mother System sneered in her mind. "Oh, there is no such magical book as 36 stratagems in this world. This was originally prepared for your second son. In your whole mansion, the second son has the brightest brain." Gu Nanshi didn't care. It didn't matter who it was given to. The Loving Mother System said this, as if the whole family didn't have to be executed if it was given to the second son. Gu Nanshi saw Su Yunyan's face full of smug smiles and couldn't bear to hit her. "You have learned very well. Keep up the good work." "Okay, mother." Su Yunyan carefully stuffed the 36 stratagems back into her lapel. After successfully being confined, Gu Nanshi was like a mouse that fell into a rice jar. She was so happy. In a 24-hour day, she could sleep for 20 hours, and the remaining 4 hours were used for eating and bathing. The filial daughter Su Yunyan ran to the main courtyard 3 times a day. "Mother, the merchants who purchased during the funeral came to us to settle accounts." Gu Nanshi turned over. "I am under house arrest. Let them find Jingyang." "Mother, the servants are packing up the funeral supplies, and I don't know what to do with them." "Under house arrest, find Jingyang." "Mother, the gifts from the guests need to be registered." Gu Nanshi reluctantly opened her eyes. Su Yunyan tucked the corners of the quilt for Gu Nanshi. "Mother, you continue to sleep. I have handed this mess over to Jingyang." Gu Nanshi shrank into the quilt with satisfaction. Su Yunyan studied 36 strategies in one hand and patted Gu Nanshi with the other hand to let her fall asleep. "As expected of you, mother. You don't need to show up, but Jingyang is already so busy that she has no time to bother Big Brother." When Su Yunyan thought of Jingyang's haggard appearance, she said in her heart that she had learned something. At this time, Jingyang was not only haggard, but also exhausted physically and mentally. Dealing with a lot of messy, trivial matters in the Marquis mansion is fine, but the key is to face the overwhelming gossip. "Have you heard? The emperor personally issued an edict to reprimand the Yongchang Marquis mansion for the extravagant funeral. The Marquis wife was confined for a month. If you ask me, the Marquis wife is really wronged. On the day of the funeral, I saw it clearly that the Marquis mansion didn't even have a colorful tent." The fact that Gu Nanshi was confined was also seen by many wealthy nobles. "This merchant Jingyang is really annoying. Without those 3 tricks, what job can she take? Now, what are we supposed to do?" The young lady of Chengguagong was furious. Ahead, how luxurious was the funeral of concubine Tong's cousin. Later, although the funeral of the old Marquis Yongchang was a bit of a joke, it was still lively. As a result, when it came to his family's turn, the emperor issued an edict not to allow a grand funeral. It's all the fault of the merchant Li Ningjing. It's also the fault of the wife of the Marquis Yongchang. She has been the mistress of the house for so many years, but she can't even control a little merchant girl. The young lady complained incessantly. Mrs. Niu, the general who was sitting opposite, said mysteriously, "I used to say that you are a straightforward person, but you still don't accept it." After this wave, which lady doesn't give a thumbs up to the wife of Marquis Yongchang? "But you are like a fool." The young wife of Duke Qinghua was confused. "We have been friends since childhood, don't fool me." Mrs. Niu, the general who was guarding the country, rolled her eyes unhappily. "Why should I fool you? The wife of Marquis Yongchang and the Empress Dowager are close friends. How could she not hear a word about the quarrel between the emperor and concubine Tong?" The young wife of Duke Qinghua took a breath. "You mean?" Mrs. Niu nodded slightly. "The wife of Marquis Yongchang has long known the emperor's intentions and dared not offend him, but she didn't want to be the first one to stand out among the nobles." Mrs. Niu praised. As expected of a noble lady who grew up under the knee of the late Empress Dowager, her ability to explore the emperor's mind and protect herself is really amazing. She calculated every step and endured her anger to let the merchant Li Ningjing be the first to take action. Madame Niu counted on her fingers. First, the funeral was held in a grand manner. Second, the family did not spend a penny more. Third, it gave His Majesty an outlet to vent her anger, but still made His Majesty feel guilty about her. Fourth, she pushed Jingyang in front of people and made them retreat. Fifth, she won over Su Dalong's heart. The young lady of Duke Chung was shocked. "Isn't it too exaggerated?" Madame Niu patted her hand soothingly. "I didn't see it so deeply at first. It was last night when my husband came back and asked me to learn more from the wife of Marquis Yongchang and gave me a good analysis. Only then did I realize that there were so many twists and turns in it. My husband said the same thing when he came back." The young lady of Duke Ji, who had been silent and eating melon seeds silently, suddenly spoke. The young lady of Duke Jigwa spat out a mouthful of melon seed shells and said angrily, "That shameless old man must be regretting not proposing to Gu Nanshi back then." "Humph," I retorted him with just one sentence. Madame Niu and the young lady of Duke Qinghua said in unison, "What did you say?" The young lady of Duke Jigwa patted her belly and said proudly, "I gave birth to a good son. not a barbecued pork like Su Xianming.
Ha ha ha.
After the three of them left, the young lady of Duke Chunghwa said, I still can't get over this. I have to go find trouble with Li Ningjing. No one in the mansion is allowed to buy things from her family in the future. The young lady of Duke Jigwa patted the melon seed crumbs on her body and said, although I'm being used as a knife by Gu Nanshi, I admit it. This Li Ningjing really doesn't know her own weight. The Li's herbal medicine shop originally did business with wealthy families. After all, medicinal materials are expensive, and the amount bought by 100 poor people cannot match that of a rich family. The nobles resisted, and the sales volume of Li's medicinal shop plummeted. In the evening, when the Li family was doing their accounts, Father Li was so anxious that there were bubbles at the corners of his mouth. What's going on? Why doesn't Duke Ji go to our house to buy medicinal materials? The master in Duke Ji's mansion loves to eat medicinal foods. When he encounters good medicinal materials, he will buy them without blinking an eye. This time, I would rather buy Tanjitang's 5-year-old ginseng than my own 10-year-old ginseng. Brotherly was talking around. That shouldn't be the case. For the sake of the Yongchang Marquis mansion, they shouldn't be so cruel. Jing Yang, who had just returned home under the stars and the moon, was filled with ledgers as soon as she opened the door. Jing Yang thought about it and understood the mystery behind it. The Holy Emperor issued an edict to rebuke Madame Ho, which made other nobles who needed to attend funerals angry. Brother Li said angrily, if they are angry, they will go to the Holy Palace to pay homage to the Ho.
Send it to me, madam.
What do you want from us? Jing Yang threw the account book on the table. It's just picking up weak persimmons. Mrs. Ho has the support of Marquis Yongchang and is unfathomable. Resent? Dad Li wiped his face and advised, Jing Yang, let's stop the loss in time. Su Dalong is at your mercy, but Mrs. Ho is not easy to mess with. Dad Li really hates that he is blind. Why can't you see Mao Tai? How can a woman who has held the position of Madame Ho for more than 10 years be an embroidered pillow? He didn't even show his face, and his business, which had been passed down by his ancestors for 3 generations, was almost ruined. Jing Yang asked someone to bring a basin of water, washed her hands, and said calmly, Dad, please think about it. Last time we spent most of the family property to arrange a funeral. If we give up now, it will all be in vain. Father Li's flesh was throbbing with pain. That was money saved for 3 generations. Jing Yang stared blankly at her reflection in the water and quickly said firmly, Dad, if you give up now, I can only be a self-combed girl.
Who dares to marry me?
But as long as we persist, I don't believe that Mrs. Ho can still, regardless of your reputation, leave me alone. Brother Li raised his hand and agreed. You can't abandon your daughter-in-law who has been in mourning for her elders. Besides, the younger sister has to take care of the funeral herself. Unless Mrs. Ho drives Su Xianming out of the house, she has to recognize this daughter-in-law even if she doesn't recognize her. The Li family held a family meeting all night and unanimously decided to go all the way to the dark side. On the second day, Jing Yang took care of the trivial affairs of the Ho mansion until the evening and finally blocked Su Xianming, who was returning from school. Su Xianming was in a daze, looking like he was not in a state. It wasn't until Jing Yang patted him that he finally came to his senses. Jing Yang, what's the matter? It's so late. Why haven't you come home yet? Jing Yang's eyes flashed, but she hesitated. Su Lang, there's been a lot of gossip outside recently. I'm really. Jing Yang, my mother covered her face and sobbed softly. Su Xianming quickly handed over the handkerchief. Because of me, Jing Yang, you have suffered. After the mourning is over, I will ask my mother to invite a matchmaker to come to propose marriage. As for this mess in the house, alas, leave it to me. Jing Yang said, choking. I looked at Su Xianming out of the corner of my eye. I saw that his expression was sincere, and he was not trying to burn bridges, so I was relieved. Su Xianming couldn't defeat Jing Yang, so he could only bring Jing Yang to the main courtyard to ask for an audience. At this time, Gu Nanshi was preparing to eat fruit soup. You came at the right time. You must remember that the good times of the year are the most orange and green. If you want to eat some soup, just order it. Gu Nanshi's body may have been caused by excessive dieting in the past years and physical depletion. Now, no matter how much she sleeps or eats, Gu Nanshi can't gain weight. Lu Mei brought 2 stools to Su Xianming and Jingyang. At the end of autumn, it's best to have a bowl of soup. There are orange soup, dried papaya soup, and black plum soup. Sir, which one do you want? Su Xianjing glanced at Jingyang. Seeing a red pimple popping up on her face, he made a decision for her. Here are 2 bowls of black plum soup to relieve the fire.
Okay.
Lu Mei led the maids down, leaving some space. For 3 people. Outside the window, golden dead leaves swirled and fell. This autumn scenery inevitably reminds Gu Nanshi that the middle school where she works has sycamore trees on both sides of the playground. In autumn, when the wind blows, the sycamore leaves fall all over the ground. The students on duty were so angry that they waved their brooms into a whirlwind. Gu Nanshi looked at Su Xianming and Jingyang again. They were only 15 or 16 years old. If they were in the previous life, they would be sitting in the classroom at this moment, immersed in studying. Gu Nanshi's heart softened for a moment, and she took the initiative to speak. Jingyang, how about I accept you as my adopted daughter? Su Xuanming's eyes widened and blurted out. Then what should I do? Gu Nanshi rarely had a kind heart and said, Jingyang will be criticized by outsiders for taking on many trivial matters in the house. If she has the title of adopted daughter, it will be much better. Jingyang's tears fell down as soon as they were brushed. Madam, are you not? Do you agree with me and Su Lang? I don't want the glory and wealth of the Ho family. I just want to be together with Su Lang. Su Xianming was moved and said, Even if I am adopted sister, I will marry Jingyang. She stopped talking. Originally, she just thought that the Yongchang Marquis Mansion was a broken ship. If there was one less person on board, it would be one less person. There is nothing he and his children can do about it. With their status here, even if they ask themselves to be dismissed, even if they are kicked out of the house, they will all die together in the end. As for Jingyang, there is no need to jump into this fire pit. Since they didn't appreciate it, Gu Nanshi wouldn't force it. She didn't even bother to save her own life, so she mentioned it more just to stir up emotion. Yes, I understand. Then Jingyang, what do you want? Gu Nanshi lay down on the bamboo chair again. This bamboo chair is well made and has just the right curvature. Lu Mei also covers it with a thick blanket, making it extremely comfortable to lie on. Jingyang looked around as if she had been shaken by a weight and said firmly, I just want Madam to say something right. When Su Lang finishes mourning, do you agree to let him marry me? The loving mother screamed. Of course, I can agree. The heroine belongs to the hero. She is married to Su Xianming. How can she be good to the hero? Host, stop her quickly. Scold her to death. Gu Nanshi tiptoed hard, causing the bamboo chair to shake. He shook his head and said, I agree. As long as you two remain unchanged by the time, I certainly won't beat the two of you. Respect the fate of others and don't meddle in other people's business. If the heroine wants to board the broken ship of Yongchang Hofu, then she can. Jingyang and Su Xianming were overjoyed and held hands to say goodbye to Gu Nanshi. Only Gu Nanshi and the loving mother system in her mind were left in the room. The loving mother system is going crazy. What do you call a loving mother? If Su Xianming marries the heroine, he will definitely be severely retaliated by the hero. Gu Nanshi, am I not kind enough? I turned a blind eye to my son's premature love affair. Besides, how can I take revenge? Grind his bones and scatter his ashes? Gu Nanshi couldn't think of a worse ending than a tragic death. The loving mother system went crazy. Gu Nanshi, if it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. You have earned this life in vain. You have to listen to me. Gu Nanshi, reject PUA, start with me. Well, I will definitely live well in this life. Playing badly means living well. The loving mother system was furious. If the main line collapses, you and I will die. Gu Nanshi was drowsy. I know, we'll talk about it later. What's the hurry? Isn't the sky falling yet? Gu Nanshi was like nothing happened. He slept every day, ordered some food, listen to Su Yunyan's gossip, and occasionally ask someone to go to the market to buy some storybooks when he was in the mood. Su Yunyan handed the white-faced scholar meets the fox spirit at night to Lu Mei and asked Lu Mei to continue reading. Mother, Jingyang has been carrying out drastic reforms recently.
Huh.
Su Yunyan flipped through the 36 strategies loudly. She said that the servants in the mansion are too corrupt. An egg costs 2 cents a piece on the market, but it costs 4 cents in the mansion. Gu Nanshi moved the book covering his face away. Anything else? She also said that in order to prevent the servants from being too lazy, performance appraisal should be implemented. The appraisal will be conducted once a month, and the first, second, or third class maids will be determined based on the appraisal. Gu Nanshi, is it like this in the whole mansion? Yes, it's the same with Grandma and Aunt Duan. Grandmother is used to Nanny Xing by her side, so of course she disagrees. Gu Nanshi glanced at the servants in the yard who were standing like wooden figures and said clearly, "The old lady has been pushed back." Su Yunyan frowned, not finding a way to deal with it in the book, and Duan said that Jingyang used the money in the mansion to buy people's hearts. Jingyang said that she would pay the servants monthly wages. Gu Nanshi was stunned, and then he understood that Jingyang wanted to seize power and win people's hearts. But she didn't know that in the Yongchang Marquis mansion, the housekeeper's job is the most troublesome, and no one wants to get involved in it. Mother, will Jingyang's store management method be effective if applied to the Marquis mansion? Su Yunyan said in confusion. Don't ask me. Use your own eyes to see, use your ears to listen, and use your brain to think. What you think of is yours. What I tell you is just a passing cloud. Gu Nanshi stood up and moved his body. Even if you want to mess up, you must have a strong body to mess up, otherwise it's not called messing up, but standing up. After these days of recuperation, Gu Nanshi's body has finally recovered some vitality and is no longer like a dying lamp. Gu Nanshi slowly stretched his body, and after doing a few movements, he broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Nanshi didn't insist anymore and went back to the room to wipe his sweat. Mother, what did you do just now? Su Yunyan now looked at Gu Nanshi with a thick filter. She always felt that every movement of Gu Nanshi had a deep meaning. 8-section brocade. Women are nourished by blood. 8-section brocade can activate blood and improve essence. You should practice it too. Gu Nanshi taught Su Yunyan in the room. This child is very smart in some aspects, but his emotional intelligence is so annoying. Gu Nanshi turned his head and saw a tall, thin, handsome boy with a sad face coming in through the door. His lips were pale, and he had to apply a thick layer of white powder on his face, which made him look even thinner and weaker. Second brother, you are not feeling well. Why did you come out? Su Yunyan hurried forward to help the second son Su Yunting sit down. Mother, this life is unbearable. Jingyang wanted to become an immortal when she became a human, and she wanted to go to heaven by sitting on the ground. Holding a feather duster, she caused chaos in the mansion. Su Yunting waved a handkerchief and exhaled a fragrance. Gu Nanshi was stunned, then blinked. How could such a beautiful, sickly man have a mouth? Su Yunyan skillfully served Su Yunting candied fruit. Don't panic, second brother. Mother knows what's going on. You can tell me slowly. The candied fruit pickled with honey did not sweeten Su Yunting's mouth. Su Yunting sang, recited, and acted as if he was performing a sad drama. Jingyang actually canceled the small kitchen and let me, a patient, eat from the big pot. I have been in poor health since I was a child, and I rely on supplements to support myself. I know that I am a burden to the Marquis mansion. After saying that, Su Yunting choked and wept at the desk. Oh, God, you might as well take me away early. Why let me suffer the pain of being despised? Su Yunting covered his chest with a heartbroken expression. Mother, I only ask for simple meals, 3 meals a day, and to keep this life to serve my parents. But I stayed in the courtyard and never left the house, but I still hurt Jingyang's eyes. The cry was miserable and melodious, and those who heard it were sad, and those who saw it cried. Su Yunyan's tears fell, and she also started to cry. The relaxed and comfortable atmosphere just now suddenly became sad, more like a morning hall than a morning hall. Gu Nanshi glanced at the red mud on the soles of Su Yunting's shoes and asked tentatively, "You stay in the courtyard and never leave the house?" Su Yunting's eyes were filled with tears, and he nodded repeatedly. "My son has been praying for his mother in the courtyard." Gu Nanshi said indifferently. The ancestors appeared. The unique red mud on Mount Qi in the south of the capital appeared on the soles of his shoes across most of the capital. "Yunting, I think there is a title in the martial arts world that suits you very well." When Su Yunting mentioned the martial arts world, his tears stopped immediately. "What title?" "The Jade-Faced Widow. You wail when you see people, and I guarantee that everyone will run away when they see you." Su Yunting's lips trembled, and a jade finger trembled as he pointed at Gu Nanshi. How can warm lips say such cold words? "Mother, you finally dislike me." "Su Yunting, don't take advantage of the fact that mother favors you and get too much." Su Xianming hurried to the main courtyard as soon as he got off school. Su Yunting provoked Su Xianming. "Because you are a woman, you cause mother to be reprimanded and confined by the emperor. This is like pork can't stick to sheep." Su Xianming was not good at talking and couldn't argue with Su Yunting, so he just stood there, his eyes red and his chest bulged with anger. Su Yunyan was so anxious that she stood between her two brothers. "Eldest brother, second brother, stop arguing." Just at this moment, the voice of Madame Ho's scolding came from outside the courtyard gate. "Call your master out. The good daughter-in-law she has chosen is of low status, and she actually wants to force an old woman like me to death." What a vicious heart. Gu Nanshi held his forehead with his hand. He was under house arrest, but he couldn't stop this group of people from entering his yard. "Go and invite the old lady and Aunt Duan in," Gu Nanshi instructed Lu Mei. Lu Mei went to invite the old lady quickly. "Humph, look at what you have done. I knew that since Xianming was not raised by you, you would not care about him. You actually chose a merchant girl as his wife." The old lady came in cursing, and before she finished her words, she saw Su Xianming looking at her with grief and anger. Gu Nanshi added at the right time, "Old lady, you didn't say that in the morning hall." "Oh, it turned out that the knife cut yourself. Do you feel pain?" The old lady moved her lips, not knowing how to answer for a while. Su Xuanming's heart sank, and he felt that in such a huge marquise mansion, only his mother was the one who cared and loved him the most. Gu Nanshi was too lazy to handle the lawsuit for them, so he asked someone to invite Jingyang and let them discuss it themselves. He was only responsible for providing a place as well as tea, fruits, and melons. When it comes to their own interests, the servants are very fast. In a short while, the masters of the Marquis' mansion gathered in the main courtyard. Sitting around the big round table were Madame Ho, Aunt Duan, Su Xianming, Su Yunting, Su Yunyan, and Li Ningjing. Gu Nanshi asked the servants to carry the bamboo lounge chair to the window. To the right was the golden autumn scenery, and to the left was the quarrel between the wealthy families. Beside him were cute maids serving tea and water and occasionally feeding him snacks bought from the night market. Gu Nanshi rocked the bamboo chair contentedly, feeling extremely comfortable. The people at the round table were not as comfortable as Gu Nanshi, but rather very embarrassed. Complaints in private were free to speak, but once this was put on the table, they didn't know where to start. This was the first time Jingyang had to deal with such a complicated housekeeping matter. She was already overwhelmed by her busy schedule, and now she was accused of something, so she felt a lump in her chest, and her tone was not very good. "If you have any objections, just come to me. Don't disturb my madam." Su Yunting had never been bullied since he was a child, so he would not indulge her. "I don't care how you reorganize. The expenses in my yard cannot be reduced. These are all used to keep me alive." Jingyang came prepared and slammed the account book on the table. 10-year-old ginseng costs 100 taels per piece, and you use 1 piece a month. But in the warehouse, there are 3-year-old ginseng, which is worth only 20 taels. Jingyang took out an abacus and calculated. "You spend thousands of taels a year, but you only spend 100 taels. Where did the rest of the money go?" Su Yunting's face froze. He was about to cry, make a fuss, and hang himself, but was stopped by Gu Nanshi. "Whoever is making a fuss about me, get out." Seeing Su Yunting being retorted, the old lady couldn't sit still. I'm used to the Momo around me. I can't change it. Jingyang sneered. A Xing Momo gets 50 taels of salary per month, 6 sets of clothes for 4 seasons, and the bonus doubles during festivals. This treatment is comparable to that of a 9th rank official. Old lady, if you insist, you can subsidize it with your own private money. After Jingyang finished speaking, she turned to Su Xianming. This is not because I have selfish intentions. I am the same for Su Lang. He spends up to 100 taels of money on entertainment every month, and now I have to cut it down to 30 taels. Su Xianming opened his mouth to say something, but under Jingyang's threatening eyes, he didn't dare to speak. The old lady couldn't hold back her face and left in anger. Su Yunting's words shot at Jingyang like poisonous arrows. Why are you pretending to be so big? Your family is poor and can't afford a huge marquee mansion. Just say it directly. You have to push the blame onto others. Su Yunting didn't give Jingyang a chance to refute and ran away after he finished spitting. The crowd came in large numbers and left in a rush. In the main courtyard, only Gu Nanxi, Su Yunyan, Su Xianming, and Jingyang were left for a while. Jingyang straightened her back, twisted her neck, and her stubbornness was revealed from her hair to her toes. Madam, did you do this on purpose? Calling them all over to put pressure on me so that I would give up? Jingyang walked slowly to Gu Nanxi, and her clear eyes showed the confidence of I have seen through the conspiracy. Madam, I am never afraid of difficulties. I can stand the pressure and stand out among a group of brothers, so I am naturally not afraid of the mess in the Marquis mansion. From today on, I will cover all the food and servant expenses of the Marquis mansion. Even if I have to sacrifice all the money in my family, I will not give up easily. Jingyang strode out of the main courtyard like a soldier going to war. Su Xianming loved her courageous and resolute character, so he naturally followed her. Su Yunyan, who stayed behind, leaned on Gu Nanxi's knees worriedly. Mother, what should we do? Jingyang is going to win back a game. Gu Nanxi closed her eyes and took a sip of dried papaya soup. The original owner was thin, and even though she gave birth to a daughter and 2 sons, her body was still as flat as an airport. Drink some papaya soup and supplement more. Persisting in the wrong direction is commonly known as not turning back until you hit the wall. Gu Nanxi spoke slowly. Perseverance is a virtue, but perseverance without correct cognition is a roadblock on the road of life. There was a boy in Gu Nanxi's class who was very talented in writing. He could get full marks in history and politics and single-digit marks in physics and chemistry. But he firmly believed that boys should study science, and as long as he studied hard, he would be able to improve his science scores. Unfortunately, reality taught him a lesson. If he studied literature, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10, but he had to study science, and didn't even make it to the first-tier line. Jingyang is like this boy. She didn't even understand the situation in the Marquis mansion, but she plunged in. Su Yunyan opened her ignorant eyes and looked at Gu Nanxi with trust. Mother must have a trick. I don't believe that Jingyang can turn over your 5 palms.
Gonanitach Su Unanes ban lovingly.
This child's head is full of water for house fighting, but she doesn't have the IQ for house fighting. What tricks do I have? I can only lie down and let it go. Anyway, Yongchang Marquis' mansion is a broken ship that is about to sink. What's the big deal if Jingyang is allowed to cause trouble? Jingyang's vigorous and resolute actions caused a strong backlash from the servants of the Marquis mansion. For a time, Yongchang Marquis' mansion was once again ranked on the gossip list of the capital and became a laughingstock in tea houses, wine shops, and high-class tea parties. Oh, it's so funny. Yesterday, Yongchang Marquis came to me to buy eggs. He didn't want fresh eggs, but wanted those that were about to go bad. In the tea house, a group of merchants were competing in tea, and during the period, they couldn't help but talk about Yongchang Marquis' mansion, which was in the limelight. Isn't this saving you from the dire straits? You're going to use this batch of overdue goods to pickle salted eggs. The businessman at the head laughed. That's right. Sold them all to the Yongchang Marquis' mansion for 1 penny each. So, what's wrong with the Yongchang Marquis' wife? Back then, she was dressed up in a red dress that shocked the whole capital. Why is she so stingy now? His friend handed him a cup of tea. You went out to look for goods and missed several big shows. The eldest son of the Yongchang Marquis' mansion was obsessed with the medicinal herb Shishir and made many jokes. The Marquis' wife had no choice but to give the housekeeper power to the medicinal herb Shishir. The fat businessman was so shocked that he accidentally dropped his teacup on the ground. Ridiculous. Have they ever hired a matchmaker, exchanged business cards, or discussed marriage? None of that. The fat merchant was shocked. Even ordinary families don't have such no rules. Of course. This Shishir, the housekeeper of the medicinal materials, brought the management of the shop to the mansion. The fat merchant understood. No wonder the servants of Yongchang Mansion left the good eggs and insisted on those rotten eggs. Shishir, the medicinal materials, set the purchase price of eggs at 2 cents. The servants wanted kickbacks, so they naturally bought the cheap ones. Although the Yongchang Marquis Mansion is not as prosperous as it was in the past, it has lasted for several generations. The servants in the mansion are basically family-born children. Shishir, the medicinal materials, did this, which made people resentful, so the matter in the mansion spread widely. The fat merchant sighed. This is the only noble family with such a mess. The merchants chatted loudly, and the content was heard by the guests in the private rooms upstairs. Among them, there was a private room full of female relatives. The young wife of Duke Qinghua picked up a bite-sized Sichuan lactose lion, put it in her mouth, swallowed it, and then slowly spoke. I think the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is not as capable as you say. Now, the power of the housekeeper has been lost, the reputation of the Marquis of Yongchang is gone, and the two people are not separated. Mrs. Niu, the general who guards the country, lay lazily on the couch and said lightly, "Just wait and see. The wife of the Marquis must have a trick up her sleeve." The young wife of the Duke of Ji took a sip of tea. My mother-in-law analyzed it for me last night. Gu Nanshi always takes one step and looks 10 steps ahead. This matter will never be let go like this. The young wife of the Duke of Cheng did not believe it. What tricks can there be? Jingyang is as thick-skinned as a city wall. Even if the whole city is talking about it, it can't stop her from rushing to this huge wealth. The plan of the Marquis to make her retreat is likely to fail. The wife of the general who guards the country stuffed her with a lactose lion and said coquettishly, "Let's just watch the show. Anyway, the Marquis of Yongchang Mansion is not yours or mine." Next to the women's private room was a group of students from Songshan Academy. "Brother Xianming, I heard that your boyfriend is the head of your family. I guess you have a lot of money." A dashing student waved his fan and glanced at Su Xianming. "Brother Xiaoyan, that, the rules at home have been changed, I may." Su Xianming hesitated and did not dare to speak clearly. A tall and strong student hugged Su Xianming and said, "Brother Xianming, you really love to joke. You are just a businesswoman, but you have the ability to dare to attack the whole mansion? Brother Xianming must have done it. It's great. Really great." Several students on the side started to make a noise, and someone called the waiter to order food. 10 clams, 5 bowls of quail soup. The rest of the specialties. All in one portion. The waiter bent his waist and reminded in a low voice, "Sir, at this time of year, clams cost 1,000 coins each. A bowl of quail soup requires dozens of quails, and the price is not cheap." Hearing the words of the waiter, Su Xianming was sweating coldly. "Brother Xiaoyan, Brother Fatian, we are few in number and can't eat that. Do you want to order less?" Li Xiaoyan didn't say anything and closed his eyes for a rest. The tall and strong Wu Fatian raised his eyebrows. This is worthy of Brother Xuanming's face. "Servant, serve the dishes." While Su Xianming was spending a lot of money in the tea house, Gu Nanshi was not idle either. "This egg custard is not as fresh and delicious as usual." Gu Nanshi scooped a spoonful of crab roe egg custard and frowned. Lu Mei looked around and saw that the servants were far away. Then she whispered in Gu Nanshi's ear, "Master, I went to the big kitchen and saw that the dishes were not fresh. Food is the most important thing for people. One of the important criteria for judging whether the quality of life is high is the food. How is it not fresh?" Gu Nanshi asked with concern. Gu Nanshi was numb. Without delicious food, the life of rottenness would lose most of the fun of life. Why is it like this? The servants in the mansion are so arrogant? Gu Nanshi frowned. They were greedy on weekdays, but now they dared to feed the master with rotten leaves? Lu Mei looked solemn and shook her head, saying, I have asked the housekeeper about this. The mansion originally had a long-term cooperative merchant for this procurement work. Although the price is a bit higher, the quality is guaranteed. Look, a few days ago, Li Ningjing said that she would be responsible for the expenses. So, the procurement work fell on her father and brother. Gu Nanshi realized that spending other people's money to buy things is the same as spending your own money to buy things. The Li family was not well off to begin with, and if they wanted to supply such a large mansion, of course they had to deduct money. However, understanding is understanding, and Gu Nanshi didn't want to eat rotten leaves herself. Gu Nanshi motioned Lu Mei to go to the money box and took out a string of copper coins. Go find a few idle men and buy some food while the night market is still open. Lu Mei left in response. The commercial economy of the dynasty was relatively developed, and there were special idle men responsible for delivering takeout. The list was too big for the idle man to finish it all by himself, so he called a few more idle men to buy separately. When these delicacies reached Gu Nanshi's hands, they were still hot. It's great to have money. Gu Nanshi took a big bite of the spicy kenlungs. Because peppers have not been widely popularized, spicy kenlungs use garlic and the like to enhance the spiciness, which tastes different. Gu Nanshi had just taken a bite when she saw Su Yunyan rushing and crying. Gu Nanshi did not blame the gatekeeper for not fulfilling his duties. After all, with this girl's strange strength, who would dare to stop her? Mother, this life is unbearable. A bowl of papaya stewed with bird's nest. They actually used broken bird's nest. The more Su Yunyan cried, the more she felt that her life was miserable. Before she was born, her father went to the border and stayed there for more than 10 years, never coming back once. Her eldest brother was loved by her grandmother, while her second brother was born prematurely and had poor health, so he was always the apple of her mother's eye. She was the only one who was not loved by her father and mother. Now, when she eats a bowl of bird's nest, she even uses the broken pieces. I went to ask Jingyang's father, and guess what he said? He said that a whole bowl of bird's nest and broken bird's nest are both bird's nest. Anyway, you are eating the saliva of the swallow. What's the difference? Su Yunyan cried so hard that she was out of breath. Gu Nanshi felt that what Jingyang's father said made sense, but it was a pity that the spoiled girl who grew up in a wealthy family could not accept it. There is no right or wrong, it's just a different consumption concept. Before Gu Nanshi could figure out how to comfort the little girl, she saw a little maid standing at the door, mumbling to Lu Mei. Then, Lu Mei ran over with her eyes shining and her face flushed. Master, Li Ningjing and Dalong are arguing. Where are they? Let's go check them out. Su Yunyan stopped crying instantly, wiped her face with a handkerchief, and wanted to run away immediately. Gu Nanshi, who had just finished reading the storybook, also decided to go along. Lu Mei was embarrassed, but, Master, you are still under house arrest. Gu Nanshi tapped her forehead. You are so stubborn. Go and call a few tall and strong servants to carry the bamboo chair out. I will lie on the bamboo chair and my feet will not touch the ground, so it is not considered a violation of the ban. House arrest, what does it mean? Only the feet are banned, no other parts. Master. So this is what house arrest means. Su Yunyan felt that her trip was not in vain, and she learned something again. Gu Nanshi and her daughter were afraid of missing the excitement, so they didn't dress up and went straight to the place of the quarrel. In the back garden of Yongchang Marquis' mansion, a pretty woman pinched her waist and scolded a much taller man, almost lowering his head to his chest. Gu Nanshi motioned Lu Mei to go forward. Go to the stone mountain. It's too far here, and we can't hear clearly. Several servants were panting with exhaustion, but when they thought of seeing Li Ningjing's joke, they were suddenly full of strength. Hey, second brother, why are you here? Gu Nanshi looked down from above and immediately saw Su Yunting sneaking behind the stone mountain. Su Yunting was startled. He turned around and saw that it was his mother and sister. He was relieved and motioned them to keep their voices down. "They're having a great time. Don't disturb them." Su Yunyan lowered her voice and said, "Didn't you say that you were so angry that you couldn't get out of bed? How come you still have the energy to come here?" Su Yunting laughed. "This trick is more effective than 100-year-old ginseng. It's just that my eldest brother is too disappointing. If it were me, I would have to fight back. Don't be too angry with your second sister-in-law in the future." Su Yunyan was really worried about her second brother. Su Yunting, shut up and watch the show. It was getting late, and the mother and her 2 children hid behind the stone mountain, not even daring to breathe. Not far away, Jingyang's scolding voice could be clearly heard. "Su Lang, you actually still blame me? Do you know that in order to be with you, my Li family's wealth has almost been spent?" Jingyang wiped her tears. "Other nobles don't like me and boycotted my family's business. Have I complained to you about these difficulties? The villains in the mansion don't obey me. They are respectful on the surface, but they don't know how to frame me in their hearts. I originally thought that you were considerate of me and understood me. But what did you do? You spent 100 taels on a trip to the tea house. Is the tea made of silver? Is the tea water made of gold?" Su Xianming was weak and begged, "Jingyang, this.
Just tell me this time."
I have written the IOU, and I can't let them come to my house to collect the debt. It will lose my status." When Su Xianming said this, everyone was shocked. Su Yunting and Su Yunyan were so happy that their eyes were shining, and the light almost illuminated the night. Brother finally said something sensible. The power to be in charge of the family should be given to Anyang. When Su Yunting thought of his stalled plan, he wanted to press Jingyang's head to make her agree. He was really bewildered at the beginning, just because Jingyang gave him a sword. He thought it was good for Jingyang to be his sister-in-law. If time could go back, he would definitely hit her face with the sword. Su Yunyan thought of the broken bird's nest and felt that the days when Anyang was in charge were the best. The jade hairpin given by Jingyang, although expensive, was not enough to eat. Gu Nanshi was terrified when he heard this. He had finally pushed out the job, and this eldest son wanted to take it back for him? It turned out that the boy was extroverted, and this eldest son could not be kept. Among all people, Jingyang was the most heartbroken. Jingyang wanted to scratch Su Xuanming's handsome face. "I spent all that money, worked hard all day, and said harsh words, but you want me to give up easily?" Su Xianming whispered. "But you spent the money, but we didn't see any money. On the contrary, life has become much more difficult. You worked hard, and the servants in the mansion are now like wooden stakes, and they only move when you poke them." Su Xianming approached Jingyang and comforted her in a gentle voice. "What's the point of saying harsh words? I often told my grandmother and mother that I would take the top spot in the Imperial examination in the future. But with my grades, I'll be thankful to God if I can pass the examination and become a scholar." Jingyang was so angry that her face turned red. This Su Xianming was like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. However, her family has invested too much in him. If she really turned against Su Xianming, all these investments would be wasted. Jingyang gnashed her teeth and said firmly, "It's impossible. Your mother looks down on me. If I back down now, how can I have a good life even if I get married in the future?" Su Xianming said confidently, "My mother doesn't say it, but I am the one who hurts the most in her heart. When you get married in the future, you will be the eldest lady, and my mother loves the whole family, so who can wrong you?" Jingyang felt that Su Xianming was not a chicken rib, but a stick. He knew nothing about the fights between women. He had no idea what a ruthless character his mother was with extraordinary means.
Impossible.
"I can't give up now. I'll solve half of the IOU for you, and you can figure out the rest yourself." After saying that, Jingyang turned and left. Su Yunting, who was hiding behind the rocks, snorted coldly. This elder brother was too ignorant. It was obviously me that my mother loved the most. As long as I coughed, my mother would immediately put down the things at hand and come to accompany me. Su Yunyan also pouted. It was obvious that my mother valued me the most. Even the 36 stratagems were given to me. Gu Nanshi sneered while lying on the bamboo chair. Ha, you love Su Xuanming's barbecued pork the most? It is obvious that I love Jingyang the most. Look how considerate Jingyang is. She has to manage the household under pressure. She is much more considerate than these children. Apart from watching the excitement, nothing changed, so the mother and the children said goodbye on the spot. Jingyang returned home angrily and wanted to find Fatherly to complain, but was stabbed in the back by the family decision. Jingyang said in disbelief, "What? Give up?"
Why?
Brotherly slapped the account book. Because the family is running out of money. In the past half-month, the medicine shop has not made a penny. Even the common people have gone to Tongjitang. All this is because you insisted on a grand burial. When it comes to this, Brotherly has a lot to say. At the beginning, I told you not to make trouble. Even if you want to make trouble, there is no need to set up a colorful tent. You have to handle the bowl according to your ability. Our family is not as good as the Yongchang Marquis, so we just need to do a simple job. You insisted on caring about face, afraid that they would look down on you after you got married, and you insisted on giving up most of your family property. Jingyang retorted. At the beginning, you all agreed. Sister-in-law Li weakly interrupted. We didn't know at the time that the Marquis's wife would be such a powerful character. I really thought she was a living bodhisattva, and I wasted my eternal lamp. Jingyang snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and said, "No matter how powerful she is, what does it matter? Her son will still marry me, and the housekeeper power of the Marquis's mansion is still in my hands. Even if she has 1,000 tricks, how can she break the deadlock? I'm not afraid of gossip. She cares more about the reputation of Yongchang Marquis's mansion than I do. Setbacks make people strong." Jingyang felt that after all the gossips over the past period of time, her heart had already become as cold and hard as iron. Nothing could hit her. The next second, Father Li's words shattered Jingyang's heart. Old Man Li, who was smoking a pipe, said quietly, "In the past few days, I have stuffed money into Xing Momo's pockets every day and finally pried open the old woman's mouth. Guess why the Marquis's wife gave you the power to run the family and the old lady had no objection?" Old Man Li took a long puff of cigarette and exhaled slowly, because over the years, the Yongchang Marquis's mansion has long been glorious, and it all depends on the Marquis's wife's dowry to survive. Jingyang's pupils suddenly shrank and she murmured, "This is impossible. Jingyang, let's not talk about whether the family's money can support you to get married. Even if you get married, can you come up with as much dowry as the Marquis's wife?" Old Man Li seemed to be trapped in long-lost memories. The Marquis's wife grew up under the care of the Grand Empress Dowager. When she got married, she had a dowry, and the Grand Empress Dowager gave her a dowry in return. The current Empress Dowager has also added a dowry. That mighty wedding procession has not been seen for decades. The dowry boxes were full, and the porter's footsteps were heavy and powerful. I still remember that scene vividly. In just one day, Father Li seemed to have aged by a dozen years. "Jingyang, people gave you a chance before and asked you to retreat, but you didn't want to. Now, she just dug a pit, and you put all our Li family's property in it. If you still insist on not repenting, will we have to sacrifice the lives of our whole family?" Sister Li plopped down and knelt at Jingyang's feet. "Jingyang, I beg you. I am 3 months pregnant. For the sake of your unborn nephew, please leave a way out for our whole family. Brother Li, 2-legged toads are not easy to find. 2-legged men are everywhere. If you must marry Su Dalong, then you can be a concubine. He loves you deeply and will not bully you even if he is a concubine." Jingyang pulled the corners of her mouth and showed a bitter smile.
This is your family.
When you see the benefits, you will rush forward. If things don't go as planned, it will all be her fault. I, Li Ningjing, will never be a concubine in this life. There is no way I will give up. Jingyang was glad that she had been careful and secretly saved a lot of money and deposited it in the bank. On the day when all the leaves on the tree fell, Gu Nanshi's house arrest was over. "Let's go shopping." Gu Nanshi waved his hand and prepared to stretch his muscles. "Mother, wait for me." Su Yunyan followed in a hurry. "Shopping? Mother can't eat alone. buy beautiful jewelry. Can't she share a portion with her daughter? Su Yunyan's abacus was jingling. Gu Nanshi saw through her little thoughts at a glance. Go and bring your private money. Let's buy our own. Mother. Su Yunyan pouted. Seeing that Gu Nanshi had made up her mind, she stomped her feet and ran back. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Su Yunyan sighed. Mother didn't give subsidies recently. How could she spend enough with just the monthly salary? Su Yunyan didn't dare to give the money to the servants for safekeeping, so she had to go and get it herself. This time, the mother and daughter couldn't go out at all. Gu Nanshi stared blankly at the scene in front of the mansion. What was going on? There was a sedan chair parked in front of the mansion. 5 servants followed the sedan chair, one of them holding a piece of red silk, and the other 4 holding 4 pairs of red lanterns. In front of the Yongchang Marquis mansion, there were circles of people watching the excitement. What is the Yongchang Marquis mansion doing? It looks like they are taking a concubine. But who would take a concubine through the main gate? Look carefully. Isn't the person behind the sedan a clerk from Lee's herbal medicine shop? Oh, it's really him. I had a drink with him a few days ago, and heard him complain that his monthly salary had been delayed for several days and had not been paid yet. Oh my God, could it be that the herbal medicine beauty was taken as a concubine? I still remember that she once said that she would never be a concubine. Gu Nanshi, who had recovered from her shock, signaled the servants to drive the group away. What concubine? How could it be so insulting? Although the crowd of onlookers were driven away from the gate, they were still reluctant to leave. The main road was blocked tightly by the crowd of onlookers. The officials of the dynasty only worked in the morning and had a holiday at noon. This main road was the only way for officials to go home after work. Seeing that the time was almost up, if they really caught these officials in the act, the matter would be a big deal. Gu Nanshi walked into the mansion with a sullen face. The sedan chair was also carried in. Boss Lee, what are you doing? Gu Nanshi sat at the top and asked with a stern face. Old man Li licked his old face and ordered the guys to help Jingyang out of the sedan chair. Alas, my daughter is devoted to Master Su. We tried to persuade her again and again last night, but she refused to marry someone else. Old man Li pretended to wipe his tears. We know that we are not worthy of the Marquis' mansion, and we dare not ask for the position of the wife. We only hope that the Marquis' wife will be kind and allow Jingyang to enter the mansion, be it a concubine or a maid, to fulfill her infatuation. Old man Li put on the oil on his feet and left after saying, We don't want any betrothal gifts or anything. Jingyang will be handed over to Madam. She will have nothing to do with us in the future. The guys also let go and ran away.
Plop.
Jingyang fell heavily to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Lu Mei hurried forward and lifted the veil, only to see a piece of rag blocking Jingyang's mouth tightly. Jingyang's eyes were bloodshot, her face was full of tears, and on her porcelain white skin, a blue slap mark was so glaring. Gu Nanshi suppressed his anger and asked someone to call a doctor. The doctor heard on the way that there was a big commotion in the Yongchang Marquis mansion again. Combined with the current situation, it seems that there is something else going on. The doctor carefully felt the pulse for a moment and said in a word, This woman was drugged, and her hands and feet are weak. She will be fine after the drug wears off. The doctor was shocked. This drug is usually used by the madams in the brothels to discipline the disobedient girls in the brothels. Who used the drug on this woman? Gu Nanshi gave the doctor a purse of silver. I am not feeling well today, and I trouble you to come here. Your medical skills are superb, and I am much better now. The doctor understood and cooperated. Madam has worked too hard, just rest. As for the woman who took Chinese medicine in the mansion? No, anyway, the doctor himself didn't see it. Jingyang was helped to the chair. Her eyes were tightly closed, her tongue was bitten and bleeding, and her whole body was trembling. Andy, what should we do? Su Yunyan was at a loss. Jingyang, who was vigorous and resolute in the past, suddenly became as miserable as a drowned chicken. For a moment, Su Yunyan couldn't bear it. Go and call your eldest brother back. Gu Nanshi held his forehead. Sure enough, the house arrest should not be lifted. Just when I wanted to be diligent and go shopping, I had such a big trouble. Could it be that this was a warning from God to me, so that I could be good at it? But my eldest brother is still in school. Su Yunyan was not sure whether Gu Nanchi was telling the truth or speaking in a sarcastic way. After all, my mother valued my eldest brother's studies the most. Once, my eldest brother had a high fever and wanted to ask for a leave, but my mother did not agree. Just ask for a leave. Gu Nanchi decided to leave the matter to them. When it comes to love, outsiders should not interfere too deeply. Su Xianming, who was drowsy in the school, heard that his family had sent someone to ask for leave for him. His first reaction was, "It's fake. It must be another prank by Li Xiaoyan and others. They want me to be scolded by the teacher." The book boy was so anxious that he jumped up and down. "Master, it seems to be true." Someone from home said that Jingyang was thrown outside the mansion by her father in a sedan chair, saying that she would be her concubine. "Madam asked you to go back quickly and deal with this matter." Su Xianming felt like he was in a dream. What the Hades? My mother has agreed to let me marry Jingyang. Why should I take a concubine? Besides, Jingyang is stubborn. How could she agree to be a concubine? Su Xianming was confused and hurried back to the mansion. Lu Mei, who had been waiting at the gate, told him everything as soon as she saw him. Su Xianming was so distressed that he ran to the lobby and hugged Jingyang, who was like a withered flower. "Jingyang, you have suffered. How could your father be so cruel to treat you like this?" Seeing this, Gu Nanchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You should handle your own affairs. Whether you want to take a concubine, marry a wife, or break up, I respect your opinions. The heroine is almost reduced to your son's concubine. The plot line has collapsed into this mess. You should be prepared to die." Gu Nanchi didn't know why old man Li was crazy. He didn't let his daughter be the main wife, but rushed to send her to be a concubine. It was a good card, but he played it badly. Jingyang was filled with rage and burst out towards Gu Nanchi. "If it weren't for you, how would I have ended up in this situation today? You are obviously as poisonous as a snake and scorpion, but you pretend to be a bodhisattva and deceive everyone." Su Yunyan glared at Jingyang and felt that her mother's kindness was splashed into the mud. Leaning Jing, "Keep your mouth shut. If you dare to disrespect my mother again, I will slap you in the face." Jingyang felt that she had nothing left, so she decided to go all out and seek justice for herself. She said mournfully, Su Lang, the Marquis's wife has caused me so much trouble. She knew very well that the housekeeper thing was a Hades of a pit, but she pushed me into it." Su Yunyan immediately quit and shouted, "Did my mother force you with a knife? You didn't have to come to the funeral that day, but you privately set up a colorful tent, brought a mourning team, and insisted on being the person in charge. We asked you to be the housekeeper, and we didn't ask you to pay for it yourself. There is already an established practice in the mansion, but you insist on changing it. It seems that if you don't change it, you can't show your ability. Change it if you want to. You're afraid that the servants won't listen to you, so you're thinking of buying their mouths with money." Su Yunting, who had hurried over after hearing that there was something exciting to watch, said, "Isn't that right? That night, Big Brother advised you to give up the housekeeper's power. Who was it that swore that he could do it, and you refused to do it?" Su Yunting patted his chest, took a breath, and continued, "From the beginning to the end, my mother agreed to Big Brother marrying you. It was your biological father who sent you in as a concubine. Go and make trouble for them if you have the guts. Don't bully my mother for being kind." Jingyang, however, felt that these young masters and ladies were all fooled by Gu Nanchi. This is all the conspiracy of the Marquis's wife. She predicted everything about me, even my father. They will abandon me. The more Jingyang thought about it, the more she thought that Madame Ho was scheming. "Su Lang, I don't want to be a concubine. Concubines can be traded, and Madame Ho will definitely sell me out. Save me." Su Xianming was overwhelmed and kept comforting Jingyang. Okay, I won't be a concubine. I'll marry you." Jingyang looked panicked and desperate. "I have no dowry and no family. Even if I marry in, how can I have a good life? By then, you and I will hate each other."
Haha, this is a dead end.
"It's a dead end." Jingyang laughed until tears came out. It turns out that from the day I fell in love with you, it was destined that I was on a dead end. Su Lang, I regret it. I regret it so much. Why did I provoke you?
No, Yunyan.
I provoked you. Tell me, what do you want to do? I'll listen to you. Su Xianming felt that Jingyang's words were like a knife, cutting his heart again and again. I dare not think about anything. I just want you to be with me all the time. I'm afraid that if I leave you, you will never see me again. Jingyang said softly. Okay. Mother, I'll take a leave of absence from the school. Su Xianming agreed immediately. Jingyang looked at Gu Nanqi viciously and provocatively. Her life was ruined, so she would ruin the eldest son whom Gu Nanqi valued the most. Marry? Be a concubine? Oh, there is no way she can enter the Yongchang Marquis' mansion. Being a wife or a concubine is impossible. Gu Nanqi was glared at by Jingyang, and she felt confused. What does this have to do with her? The loving mother system that had been nagging and complaining was silent. When Su Xianming hugged Jingyang and left the hall, Su Yunyan was so angry that she wiped her tears. What a troublemaker. We haven't blamed her for messing up the mansion, and she dared to turn the tables. Su Yunting opened his bright eyes and looked at Gu Nanqi. Mother, she can't take care of the family anymore. Isn't it time for you to take care of it?
Clear. Sky.
Thunder. Gu Nanqi was stunned where she was. How could she have forgotten about this? Gu Nanqi coughed twice. My son is rebellious, which hurts my heart. I may need to stay in bed for a few days before I can recover. Let Yunyan take care of the housekeeping for now. Su Yunyan opened her mouth in disbelief when she heard that. Me? Mother, I don't know how to do it. Gu Nanqi smiled and asked Lumei to get a key. I have already divided the dowry into 5 parts. You 3 siblings, and I will each get 1 part. The other part is reserved for public use. Gu Nanqi thought of her cheap husband who had been at the border for a long time and did not give a penny to his family, so she decided not to give him any face. Your father's monthly allowance was all sent to the border. We are living off the fat of the land. Yunyan, you have a heavy burden. Su Yunyan kept rubbing her belt with both hands, her little face full of expectation and nervousness. Me. Can I do it? Gu Nanqi solemnly stuffed the key into Su Yunyan's hand and looked straight into her eyes. Yunyan, your eldest brother is disabled, and your second brother is in poor health. You have lofty ambitions and are the most promising person in our family. If you can't even clean up your own house, how can you clean up the world? You have to practice for the future. Su Yunyan's eyes gradually became firm. Mother, you are right. Your daughter will never let you down. Su Yunyan turned back before she walked out of the door. But, Mother, what should I do? This Marquis' mansion has established precedents, and there are also regulations set by Jingyang. You can make your own decision, and it doesn't matter if you make mistakes because your second brother is here. Okay, Mother. Su Yunting was dumbfounded. Me? But I'm a man. Gu Nanqi glanced at him unhappily. Can you join the army to make achievements, or can you take the Imperial examinations? Su Yunting's eyes flickered. My body can't do it. In that case, you can help your sister. If she makes a mistake, you go to make up for it. If she is not competent, then it's your turn. Gu Nanqi said without allowing any refusal. Su Yunting is the smartest person in the mansion who has been stamped by the loving mother system. Since he is so smart, he should do more work and stop running around all day. It is already troublesome enough to have a mistress, Jingyang, in the mansion. If he recruits a thief master, how lively will it be? Gu Nanqi, who successfully pushed the housekeeper power out again and found things for his younger son and daughter, can finally enjoy his life in peace. If he doesn't want to go to school, then don't go to school. Forcing him to go to school at this time will only arouse his rebellious psychology. Most adolescent children are like this, and Gu Nanqi has seen too much. Just when Gu Nanqi ordered his servants to buy a portion of the delicious food from each stall in the night market from east to west, and buy 10 portions a day to taste them one by one, Jingyang's venting in the hall was quietly spread. Last time, we talked about how the merchant Jiao Jiao was sent to the Marquis by her own father in a sedan chair. Let's continue. The storyteller slammed the gavel hard to attract the guests' attention. The merchant Jiao Jiao contradicted the Marquis's wife in front of the eldest son and revealed all the Marquis's long-term plans. The guests were bustling. If you ask me, the stupidest person is the merchant girl's father. He didn't want to be the father-in-law of a good marquis, but sent his daughter to be a concubine. The guests at another table refuted with a sneer. You are only blinded by wealth and glory. The marquis's wife is so resourceful and has an excellent character. If the merchant girl's family doesn't continue to survive, I'm afraid they will have no place to be buried in the future. The fat man sitting on the side with his arms around his right said disdainfully, How can it be so exaggerated? It's just some things in the inner chamber. How could the marquis's wife have such resourcefulness? The storyteller chuckled. You, my guests, don't know. Oh, forget it. I can't say it. I can't say it. The storyteller immediately aroused the interest of the guests. What can't be said? It's just a story. That's right. That's right. I'll give you a reward. Just feel free to tell it. The overwhelming copper coins, mixed with broken silver and banknotes, fell on the stage like rain. The storyteller laughed so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He pretended to be sneaky and said, I will tell you something, and you guests please listen.
Don't take this seriously.
The Ho Madam's biological father was the god of war of the dynasty. He once led an army of 5,000 and went deep into the enemy's territory alone, defeating 30,000 enemy troops. The Ho Madam has been familiar with military books since she was a child. When her biological father went out to fight, she was raised by the Empress Dowager and received her training. You say, how can such a woman be an ordinary person? The guests who heard the secret were satisfied and decided to tell their families about it and show it off after returning home. In the private room on the second floor of the tea house, the young lady of Duke Jigwa squeezed next to her mother and asked gossipingly, Is Gu Nanshi really that capable? If she's so capable, why are all the children she raised so hopeless? The old lady pulled her ear in annoyance. Why do you always ask about Gu Nanshi recently? Well, there are some things I'll tell you, so don't ask about them anymore. The young lady of Duke Jigwa poured her mother a cup of tea in a fawning manner. The old lady, what the storyteller said is true. This is not a secret. Even the fact that the Yongchang Marquis' mansion relies on Gu Nanshi's dowry to survive is known to many people. The young lady of the Duke of Ji suddenly realized, no wonder you all just laughed and were not worried at all when the merchant Jingyang took away the housekeeper's power. The old lady sighed and said, This is not a deliberate trap set by Gu Nanshi. If the merchant spent some time and inquired a little, she would know about it. Gu Nanshi just went with the flow and is quite like his father. The old lady put down her teacup, her tone melancholy. Gu Nanshi was so glorious back then. She and the late emperor were childhood sweethearts and were the crown princess in everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, General Gu died in battle later, and the marriage was snatched away by the current Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was worried that the late emperor would take Gu Nanshi into the harem and add a strong enemy to herself, so she took advantage of the time when the late emperor was personally leading the army to marry Gu Nanshi to Su Yanting, the current Yongchang Marquis. At that time, the Yongchang Marquisate had already fallen, and Su Yanting was only the second son, without a title. Everyone in the capital knew that the Yongchang Marquisate had no money. When the late emperor returned victoriously, he was furious to learn that his sweetheart had married someone else, so he sent Su Yanting to the army. The old lady shook her head and laughed. Su Yanting is also a stubborn guy. He knew about the affair between the late emperor and Gu Nanshi, but he and Gu Nanshi still had 2 children in 3 years and 3 in 5 years. This made the late emperor angry. When Gu Nanshi just got pregnant with Su Yunyan, he demoted Su Yanting to the border and did not allow him to return to Beijing for 10 years. The young lady of the Duke of Jigwa did not know whether to sympathize with Gu Nanshi or admire her at this time. That's why she endured for so many years, until the late emperor passed away. She dared to. The old lady looked at the steam rising above the teacup and sighed. I thought that more than 10 years would wear away her arrogance, and she was just a backyard woman like us. Unexpectedly, her methods became more and more sophisticated. Even if everyone knew it was her who did it, they could not find her fault. The The young lady of the Duke of Jigwa said sourly. Was she so good at the beginning? Why did so many people miss her? That's not the case. Later, the late emperor had long forgotten about her, but she was cautious by nature. Now, she is better than before, like a fine wine that has been precipitated by time, becoming more mellow. The old lady praised. If the late emperor were still alive, he would not let go of Gu Nanshi like this. The young lady of the Duke of Ji snorted in dissatisfaction. Don't men love delicate flowers at the age of 15 or 16? How can they look down on us, the middle-aged women in our 30s? The old lady tapped her forehead. Experience can make a man reborn, and similarly, it can make a woman fragrant and charming. Men love delicate flowers because the harem has turned you into the same mold. The young lady of the Duke of Ji was not convinced. Gu Nanshi is different? With such means, men must be afraid of her like a tiger? Silly child, if it was a concubine like her, men would naturally not like it. If it was the mistress of the house who would not like it, men are the most realistic. The same conversation happened in many noble families. Even Su Yunyan, who had finally gone out, was teased by the ladies. Yunyan, you will be different in the future. Your mother gave you the power of housekeeper. I'm afraid she wants to really train you. Su Yunyan stamped her feet in shame and said embarrassedly, It's just a small matter. Why are you spreading it so widely? You have already started to learn how to manage the family, but you still want to tease me. The second daughter of the Duke of Jigwa laughed and said, We are different. My mother is not as powerful as your mother. That's right. Su Yunyan grinned happily. But how did you know that my mother is powerful? The second daughter of the Duke of Jigwa said unhappily. Who doesn't know? You are really. Your mother is so powerful that the late emperor has been hanging on his heart for more than 10 years. But you didn't reveal any news at all, which is too mean. The other friends also followed suit. That's right. Your mother has such means. No wonder she is not afraid of that merchant woman. Su Yunyan listened to the sisters chattering and was stunned for a moment. What the Hades? Such an awesome woman turned out to be her own mother? And my mother's charm has not diminished. Now she has bewitched a bunch of old men in their 20s and 30s? Su Yunyan, who had heard a lot of gossip about her mother, felt like she had nails on her buttocks when she returned to the mansion. She couldn't sit still at all. Should I ask my mother? Su Yunyan plucked a petal of chrysanthemum. No. My mother will definitely not admit it. Su Yunyan lifted her skirt and wanted to run to Aunt Duan's yard. In the past, she had the best relationship with Aunt Duan. As soon as she went out, Su Yunyan turned around and turned to the yard of her second brother, Su Yunting. Second brother. Su Yunyan blocked Su Yunting, who was about to sneak out. Su Yunting climbed down from the wall angrily and said unhappily, What happened in the mansion again? Is it that the accounts are not settled clearly? Or do you not know how to count the warehouse? Seeing that Su Yunting was slowly returning to the house, Su Yunyan carried Su Yunting and ran back. That's not important. Su Yunting was shaken and his stomach was churning. There is a difference between men and women. Put me down quickly. Su Yunyan put Su Yunting heavily on the chair, almost breaking Su Yunting's face. I have a secret to tell you. Su Yunyan waved her hand and asked all the servants to go out, then said mysteriously, Do you know that mother was the childhood sweetheart of the late emperor? Su Yunting rubbed his numb face and glanced at Su Yunyan. Is that it? I know. I heard my grandmother talk about it. Su Yunyan widened her eyes. My mother has returned to the world and has confused the lords of various families. This matter you know that, too? Su Yunting motioned Su Yunyan to sit down and asked with great interest. What's going on? Sister, tell me in detail. Su Yunyan. It spread all over the capital. The Prince of Jigwa, Li Hanlin, Tang Xuesher, the cabinet reader, and so on, all admire Anyang. A few days ago, they had a big fight in the tea house because of Anyang. Su Yunting narrowed his eyes and thought, These people are all handsome, both civil and military. Although they are almost 30 years old and a little older, they are barely worthy of Anyang. Su Yunyan was shocked. Second brother. What kind of tiger and wolf words are you talking about? Su Yunting disliked the chair being too hard and took a cushion behind him. Don't make a fuss. My father hasn't been home for more than 10 years, and he has a concubine to serve him at the border. Isn't it normal for a Nyang to have more lovers? Su Yunyan was shocked and stammered, lovers.
Bang!
Or several. Brother, keep your voice down. Su Yunyan hurriedly closed the door. Su Xuanming's worldview was greatly shocked. His mother, who was a model of a noble lady in every move, actually had a lover. What kind of fantasy world is this? Su Yunting had always been at odds with his elder brother Su Xianming, so he asked unhappily, "Why don't you go to accompany your sweetheart and come to my yard?" Su Xianming still had an expression of "Who am I? Where am I? What happened?" and answered in a daze, "I want to see if my mother is angry. With you here, you can help me share some of my mother's anger." Su Yunting sneered and said with thin lips, "Get lost." If it were in the past, Su Xianming would definitely let Su Yunting know why the flowers were so red. But today, Su Xianming actually returned to his yard obediently. Jingnyang, who had been acting depressed for a long time, waited for a long time, but didn't see Su Xianming coming to comfort her, so she turned around. Su Xianming was sitting at the round table in a daze, mumbling something. "Su Leng, what's wrong with you?" Jingnyang leaned against Su Xuanming's side and asked with concern. "My mother has lovers, and several of them." Su Xianming repeated this sentence like a tape recorder. Jingnyang's head suddenly tilted back, and she covered her mouth tightly with her hands. The servants in the room all lowered their heads, wishing they could huddle into a ball. Jingnyang gasped in shock. Could it be that the recent rumors were true? Madame Gu Nanshi was once the sweetheart of the late emperor and was cherished by him for more than 10 years. Is this true? So, as soon as the late emperor passed away, Gu Nanshi was able to find her lover in such a short time. Jingnyang clenched her fists tightly. It seemed that she had underestimated Gu Nanshi. She was so capable and could endure for more than 10 years. Will it really end well if I continue to go against her? If she was really cruel, she would rather destroy Su Xianming than deal with me. Jingnyang couldn't help but shiver. The secrets of wealthy families are likely to arouse people's curiosity, let alone such secrets that are related to imperial power and have a color element. Although Su Xianming had come to his senses, he repeatedly told the little guys to keep their mouths shut and not say anything they shouldn't. However, some rumors still spread in the capital at an explosive speed. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang actually has several lovers. There was even a fight between the lovers.
What?
The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is having an affair with Li Hanlin and the Prince of the Duke? They punched each other in public? Really? Fake? The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang actually bewitched the cabinet and the emperor, and they even fought in the court? TSK. More than 10 years ago, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang was famous in the capital. I didn't expect that her charm is still as good as before. Oh, the emperor is only 20 years old, young and strong, and he is the most beautiful woman in the capital, concubine Tong, by his side. He fell in love with the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. How beautiful must the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang be? She must be as beautiful as a fairy. The word of the most beautiful woman in the world, Gu Nanshi, spread throughout the capital in an instant, and there was a tendency to radiate to the surrounding areas. After hearing the final version of the rumor, the young lady of the Duke of Ji ran back to her parents' home without stopping. "Mother, Gu Nanshi actually brought the current emperor into her circle? How can she be so terrifying?" The old lady frowned and scolded in a low voice. "Why are you making such a fuss? How can you be so disrespectful?" Seeing that her mother was unhappy, the young lady of the Duke of Ji sat down obediently and said with a flattering smile, "You were too shocked and lost your composure for a moment." The old lady sighed and said worriedly, "You are so happy all day long. What will you do in the future? Since you have heard the rumor, why don't you think about how such a big thing could be spread so widely?" The young lady of the Duke of Ji was dumbfounded. Yes, although the saint had a mild temper, it would not be decent if the matter between him and Gu Nanshi were to be spread out. Mother, what do you think about this?" The old lady took a sip of tea, her eyes emitting a wise light. Anyone who dares to make a fuss about this must be a powerful person, or must have someone to rely on. The Empress Dowager will not go against the Emperor, so she is ruled out. It could be the Emperor. He wants to marry the beauty with a legitimate reason, so he deliberately spread the news and let Marquis Yongchang take the initiative to divorce. It could also be concubine Tong, who wants to use public opinion to overwhelm Gu Nanshi. The things that Gu Nanshi and her lovers had to say were dug out and analyzed in detail by the mistresses of each family. The Emperor loves raccoon the most. That year, raccoon scratched Gu Nanshi, and the Emperor never kept raccoon again. The Emperor gave pearls and jade to others, but gave Gu Nanshi a crystal hairpin. Flawless is more beautiful than jade, purer than ice. This is the Emperor's warning to Gu Nanshi, to keep pure and clean. No wonder the Marquis of Yongchang was not allowed to return to the capital for more than 10 years, even after the death of the late Emperor. So that's it. These details make people more certain of their guesses. Gu Nanshi, one of the protagonists, didn't know any of this. The maids in the main courtyard had heard something, but they didn't dare to ask. Even Lu Mei, who had been serving Gu Nanshi, was made unconfident by the rumors. Could it be that while she was on guard, her master was having a secret meeting with someone else? Lu Mei, what are you thinking about? Gu Nanshi felt that she hadn't been living a good life recently. The servants in the mansion and the courtyard always looked at her with strange eyes. When asked what they were looking at, they all trembled like sieves and could not utter a word for a long time. Lu Mei hurriedly brought a plate of barbecue. I am confused by the smell of this barbecue. Gu Nanshi gave Lu Mei half of it with a smile. You are such a greedy cat. But the barbecue of Daxiangguo Temple is really delicious. It is worth my waiting for so long. Take this half plate down and share it with the sisters.
Thank you, master.
Lu Mei's thoughts were scattered again. The barbecue of Daxiangguo Temple was sold only once every half a month. It was very popular among the people in Beijing. The queue could be formed from the south of Beijing to the north of Beijing. This time, the barbecue of Daxiangguo Temple was so smooth that the idle man who helped to run errands exclaimed that he was lucky. Could it be that there is a hidden story here? Mother! After half a month, Su Xianming stepped into Gu Nanshi's yard again. Su Xuanming's arrival broke the strange atmosphere in the yard. The servants were like robots with switches turned on, diligently serving tea and water to Su Xianming. This enthusiastic look made it seem as if Su Xianming was the real owner of the yard. Gu Nanshi was busy chewing the barbecue in her mouth and signaled Su Xianming to continue with her eyes. Su Xuanming's lower eyelids were blue, and he looked listless. He smiled at Gu Nanshi in a flattering way, then pointed at the barbecue on the table and said something to make conversation. Is lunch barbecue today? It smells delicious. Gu Nanshi reluctantly pushed the plate over. Look at you. You are so thin. You are almost like a clothes rack. If you want to eat, eat more. Su Xianming felt a sour nose and a mist in his eyes after being cared for by Gu Nanshi for a long time. Mother, I want to go to school. As soon as these words came out, not only Gu Nanshi, but also Lu Mei and other maids all turned their eyes to him. The sun rises from the west today? Su Xianming bowed his head deeply. He was 1.8 meters tall and timid like a quail. No, I just want to go to school. Gu Nanshi frowned and carefully looked at Su Xuanming's expression. Are you serious? Su Xianming nodded, not daring to look up at Gu Nanshi. If you want to go, go. After getting Gu Nanshi's promise, Su Xianming still didn't leave. He hesitated for a moment before whispering, Mother, I haven't been to school for a long time. I want to treat my classmates to a meal. Gu Nanshi, how much do you want? 200 taels.
No, 150 taels.
Su Xianming gritted his teeth and said. Gu Nanshi looked at Su Xianming deeply. Lu Mei, go and give it to him. Thank you, Mother. Su Xianming took the money, turned around and walked out of the yard, wiping his eyes from time to time. Gu Nanshi stared at the barbecue on the table, which was motionless. At this time, Su Yunyan, who came every day, came in and couldn't wait to stuff the barbecue into her mouth. Ah, it smells so good. Mother, why don't you eat it? Gu Nanshi poured her a glass of warm water. Drink slowly. Your eldest brother came just now and said that the barbecue smells good, but he didn't eat a bite. Oh, has your eldest brother changed his nature? He has always loved meat, and he eats 2 pounds of meat in one meal. Today, he doesn't eat meat? Su Yunyan's cheeks were bulging with food. If it were in the past, she would definitely be scolded by her mother. But now, her mother only brought her water, for fear that she would choke. Gu Nanshi also felt that something was wrong with Su Xianming. Did your elder brother have a fight with Jingyang? Su Yunyan nodded. They had a fight last night and this morning. My elder brother wanted to go to school, but Jingyang wouldn't allow it. Gu Nanshi frowned even tighter. Su Xianming was not a bookworm. In the past, the original owner had forced him to go to school. Some time ago, for more than 10 days, he hadn't picked up a pen, let alone going to school. Why did he suddenly have to go to school today? Would he go even if it meant having a big fight with Jingyang? Has your elder brother been acting weird lately? Su Yunyan answered without even thinking. Ever since he met Jingyang, he's been like a possessed person, and nothing about him is the same as before. After Su Yunyan had eaten and drunk her fill, she saw Gu Nanshi frowning and unable to hide her worry, so she couldn't help but persuade him. Mother, why do you care about them? Your elder brother is so old, can he still be bullied? Don't worry about it, just live your beautiful life. Su Yunyan stood up and massaged Gu Nanshi's shoulders. Mother, you've worked hard these years. Second brother is right. You just need to live your life happily and don't be afraid of those rumors. My second brother and I are not afraid. As she spoke, Su Yunyan's eyes turned red. But, can you please not divorce Daddy? After the divorce, if you marry someone else and are strictly controlled by your husband's family, how can you be as free as you are now? You and Daddy should take care of your own things. Even if you have 3 or 4 lovers, it doesn't matter. Su Yunyan was strong, and the massage was particularly comfortable. Gu Nanshi was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. When she heard these words, she was so scared that her soul almost died. 3 or 4 lovers. How do you know this? Su Yunyan let it slip for a moment, but was too embarrassed to answer this question. She was at a loss for a long time before she whispered. My second brother said so. Gu Nanshi was completely numb. She frantically at the loving mother system in her mind. Such an important plot. Why didn't you say it earlier? At the beginning, you only said that Wudong was a mother, but didn't say there was a lover. The loving mother system read the original book to pieces, but couldn't find a single word about this matter. This is not written in the book. You are just the mother of the cannon fodder villain, the cannon fodder among the cannon fodders. Who would write so much about you in the book? When the person and the system were arguing in their minds, Lu Mei threw another big bomb. Gu Nanshi's life of playing bad was seriously threatened. If he didn't figure this out, Gu Nanshi would not be able to eat well or sleep well. But the loving mother system became useless at this time.
It didn't know anything when asked.
When asked again, it automatically shut down. Go call your second brother. After thinking about it, Gu Nanshi decided to ask Su Yunting. My second brother said that there is an old mountain ginseng for sale in the suburbs. He wants to go and see if he can get a bargain. Su Yunyan believed it. Gu Nanshi immediately stood up and said in a hurry, Let's go find your second brother. The coachman hurriedly led the carriage and waited at the gate. The body of the carriage is simple and generous, without too many expensive decorations. Under the shaft, inconspicuously carved with exquisite patterns and the family emblem of Yongchang Marquis Mansion. Su Yunyan frowned, looking unhappy. Why is it this one? Where is the red plum stepping on snow? The coachman quietly moved the footstool. The old lady called that carriage away early in the morning, saying that she was going to Daxiangbo Temple to pray for the Marquis. Gu Nanshi was anxious to find the second brother, stepped on the footstool, and jumped onto the carriage with a force. Yunyan, stay at home. If your second brother comes back, stop him and don't let him run away again.
Don't worry.
Even if I tie you up, I will keep my second brother at home.
Su Yunyan nodded heavily.
The coachman sighed lightly, flicked the whip, and the carriage moved slowly. Gu Nanshi went out at a bad time. There were many pedestrians on the road, causing the carriage to move extremely slowly, not much faster than walking. Madam, how about we take another route? Although it will be a little longer, there will be fewer pedestrians. The coachman asked. Gu Nanshi lifted the curtain and glanced out. The whole street was full of bustling people, with big and small packages. Okay. After the coachman changed to a remote road, there were fewer people. But when the carriage reached a place where there were almost no people, it was stopped by a young man in fancy clothes. There is work ahead. Please take a detour. The coachman smiled and said, My dear, we have urgent business to go to Nanshan. This is the only way. Please be flexible. The young man in fancy clothes pulled out the whip wrapped around his waist, pointed at the coachman and shouted, Do you want to go on your own initiative, or do you want me to ask you to go? Madam? The coachman asked the curtain. Gu Nanshi, behind the curtain, wanted to take a detour. There was no need to conflict with the young man, who didn't know the depth of the situation. But suddenly, a man's cry of pain came to his ears. It sounded a bit like Su Xianming? But shouldn't Su Xianming be in the school at this time? Why did he appear in the suburbs? Gu Nanshi thought of Su Xuanming's abnormal appearance and felt something was wrong, so he decided to wait and see. Gu Nanshi pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Amid the sound of fists hitting flesh, there were the young men's duck-voiced curses.
Su Xuanming.
Did we give you face? We asked you to bring 200 taels, but you only brought back 50 taels. Are you sending away beggars? Then there was a round of punches and kicks. Gu Nanshi's heart tightened. Was this Su Xianming her unpromising eldest son? Or were they just the same name? Haha, you clearly had 150 taels, but you returned 100 taels to the tea house.
What?
In your heart, we are not as important as a businessman? That's right. You love the merchant woman so much. Maybe you love her too much. But we are not your useless mother. You actually let a merchant woman climb over your head. Su Xianming was originally curled up on the ground, holding his head with both hands, saying nothing, silently enduring. Hearing that this group of people were actually talking about Anyang, Su Xianming shouted, Don't talk about my Anyang. This made the young men laugh. Now, do you know how to protect your mother? At the beginning, you protected the merchant girl and trampled your mother's face into the mud. Why don't you feel sorry for your mother? The reason why you don't go to school, do you think others don't know if you don't tell it? The merchant girl was given to you as a concubine by her father, so she wanted to destroy you. Everyone in the capital is laughing at you, but you are still deceiving yourself. Oh, by the way, with your grades, it's difficult to pass the exam to become a student. It's better to go home and accompany women. After the young men laughed, they started to beat Su Xianming up again. Su Xianming bit his lips tightly, and every part of his body was in pain. The tip of his nose was full of the fishy smell of mud. Su Xianming's tears fell one by one, hit the ground heavily, merged into the mud, disappeared, and only left a shallow mark. Just like an ordinary person, in Songsan Academy where geniuses are born, he is like a drop of water. No one cares, even if he falls into mud, no one will look at him. It's okay, Su Xianming, just bear with it. When they have had enough, they will stop fighting. Su Xianming closed his eyes, used his arms to protect his head tightly, and maintained a defensive posture. Madam, it's really the eldest son. The coachman looked closely and saw that the person lying on the ground like a mud monkey was his own son, Su Xianming. Gu Nanshi lifted the curtain, stood on the carriage, and watched the scene silently. Why don't you leave quickly? Remember to keep your mouth shut. If I hear any wind, I won't let you go. The boy who blocked the road looked Gu Nanshi up and down and said harshly. Gu Nanshi was in a hurry to go out, so she didn't dress up. She only wore a simple cotton and linen dress and a light gray cloak. Her thick black hair was tied behind her head with a silver hairpin. She looked like a beautiful woman from an ordinary family. The boy who blocked the road naturally didn't take her seriously. Gu Nanshi didn't leave, nor did she step forward to stop the bullying. Gu Nanshi, like Su Xianming, said nothing. I don't know how long it took. Maybe as if there was telepathy, Su Xianming opened his eyes and met Gu Nanshi's eyes. Anyang.
Su Xianming whispered softly.
He had never seen such a mother. In the past, Anyang was strict, unsmiling and methodical, and she scolded herself at every turn. Later, Anyang was relaxed and casual, as if she had thrown away the rules engraved in her bones all of a sudden. Now Anyang, she stood there alone with a blank expression. The look she gave him showed no disappointment, contempt, or heartache or sadness. She was like a bystander, waiting for him to make a decision. But, Anyang, what can he do? Su Xianming felt even more wronged. His vision blurred his eyes, and also blurred the figure of Gu Nanqi. Anyang, she must be very disappointed. As the future prince of Yongchang Marquis' mansion, he was beaten like a drowned dog and cried easily. Seeing Su Xianming being beaten to death, the loving mother system screamed, "Host, why don't you go and save him? Are you just standing here like an idiot? How can you be a mother like this?" The groom at the side was so anxious that he was about to rush over to help, but was stopped by Gu Nanqi. Gu Nanqi used his shoulder to push away the boy who blocked the road, and stopped 5 steps away from Su Xianming. "Su Xianming, fight back." Gu Nanqi threw the whip in front of Su Xianming and said coldly. Su Xianming opened his eyes suddenly. No one knew who had done this, but he had beaten his handsome face so hard that his eyes were black and blue. Li Xiaoyan, who had been standing aside, heard this and smiled. "Madam, please don't interfere with the play between our classmates." Gu Nanqi glanced at him and said lightly, "Well, I won't interfere. It's boring to play with only one side. It's better to have give and take." Li Xiaoyan frowned, unfolded the paper fan, and threatened, "I'm afraid I'll disappoint madam. We all think that it's good now. Isn't it, Su Xianming?" Wu Fatian stepped heavily on Su Xuanming's face, deforming his face. "Brotherly is talking to you? Are you deaf?" Su Xianming kept his mouth shut, refusing to show his spineless side in front of Gu Nanqi. Wu Fatian laughed and increased his strength. "Oh, now your spine has grown? I tell you, no matter how hard the bones are, I can break them for you." To the surprise of the teenagers, Gu Nanqi did not cry and whine like an ordinary woman, nor did she talk like a shrew. She didn't even look at the boys, but stared at Su Xianming intently, saying calmly and forcefully, "Stand up and fight back." "Mother, I can't beat you." Su Xianming said this with difficulty. "Even if I can't beat you, I have to beat you. If I can't beat you with a whip, I'll pull your hair, kick your crotch, and bite you with my mouth. If 10 people hurt you, you must drag one person down with you. As long as that person is more seriously injured than you, I will still recognize you as my son." Gu Nanqi's words were sonorous and powerful. Su Xianming was ruthless and reached out his hand to pick up the whip on the ground and waved it at the boys. "Su Xianming, are you crazy? How dare you hit us? Hee. Don't think that your mother is here and can make the decision for you. Today, I'll teach you a lesson about how powerful we are." At first, the boys were caught off guard by Su Xianming and were actually beaten several times. How could the boys have ever suffered such injustice? They immediately started to fight back. It was 10 against 1, and Su Xianming was not at an advantage. In addition, Su Xianming had never practiced martial arts and could only whip randomly and had no rules in the fight. For a while, Su Xianming was surrounded again. His clothes were tattered, and his back and arms were covered with blood marks from the whip. Seeing that Su Xianming had no power to fight back, Wu Fatian kicked him down with a flying kick. Unexpectedly, a white figure hit Wu Fatian from the side and instantly knocked Wu Fatian, who was standing on one foot, to the ground. The white figure rode on Wu Fatian and scratched his face with a pair of hands. "You stupid bug, you dare to hit your grandfather's brother. My dear grandson, take my claws." Wu Fatian's face was scratched all over, and he could only use his arms to protect his face, cursing, "You sickly Su Yunting, don't be like a shrew. If you have the guts, let's have a one-on-one duel. What's wrong with your brain? When you were 10 against 1 and bullying my brother, why didn't you mention a fair fight?" Su Yunting saw that he couldn't scratch Wu Fatian, so he used his knee to kick the 3-inch thing hard.
Ouch.
Wu Fatian screamed and almost fainted from the pain. After defeating Wu Fatian, Su Yunting looked for his next prey aggressively, and at the same time, he did not forget to scold Su Xianming. You blockhead, you can't win. So why don't you use dirty tricks? If they hurt your face, you will make them have no descendants. Su Xuanming's first reaction was, "Doan't you look down on me the most? Why are you helping me?" Su Yunting was furious. "I look down on you now too. You can't even fight and you are not as good as a patient like me. But you, Su Xianming, can only be bullied by me." Su Yunting glanced at Gu Nanshi beside him, and quickly added, "And mother, little sister can bully you too." Su Xianming smiled and said innocently, "Okay, I will let you bully me. Second brother, I don't know how to use dirty tricks. I will hug them. You use your hands. Oh no, use your feet." After saying this, Su Xianming rushed to hug the boy closest to him. He braved the fists that fell on his back like a storm and hugged the boy's waist tightly. "Second brother, come quickly." Su Yunting's eyes turned red, and he saw the opportunity and kicked him in the crotch.
Ouch.
The boy burst into a miserable wail and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Xiaoyan immediately ordered the teenagers, "Surround them. Take down Su Xianming first. Su Yunting, that sickly guy, only dares to use dirty tricks and doesn't dare to force himself." With Li Xiaoyan's command, Su Xianming and Su Yunting were quickly separated and were at a disadvantage again. Su Yunting only felt a burning pain in his lungs. The fists and feet of the teenagers landed on him, as if his bones were about to be broken. Looking at Su Xianming not far away, his situation was not much better. 5 teenagers surrounded him, but he endured the beating and tried to move forward to his side. "Brother, don't worry about the others. Let's go and beat Li Xiaoyan." Su Yunting immediately saw who was the leader. Okay. Regardless of the pain in their bodies, the 2 brothers rushed towards Li Xiaoyan. When Su Xianming hugged Li Xiaoyan around the waist, Li Xiaoyan, who had always been in control of his wits, panicked. "How dare you? My father is the 2nd-rank Longwu general. If you dare to touch me, I will let my father impeach the Yongchang Marquis."
Su Xuanmin and Su Yunting post.
The Longwu general was a 2nd-rank military officer. Although his father had a title, his actual position was only the 4th-rank Zhongwu general. Not to mention whether to impeach or not. Even if the Longwu general put some obstacles in the way of Yongchang Marquis at work, Yongchang Marquis would be in big trouble. Seeing that the 2 did not dare to continue the fight, Li Xiaoyan said arrogantly, "I am the only child in my family. If you hurt me, you will pay with your life." The other teenagers agreed. That's right. Wu Fatian is the nephew of the school's principal Wu. "Su Xianming, if you dare to beat up your classmates, you'll be expelled from the school. I will go back and tell my father about what happened today and let them report the Marquis of Yongchang." That's right. And the Marquis's wife actually allowed her son to commit crimes. I think the 1-month house arrest last time was not enough. Gu Nanshi curled the corners of her lips coldly. This group of teenagers actually wanted to make a big deal out of it, so let's make a big deal out of it. If I am afraid at all, my name will be written upside down. Su Xianming, Su Yunting, if your father can't even take care of this for you, then you don't need this title and position. Gu Nanshi weighed the groom's self-defense stick and walked to Li Xiaoyan. "As for whether I will be reprimanded by the emperor, this is not something you can worry about." Gu Nanshi picked up the stick and aimed it at Li Xiaoyan's back, hitting him hard. "Let your son commit crimes? Haha, I'm just disciplining my son for the wife of General Longwu." Gu Nanshi's sudden attack directly stunned the scene, and everyone dared not blink. Until Li Xiaoyan cried out in pain, "What are you still standing there for? Save me." For a while, the scene was in chaos. No one could tell whose fists and feet hit them. In order to defend themselves, they could only attack the surroundings indiscriminately. The sun set, and the golden sunlight sprinkled on the ground. In the empty space, 3 figures lay on the ground. Their clothes were messy, and they were breathing heavily. "Hiss, hiss, mother, the stick you used just now hit me, it hurts." Su Yunting's right face was swollen, and his speech was a little unclear. Gu Nanshi blew on the bruise on his hand. "You deserve to be beaten. You always use the excuse of recuperating to sneak out. Whenever you go odd, bring a few more servants with you. Is it necessary for us to fight 3 against 10 today? The coachman hiding under the carriage shrank back when he heard this. Su Xianming felt sore and tired all over that he didn't even want to lift a finger. Mother is right, second brother. Next time you go out, be open and generous. You are right. You were blackmailed by this group of hooligans. Why didn't you know to bring more people? If I were you, I would rather use these hundreds of taels to hire some idlers and let these people know that the young master is not easy to bully. Su Yunting couldn't stand his elder brother. He was so indecisive and would rely on his grandmother's love for him to bully others. Su Xianming felt wronged. They didn't ask for so much at first. Usually they just asked me to treat them to a meal, but gradually, the meals became more and more luxurious, and in the end they asked for money directly. Su Yunting was furious. You spend so much money every month, but it's just given to outsiders for nothing? You think the money is too hot. Give it to me. Not only will I not hit you, I will also praise you. Su Xianming was weak and said, Second brother, don't be angry with your brother. I told my grandmother that the students of Songshan College are either rich or noble, and our Yongchang Marquis Mansion cannot compete with them. She asked me to be patient. Are you stubborn? Do you have to go to this school? Don't you know?
Suyunting post.
The 3 of them fell silent. Gu Nanshi sighed slightly in his heart. Su Xianming had repeatedly told the original owner that he didn't want to go to school. But the place in Songshan College was obtained by the original owner with great effort. How could he be allowed not to go if he didn't want to? The original owner thought that Su Xianming could not bear the hardship of going to school, so she insisted that he must go. Once, Su Xianming refused to go, and the original owner was furious and had the servants tie him up. Gu Nanshi felt heavy in her heart. In the original book, the 3 children had a miserable end, which was related to their personalities. Could it be that it had nothing to do with the education of the original owner? After a long time, Su Yunting asked anxiously, Mother, we beat them so badly today. What should we do if their families come to our door? Gu Nanshi supported herself on the ground with her hands and stood up. If they don't come to find me, I will go find them. After saying that, Gu Nanshi pulled Su Yunting and Su Xianming, got on the carriage, and returned to the Yongchang Marquis Mansion. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the mansion, they saw Su Yunyan rushing up like a little firecracker, lifting the door curtain and mumbling a series of words. Mother, where have you been? Have you found my second brother? I've been waiting at home, but he hasn't come back.
Ah.
Mother, eldest brother, second brother, what's wrong with you? Who hit you? Su Yunyan's eyes flushed. Su Xianming covered his face with his sleeves. Little sister, quickly ask someone to boil water. I want to wash up. Su Yunting kept rubbing his thighs. Go and call the doctor. It's terrible. I'm afraid my legs are going to be useless.
Wait.
Gu Nanshi stopped them. No washing. I'll wash first. Su Xianming and Su Yunting looked at each other, both helpless. At the same time, many families in the capital were in chaos. In the residence of General Longwu Li, a group of people surrounded Li Xiaoyan. My dear grandson, who is so bold as to hit you?
Come.
Go to the wine shop and call the general back. The gray-haired old lady was so distressed that she couldn't stop crying. Grandma, it was the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang and her 2 sons. They hit me so hard that it hurt me to death.
Li Xiaoyan complained aggrievedly.
The old lady covered her chest and said angrily, Gu Nanshi, I will beat you back the same way she beat you tomorrow. The gentle lady beside her whispered, but there are rumors in the streets. The old lady waved her hand to interrupt her. These are all things that cannot be put on the table. I don't believe that Gu Nanshi, a married woman, dares to lay this matter out. The old lady said grimly, she and the late emperor were childhood sweethearts, and they had a relationship. And then she dared to have a private affair with the current emperor. A woman serves 2 generations of saints. If this is exposed, those sour children will eat her alive. Li Xiaoyan was relieved when he heard it, and said coquettishly, Grandmother, you must vent your anger for your grandson. Song's Han Academy. Wu Shanchang anxiously asked the doctor, Doctor, how's my nephew? Wu Shanchong has been married for 20 years and has only 2 daughters. The entire Wu family has only Wu Fatian, the only child. It's okay that he is naughty on weekdays, but this time he was sent back lying down. The injury was to the most important part. If something goes wrong, wouldn't the entire Wu family be extinct? The doctor took the silver and said truthfully, Mr. Wu was injured a little, and it will be a little disappointing in the boudoir in the future. But it will not affect the continuation of the family line. I will kill Su Yunting.
Kill Su Xuanming.
After hearing the doctor's diagnosis, Wu Fatian struggled to get out of bed and took a knife to chop people. Wu Shanzong hurriedly supported him. Don't get angry. You should rest well first. Uncle, you must avenge me. Wu Fatian burst into tears. Gu Nanshi walked out of the main courtyard wearing the imperial dress of the third-rank lady. Mother, where are you going? Su Xianming was distracted. Since Mother was granted the imperial decree, she has never worn this dress on weekdays. Gu Nanshi straightened her hair and waved her sleeves. Go and get back. The Yongchang Marquis mansion is in mourning, and they can't wear 2 grand and gorgeous clothes. But clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Gu Nanshi chose to wear the third-rank imperial robe. Mother, why don't you go to mourn? Su Yunting, who was lying on the door panel and ordered by Gu Nanshi, asked with bright eyes. Gu Nanshi pulled up the corner of his mouth. Weeping is to show weakness to the enemy, arouse public opinion, and occupy a high moral position. Our Yongchang Marquis mansion is already weak. Why do we have to humble ourselves to the mud? Today, I want to let them know that even if the Yongchang Marquis mansion is weak, it is not something that everyone can step on. The most important thing is that the original owner raised so many fish, including a golden arowana. If he doesn't kill them and serve them on the table now, does he have to wait for the fish to run away and then regret it? Gu Nanshi doesn't have the confidence that he can raise so many fish like the original owner without capsizing. Hearing the news, Jingyang rushed over and grabbed Su Xuanming's arm tightly. Su Leng, you can't go. General Longwu, the president of Songshan School, the imperial censor. We can't afford to offend these people. Su Xianming pulled Jingyang's hand away and said seriously, if they bully me today, they will dare to bully my whole family tomorrow. We must defeat them. Jingyang, don't be afraid. You have not entered my house, so this matter will not implicate you. Seeing that she could not convince Su Xianming, Jingyang persuaded Gu Nanshi. Madam, you are the mistress of the Marquis mansion. Do you want to drag the entire Marquis mansion into the quagmire because of a small dispute between Su Lang and his classmates? That's right.
Gu Nanshi.
You can't go. I'm your mother-in-law. You have to listen to me. The old lady who came back from burning incense at Daxiangguo Temple blocked Gu Nanshi's way. Gu Nanshi first said to Jingyang seriously, Su Xianming is my son, and I must seek justice for him. Today, the one who encountered this incident was not Su Xianming, but Su Yunting or Su Yunyan, and I would do the same. After Gu Nanshi finished speaking, he bypassed the old lady and let a group of people out. Gu Nanshi was dressed in a solemn imperial robe and walked in the front. On his left hand was Su Xianming, who was bruised and in a mess. On his right hand was Su Yunting, who was carried on a door panel. His body was thin, and he kept crying. Su Yunyan walked on the other side of Su Yunting, holding a water bag and feeding Su Yunting a mouthful of water from time to time. Behind Gu Nanshi followed a group of servants, beating gongs and drums, which was very lively. Soon, a large group of onlookers followed behind the servants. The one leading the way is the most beautiful woman in the world, Gu Nanshi.
Huh.
You know those things too? That's right, it's her. Her aura is not inferior to the other ladies at all. Of course, a noble lady who grew up under the care of the Grand Empress Dowager. How can her temperament be bad? But what is she doing with the gongs and drums? Could it be that she is going to force the emperor to marry her? So exciting! Let's go and see. The crowd behind the servants was getting bigger and bigger. Many people who didn't know the truth, when they heard that it was the most beautiful woman in the world, Gu Nanshi, who was going to knock on the palace gate, didn't even eat their meals and just followed behind her. That's the one. The 5th-ranked doctor of the Ministry of Rights. The one who opens his mouth and bites people.
Su Xuanming whispered.
Gu Nanxi nodded slightly. Xianming, knock on the door. Su Xianming obediently knocked on the door, but there was no sound. Behind the door, Dr. Chen's wife hugged her son and cried loudly, "You are so incompetent. You want us too to suffer the injustice. You're just Gu Nanxi. If you do such a thing, why don't you go and impeach her?" Mr. Li said with a grave face. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you have evidence?" Mrs. Li said to him, "If you tell me evidence, why are you hiding in the house? Dare you open the door?" Mr. Li's face turned red. "I call a good man not to fight with a woman." Gu Nanxi outside the house had already guessed that these parents would not open the door easily. "If you open the door and admit your mistake in public, where will you show your face?" He refused to admit it and argued with Gu Nanxi in public. Simply close the door and deal with the matter coldly. It is even more impossible for Gu Nanxi to raise her posture high and then fall down gently in the end. Isn't this just telling everyone, "Come on, bully Yongchang Hofu to your heart's content. They're just toothless tigers, not dangerous at all"? "Shout louder," Gu Nanxi ordered. The servants of Marquis Yongchang first made a rapid sound of gongs, attracting everyone's attention. Then, with the rhythm of beating again and again, the servants shouted together, "Li Mingde, if you have the ability to open your mouth and bite people, then you can open the door. Li Mingde, if you have the ability to open your mouth and bite people, just open the door. If you have the ability to open the door. Li Mingde, if you have the ability to open your mouth and bite, you have the ability to open the door." The voice was clear and clear enough for everyone to hear. In Longzhong's mansion, Li Mingde covered his face and wanted to run out of the house. Mrs. Li's face turned red and white for a while, and she was trembling with anger. "What a Gu Nanxi! You are trying to ruin my son's reputation." Gu Nanxi's behavior was quite rogue. If word spread, it would only make everyone laugh. Housewife jokes. However, what good can his son gain? A 7-foot-tall man who opened his mouth to bite someone and was blocked by a woman at the door of his house was totally humiliated. "Husband, think of a way. How can our son go out to meet people after being called like this?" Mrs. Li pulled her son Li Mingde and knelt in front of Mr. Li. Li Longzhong thought about it and finally decided, "Mingde, open the door, don't say anything, and apologize to Su Xianming in public." Li Mingde felt like he was struck by lightning. "What? You want me to apologize to that loser?" Li Longzhong, he hated the iron but said, "Now you are stuck at home with this trash, and your reputation is ruined. Is it important for a man to be able to bend and stretch, or is it important for him to be strong at this moment, or for your future career? Could it be that if you want to be an official in the future, your colleagues will take advantage of you? Are you joking about biting people?" Li Mingde gritted his teeth and his chest heaved violently. "But I can't swallow this." Li Longzhong sneered. "I can swallow at your father? Gunan? She is so aggressive. How can she let Li Xiaoyan go? That's better. Just let her beat you and scold her. The world will only think that she is arrogant and domineering, but your reputation will be wiped out." Li Longzhong gave Li Mingde a lesson in evil and then opened the door with confidence. However, as soon as the door was opened and the lights were bright, the bruises on Su Xuanming's face were so terrifying. Su Yunting, who was lying on the door panel, looked as pale as a dead person. "Is this what you call a small dispute?" Li Longzhong squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. At this moment, he couldn't wait to drive that little rascal out of the house. What a cheating thing. After getting into trouble, they only knew to go home and file a complaint, but they avoided the important things and ignored the trivial matters. They didn't even mention that the rascals, actually beat Gu Nanxi's 2 children into such a horrible state. Gu Nanxi only has 2 sons. The eldest, Su Xianming, has not yet succeeded to the throne, and the second has been ill since he was a child. It is a miracle that he is alive to this day. His son beat them like this. No wonder Gu Nanxi would beat them up regardless of her dignity. If it were him, even if he gave up his official robe, he would still fight the other party to the death. But in this case, the plan just formulated may not be effective, and a different strategy will be needed. Mr. Li winked at Madam, and Mrs. Li nodded slightly. Brother Su, I'm sorry for you. If you want to hit or scold me, I will admit it. Li Mingde took a quick step and ran to Su Xianming and bowed. Su Xianming looked at Gu Nanxi as if asking for help. The moonlight is like silver, and the shadow of the moon is like a hook. Gu Nanxi was dressed in a rich attire, covered with plain brilliance, and was holy and majestic like a goddess in the sky. Gu Nanxi nodded slightly to Su Xianming. Su Xianming then helped Li Mingde up. If you know your mistakes and you can correct them, there is no greater good. But Brother Li, please don't bully and tease other students in the future. Li Mingde glanced at his own father out of the corner of his eye. This Su Xianming was so unkind. How should I answer if I speak so bluntly? Li Longzhong didn't even look at Li Mingde, but with a smile on his face, he apologized to Gu Nanxi. Why do I bother you to make a trip? Just now, I was teaching Quanzi in the hall, and it was just a small fight between classmates. Why is it so serious? Li Longzhong pulled Li Mingde over and whispered to Gu Nanxi. You were also present for today's incident, but the wound was in a critical place, and even the doctor hadn't done it yet. There's still time to see. Mrs. Li cried sadly. I only have the son. Mr. Li glared at Mrs. Li and said in mock anger, What do you know about a loving mother? He said he deserved it. He didn't behave properly in the past and played too much with his classmates. Mrs. Li felt aggrieved. My son broke his leg in school last time, and we didn't even come to see him. Su Xianming heard this now. Vaguely felt that Mr. Li and his family did not seem to be sincerely apologizing. Su Xianming stole a glance at Gu Nanxi, and sure enough, Gu Nanxi was raising the corners of her mouth, with obvious mockery in her eyes. Gu Nanxi asked sincerely, When did your son break his leg? Why was he injured? Mrs. Li's eyes flashed, and she said covertly, It happened at the beginning of last year. Alas, it was just between good friends. It's an unintentional mistake, so we can't pursue anything. The implication is that our son had his leg broken by Su Xianming, but he didn't pursue it. This time, Gu Nanxi came to Su Xuanming's house just because of a minor injury. She was really making a fuss out of a molehill. The discussions among the surrounding people also went as Mrs. Li expected. What Mrs. Li means is that Su Xianming caused Li Mingde to break his leg last time. Well, if the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang didn't come to apologize last time, she shouldn't come this time to ask for an explanation. Yes, although Su Xianming looks a little embarrassed, he didn't break any arms or legs. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is a little too arrogant. Madame Li and Dr. Li looked at each other and smiled smugly. Su Xianming heard the discussion and realized that he was being blamed. What should he do? Su Yunting wanted to stand up and curse, but Su Yunyan held him down, unable to move. Brother, Mother told me to watch you. You are a patient now, you can't move. Su Yunting said with rapid breathing. Sister, Mother asked you to watch me, not to kill me. Take your hand off my chest, I can't breathe. Su Yunyan immediately withdrew her hand, smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know why I have become stronger recently, and I couldn't control it for a while. Su Yunting rolled his eyes, but he didn't dare to really annoy his sister, so he could only cast a hopeful look at Gu Nanxi. Gu Nanxi seemed not to hear the discussions around her, and asked in a thorough manner, Oh, there is such a thing? How can this be possible? The children were bullied in school. If the parents don't help them, who will help them? Madame Li, don't be embarrassed, just speak out boldly. Gu Nanxi patted Li Mingde's hand lovingly. Good boy, although you bullied my Dalong. But one thing is one thing. If you are bullied and your parents don't help you, come to me. I will preside over this justice for you. These words almost made Li Mingde cry. It took him half a year to heal the broken leg. But his father didn't dare to say a word to the culprit. His parents kept saying that they felt sorry for him, but they only made him suffer in silence. He was worse than the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Li Mingde sniffed his sour nose and pretended to be strong, saying, Thank you, Madame Ho, for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Gu Nanxi almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Li Mingde said it was not necessary, but his face was full of baby is wronged. Ask quickly, I will tell you immediately. Gu Nanshi would naturally not give up this good opportunity, frowning and said unhappily, "You kid. If you don't tell me, won't the person who hurt you hurt others again?" Li Mingde took advantage of the situation and spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, revealing everything. It was Li Xiaoyan who did it. Li Xiaoyan thought I was disobedient, so he asked Wu Fatian to break my legs. When I just entered the school, Wu Fatian asked me to treat him to a meal. When he couldn't squeeze any more money out of me, he asked me to go with him to find my classmates.
So they pushed me down the stone mountain.
After saying that, Li Mingde's tears fell. I am not born a bad person. I finally got into Songshan College. My goal is to be the top student in high school and become an official, not to be an accomplice to the evildoer like I am now.
Rebellion.
Don't talk nonsense. You were playing and you accidentally fell off the rocks. How dare you accuse others? Dr. Li's face turned pale with fear. The people Li Mingde was talking about were also participants in the group fight in the afternoon. Gu Nanshi was going to find them, so she naturally agreed. Okay. Good boy, of course I believe you. But since your father doesn't think so, let's find witnesses to prove that what you said is true. Li Mingde's blood rushed to his head, and he walked at the front of the team without hesitation, stepping on the steps of not recognizing his relatives. Dr. Li almost fainted. Madam Yongchang, how can you let my eldest son be the first to come forward? He is just hitting the stone with an egg. Gu Nanshi followed Li Mingde slowly, and Lumei fed her some snacks from time to time, one bite at a time. Dr. Li, one person is an egg, so if 2, 3, etc. are put together, how do you know it is an egg, not a hammer? Dr. Li saw that his son was determined to go all the way, and Gu Nanshi was adding fuel to the fire and fanning the flames. He knew that this time, he would definitely go up against General Longwu. Since they were going to go up against each other, they would definitely get as many allies as possible. Dr. Li cursed in his heart, but in action, he followed closely behind Gu Nanshi. Madam Ho, the house of the Guanglu Temple Shaoqing is in front. Li Mingde knocked on the door. Chen Yishuan, open the door quickly. Don't hide in the house and don't come out. Chen Yishuan hid at home and almost burst into tears. This Li Mingde, who harms others but not himself, why doesn't he go to Jiangguanghai, but comes to me first? The servant was very anxious. Master, the lady and the old lady have gone to the Daxiangguo temple to eat vegetarian food, and they will not be back for a few days. The master went to the suburbs with the Guanglu Qing to buy food, and he will not be back tonight. Now, what should we do? Chen Yishuan was so anxious that he kept turning around. In the whole house, he was the only real master, and no one could make decisions for him. Outside the door, Li Mingde's voice was clearly audible. Madam, Chen Yishuan is alone at home. He will come to open the door soon. Dr. Li explained to his son in a low voice, the emperor is frugal. Some time ago, he ordered the 6 ministries and 9 temples to check themselves. The Guanglu Temple felt that the Guanglu Temple's expenses were a bit high, so he and Qin Shaoqing went to find a new source of goods. The Guanglu Temple was in charge of the food and drink provided in the general court meetings, sacrifices, and other ceremonies, and it was very profitable. The Guanglu Temple was worried that he would be killed as a warning to the monkeys, so he quickly thought of ways to make up for it. Some merchants with flexible brains hurriedly moved the pearwood chairs sold in their stores and asked Gu Nanshi to sit down. Gu Nanshi sat on the luxurious chair, sipping tea and snacks, leisurely and contented, as if she was in the Yongchang Marquis' mansion. Sure enough, before half an incense stick of time had passed, the door of the Guanglu Temple Shaoqing's mansion opened. Chen Yishuan walked out step by step, hesitating. Su, brother Su, I'm sorry. Su Xianming waved his hands repeatedly. It's okay. Anyang said that among the 10 boys, one must be injured more seriously than herself, and she will continue to recognize him as her son. Chen Yishuan is the boy who is more seriously injured than herself. Don't look at the fact that there are no scars on his face. In fact, the wounds are all on his body covered by clothes. Li Mingde jumped over Su Xianming, pulled Chen Yishuan's arm and asked, at the beginning of last year, I rolled down from the stone mountain. Was it Wu Fatian and Li Xiaoyan who pushed me? Hearing this, Chen Yixuan took a few steps back, his eyes widened and stammered, You. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Mingde, why are you afraid? Madam He will naturally make the decision for us. Chen Yixuan jumped up and blurted out, It's just a Yongchang marquis mansion. Gu Nanshi put down the teacup and bowed in the direction of the palace. The net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. The current emperor is wise and will naturally not allow anyone to bully others and do illegal things and escape punishment. Dr. Li followed up and said, Your Majesty is wise. Dr. Li usually went to the tea house with the Shaoqing of Guanglu Temple, and the two families had a good relationship. Seeing that Dr. Li also showed up, Chen Yixuan thought that he had consulted with his father, so he said truthfully, Yes, they pushed Li Mingde last year. As soon as this was said, there was an uproar at the scene. Songshan Academy is a famous private school in the capital. Everyone is proud to be able to attend Songshan Academy. I didn't expect it to be so corrupt. They dare to bully even the sons of officials, let alone ordinary people like us. No wonder my neighbor's eldest son's brother-in-law's nephew's grades plummeted after he was admitted to Songshan Academy. Who can have the heart to study if they are bullied every day? That's not the case. This is just one-sided words from Li Mingde and Chen Yixuan. Li Mingde won the first battle. After receiving Gu Nanshi's praise, he continued to lead the way to Jiang Yushi's mansion. Before reaching the gate, everyone could see from a distance that Jiang Yushi and his group were waiting at the gate early. Gu Nanshi's move was so big that someone had already gone to Jiang Yushi's mansion to inform him. Jiang Yushi had a square face and a pair of broken eyebrows above his sharp eyes, which made him look more majestic. Dr. Li and Li Mingde couldn't help but take a step back when they saw Jiang Yushi. Gu Nanshi stepped forward and greeted Jiang Yushi. Please wait here. Jiang Yushi responded stiffly. The Marquis's wife sent someone to say that my son bullied his classmates in the academy. If it is true, my son will be at your disposal. If it is false, the Marquis's wife must also give me an explanation. Of course. Gu Nanshi cast her eyes on Jiang Guanghai, who was stiff all over. We meet again. Jiang Guanghai met Gu Nanshi's half-smiley gaze and shuddered suddenly, and his arms were in pain. This wife of the Yongchang Marquis' mansion looks like an ordinary woman in the inner house, but she hits people in the tricky places. The hits on the tendons of the arms and thighs, even the bruises are not visible on the outside, but in fact it hurts people to death. Mr. Jiang, what do you have to say? Did you participate in the beating? Did you blackmail him on weekdays? Gu Nanshi walked in front of Jiang Guanghai with a cold look. Don't look at others, and don't think about lying. I saw what happened today with my own eyes. As for the past, you can find out by going to the tea house and asking. Jiang Guanghai didn't dare to look directly into Gu Nanshi's eyes. He lowered his head and said in a voice as small as a fly, Yes. Gu Nanshi, why do you target Su Xianming? Are you the mastermind? Jiang Guanghai waved his hands and shook his head. It's not me. It's Li Xiaoyan. I don't know why he targets Su Xianming, and I don't dare to ask. I do what he tells me to do. If you don't listen to him, you will suffer. Gu Nanshi, have you ever targeted Li Mingde before? Jiang Guanghai glanced at Li Mingde quickly and quietly walked away from Censor Jiang a few steps. Yes. Censor Jiang waved his sleeves and straightened his clothes until there was no wrinkle left. Then he spoke. This kind of thing actually happened under the feet of the emperor. As a censor, I have the responsibility to supervise. I will go with you to take a look. The group knocked on the doors of the teenagers one by one, and the team grew step by step, until the last two people were left, Li Xiaoyan and Wu Fatian. Let's go to Li Xiaoyan's house. Gu Nanshi decisively decided to capture the leader first. From what Li Mingde said all the way, Wu Fatian was clearly a die-hard supporter of Li Xiaoyan. If Li Xiaoyan was not dealt with first, Wu Fatian would definitely not admit his mistake. Dr. Li raised both hands to support. With you here, Li Xiaoyan can't make any waves. Let's go. Go to Li Xiaoyan's house. Li Mingde's whole body was like a ball of fire, struggling to break free from some kind of restraint. The protagonists of this play now are no longer just Gu Nanshi and Su Xianming, but include the other 6 teenagers. Those teenagers who had been bullied by Li Xiaoyan and then surrounded him and became accomplices once again gathered the courage to resist. At this time, some people hiding in the crowd ran to the Longwu general's mansion. "Old madam, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is leading people to our mansion," the servant reported breathlessly. "Humph, she actually dared to come. Let's go meet her." Old Madam Li, who was sitting at the head of the hall, slammed the table hard, and a pair of white jade bats hanging upside down on her earlobe swayed. The servant knelt and kowtowed, his voice trembling slightly. "Old madam, in addition to the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang, there are also Dr. Li, Censor Jiang, and young Master Chen from the Shaoqing of the Guanglu Temple." Li Xiaoyan, who could only lie down due to back pain, suddenly stiffened like a stone, and his heart was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. "Those guys, how dare they?" Li Xiaoyan's thin lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes were cold. The old lady held the chair guard with her hand, veins popping out. She turned to ask the housekeeper, "Is the general back?" The housekeeper lowered his head, frowning. The general said that children should solve their own family affairs. The old lady snorted coldly from her nose. "Go and ask the general again. Tell him that this is not a matter between children. Gu Nanshi is here." The general's wife, who was standing obediently on the side, suddenly raised her head, then lowered it quickly, holding the embroidered handkerchief tightly in her hands. In the rumors that swept the city, General Li Longwu couldn't get Gu Nanshi. For her, he only married a wife to take care of his family and never took a concubine. Will the general come back because of Gu Nanshi? The general's wife cast her eyes into the depths of the crowd. Under the attention of everyone, Gu Nanshi led a group of people and knocked on the door of General Longwu's mansion.
Boom.
The thick red sandalwood door slowly opened to both sides. Old Madam Li, dressed in a lady's court dress, appeared in front of everyone with a cane. Behind her were General Li's wife, Li Xiaoyan, who was supported by servants, and rows of armed servants. Their imposing manner was overwhelming, as if they were going to fight on the battlefield. Gu Nanshi narrowed her eyes slightly. This old lady, Li, was also a royal concubine, and like herself, she was a lady of the third rank. She dressed like this on purpose, just because she didn't want to be left behind. It seemed that they were determined to protect Li Xiaoyan at all costs. As expected, old lady Li spoke first. "Although our dynasty encourages business and does not have a curfew. But what does the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang want to do by bringing such a large group of people to knock on my door?" Old Madam Li felt sorry for Li Xiaoyan and ordered someone to bring a stool for him. "My son is not at home, and the whole house is filled with women and children, as well as a seriously injured grandson. Madam Yongchang, you are visiting at this time with ill intentions." Gu Nanshi also sat on the chair, pointed at Su Yunting, who was lying on the door panel, and said with a smile, "Old Madam has misunderstood. My husband has been at the border for a long time and has not returned for 10 years. He has only 2 legitimate sons, Xianming and Yunting. Now these 2 sons have been bullied. I just want to ask, is there any justice in this world? If there is no justice, how can the soldiers at the border, who are fighting for the court and the people, feel?" Gu Nanshi winked, and Su Yunyan burst into tears as Gu Nanshi had instructed before. "Dad, you shed blood and sweat at the border, and you haven't even come home once. My elder brother and second brother are almost beaten to death. Why are you still a general? You might as well go home to farm and sell sweet potatoes. At least the family is together. Better than crying to the sky and the earth for no response." Su Yunyan was originally petite, with a pair of watery eyes. As long as she didn't speak or take action, she was just a delicate girl made of water. When she cried at this time, it was particularly sad. Old Madam Li was almost laughing out of anger. Gu Nanshi had a good plan. She directly positioned her family as an ordinary soldier's family. If she was wronged, wasn't it the grievances of thousands of ordinary soldiers? General Longwu was originally a military position. If it caused dissatisfaction among the soldiers, how could he sit firmly in this position? Madam Li was no pushover either. Her face was sad and full of sympathy. Madam Yongchang Marquis, your family's experience is sympathetic. However, if you have any grievances, just report it to the authorities. Why are you coming to my house? Gu Nanshi looked at Madame Li again. She looked as if she really didn't know that her grandson was the culprit. Gu Nanshi raised the corners of her mouth, and the mockery in her eyes almost came out. Report it to the authorities? In the eyes of officials, how could a ruined Yongchang Marquis' mansion compare to General Longwu? Even if everyone said that Gu Nanshi had an affair with the emperor, hadn't the emperor spoken yet? Because the one who bullied my eldest son and second son was Li Xiaoyan from your mansion. Gu Nanshi's main point was sincerity. Wasn't Madame Li pretending to be nice, asking why she came even though she knew the answer? Just tell her directly. Old Madame Li's face fell instantly, and she said coldly, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't throw dirty water on my grandson just because he is well-behaved. I saw it with my own eyes. I hit Li Xiaoyan on the back with a stick." Gu Nanshi tilted her head and thought, there should be marks on the back. Old Madame Li gritted her teeth. This Gu Nanshi is really wicked. If he admits this, wouldn't he admit that his grandson participated in the fight? If he doesn't admit this, wouldn't his grandson be beaten in vain? But this wicked ghost is still laughing. Did I really admit it wrong? It doesn't matter. When I recognize it, I will reward him with a few more sticks. If his parents don't teach their son well, I will teach them for them. Old Madame Li was so angry that her chest bulged. Gu Nanshi was blatantly threatening. Da-da-da. The sound of galloping horses broke the confrontation between the two sides. General Longwu is back. The general's mansion erupted in warm cheers. Gu Nanshi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly man in leather armor riding on a steed, driving the horse left and right, passing through the crowd. His heroic posture was like a branch of a tree, standing alone. Gu Nanshi met his bottomless eyes, as if falling into a pool of deep water, making it difficult to breathe. He rode to the middle of the two sides, like a stone statue, blocking there, attracting everyone's attention. Gu Nanshi could only see that there was an obvious long scar on his hard and cold side face, winding from the brow bone to the cheekbone, looking very sharp and cruel. The air was filled with a faint aroma of wine, and the source of the fragrance looked at Gu Nanshi. "Madam, what do you want?" Madame Li suddenly raised her head and looked at the towering figure like a mountain. What did he call Gu Nanshi? Madam? Gu Nanshi felt that the sight of this Longwu general was like a scanner, looking at her from head to toe. Gu Nanshi frowned unhappily and scolded. "What are you looking at?" Longwu General Li Outyen was stunned by this scolding, and then said with interest, "Everyone says that I can't get you. I want to see what's worth asking for in you." What the Hades? Gu Nanshi's expression froze. The original owner also had a relationship with this guy. Gu Nanshi was surprised for a second, then retorted, "There are so many things I am better than you in. For example, if my son made a mistake, I would never cover up for him. Bullying classmates, forcing people to join small gangs. Is this what a general's tutor does?" Li Outyen sat up straight, turned to Li Xiaoyan, and said indifferently, "Is what Madam said true?" Li Xiaoyan shivered under the cold gaze. Li Mingda mustered up the courage and stood up. "I can testify. In order to force me to listen to him, he broke my leg last year." Chun Yishuan looked left and right, then lowered his head and whispered, He asked me to help him with his homework every day, otherwise. Chun Yishuan didn't dare to say anything else and quickly hid behind Gu Nanshi. Jiang Guanghai's lips were pale, and he was shaking all over. He took me to a brothel, and then threatened me that if I didn't listen to him, he would tell my father about it. After saying that, Jiang Guanghai didn't even dare to look at Jiang Yushi and ran to Gu Nanshi's side. Jiang Guanghai's family education was strict, and men under the age of 20 were not allowed to take concubines. Under the instigation of Li Xiaoyan, he went to a brothel and was caught by Li Xiaoyan. Li Outyen looked at Li Xiaoyan indifferently, and the whip in his hand emitted a cold light in the firelight and moonlight. Is what they said true? Li Xiaoyan trembled, unable to speak, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Madame Li hugged Li Xiaoyan distressfully and scolded, "Are you possessed by a ghost?" You believe everything others say. How can Gu Nanshi be a good person? How cruel is her method of dealing with the merchant woman? The whip in Li Outyan's hand made a rustling sound. What does it have to do with me? I just want to ask Li Xiaoyan, did you do those things? Li Xiaoyan shrank his neck and nodded slightly. Come here, stand up straight. Li Outyan motioned Li Xiaoyan to come closer to him. Li Xiaoyan looked at him with horror and wanted to run away, but the whole person seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. Although he was shaking like a sieve, he still walked towards him firmly. Li Outyan glanced at the crowd, rolled up his sleeves, and revealed his muscular body. There are 10 people here. I will punish you with 2 lashes for each of them, okay? Li Xiaoyan's eyes widened with fear, but he didn't dare to say a word of rebuttal. Gu Nanshi frowned slightly. Wasn't 20 lashes a bit too much? Oh, Madam frowned. Then 3 lashes each, a total of 30 lashes. As soon as Li Outyan finished speaking, the whip hit Li Xiaoyan's back with a sound of breaking through the air. In a flash, Li Xiaoyan's clothes on his back were torn, and blood flowed down his back to the ground. That lash actually took off some of his back flesh. The whole audience gasped. Madame Li had fainted long ago, and the general's wife leaned against the door frame, crying silently. 1 lash, 2 lashes. Even if Li Xiaoyan rolled on the ground in pain, Li Outyan's whipping strength remained unchanged. It didn't become heavier nor lighter, as if it had been carefully calculated, as long as he didn't die. Enough. 10 lashes have been made. We won't pursue it. Gu Nanshi walked in front of the horse and held the calloused hand. Li Mingde swallowed his saliva and said, I won't pursue it.
No.
Stop hitting me. The teenagers were shocked by this scene. Although they had all been beaten, the slaps were raised high, but fell gently. Have you ever seen such a whip that drew blood? Li Outyan put his chin away and got off his horse. Take Li Xiaoyan back. The servants of the general's mansion carried Li Xiaoyan and ran back to the general's mansion as if they had seen the living devil. Li Outyan hung the horsewhip on his waist and approached Gu Nanshi. The tall shadow almost enveloped Gu Nanshi. The aroma of wine became stronger and stronger, and it seemed that one could taste the spiciness in it. Madam, you'd better not fall into my hands. The hot breath of Li Outyan's words sprayed on Gu Nanshi's earlobe, which was itchy. Gu Nanshi looked up and met Li Outyan's cold eyes without any warmth. Gu Nanshi extended an index finger, pressed it against Li Outyan's chest, and then pushed him away little by little. Look, am I afraid? Also, please call me Madam Ho. Gu Nanshi sneered. In a few years, the Yongchang Marquis Mansion will be executed. What's so scary? What's more, Gu Nanshi only plans to stay in Yongchang Marquis Mansion until she dies. Once this matter is settled, the next time they meet, it may be at the execution ground. After saying these harsh words, Gu Nanshi turned around and left. Go to Songhan Academy. Seeing that Gu Nanshi was not at a disadvantage, the morale of the crowd rose again. Li Mingde took the purse of his father, Li Shileng, in a servile manner. Madam Ho, are you hungry? The night market is open now. I'll ask someone to buy you some food. Chen Yishuan squeezed in between Li Mingde and Gu Nanshi and said attentively, I am most familiar with the night market. I know which one is the most delicious. Jiang Guanghai couldn't squeeze in, so he pushed Su Xianming on the other side away. Madam Ho, give me the fan, I will fan you. Gu Nanshi. This is not necessary. This fan is purely for pretending to be cool. In late autumn, it must be cold to fan. Su Xianming, who was pushed away, said, Who are you venting your anger on? What are they so excited about? Su Yunting, who was lying on the door panel, turned over and said unhappily, You are really useless. Even your seat has been taken away by someone else. It's impossible to be a biological son. If you can be a godson, it's not bad. Chen Yishuan said with longing. Su Yunting turned around after hearing this, and his beautiful little face was cold and indifferent, and the words he said were the most ruthless. My mother has sons and daughters. Why should she adopt a useless person as her godson? Chen Yishuan wanted to retort, but then he thought, Su Yunting is the second son of the Marquis. Maybe he'll be his own brother in the future? Chen Yixuan's momentum weakened all of a sudden, and he said hesitantly, "I'm not that useless. My monthly test score is higher than your brother's." Su Yunting's breath was blocked in his chest, and he couldn't get up or down, but what the other person said was the truth, and he couldn't refute it, so he snorted coldly and turned over again. Surrounded by a group of people, Gu Nanshi soon arrived at the gate of Songshan Academy. Under the illumination of the fire and the moonlight, the small door hidden in the bamboo forest was clearly visible. Above the small door hung a plaque with 4 golden characters Taisher Academy written on it, which was imposing, like a dragon and a snake, and it seemed that you could hear the dragon's roar. The lights are on, the windows are lit, and there are sounds of reading in the bamboo forest. Censor Jiang was inspired. "Madam Ho, do you know who wrote this plaque?" Gu Nanshi flipped through the original novel in her mind and replied, "In the 2nd year of Emperor Taizong's Jidao reign, the court granted a plaque to Taisher Academy and a printed copy of the 9 classics. This plaque was written by the then Crown Prince, Emperor Renzong." Censor Jiang raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Nanshi in surprise, with a hint of admiration and kindness in his eyes. "That's right. Songshan Academy was built in the later Zhou dynasty of the 5 dynasties. It has stood firm for 100 years. Its students are all over the court and the country. In the capital, only Taishue has the strength to compete with it." Gu Nanshi understood what Censor Jiang meant. When Emperor Taizong seized power by force, he gave up his military power to his generals with a glass of wine. Since then, the court and the country have formed a political correctness of valuing civil officials over military officials. He just used the general's power to oppress the middle and low-level civil officials, and then confronted the dragon warrior General Li Yaotian. This was nothing in the eyes of the gentleman in the temple. After all, Marquis Yongchang is a military officer, and so is Li Yaotian. The officials hope that the military officers will have grudges against each other, so they will turn a blind eye to what Gu Nanshi does. But Songshan Academy is different. If Gu Nanshi slaps Songshan Academy in the face, it means slapping the faces of all civil officials. The people who followed were also worried about Gu Nanshi. The status of Songshan Academy is unbreakable. The lecture held a few days ago invited Master Tong as the main speaker. Master Tong is highly valued by the saints of the 2 dynasties, and his youngest daughter, concubine Tong, is even more favored by the current emperor. In the harem, she has the potential to suppress the queen. I didn't expect that Principal Wu could even invite Master Tong. Last month, the Imperial Academy also wanted to invite Master Tong to give a lecture, but was politely declined. It's just a fight between students. Madam Ho almost overturned half of the capital for Su Xianming. She should stop now and not drag the entire mansion into the quagmire. Su Xianming, who heard everyone talking, squeezed to Gu Nanshi's side and whispered, "Mother, how about we forget it? Wu Fatian is the most beloved junior of the headmaster, even more than the headmaster's own daughter." Li Mingde hesitated and said, "Madam Ho, although the headmaster condoned Li Xiaoyan's actions, if we come directly to his door, the headmaster will definitely not let it go." Chen Yixuan nodded frantically. Headmaster Wu usually smiles, but he actually holds grudges the most. In the end, my father spent 1,000 taels to settle the matter. Jiang Guanghai sold out his own father without hesitation. My father once wrote a letter to complain about the unhealthy atmosphere in Songshan Academy and was severely reprimanded by Master Tong and was finally transferred to the right censor. The censors are divided into the left censor and the right censor. The left censor supervises the officials and institutions in the capital, while the right censor is responsible for inspecting the local governments and officials in prefectures and counties. The 2 are nominally at the same level, but the fact is that everyone wants to be the left censor. Censor Jiang was transferred from the left censor to the right censor. In name, it was a horizontal transfer, but in fact, he was demoted. Censor Jiang had a calm face, and he was in a state of not being happy or sad for himself. The lesson I learned from the past is right in front of me. Is Madame Ho still determined to move forward? Gu Nanshi looked at the circle of people behind him, and they could not hide their worries. Dr. Li's voice was as small as a mosquito. "Madame Ho, The emperor is very gentle to the officials and also values Master Tong. The implication is that Master Tong's power is at its peak. Whether the emperor is gentle or loves Wu Fatian, the emperor rarely confronts Master Tong in the court. Gu Nanshi did not make a decision immediately. She turned her head and asked Su Xianming, "Xianming, you choose to give in now. Is it because you have decided to let go of the past and forgive Wu Fatian, or because the situation forces you to give up?" Su Xianming was slightly stunned when he heard this. Let go? How to let go? Those wounds that had been punched and kicked seemed to still hurt. However, what hurt more than the body was his heart. Those noble and proud bones that had been cultivated for more than 10 years were trampled to pieces in just 1 year. Gu Nanshi saw Su Xuanming's eyes turn red, brewing a hazy mist, and his hands clenched tightly. Gu Nanshi reached out her hand and straightened Su Xuanming's messy clothes. How do you repay kindness? Repay evil with justice. Repay kindness with kindness. You are following the words of Confucius. What is there to be afraid of? Su Xianming looked up in disbelief, his voice choked with sobs. Mother. Gu Nanshi patted Su Xuanming's shoulder, turned around and asked Su Yunting and Su Yunyan, "Mother is going to seek justice for your eldest brother. What do you think?" Su Yunting's eyes were fierce. Children of the rivers and lakes, it's fun to take revenge. We take revenge when we have hatred, and we repay grievances when we have grievances. Su Yunyan rolled up her sleeves and fumbled with sticks everywhere. Mother, when we fight later, you hide behind me, and I will protect you. Gu Nanshi chuckled. What are you thinking? My mother is not so reckless. You all remember that we will never do stupid things like hitting a stone with an egg. But this stone can't get away with it. After saying that, Gu Nanshi bowed to the people behind him. Thank you for your help, fellow villagers. The next journey is full of thorns, so the 4 of us, mother and son, will go alone. Gu Nanshi bowed to Li Mingda and other young men to express her gratitude. Heroes have always emerged from young people. Thank you for stepping forward. We will say goodbye now. After Gu Nanshi finished speaking, she knocked on the door of Songshan Academy, without hesitation. Su Xianming sniffed and supported her. Su Yunting turned over and got off the bed, supported by Su Yunyan, and limped behind Gu Nanshi. The ancient door creaked and slowly opened from the inside to the outside. A middle-aged man in pure white clothes, a dongpa hat, and a long beard appeared in front of everyone, looking unhappy. What's the matter with this lady visiting so late at night? Su Xianming approached Gu Nanshi and whispered, "This is Principal Wu." Gu Nanshi's eyes sparkled. Principal Wu clearly knew his identity, but pretended not to know. Was he trying to give him a warning? To overwhelm him with his momentum first? It seemed that this was another parent of a naughty child. I am the mother of Su Xianming, the eldest son of the Yongchang Marquis mansion. Gu Nanshi bowed her head and introduced herself. Principal Wu raised his head high and said condescendingly, "Are you here to apologize? Your son hurt Wu Fatian so badly, and he was so cruel. He has no mercy on his classmates who accompany him every day. In the future, won't he treat the people of the world like cattle and sheep?" Gu Nanshi sneered in his heart. Principal Wu was a good one, taking revenge on his own and using his authority as a principal to smear Su Xianming. He certainly didn't know that he had already turned half of the capital upside down and made the truth public. He could shut up the students and parents, but could he shut up the world's gossip? Gu Nanshi pretended to be surprised and said in a panic, "What does Principal Wu mean? It was obviously your nephew who hurt us like this, and my son was just protecting himself." Principal Wu raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "You are a woman. Why don't you stay at home to take care of your husband and children and come to the academy to make trouble? I will definitely write a letter to the Marquis of Yongchang and ask him how he taught his wife." The disdain in Principal Wu's words was heard even by illiterate people. Gu Nanshi's face fell. The atmosphere of the dynasty was relatively open. Women could travel alone and do business. If the family had the conditions, they could send their daughters to girls' schools. Emperor Gaozong once said, "Books are not only necessary for men, but also for women." He encouraged women to learn to read. But in recent years, some scholars have begun to misinterpret the 3 obediences and 4 virtues in the Book of Rites in order to improve their reputation. It seems that Wu Shanchong is one of them. If he really follows their 3 obediences and 4 virtues, how can Gu Nanshi still be so bad? This evil trend must be suppressed. Gu Nanshi looked ashamed and asked humbly, "My husband is far away at the border and has not returned for 10 years. As a woman, I am confused occasionally, but I can't find the answer. Wu Shanzong has students all over the world and is a teacher to the world. Please help me solve my doubts." Wu Shanzong saw the noble wife of Yongchang Ho lowered her head, and he was secretly happy, so he replied, "You ask." Gu Nanshi's mouth curled up slightly, and she said, "The Book of Rites says that women should obey their fathers at home, obey their husbands after marriage, and obey their sons after their husbands die. I often wonder, how should this word obey be interpreted?" Wu Shanzhong's eyes lit up. Although his theory was recognized by some people, it was not widely spread and could not be recorded in history like Confucius. If he could convince the wife of Yongchang Ho and then use her as a breakthrough point to radiate the entire upper class, wouldn't it be twice the result with half the effort? So Wu Shanchong replied in a very affirmative tone, "From means to obey and submit." Before Wu Shanchong could speak, the onlookers were not happy. They already felt guilty for Gu Nanshi's farewell, and they witnessed Wu Shanchong's verbal humiliation of Gu Nanshi, and they all held their breath. Now, Principal Wu is misinterpreting the words of Confucius and trying to degrade the girls to the dust. How can this be tolerated? What nonsense! Prime Minister Fan once said that the word obedience means burden and responsibility. Before a girl gets married, her parents should bear the cost of her life and take care of her upbringing. After she gets married, her husband should bear the cost of her life and safety. After her husband dies, she will be supported by her son. That's right. You have 2 wives in your own family. According to your explanation, the wives have fallen into bitter water since they were born? The court encourages widows to remarry. According to what you mean, if the son disagrees, the mother cannot remarry? Whose family doesn't have married daughters or married sisters? If this is the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, it's better not to marry. For a while, the crowd was indignant. Gu Nanshi and Censor Zhang's eyes collided across the crowd. Gu Nanshi nodded slightly, and the two understood each other. Principal Wu was so angry that his face turned red, and he called for the guards of the academy to drive away the crowd. Seeing the guards coming over with sticks in their hands, Gu Nanshi quickly stepped forward and said, "Master Wu, it's all my fault for causing this argument. Let's get back to the point." The people calmed down after being comforted by Censor Jiang and Dr. Li. But none of them wanted to leave, fearing that once the big guys left, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang would be bullied by Master Wu. Master Wu snorted coldly and had the injured Wu Fatian carried out. When Wu Fatian saw Su Xianming and Su Yunting, he broke free from the servants and rushed towards Su Yunting with his big fists. "You sickly rascal! Let me see if I can beat you to death." Wu Fatian was tall and strong and looked very imposing, but he was injured somewhere, so he couldn't move as swiftly as before. Su Yunting pulled Su Xianming to avoid the attack, screaming, "Help! A student is killing someone in public. Principal, help!" Principal Wu dragged for a while, and seeing that Wu Fatian really couldn't catch up with Su Xianming and his brother, and was being played like a monkey, he winked and asked the guards to stop Wu Fatian. It took 5 big men to hold Wu Fatian down. The crowd sneered. With a calf-like body, how can he be seriously injured? Maybe he knew he made a mistake and deliberately blamed others. I didn't expect that the nephew of a principal would have such a style. Principal Wu's face was like a paint bottle that had been overturned, with red and blue patches. He couldn't explain to everyone that his nephew was injured. How could he talk about a good marriage in the future, and how could he continue the Wu family? Principal Wu took a deep breath and closed his eyes to calm himself. After a few moments, he regained his senses. Principal Wu knew that he had fallen into a trap today. If his nephew had not been injured, he would not have been so uneasy that he would not have failed to see through such a simple trick. Principal Wu glanced at Censor Jiang in the crowd, then looked at the weak and harmless Gu Nanshi in front of him, and sneered. "Thank you, Madam Ho, for your trouble." Okay. After all, it's Songshan Academy, which is famous all over the world. Gu Nanshi didn't pretend anymore and met Principal Wu's eyes directly, without any concession. Su Yunyan looked left and right confused. Su Yunting's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he looked at Gu Nanshi with admiration. What's going on? Su Yunyan stamped her feet anxiously. With so many people present, how could she be the only one who didn't know? Wouldn't it make her look stupid? Su Xianming motioned Su Yunyan to come closer and whisper. Don't be anxious. I will explain it to you slowly. Among the 10 people, although Li Xiaoyan is the leader, Wu Fatian has the support of Songshan Academy and is the most difficult to deal with. So, A Nyang first found Li Mingda and others and used coercion, inducement, or psychological warfare to bring the 8 people under her command. At the same time, to go to the Longwu General's mansion, we have to pass through the night market. In this way, we can attract many onlookers and build momentum for us. Do you still remember what was the first sentence of Censor Jiang when we first arrived at his mansion? Obviously, Anyang had already informed the censor. After settling Li Xiaoyan, Su Xianming looked back and continued in a voice that only he and Su Yunyan could hear. Just now, Censor Jiang cooperated with Anyang to create for us a great image of a man who was bullied by power but was not afraid of power, was kind-hearted, and did not want to implicate others. Su Yunyan was confused and seemed to understand, but also seemed not to understand. Su Xianming stroked the top of Su Yunyan's head and sighed. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. You just need to know that Anyang is cautious and knows people's hearts very well. If you help Anyang do more things, you will improve by learning from her. Su Yunyan nodded heavily. Brother, I know. From now on, Anyang's small kitchen will be in my charge. The late autumn night was cold, and a gust of autumn wind blew, and everyone shivered. Wu Shanchong straightened his clothes and returned to his dignified and majestic appearance. In this matter, the husband has his own reasons, and the wife has her own reasons. We can report it to the authorities to solve it. Gu Nanshi chuckled, still the same set. They all felt that the Yongchang Marquis' mansion was weak, and the emperor would not stand on the opposite side of so many officials because of a little Gu Nanshi, so they dared to report it to the authorities, knowing the truth. Gu Nanshi certainly would not choose to report it to the authorities. She took a step back and bowed to Principal Wu. How can the play between students alarm the government? I am rude and disturb the principal so late at night. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Mother! Su Yunting's face was pale. He bit his lips tightly, trembled for a long time, and then called out Mother softly. Su Xianming stood aside, his eyes flashing with a stinging light, his Adam's apple rising and falling on his slender neck, and the whole person seemed to be torn in half. There was only one thought in his mind, that he had caused his mother to be humiliated. The emotional woman hid aside and cried secretly, as if she could empathize with the humiliation of the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. The Marquis wife has a strong character, but she doesn't dare to confront Songshan Academy head-on. Songshan Academy is like a 1,000-year-old tree with tangled roots. No matter how powerful the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is, how can she uproot the tree? Songshan Academy has the support of Master Tong. Not to mention the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Even the emperor can't do anything to it. The depressed mood spread in the air. The people felt sympathetic. Even a noble woman like the Marquis of Yongchang had to give in to Songshan Academy, let alone ordinary people like themselves. Ordinary women didn't know any great principles. They only knew that this Wu Shanzhong was determined to step on the blood and tears of countless women to reach the top of the mountain. Wu Shanzhong seemed to have changed into a different person. He didn't act complacently or press forward step by step. Instead, he was on high alert and said cautiously, "Since it is a small conflict, then this matter will be like the breeze in the mountains, and it will be over. How about it?" Gu Nanshi smiled slightly. He let the matter pass. In the future, He would punish Su Xianming according to the rules of the academy, and he would no longer have an excuse to get angry. Of course, Dean Wu got a satisfactory answer and was about to close the gate, but was stopped by Gu Nanxi. "Dean Wu, please stay." Gu Nanxi was so ashamed that she asked Su Xianming to kneel down. Although Su Xianming didn't know what mistake he had made, he still knelt down obediently. "Gu Nanxi, Principal Wu, the fight among students is a minor matter. What I'm going to talk about next is a major event that will affect the entire Songzhan Academy and all the students in the world." Shanzong Wu gripped the door frame with his hands and clenched them tightly, his heart beating like a drum. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang, Gu Nanxi, is cautious in every move and has a small mind. She has made such a big fuss. Could it be that she really has a backup plan? But I have no connection with her, so what leverage can she hold against me? Wu Shanzhong's face showed no sadness or joy, but his eyes were full of vigilance. "Madam Ho, please speak." Gu Nanxi sighed and said, "Speaking of this, it's also my fault. My eldest son is kind-hearted and talented. I couldn't bear to bury his talent, so I wanted to find a good academy for him. In this capital, Imperial College and Songzhan Academy are the best. So I thought about asking Dalong to study hard at Songzhan Academy so that he can become the top scholar in the Imperial examination in the future, devote himself to the Emperor, and seek the welfare of the people of the world."
Wow.
Thunderous applause suddenly rang out all around. Madam Ho said it well. Your love for your son is admirable. Who doesn't want their child to succeed? Even if Madam Ho made a small mistake for this, it's nothing. Gu Nanxi bowed to thank everyone, and then continued, Songzhan Academy accepts talents from all over the world, and its entrance examination is naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. Someone agreed on the side. That's true. My master's eldest son took the exam 10 times and failed. Principal Wu waited coldly for Gu Nanxi to continue. Every academy has an entrance exam, and everyone knows that the Songzhan Academy's exam is difficult. If Gu Nanxi wants to use this as a raft, his plan may fail. For the entrance exam to Songzhan, students need to present a questionable passage. Those who are proficient in both literature and science are welcome to enter the academy. After the exam that day, someone came to me and said that there were many talented candidates. With my son's level, he might not be able to enter. Gu Nanxi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves, and her face was full of regret. I was greedy for a moment, listened to that person, and gave 3,000 taels. On the day the results were announced, my son's name was also on the list. Principal Wu's pupils shrank suddenly. Songzhan Academy was originally a private school, so it was normal for some shady operations. But during the years that Principal Wu was in charge, the reputation of Songzhan Academy was raised too high. Such a thing actually happened in the entrance exam, which ruined the reputation of the entire Songzhan Academy. Without waiting for Principal Wu to react, Gu Nanxi grabbed Su Xianming, covered his face, and said, I have committed such a mistake. I am really ashamed to face people. Today, my son will voluntarily withdraw from school and will never set foot in Songzhan Academy in the future. After Gu Nanxi finished speaking, he was about to pull Su Xianming away. Wait. Madam Ho, do you know who that person is? My Songzhan Academy will never tolerate this matter. Principal Wu said righteously. Su Yunyan carried Su Yunting and ran while asking, Mother, who is Li Qinghe? Why are we running? Gu Nanxi was running out of breath. If we don't go back, the night market will be closed. Aren't you hungry? Li Mingde jumped out and said enthusiastically, Madam Ho, don't worry. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you first. Mingde, go to the Sichuan restaurant under the bridge and book a few large private rooms. Everyone has worked hard today, so take a good rest later. Gu Nanxi instructed, and give me a portion of the fried fish rice from the fish bag in the south. Okay. Li Mingde stepped on his purse and ran back. Dr. Li looked at Li Mingde's cheerful back like a little bird and felt bitter in his heart. Usually, when we ask him to run errands, he always refuses. Today, he is eager to help others. Chun Yishuan squeezed Dr. Li aside and smiled at Gu Nanxi. Godmother, if you have any other instructions, you can ask me to go. I promise I will be faster than Li Mingde. Godmother? Gu Nanshi glanced at Chen Yixuan. This young man was only 13 or 14 years old, with a fair face and 2 deep dimples on his cheeks. He looked very festive. Go find a tea house and book it. Anyone who wants to go in for a cup of tea with us will be charged to my account. Gu Nanshi took out a purse, took out a few banknotes from it, and stuffed them into Chen Yixuan's pocket. Chen Yixuan waved his hands repeatedly and ran away. How can I ask Godmother to spend money? I'll take care of it. After everything was arranged, Gu Nanshi slowed down and said with a slight breath, Li Qinghe is the right-hand man of Wu Shanchong, but he is also the brother of the 13th concubine of Master Tong. Hearing this, Dr. Li glanced at Gu Nanshi inconspicuously, then turned his head to look at Censor Jiang, who still had a calm and dead face. Dr. Li finally figured it out that he was just a runner-up. Dr. Li muttered softly, TSK. Marquis Yongchang is really unlucky. He is such a powerful housekeeper in Beijing. It's a waste of talent. Su Yunyan was still confused and looked around in confusion. Gu Nanshi touched her head lovingly. You ate 2 little tofu pudding. Eat more tomorrow. I have put Principal Wu on the spot. If he wants to save the reputation of Songshan Academy, he has to use Li Qinghe as a scapegoat. This will offend Imperial tutor Tong, and he will lose his greatest support. If he doesn't want to offend Imperial tutor Tong, he will have to take the blame. In any case, he will suffer a big loss. Gu Nanshi didn't make it clear. How dare Li Qinghe go to the house of a nobleman and ask for money so openly? He was just an ordinary hall master. How could he afford so much money? Su Yunyan nodded in a daze. Mother, although I don't quite understand it, I have memorized it. I will think about it slowly after I go back. Everyone walked and talked, and soon arrived at Kaidongzikwan restaurant. Li Mingde had been waiting at the door for a long time, and led everyone into the private room. I have booked 3 private rooms, 2 of which are connected, which is enough for us to sit down. The other one is reserved. I also booked 10 tables in the lobby so that the servants can rest. Gu Nanshi gave a big thumbs up and praised. Not bad. Your arrangement is very thoughtful. Li Mingde pursed his lips to hide his smile and personally opened a wooden lunchbox on the round table. Madam Ho, you must be hungry. This is the fish buns and fried fish rice from the south. Please try it. Do you like it? Dr. Li couldn't hold it anymore and scolded. Why don't you ask your own father if he is hungry? What does he want to eat? Li Mingde stiffened his neck and rolled his eyes. You are rich. Just ask an idler to run errands for you. After a while, noisy thanks came from outside the window. Thank you, Madam Ho, for inviting me to tea. Madam Ho is too polite. We just can't stand seeing bullying happening in the capital. We don't want to ruin the atmosphere of our imperial city. That's right. Good tea. Madam Ho is generous. Gu Nanshi walked to the window, pushed it open, and smiled at everyone. There is righteousness in the world, and justice is in the heart. Because of your righteous words, there is peace and comfort in the capital. I will use tea instead of wine to toast you. Let's raise our glasses. After drinking this glass, Gu Nanshi said to everyone again, if a man is not frivolous, he will be in vain when he is young. My son Su Xianming and 9 other young men, including Li Langjun and Chen Langjun, got to know each other through fighting. Xianming, Mingde, Yixuan, Guanghai.
Come here.
Gu Nanshi waved and signaled the young men to come to the window. Chen Yixuan was still greeting the people downstairs. When he heard Gu Nanshi's call, he jumped up and down anxiously. Godmother, I'm here. Wait for me. Make way for Chen Langjun. The people spontaneously squeezed to both sides to make a narrow path. Chen Yixuan squeezed out a sweat and successfully came to Gu Nanshi's window. The Sichuan restaurant is only 1 road away from the river. In order to let the guests enjoy the beautiful river view, the windows on the 2nd floor are opened very large, enough for 9 teenagers to stand in a row. The bright moon hangs high, and the clear light is scattered all over the world. The bluestone brick road is full of bustling people. They look up at the window on the 2nd floor, 9 teenagers with bruised faces but exuding vigorous vitality. The lanterns hanging high in the restaurant emit red and yellow light, softening the coldness on the ground. Gu Nanshi, dressed in gorgeous clothes, is as beautiful as a flying goddess in the moonlight, and more majestic than the mother of the earth, making people dare not look directly at her. For a moment, the crowd gradually quieted down, leaving only the chirping of birds and insects by the river. Gu Nanshi held the teapot and poured tea for Su Xianming and others, then walked to the window and said loudly, "With the bright moon as a mirror and you as witnesses, Xianming, Mingde, Xuani, Guanghai. The 9 of you, are you willing to use this cup to turn hostility into friendship and all the things in the past into smoke?" Su Xianming and others looked at each other, and Su Xianming was the first to stand up. "I am willing. Brothers, I am not good at socializing. If I have offended you in the past, I will apologize to you brothers here." Su Xianming drank the bitter tea. Li Mingde stood up second. "Brother Xianming, no matter what my difficulties are, it is wrong for me to attack you. I will use tea instead of wine to apologize to you."
Next was Chen Yishuan.
Chen Yishuan's face was red, and his eyes were watery. "Brother, I can't speak. Anyway, I am sorry for you." Jiang Guanghai secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, raised his cup and said, "Everything is self-evident. In the future, if I hit you again, I will be struck by lightning." In front of everyone, the 9 young men drank the cup of tea with great pride. "Good. This is my good son of Kyoto. It is a great virtue to correct mistakes. Good job, 9 young men. Brothers are united, and their strength can break metal. The world is vast, and you can fly freely." After simply filling his stomach, Jiang Yushi stood up and said goodbye. Jiang Guanghai stood up hesitantly, put down his bowl and chopstick slowly, and his face was full of reluctance. Jiang Yushi still had the same serious expression. "I will give you a special exception today, and you can come back late." Jiang Guanghai's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't suppress it. "Okay, daddy, take care." Gu Nanshi stood up and sent Jiang Yushi downstairs. As he walked, Censor Jiang whispered, "I will write an impeachment letter when I get back." Gu Nanshi's voice was barely audible. "It's a good thing that you want to clean up the government. But you can't become fat in one bite. Remember to be cautious." Censor Jiang stood straight, just like his tough temper. "Well, Madam Ho, you are in an awkward situation. Don't be so impulsive in the future. If General Gu were still alive, he would hope that you would have peace and prosperity in your life." The two were speechless for a moment until they arrived at the gate. Censor Jiang suddenly bowed deeply to Gu Nanshi and said, "Thank you, Madam Ho." After that, Censor Jiang strode into the thick night. Gu Nanshi watched Censor Jiang go away, but found that Dr. Li also came downstairs, muttering, "We can't have the sun." Censor Jiang's children at least know to say goodbye, but he didn't even look at me. Dr. Li looked up and saw Gu Nanshi looking at him, embarrassed. "Madam Ho, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first." "Don't worry, I'll call the sedan bearer." No, I haven't drunk any alcohol, so I don't need a sedan bearer." Dr. Li hesitated for a while, but still thanked softly. "Thank you, Madam Ho." Madam Yongchang Ho had the advantage and won an overwhelming victory in public opinion. Coupled with Censor Jiang's actions, Wu Shanchang was in big trouble. She could have done nothing, but she still made a cup of tea to resolve the grudges and give the other 8 children a brand new start. Gu Nanshi smiled and said, "You're too polite. It's so hard for you to stick to your original intention in the Ministry of Justice. How can I ruin your son's future because of a fight between children?" Dr. Li raised his head suddenly, but immediately lowered it, and his nose felt sore for the first time in a long time. It is too difficult to be an honest official in this court where Master Tong has the final say. Dr. Li dared not say that he had never accepted bribes. But he dared to swear that there was absolutely no unjust, false, or wrong case in his hands. It turned out that his persistence was seen and remembered by others. Dr. Li clasped his fists and said goodbye in a hurry. When Gu Nanshi returned to the private room again, without the restraint of their parents, the teenagers laughed and made a mess. Li Mingde pointed at Chen Yishuan and laughed. "Haha, you little Xuanzi, you just drank a cup of tea, but you shed cat tears." Chen Yixuan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his fur instantly exploded. How dare you say that to me? Who was hiding in the corner and wiping tears under the pretext of going to the toilet just now. Li Mingde ran over and tried to cover Chen Yixuan's mouth. Are you a pervert? I just went to the toilet. Why are you following me? Chen Yixuan hid behind Jiang Guanghai. Brother Guanghai, save me. Jiang Guanghai stopped Li Mingde. Wipe your tears. We won't laugh at you. Li Mingde exploded and jumped up and down. Who are you laughing at? You shed tears when you were serving tea, and you thought I didn't see it? Jiang Guanghai's whole body turned red like a cooked prawn. Who didn't cry? Su Xianming also cried. 9 people, you laughed at me. I laughed at you, quarreled, laughed. It was so lively. Su Yunting saw the scene, and he was angry and kicked Su Xianming's stool. Su Xianming, who was kicked for no reason, turned around with an innocent look on his face. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Su Yunting turned his nose up and snorted coldly, but didn't reply. Su Yunyan cracked melon seeds and said nonchalantly, Second brother is jealous. You all called him brother, but you didn't bring him along. Who is your real brother? Right? Second brother? Su Yunting became angry and stuffed a piece of walnut cake into Su Yunyan's mouth. You are the only one who talks too much. Why aren't you as smart as you are now when encountering other things? Su Xianming was amused and took Su Yunting's hand and tapped his forehead. Are you a pretty girl?
You are so shy.
Come on, be open and frank. Su Xianming led Su Yunting to the table. This is second brother Su Yunting. Chen Yixuan. Your second brother is my second brother. Come, second brother, have a cup of tea. Second brother fights too fiercely. He hit my arm and it still hurts. Haha, you look like a little girl, but when you fight, you have the posture of a martial arts master. Su Yunting was coaxed, and the smile on his face could not be hidden. Of course. I built a martial arts arena in Nanshan, the suburbs of Beijing. People go there to fight every day.
Oh.
There's such a good place? Let's go there tomorrow to join in the fun. The teenagers with different tempers became brothers in just one night, but they drank too much tea and kept going to the toilet. Su Yunyan looked at them as if they were fools. Drinking tea? You are so excited? You didn't eat a few mouthfuls of food, and you all drank water. That's what a young man is. Gu Nanshi lay by the window and saw someone selling flowers on the roadside in a daze. It suddenly occurred to him that after a night, the morning light was slightly bright. Yunyan, go and pack the flowers of the man downstairs. The flowers in the early morning were just picked from the branches, and they were so beautiful. Just looking at them makes people happy. Yunyan ran downstairs in a flash, and then appeared in front of the teenagers who were chatting enthusiastically with a big bunch of flowers. Chen Yixuan exclaimed, and turned around Su Yunyan. You are worthy of being Sister Yunyan. Your idea is really great. Why don't we become sworn brothers? Su Xianming slammed the table. Good idea. As soon as the voice fell, the proposal was passed unanimously. Su Yunyan was confused and drank tea with 10 teenagers, knelt down, and put flowers in each other's hair. When it came to ranking the seniority, Su Yunyan finally found a chance to speak. But, big brother, second brother, you are my real brothers. Su Xianming waved his hand and decided. At home, it is calculated according to the seniority of the family, and outside, it is calculated according to the seniority of the sworn brotherhood.
Huh?
Su Yunyan looked at Gu Nanshi for help. Mother, help. Big brother and second brother are crazy. Gu Nanshi smiled and watched Su Yunyan's seniority being ranked last and being called the 11th sister. 10 handsome young men and a bright young girl stood in front of Gu Nanshi and said in unison, Meet godmother. Gu Nanshi almost laughed out loud. Su Xianming and Su Yunting both called her mother, but Su Yunyan, a silly girl, followed Li Mingde and the others and called her godmother.
Hey.
In a few days, godmother will send you a message to come to Yongchang Marquis' mansion for a gathering. Thank you, godmother. The loving mother system sneered in her mind. Great. Congratulations on accepting 8 more cannon fodder villains as sons. That night, some people laughed away their grudges, some were helpless and furious at home, some were seriously injured in bed, full of hatred, and some wrote furiously, just to restore justice to the world. Gu Nanshi called a few sedan bearers to send the 8 newly born, hot godsons home safely, and then took Su Xianming, Su Yunting, and Su Yunyan home slowly. As soon as he arrived at the gate of Yongchang Marquis' mansion, he was stopped by Chiu Momo, who was beside the old lady. "Madam, please stay. The old lady has something to tell you." Su Yunting gave her a worried look and leaned over to whisper, "Mother, your grandmother has always been at odds with you, and she will definitely take this opportunity to get angry. Later, your son will pretend to be ill and you will act according to the circumstances." Su Xuanming's eyes sparkled, and he bit his lip and said, "Mother, don't worry. If your grandmother punishes you, I will take the punishment for you." Not long after, Jingyang and the old lady, who heard the letter, hurried over. Jingyang had a stern face. She patted Su Xianming on the back and said in a roundabout way, "Su Lang, you are a tall and strong man, but you can't even bear a little grievance? You dropped out of school on your own initiative, offended the academy, and offended the adults. What future do you have?" Jingyang glanced at Gu Nanshi and said in a sarcastic tone, "You have no way out. Unlike Madam, you can still rely on your younger son, even if you lose your eldest son." Su Xianming pulled Jingyang over and explained quietly, "Jingyang, you have never been exposed to these things before, so you don't know the inside story. If we let this matter go lightly, our marquis mansion will be a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by anyone in the future." Jingyang's tears were like pearls that had broken off the string. The sound of grievance almost overflowed from his eyes. "I feel sorry for you. It's obviously your future that was ruined, but others took advantage of it." Su Xianming smiled brilliantly, the morning sun shining on his face, warm and holy. "Brothers, why bother so much? Even if my second brother becomes the prince, he will not ignore me. Jingyang, don't worry about the future. It's just right that I don't like studying, so I can accompany you well in the future." Su Xuanming's voice was full of beautiful fantasies. "We can go boating on the lake, recite poems and write couplets, appreciate flowers in spring, and pick chrysanthemums in autumn. If you are tired of life in Kyoto, we can travel around together and be a pair of immortal lovers. Have 1 or 2 more children, not too many, 1 or 2 is enough. Mother once said that giving birth for a woman is like going through the gates of Hades, and it causes great damage to the woman's body. I can't bear to let you suffer the pain of childbirth. It would be best to have a wife like you. I will teach her to read and write, and you teach her to manage the household. She should have a strong and decisive character like you, not like me, who is indecisive and will be bullied by her in-laws when she gets married in the future." Su Xianming frowned with a worried look in his eyes, as if he really had a little lady who needed his concern. "Forget it, let's save more money. If the little lady doesn't want to get married, then she won't get married. With money on hand, you can live a carefree life." "Shulang." Jingyang interrupted Su Xianming with a forced smile. "Let's talk about the future later. Let's consider the crisis of the Marquis mansion first." Su Xianming scratched his head and smiled innocently. "Listen to Mother. Whatever Mother says, we will do. In this regard, Tenemi added together are not as good as Mother." Jingyang couldn't hold it anymore, turned around and left. "Mother, Mother. Are you a baby who hasn't been weaned? You listen to your mother in everything." Jingyang's voice was a little loud, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Xianming bowed to everyone apologetically, then trotted to catch up with Jingyang. "If Mother doesn't allow me to marry you, then I will definitely resist." "Jingyang, don't be angry. In handling foreign affairs, I am really not as good as Mother." The young couple chased each other and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. "Gu Nanshi, do you take me your mother-in-law seriously? How much did you listen to what I said?" The old lady had a stern face, and the deep wrinkles on her face were like ravines, full of displeasure. Aunt Duan helped the old lady sit down and said softly, "The old lady didn't sleep all night because she was worried about you, the gentleman and the wife. Madam, the old lady is also thinking about the Marquis' mansion." The old lady stomped her cane on the ground. "My son handed over a perfectly good Yongchang Marquis mansion to you, and you plan to give him back a shabby house and rotten tiles? He risked his life and fought bloody battles at the border, but you made countless enemies behind his back and made things difficult for him. How can you be a wife and a mistress like you?" Su Yunyan raised her head abruptly and retorted in a low voice. "Grandmother, my mother's methods are famous throughout the capital. You have never been in charge of the household, so don't say too much. Just like me, there are many things I don't understand, so I never say much. I just keep them in my heart and study them slowly." Aunt Duan glanced at Su Yunyan reproachfully and said angrily, "Young lady, do you mean that the old lady has no self-awareness? Alas, it's only been a few months. How come you have become?" Aunt Duan hated her for not fighting back and shook her head repeatedly. Su Yunyan was dumbfounded and explained foolishly, "I didn't. You said that. I didn't say that Grandma didn't know how to count." Su Yunting almost laughed so hard that he deliberately cooperated. "I prove that my little sister didn't say that. Besides, my mother's ability is praised by all the noble ladies in Kyoto. Grandma, could it be that your ideas are particularly unique?" When the old marquis's wife was young, she had never been in charge of the family. The Yongchang Marquis' mansion was presided over by her mother-in-law. Later, Gu Nanshi came into the house, and the housekeeping power passed directly to Gu Nanshi, bypassing her. In other words, in recent years, the old marquis's wife has spent her days eating, drinking, and holding tea parties with her old sisters. This led her to attach great importance to social integration, commonly known as a people-pleasing personality. When the old lady heard that the old sisters all thought that Gu Nanshi was right, she began to regret why she was so impulsive. Gu Nanshi, who had been unable to get a word in, had been very anxious. What a good opportunity to reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. She couldn't miss it. These sons and daughters were so good at talking that they almost ruined this great opportunity for him. Gu Nanshi was protected by Su Yunting and Su Yunyan behind him. He squeezed out a gap between them with great effort and stuck his head out. "The old lady is right. What I did today was inappropriate. I asked to be confined to my house for a month." "Mother!" Su Yunyan and Su Yunting shouted in disbelief. The old lady, who finally found the ladder, naturally took advantage of the situation. "Then it's as you said." The old lady took Aunt Duan and a group of people and left. Su Yunyan pouted, and her tone could not hide her indignation. "Mother, why do you want to be confined to your house on your own initiative?"
Why?
Gu Nanshi couldn't say that she was too tired for a day and a night and wanted to find an opportunity to hide and be lazy, right? So, Gu Nanshi left with a meaningful smile and went back to the yard. "Second brother, tell me." Su Yunyan's eyes were as bright as stars. She knew that every move of her mother must have a deep meaning. Su Yunting opened the paper fan, and the breeze blew up a strand of hair on both sides of his temples, and his eyes shone with wisdom. "Anyang has caused a lot of trouble in the city. After a night of fermentation, it will only get worse. Although Anyang is right, people with ulterior motives will definitely use Anyang to blame her. So, Anyang took the lead and punished herself to shut others up." Su Yunting closed the fan with a snap, like a wise man. "This is walking in other people's paths and leaving them with nowhere to go. So that's it." Su Yunyan's eyes were full of stars. She didn't expect that Anyang could see so far.
But,
"Second brother, the fan is broken." Su Yunyan pointed at the paper fan in Su Yunting's hand and reminded him kindly. "Children of the rivers and lakes don't care about trivial matters. It's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart." Su Yunting walked slowly to his yard with his hands behind his back. "But this is my mother's fan, and she always carries it with her." Su Yunting paused, turned around and smiled at Su Yunyan. "My dear sister, you are in charge of the household. Do you know if there are any similar fans in the storeroom?" "No. This fan is inscribed by Su Shuesher himself. Where can I find a second one?" Su Yunting stuck behind Su Yunyan and whispered, "Your painting skills are wonderful. Why don't you help your brother? How dare you teach me to forge and deceive my mother? I'm going to tell my mother." Su Yunyan picked up her skirt and ran to the main courtyard. Su Yunting waved behind her, anxiously. "Little sister, I don't mean that." Listen to my excuses. Oh, no, listen to my explanation. The quarrel between the brother and sister startled the birds on the branches. The birds flapped their wings and flew out of the mansion. Outside the mansion, what happened yesterday had spread throughout Kyoto. In the streets and alleys, the people of Kyoto were talking about it. Even the old farmer who was selling vegetables in the market wanted to express his opinion on the matter. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is really tough. She actually went to each house to beat them up? How can you say she is tough? She is clearly responsible. If someone in the same village bullied your son, would you be able to swallow your anger? Of course not. By the way, didn't you follow the whole process last night? Is the matter of Songshan Academy true? Someone asked the peddler selling salted fish nearby. When they heard that it was about Songshan Academy, many women passing by with bamboo baskets gathered around. The peddler put the salted fish with the best appearance on the top and shouted loudly, "Selling salted fish, the best salted fish, made with sea salt from Bohai Sea. Only 15 coins per piece." A woman urged, "Tell me more quickly. I'll buy one when you finish talking." The peddler smiled and said, "That's settled. The story of Songshan Academy is true. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang said it in public and spent money to buy a place for admission. But the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang was really decisive, and she took the initiative to let Su Dalong drop out of school at that time. The women were chattering and talking. I didn't expect Songshan Academy to be such a Songshan Academy. No wonder my Dalong failed the exam 4 or 5 times. We ordinary people should not go to Songshan Academy. I think the Imperial Academy is also very good, and all the students are children of officials and civilians below the 8th rank. It's all the fault of Wu Shanzhang. There was no Songshan Academy before." The peddler took out a piece of dry straw, passed it through the gills of the salted fish, and tied a buckle to make it convenient for customers to carry it away. "Be gentle when stirring it, or the salt grains will fall off," the woman reminded them while discussing the matter with her companions. The vendor who came late interrupted and said, "How can a salted fish be enough for the whole family? Why not buy some kelp? It's cheaper." Seeing that everyone was only busy gossiping and no one paid attention to him, the vendor shouted loudly, "I have some fresh news here. Do you want to hear it?" The woman holding the salted fish turned around and asked, "How fresh is it?" The vendor showed his 8 teeth and smiled. "I guarantee that no one else in the whole market will know about it. You tell me first." The vendor said, "At the court meeting today, Censor Jiang reported the matter of Songshan Academy, saying that it affected the learning atmosphere in Kyoto and could not serve as a model for the world. The current emperor ordered Songshan Academy to conduct a self-examination. Although it is a private school with no fixed rules, those who entered through the back door must not appear on the enrollment list. Your Majesty is wise." 2 officials who had just come out of court walked through the bustling market and sweated. What happened this morning has spread from the palace to the market before noon.
Alas.
Dr. Li took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Censor Zhang's court robes were wrinkled by the people, and a few strands of hair fell from his forehead, softening his cold temperament. The private conversations between the saint and concubine Tong can be spread, let alone the matters in the court? After finally squeezing out of the market, Dr. Li breathed a sigh of relief. "You really dare to report it. Knowing that it is Grand Tutor Tong who stands behind Songshan Academy, you still dare to confront him head-on. This is my duty as a censor." Censor Jiang bought 2 cups of chin milk from a beverage stall on the street and handed one to Dr. Li. The wife of Marquis Yongchang did not hesitate to use her own reputation and the future of her eldest son to hand me a knife. "How can I not use it?" Dr. Li took the milk, rolled his eyes, and said, "Grand Tutor Tong's position is as solid as a rock. How can it be easily shaken? You want to swallow an elephant with an ant, you should take better care of yourself." "I know that." Censor Jiang took a sip of chin milk and said jokingly, "It is said in the illustrated classic of Materia Medica that buffalo milk is cool, while chin milk is warm and their meat is cold. You see, I didn't even dare to treat you to beef, but only to treat you to a cup of chin milk. Let's drink it in this late autumn." Dr. Li drank the milk in one gulp and said unhappily, "Even if you want to treat me to beef, I dare not eat it. If we eat it today, we will both be criticized tomorrow."
Ha ha ha.
The two laughed loudly and said goodbye at the intersection. Principal Wu of Songhan Academy was not in the same good mood as the two. Since receiving the emperor's order, Master Tong has closed the door to him. Uncle, I don't care. If I don't appear on the enrollment list, how can I enroll?
How can I see people?
Won't I be laughed to death by Li Mingda and others? Wu Fatian sat on the stool in a sullen manner. Headmaster Wu was in a dilemma, but he couldn't bear to lose his temper with the only child of the Wu family, so he could only comfort him gently. The saint is watching Songhan Academy. The head of the hall, Li Qinghe, has been dismissed, and Master Tong refused to see me. At this time, how can you still be the first to speak out? Wu Fatian slammed the table. It's all the fault of Su Xuanming's family. It harmed Brother Xiaoyan and us. Well, we will deal with him after the storm is calm. I have agreed with the Imperial College that you will drop out first, and then go to the Imperial College to study. After the storm is over, I will transfer you back. The matter of Songhan Academy outside the mansion gate was a hot topic. As soon as the gate was closed, Gu Nanshi resumed his leisurely life. In the yard, Lu Mei was directing 2 or 3 servants to dig a pit under the peach tree and bury pottery jars in the pit one by one. Madam, this fine daughter's wine has been buried. However, in folk customs, daughter's wine is buried from the moment the wife is born. Isn't it a little late for us to bury it? Gu Nanshi covered herself with a thin blanket and lay on a bamboo chair in the sun. The weather was getting colder and colder. Only at noon, when the sun shone on her body, did she not feel the chill. Who said it was reserved for Yunyan when she got married? After a year of mourning, we can dig it out and drink it. According to the Book of Rites, it is necessary to mourn for 3 years. But since the founding emperor, the dynasty has advocated simple burials from top to bottom, and most people cremate. In terms of the mourning period, the requirements are not too strict. From 1 to 3 years are acceptable. In special circumstances, months can be used instead of years, that is, 3 months. Gu Nanshi planned to follow the rules and mourn for a year. After all, it was only a few years since the whole family was executed. How cruel it would be to spend all the time mourning and only eat vegetarian food. Lu Mei didn't say anything. After burying her daughter's red wine, she ran to the small kitchen without stopping. Madam, you have lost weight in recent days. I will prepare some food for you. Gu Nanshi nodded in agreement. It was not a good thing. She was still old. She couldn't recover after staying up all night for several nights. Besides, winter is coming, which is suitable for fattening up. Gu Nanshi lay there with peace of mind. Young lady, what are you doing? Gu Nanshi just wanted to take a nap when he heard Lu Mei's surprised cry. He opened his eyes and saw his silly girl coming over with a tray, looking excited. Mother, this is the orange stuffed tofu, roasted bean curd skin, fried beans, spicy dried bean curd that I made myself. Gu Nanshi blinked, revealing a trace of confusion. Why are they all beans? Su Yunyan looked at him with a look that said, Finally, you asked me this question, mother. I know that you love bean products the most. What a boomerang, it pierced Gu Nanshi's heart. While Lu Mei covered her mouth and laughed, Gu Nanshi looked at the tray with a pale face. There were 4 porcelain plates as clean as the first snow on the tray. If you ignore the scorched black objects inside, the rest of the red, yellow, and orange colors are also very beautiful. What's the black thing? Star anise? Cinnamon? Su Yunyan clicked her tongue and shook her head. Mother, these are tofu, beans, bean skin, and dried tofu. Gu Nanshi instantly felt full. Thank you for your hard work. I'm not hungry yet. Su Yunyan handed the tray to Lu Mei, squatted beside Gu Nanshi's feet, and said excitedly, Mother, what else do you want to eat? Just order. I will make it for you. You still want to make it? Su Yunyan nodded seriously. Of course. How can you give up halfway? How can you, a delicate mother, hang around the stove day and night? Gu Nanshi struggled hard. Su Yunyan, after getting married, I did things for my husband and mother-in-law. Now, why can't I do it for my own mother? Gu Nanshi was speechless and could only take out a book, The Secret Cookbook, from his arms and give it to Su Yunyan. Good child, Since you are so sincere, I will give this ancestral secret book to you. You study it carefully, and just cook a dish for me once a month. On weekdays, you can ask your 10 brothers to try the dishes. Thank you, mother. Su Yunyan was overjoyed. The loving mother system screamed in Gunanshi's mind. Gunanshi, are you poisonous? This book, the secret cooking manual, is for you to learn and then cook for your son and daughter. You actually gave it to Su Yunyan and asked her to cook for you? Gunanshi closed her eyes and sleepiness came over her again. It doesn't matter who does it. The relationship between mother and daughter has been sublimated, hasn't it? The loving mother system looked at Su Yunyan's eager look and became so angry that she shut herself off on the spot. Perhaps God couldn't stand Gunanshi's laziness. Before Gunanshi fell asleep, a noise came from outside the courtyard gate. Master, you can't enter the backyard. It's against etiquette. The rough male voice could hardly conceal his anger. What a joke. My whole family is almost ruined by Gunanshi. Why should I care about etiquette? Then there were the sounds of chaotic footsteps. Uncle, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't bother my mother. Humph, looking for you? If it weren't for you, Su Xianming, how could my family have suffered such a disaster? Get out of my way. Gunanshi opened her eyes and saw Su Xianming trying his best to stop the old man from the Su family, but he was pushed and staggered. Xianming, let your uncle come in. Gunanshi rubbed his forehead. He couldn't sleep for this afternoon nap today. The eldest master of the Su family came over angrily, pointed at Gunanshi's nose and asked, Gunanshi, can you still be the mistress of the Marquis mansion? If not, tell my brother to give up this title. Seeing that the visitor had ill intentions, Gunanshi did not give him face. Without even getting up, he said slowly, Brother, I allow you to enter the backyard because of our relationship. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't curse and disturb others. If you don't pay attention to your words, I will have to ask you to leave. The old man of the Su family wanted to vent his anger, but he thought that Gunanshi's style had changed a lot in recent days, as if he had someone backing him up. So he snorted coldly. Su Xianming is not motivated and doesn't want to study, but my eldest son is a good student. He successfully passed the Imperial College with his own ability and is the hope of our Su family. But because of you, the Imperial College is going to expel him. The old man of the Su family wanted to go to the ancestral temple to cry and complain. The Su family's Wenkuxing was badly harmed by this woman. Expelled in the name of what? Gunanshi smelled something unusual. The eldest master of the Su family was so aggrieved that he kept wiping away tears. They said that there were 3 subjects that could not be completed. But my Dalong has studied for 2 years in the 8-year Imperial College. It seems that as long as he passes 2 classics, he can get a degree in literature. But at this critical juncture, he is said to have failed the exam. The Imperial College is an official school under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Clergy, one of the 9 clergy. The selection of its chief priests and doctors must be approved by the emperor. The main teaching subjects are classics and history, with the 5 classics of Confucianism as the basic textbooks and the 4 books as a supplement. After studying in the Imperial College for 2 years, if you pass 2 classics, you can be a candidate for literature. Although I don't know how many years it will take to queue up now, it is still a way out. How is your Dalong's usual grades? Gunanshi frowned. The reason for expulsion from the Imperial College was very legitimate, and there was no flaw. Uncle Su, although not as good as top grade, I have never failed. Did anything unusual happen during Dalong's exam? Was the test paper changed? Was the exam deliberately difficult? Uncle Su's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth and said, None of them happened. But according to Dalong, the questions in this exam are a little harder than before. Gunanshi sat up straight, his tone solemn. This is not easy to deal with. There is not a single mistake in the process of the Imperial College. Uncle Su sat down on the ground and rolled around, saying, I don't care. You have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused. You get up first. This matter is definitely not something that can be decided by a doctor. It may involve the chief priest. When the chief priest was mentioned, Uncle Su did not dare to cry, but just frowned, as if he had fallen into bitter water. Gunanshi lamented in his heart, What kind of fate he had. He finally pushed all the family affairs to his children, but the tree wanted to be quiet, but the wind did not stop. Never mind, this matter is probably related to me. I have to find a way to settle it. Don't let irrelevant people be implicated. You go home first. I'll think of a way. The Su family's uncle came to the Marquis mansion to make a scene. It was a last resort. Since he got Gu Nanshi's promise, he took advantage of the situation and said goodbye. Su Xianming frowned, puzzled. It's just a small matter. Why did it make such a big fuss? Wu Shanchong is so capable. Can he ask Jizhou to cooperate with him? This matter was not done secretly. Anyone with a little political sense can see that the child of the Su family's eldest branch was implicated. But what is Jizhou doing this for? To others, it is really petty and lacks the spirit of a scholar. Because someone wants to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Gu Nanshi looked up at the sky. A group of wild geese flew south in a V-shaped formation. We are the chicken. Su Xianming wanted to ask specifically what was going on, but he heard the servants report in panic. Delang. It's bad. Jing Myong is missing. Su Xianming ran to his yard. Let's go and take a look. Gu Nanshi couldn't sit still. Could it be that the other party felt that the deterrence was not enough and wanted to attack Jing Myong? Obviously. Su Yunyan also thought of the same thing as Gu Nanshi and urgently ordered the servants, go to the well and the lake to look for Jing Myong. Su Yunyan's forehead broke out in a layer of fine and dense cold sweat, and she muttered in a low voice, although Jing Myong is a troublemaker, she is not guilty of death. Shuya once told me that those missing concubines and maids are usually found by the lake and in the well. Mother, do you think it will happen? Gu Nanshi's heart was also hanging high. Jing Myong was only 15 or 16 years old. If she really died because of this, her conscience would be uneasy. Don't panic, let's go and see first. Gu Nanshi and Su Yunyan just ran to the yard and saw Su Xianming holding a piece of letter paper, crying bitterly. Gu Nanshi's heart beat to her throat, and she asked hoarsely, Delang, how is Jing Myong? Su Xuanming's eyes were tearful, and he hugged Gu Nanshi's waist and cried loudly. Anyang, she wants to break up with me. She said she was going to wander around the world, and told me not to look for her. Gu Nanshi's legs softened, and thanks to Su Yunyan's support, she didn't fall to the ground. Delang, don't breathe heavily when you talk in the future. Jing Myong is safe and worry-free. Our Hofu is in turmoil. Why should we implicate a good girl? In the original work, Su Xuanming's rival wanted to send the Hofu to death. Su Yunting's thief teacher caused enough trouble to destroy the 9 clans of the Hofu. Su Yunyan also offended concubine Tong, which was also the result of implicating the whole family. With the triple buff stacked up, Hofu is doomed to die. Whether Jing Myong is a good person or not, there is no need to drag her into this. Su Xianming was crying and snotting. His voice was as miserable as a widowed mandarin duck. Mother, I know. But I am sad and can't control my emotions. Gu Nanshi. Then cry. But can you please not wipe your snot on my skirt? It's a new skirt and very expensive.
Oh.
Su Xianming took out a piece of white silk cloth from his collar, blew his nose, and then hugged Gu Nanshi's waist and cried. The sun slowly fell from the sky to the west. A beautiful afterglow of the bright clouds dyed the sky red, and a thin mist below reflected the miserable silence on the ground, just like everyone's mood. Mother, my brother has been crying for the whole afternoon. Are you tired? Su Yunyan fed Gu Nanshi a small snack considerately. I'm not tired, but my legs are numb, Gu Nanshi said with no hope in life. Upon hearing this, Su Xianming immediately let go of her hand, and with red and swollen eyes, he brought a round stool to Gu Nanshi. Mom, please sit down. Gu Nanshi sat down tremblingly, thinking that Su Xianming had finally vented his anger, but unexpectedly, her legs were hugged by him again. Su Yunyan was full of admiration for this. They say that girls are made of clay and boys are made of water. In my opinion, brother is made of water. Girls don't have as many tears as he does. Brother, there are many beautiful women in the world. Why do you have to love only one? What kind of woman do you want? I can find her for you. Li Mingde rushed over breathlessly and saw Su Xianming crying, as if his father had died. Su Yunyan asked in a low voice, "Third brother, why are you here?" Li Mingde covered his mouth with his hand, leaned close to Su Yunyan, and whispered, "Yun Ting sent someone to tell us about this. Now, the brothers are looking for Jingyang everywhere in the capital. It is impossible for a living person to disappear without a trace all of a sudden. I was worried about my eldest brother, so I came to see him first." Su Xianming said in a hoarse and sad voice, "Thank you for your concern, third brother. It's just that, after knowing thousands and millions of people, none of them is as good as her." Su Yunting rolled his eyes. "You obviously only know Jingyang, a woman, don't brag." "Yun Ting, my eldest brother, is sad."
Su Xuanmin looked at Su Yunting pitifully.
Su Yunting folded his hands in front of his chest, leaning against the door frame, and curled his lips helplessly. "You cry, I won't say anything." Half an incense stick later, Zhang Guanghai tiptoed in and asked Su Yunting softly, "Brother is still crying?" Su Yunting yawned. "Of course, the sound has never been smaller. TSK, if he had cried like this when he was beaten, we would definitely not dare to beat him again." Zhang Guanghai was terrified. Li Mingde asked, "What's the situation?" Zhang Guanghai, "We found out that Jingyang got on a carriage after leaving the back door of the Marquis mansion. She changed carriages 2 or 3 times on the way and drove to the suburbs of Beijing. Yishuan and others are investigating. I will come back to tell you the progress." Li Mingde breathed a sigh of relief. "It's okay, if she is still in the capital. It's best to solve this matter overnight, otherwise, I'm really afraid that my brother will cry all day and all night." Another incense stick passed, and the sun completely set behind the mountain, and the bright moon slowly rose. The excited voice of the young man spread all the way from the gate to the courtyard. "Brother! Brother! We have found Jingyang's trail." Su Xianming staggered out of the house and grabbed Chen Yishuan's hand, his eyes full of expectation and anxiety. "Yishuan, Jingyang, is she? Is she okay?" Su Xuanming's heart seemed to be rubbed by someone. He was afraid that Jingyang was determined to leave, and he was also afraid that she would be alone and helpless, and could only be sad. Chen Yishuan's smile froze on his face. Su Yunting's legs were numb from waiting outside the door, so he urged unhappily, "Brother asks you a question. Just answer it truthfully. Why are you looking at my mother?"
Well, that.
Chen Yishuan's toes unconsciously drew circles on the ground to ease his inner embarrassment. Gu Nanshi endured the discomfort in her legs and nodded to Chen Yishuan. "Now that things have come to this, there is nothing that cannot be said in public. You can speak boldly." After getting Gu Nanshi's consent, Chen Yishuan said angrily, "Jingyang changed several cars in a row and took that kind of remote road. Brother Jiu said that this route looked like a beggar. So let us split into 2 groups, one to report to the government office and the other to follow closely behind." Su Xianming heard this. How could this be tolerated? Jingyang is in her prime, with natural beauty. If she was deceived by a beggar, she would only be sold to that dirty place.
Quick.
"Yishuan, take me to find Jingyang.
She needs me now."
Su Xianming picked up the sword hanging on the wall and was about to save the beauty. Unexpectedly, because he was too anxious, his left foot tripped over his right foot and fell flat on his face. TSK, with your skills, go one by one." Su Yunting sat down and poured himself a glass of agarwood water. Su Xianming looked at Su Yunting disapprovingly and blamed him. "Second brother, if you don't want to go, don't go. Don't stop me." Su Yunting snorted coldly and pointed his mouth in the direction of Chen Yishuan. "Do you see how anxious the 10th brother is?
You should listen to what he has to say."
Seeing that the 2 brothers were about to quarrel over Jingyang again, Chen Yishuan hurriedly speeded up his speech and explained the whole story. The carriage stopped at a small courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing. An old woman came out, and they talked happily. Finally, the old woman welcomed Jingyang in. "We went to ask the neighbors and learned that the owner of this small courtyard was a young man." Su Xianming froze in place when he heard this. The scene was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Suddenly, an evil wind blew, and a large, thick dark cloud blocked the bright moon. In the darkness, Everyone could not see Su Xuanming's expression. They could only hear his hoarse voice, slowly speaking. I have to go and take a look. What if something really happened to her? As soon as he finished speaking, the bright moon reappeared. Under the cold moonlight, Su Xuanming's eyes were covered with thick mist, as if tears would fall in the next second.
Alas.
Gu Nanshi sighed lightly, then patted his numb legs, stood up, and waved his hand. Go. We all go. Okay. Godmother. 7 or 8 strong young men, some tall and thin, some short and sturdy, all had a stern face at this time, walked with a murderous pace, as if they were not going to care for Jingyang, but to fight. In order to save time, the group only used 2 carriages, and Chen Yishuan and Li Mingde volunteered to be the grooms. Under the bright moonlight, the tired birds returned to their nests. The 2 carriages went against the flow of people, dodging left and right, and went straight to the country road. Su Xianming would occasionally lean out of the door curtain and anxiously ask, Are we there yet? How long will it take? Su Yunting pouted, but at least he had improved and knew to save face for others. He only complained in a low voice, This is the first time I see someone rushing to wear a green hat. Isn't it better to part ways? Why do you have to tear off the fig leaf? Gu Nanshi took out a small piece of candied fruit from his purse and stuffed it into Su Yunting's mouth. Yunyan eats more tofu pudding, so you eat more candied fruit. Su Yunting's cheeks were bulging, and he said vaguely, Why? Su Yunyan was concentrating on peeling melon seeds for Gu Nanshi. When she heard the question, she answered without thinking, You lack sweetness in your life. Gu Nanshi stroked his forehead and stuffed another candied fruit into Su Yunyan's mouth. These 2 guys are half a catty and 8 tails, so no one should say anything. The carriage sped and soon arrived at a small courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing. The small courtyard looked a bit old, and the tiles on the roof had traces of smoke. Because it was located between the fields, the air was filled with the smell of farm manure. Su Xianming finally cried after holding back all the way. Why did Jingyang come here when the environment is so harsh? Jiang Guanghai touched his chin and kindly taught this young man common sense. It's not that harsh. The houses in Kyoto are expensive, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Ordinary officials can only afford a house in Kyoto if they don't eat or drink for 200 years. Although the suburbs of Beijing are farther away, those who can afford real estate are not ordinary people. For a moment, Su Xianming didn't know whether he should continue to cry. Su Yunting sighed lightly, leaned close to Gu Nanshi's ear, and said jokingly, Mother, it turns out that my 7th brother Jiang Guanghai is the one who needs candied fruit the most. I have a bad mouth, but he really doesn't understand. Gu Nanshi tapped Su Yunting's forehead and gave him a sidelong look. You know it's wrong. You deserve to be beaten. Gu Nanshi and others parked the carriage at a corner not far from the yard and watched Su Xianming knock on the door alone.
Yan Lam.
You finally came to see me. The woman's cheering voice echoed in the field. Jingyang was wearing a misty purple gauze bodice and a deep blue gown. Her wide skirt was embroidered with large butterflies, which fluttered up and down with her joyful steps, making her look lifelike. Why is it you? Jingyang's smile froze on her face the moment she saw Su Xianming. Su Xianming lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong, and whispered, I'm worried about you. Jingyang looked behind her nervously, then leaned out and looked around. Seeing that there was no one, she quietly walked out of the door and half closed it. Su Lang, since you've come, I won't hide it from you. A wise bird chooses a tree to inhabit. I, Li Ningjing, am unwilling to be a merchant girl all my life, nor am I willing to let my descendants be inferior to others. I want to change my fate. Although you are the eldest son of the Marquis of Yongchang, you can't take the Imperial examinations in literature, and you can't fight in the battlefield to kill the enemy. I don't want to live a mediocre life. Besides, Jingyang bit her lips tightly. The rumors and humiliation she had suffered were still like a knife, torturing herself. I really can't beat your mother. Drops of crystal tears slid down Jingyang's beautiful cheeks. Su Xianming, who didn't say a word, suddenly raised his head and stammered, Jingyang, I can take the Imperial examinations. I will study hard. If you want to break up, then break up. Why do you treat your elder brother like this? Li Mingde rolled up his sleeves and was about to jump off the carriage to have a good argument with Yunyan. That's right. Even if you're telling the truth, don't you know how to be more tactful? Jiang Guanhai was filled with righteous indignation. He felt that this woman had very low emotional intelligence, and he had no idea how her family's business had grown so big. Gu Nanshi glanced at Jiang Guanhai with a complicated expression. Could it be that like father, like son? Thank you, brothers. This matter ends here. Don't make things complicated. Jingyang and I are not destined to be together. Su Xianming climbed onto the carriage with a clatter and bowed to thank the brothers. Su Xianming glanced at the carriage. The carriage was not very spacious to begin with. Gu Nanshi was sitting in the north, Su Yunting and Su Yunyan were sitting on the east, and Li Mingde, Jiang Guanhai, and Chen Yishuan were crowded together on the west. Su Xianming couldn't find a quiet corner for a while. However, the grief in his heart was like a tide, almost drowning him. Seeing Su Xianming looking so pitiful, like a drowned dog, Gu Nanshi couldn't bear it, so she advised, if you don't taste the wine of the world, who knows how intoxicating it is? If you don't fall into the love of the world, who knows how tired it is? Jingyang is just a tiredness. It would have been better if she didn't comfort him. Once she comforted him, Su Xuanming's grievance and heartbreak could no longer be suppressed. Su Xianming took off his smock, covered his head with it, and cried. Su Yunting skillfully took out a few pairs of earplugs from his purse and distributed them to everyone. What a good way to cover one's ears and steal the bell. As long as he can't see us, we can't see him. Su Xuanming's crying was sincere and touching. As the carriage shuttled through the downtown area, passers-by looked at him sideways. Whose filial son and grandson is this, crying so hard? Should we go ask him if he will take orders for mourning? He works so hard, even if he is charged 500 coins per show, it is worthwhile. Su Yunting's eyes lit up when he heard the passers-by's discussion, and he clapped his hands and said, what a good idea. Brother, why don't you and I form a group to perform? Get lost. No matter how sad Su Xianming was, he could not accept that he was sold at such a low price by his younger brother. Su Yunting raised the corners of his mouth slightly, but before Su Xianming lifted his blouse, he suppressed it again. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. After all, mother has to support us. Gu Nanshi waved his hands repeatedly and refused exaggeratedly. I can't afford it. You two brothers should go and perform. Li Mingde and Chen Yishuan also followed suit. Brother, take us with you. There is strength in numbers. We can earn an extra 100 coins at least. You are always teasing me. Su Xuanming's eyes were red, and he was embarrassed. As everyone joked, the grief lingering in Su Xuanming's heart also dissipated, leaving only numb sadness. Gu Nanshi suddenly remembered. Where is Lao Jiao? Yishuan, didn't you say that you split your troops into 2 groups? Where is Lao Jiao? Chen Yishuan's round eyes showed a trace of confusion. The next second, he stood up suddenly, and his head, which was not very smart to begin with, hit the roof of the carriage heavily.
Bang! Chen Yishuan screamed miserably. Ah!
I forgot to tell Jiao Ge and the others that all this was a misunderstanding. So, Lao Jiao took the officers and soldiers to search the courtyard outside the capital? Chen Yishuan's eyes flickered, and his tone was weak. That should be it. Jiao Ge is familiar with the government office. I think the officers and soldiers will not delay. Gu Nanshi and Chen Yishuan looked at each other. Godmother? Should we go build a fence? Gu Nanshi opened the curtains and glanced at the sky. The moon had risen to the zenith. If he didn't go home to sleep, it would be another sleepless night. Touching my face, although it is as smooth as jade, no matter how beautiful it is, it cannot withstand the devastation of staying up late. Gu Nanshi leaned back on a soft pillow and said confidently, Why do you want to stop her? Jingyan's household registration is still in the Li family, but she appears in the Yen family with no name or identity. After reports from enthusiastic people, there is something wrong with the officers and soldiers performing their duties in accordance with the law. Everyone shook their heads. But the loving mother system was rumbling in Gu Nanshi's mind. Gu Nanshi, you don't have to love her, but don't hurt her. What kind of trouble have you made to the heroine? Can you let the hero go? The hero has just entered the palace. You were sent to the police station? Gu Nanshi, have the male and female protagonists met? Are they together? Is the cannon fodder Su Xianming heartbroken? Aren't they all 10? The process is not important. The loving mother system scolded her too much and was banned by the review mechanism. Gu Nanshi habitually wanted to take out her fan to show off, but found that her beloved fan was not with her, so she had no choice but to give up. The night was slightly cool. Gu Nanshi wrapped herself tightly in her cloak, and her thoughts wandered in the silent night. What a coincidence! The eldest son of the Su family had just been expelled from school, and in the blink of an eye, Jingyang was seduced by the male protagonist Yan Fusong. In the original novel, Yan Fusong's biological father was just a newly transferred 8th-grade doctor from Taishua. He originally grew up in the south of the Yangtze River and later followed his father to Beijing and was admitted to the Imperial Academy. Since then, he has been cheating all the way, becoming a boy student, a scholar, and a top scholar. After meeting the heroine Li Jingjing, he used money to clear the way, promoted him to a noble position, and dug a hole for Su Xianming, burying the Yongchang Marquis mansion together with him. What a perfect life script, starting low and going high, in sharp contrast to the Yongchang Hofu family. Gu Nanshi opened her eyes slightly and looked at the group of dozing young men through the narrow slits. They were also Yan Fusong's stepping stones, giving him money, fame, and power. Auntie, the person behind this is probably not going to let it go. A pale face with 2 eyes as bright as stars suddenly appeared in front of Gu Nanshi's eyes, almost frightening Gu Nanshi into a heart attack. Stop. Gu Nanshi waited for a while before weakly speaking. Yunting, wipe the wall putty on your face. Su Yunting wiped the powder on his face with his sleeves and complained with a frown. This is not wall putty. It is the most popular jasmine makeup powder in Kyoto. Don't always pay attention to these details. Let's talk about the mastermind behind it. Gu Nanshi hummed and said calmly, the mastermind behind the scenes will not kill my mother immediately, but your wall putty has scared half of my life. Su Yunting's eyes were filled with mist, and his eyes were full of accusations. I knew that my tears were not as many as those of my elder brother, and your heart was moved to the point of tickling. He only cares about burying me, and doesn't even care about the hidden dangers. With the atmosphere heightened, Gu Nanshi felt that it would be even better if there was another fan. The soldiers will block it, and the water will cover it. Let him let go. Just come right over.
Mom.
You are truly stunning and courageous. Su Yunyan jumped up and applauded Gu Nanshi. Godmother, you are so heroic and you are truly a role model for us. In Li Mingda's eyes, Gu Nanshi is more of a man than his own father. Godmother, you plan the strategy and win the battle thousands of miles away. I believe that all this is under your control. Jiang Guanghai heard too much of Jiang Yushi's praise of Gu Nanshi at home, so he believed from the bottom of his heart that Gu Nanshi was the one. An expert hiding in the city. After a messy night, Gu Nanshi huddled in bed and was sleeping soundly when Lu Mei grabbed her up. Master, get up quickly. The Imperial concubine has sent someone to invite you into the palace. Gu Nanshi, who was sleep-deprived, was about to explode. What kind of concubine is you? Why is your concubine so expensive? She asked me to attack, and I will attack? Ibrafeno. I have to defend. Lu Mei saw Gu Nanshi wrapped herself in a quilt like a silkworm chrysalis and said helplessly, Master, I don't give you a chance to defend. Forgot? Yesterday, you made a bold statement and asked the enemy to come over. Everyone in the house knew about it. Is it possible that you'll be a coward when faced with the provocation of your love rival? Love rival? I am a soloist, so where can I find a love rival? Gu Nanshi opened her eyes drowsily, and then she remembered that she was wearing a book and that there were many fish in the original owner's pond.
What?
The noble concubine wants to see me? Gu Nanshi sat up in shock from her sleep. Can you perform this kind of shura field by yourself? That's right. Auntie, let me cheer you up. Su Yunyan rushed in and opened the 2 makeup boxes one by one. This is the jewelry I borrowed from Jinbao Pavilion because of my relationship with Xu Yao. Pearlescent phoenix hairpin, plum blossom gold bracelet, jasper butterfly crown, green shadow tassel earrings, Yaoqin jade pendant. Just looking at the dazzling light, you know that the price is high. Concubine Tong has been fond of pinching her hair since she was a child. She prides herself on being the most beautiful woman in Kyoto and does not take others seriously. Little does she know that beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. If you were born a few years later, what would you do to her? Gu Nanshi was frightened, but her face was calm. There is no need to be so solemn. Yunyan, have you forgotten? Your lover? Gu Nanshi reminded without leaving a trace. This is a relationship between invisible people. So arrogant. Anyang is right. Su Yunting walked in swaggering and tapped Su Yunyan's forehead with a fan. There are still many things to learn from Anyang. Su Yunyan diligently brought a pair of cloves to Su Yunting's soft stool. He humbly asked, "Second brother, please tell me in detail." Su Yunting was about to open the folding fan, but suddenly realized that this was in Gu Nanshi's room, so he stuffed the fan into his wide sleeve without leaving a trace. There are so many lovers, so if that person wants to stand out, he should be dressing up and trying to please him.
Huh?
Is that so? Su Yunyan's mind was in a mess. Su Yunting hated the iron and said, "Think about it. Whose husband dresses up when he goes to see his aunt? Aren't the aunts all competing for their beauty to attract the attention of their husbands? Your Majesty, ahem, no matter how powerful that person is, he's just a husband in my mother's backyard." Gu Nanshi's face completely fell. It's very good. According to Su Yunting's ideological decline, there is no need for a thief to frame him. The Yongchong Hofu is like a wild horse running wild on the road of confiscating the family and exterminating the clan. No one wants to say anything. We are still observing filial piety, so we can't wear such complicated clothes. Lume, go pick out some plain clothes.
Gu Nanshi said firmly.
Lume opened her mouth and wanted to say, "You don't eat less fish, meat, and mutton on weekdays. Why do you think of keeping filial piety at such a critical moment?" However, Lume thought of Gu Nanshi's glorious achievements and had infinite confidence in her master. He must have deep intentions. When the carriage with the emblem of the Yongchong Marquis mansion on it passed through the bustling city and headed towards the crowded but extraordinarily luxurious palace, the people in Kyoto were excited. "Oh my God, Mrs. Yongchong Ho entered the palace in broad daylight? Who has first-hand information? I'll give you 10 cents. 20 cents. Don't drive up prices. We're all just spectators. Why hurt each other?" The tea houses with connections temporarily hired a few idlers to shout loudly in the crowded streets. The first-hand news is all in Fuchuan Tea House. Don't miss it if you pass by. When the curious people who heard the letter rushed to the tea house, Fuchuan Tea House was already packed with people, and the tea tables were all placed outside the tea house. In order to make it easier for the guests outside to hear clearly, the storyteller specially sent his apprentice to tell the story outside the building. A special episode of The Most Beautiful Woman in the World, a confrontation between 2 most beautiful women of different generations. Everyone asked why the Imperial concubine took the initiative to provoke the most beautiful woman in the world. Little did they know that it was because a villain had slandered the Imperial concubine. Ahem. Li Langjun from the general's family was beaten, and his grandmother was indignant, so she went to the Imperial concubine to complain. The audience all knew tacitly that this general was the Longwu General Li Outyen. I see. This old lady is too narrow-minded. It was obviously her grandson who flirted with others first. However, compared to this, everyone is more interested in who will be better, the most beautiful woman in the world, Gu Nanshi, or the most favored concubine Tong in the harem. Gu Nanshi couldn't be sure who would be the final winner. But Gu Nanshi was sure that the word embarrassment was written all over her from the hair to the heels. If the person behind the scenes wanted to embarrass himself to death with this trick, then he was about to succeed. "Madam of the Marquis of Yongchong, please take a seat." Imperial concubine Tong, who was sitting at the head of the table, emphasized the title of Madam of the Marquis of Yongchong. Gu Nanshi sat down without any hesitation. From the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of concubine Tong's slender fingers like green onions, and his heart trembled. Concubine Tong was at the most youthful age, delicate and proud. Her every move and gesture was accompanied by the fluttering of her sleeves, which created gusts of fragrant wind that lingered for a long time. Her waist is soft and slender, like a red lotus swaying in the autumn mist. The current emperor is truly blessed with beautiful women. The beauty is a feast for the eyes. Gu Nanshi, enjoying the beauty of concubine Tong, unknowingly ate 3 plates of snacks and drank 2 pots of goat milk. Madam Ho, how is the food in the palace? Is it to your liking? Concubine Tong hid her hands in her sleeves and clenched her fists tightly. This Gu Nanshi is so arrogant. Wearing only a plain dress and 3 flowery hairpins, she dares to enter the palace. Did she think that she could suppress herself without dressing up? Also, is her contented look an announcement to me that the palace is her home? It's okay, but the goat's milk is a little smelly. Next time, add some almonds. Maybe it will be better. Gu Nanshi is serious about food. Concubine Tong pursed her lips tightly, and her pretty face drooped instantly. What Madame Li said was indeed right. Listen to what she said. It seemed that she really didn't know that the goat's milk in the palace was indeed added with almonds before, but she was allergic to almonds, so she changed it. Concubine Tong became more and more angry as she thought about it. Her chest swelled with anger, and her cat eyes were round. Seeing that Concubine Tong was about to lose her anger and was about to fly into a rage, the maids around her lowered their heads, fearing that they would be affected. The tall and elegant young emperor, wearing an ice blue dress, hurried to the concubine's Yaoqi palace with anxious steps. Ching-Ching, why did you bring the marquis wife in? A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on the young emperor's forehead, and his eyes could not hide his anxiety. When he just stepped into the palace, he saw the familiar figure in his memory, facing him sideways, and the look in his eyes was first shocking and then indescribably complicated. The young emperor immediately stopped and, as a conditioned reflex, personally tidied up his clothes that had just been messed up by his fast pace. Concubine Tong, who had been staring at his every move, was not happy. Oh, what day is it today? The emperor, who was always so unruly in the past, actually pays attention to his appearance. Even Gu Nanshi could hear the sarcasm in Concubine Tong's words. Gu Nanshi followed Concubine Tong's line of sight and looked at the young emperor standing at the door. He was handsome, with an upright posture, exuding the noble aura of an emperor, and his clothes were quite neat, unlike what Concubine Tong said. Even the pair of yellow shoes on his feet were spotless. The young emperor froze all over, not daring to move, and said dryly, "How could that be? When did I not pay attention to my manners? Don't talk nonsense." Imperial concubine Tong sneered, but her eyes were red. Gu Nanshi retracted her gaze and frantically called the loving mother system in her mind. Plot.
Give me the plot.
How did the original owner catch the fish? The loving mother system pretended to be dead and refused to answer. Seeing that Gu Nanshi was no longer looking at him, the young emperor dared to walk into the house in small steps, but he himself did not realize that he turned the wrong way. The personal eunuch behind him lowered his head deeply to his chest and did not dare to remind him. Imperial concubine Tong was unwilling to be slapped in the face in public, so when the young emperor sat down, she immediately stuck to him. Who would have thought that the emperor, who used to want to tie the imperial concubine to his belt, would jump 8 meters away from her at this moment? She said seriously, "As a concubine, you should be dignified and self-restrained, and pay attention to your manners." After saying that, the young emperor stole a glance at Gu Nanshi, and when he saw that she didn't react, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Concubine Tong twisted her waist and completely exploded. She stretched out her nail-stained finger, pointed at the emperor's nose and cursed, "Yu Zhao, you have an affair with the minister's wife, and you dare to do this to me." The emperor's face turned pale, and his first reaction was to turn his head to look at Gu Nanshi, and said in panic, "I didn't. You're talking nonsense. Don't wrongly accuse me." Concubine Tong's eyes were red, like a cat with its fur standing on end, and her bright red lips chattered. Everyone in Kyoto doesn't know that you have an affair with the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. With whom? The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang? The young emperor, who had raised his buttocks, sat back down upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and relaxed completely. My dear, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is generous and doesn't want to bother with you. Don't make trouble anymore. His reaction not only frightened concubine Tong, but also made Gu Nanshi look sideways. This emperor's attitude towards herself is a little wrong. He doesn't look like a lover, but like a student who meets the director of the teaching department? Gu Nanshi's heart was pounding. Did the original owner and the emperor play such a unique trick? Concubine Tong stared at the young emperor blankly and said suspiciously, I'm not talking nonsense. You used to love Li Nu the most. Isn't it because Li Nu scratched Gu Nanshi that you never kept Li Nu? This emperor's attitude towards herself is a little wrong. He doesn't look like a lover, but like a student who meets the director of the teaching department? My mother didn't allow me to keep Li Nu anymore. Imperial concubine Tong was skeptical. Why did you give pearls and jade to others, but gave Gu Nanshi a crystal hairpin? Wasn't it to warn Gu Nanshi to keep her body pure and innocent? The young emperor rushed over and covered concubine Tong's mouth with his hands, terrified. What kind of lewd words are you saying? How can I control her? The young emperor turned his head and forced a flattering smile at Gu Nanshi. Concubine Tong is young and ignorant. She must have been fooled by someone, so she is disrespectful to you. Disrespectful? Why did Gu Nanshi feel that this scene was becoming more and more weird? A noble concubine is disrespectful to the imperial edict of the third rank. The young emperor thought Gu Nanshi was angry, so he used his other hand to scratch concubine Tong's palm and kept winking at her. Tell me quickly, who is gossiping in front of you? How can you say such ridiculous words? Concubine Tong looked at the emperor, then at Gu Nanshi, and all kinds of conspiracy speculations played out in her mind. Are they acting? Gu Nanshi saw the panic and nervousness in the young emperor's eyes at a glance, and couldn't help but come up with an outrageous guess. Gu Nanshi put down the snack in her hand, stared at the emperor with her eyes, and said without any emotion, Lover? Upon hearing this, concubine Tong angrily shook off the young emperor's hand, picked up her skirt, and ran out of the Yaoqi palace. She's going to complain to the queen mother. The young emperor's eyes followed concubine Tong as she left, but his body seemed to be stuck by glue, fixed in place, not moving at all. My love, pour me a cup of tea. I'm thirsty after eating too much snacks. The palace maids and eunuchs in the Yaoqi palace raised their heads in horror, but the next second, they immediately lowered them, shaking uncontrollably all over. However, the emperor's personal eunuch was very considerate. He quickly made a pot of tea and handed it to the emperor. The young emperor had a bitter face. He picked up the teacup skillfully and scalded it first, reciting the formula in his mouth. Green tea is brewed slowly, and it is not fresh and refreshing. Black tea is brewed with boiling water, and it tastes sour and astringent. Alas, who would have thought that I would have to make tea for you even though I am an emperor? The young emperor muttered as he filled Gu Nanshi's cup with tea. Gu Nanshi swallowed the tea in one gulp and felt that it was more bitter than bitter gourd. Don't let your guess come true. My love, say some love words to me. The young emperor stood in front of Gu Nanshi with a blushing face and pleaded in a low voice, Sister Nanshi, please forgive me. Gu Nanshi was confused. What kind of sister is this Sister Nanshi? The sister of the elder sister and younger brother, or the sister of the elder sister and younger brother relationship? Oh, what's wrong? Gu Nanshi poured herself a cup of tea to calm herself down. The young emperor stole a glance at Gu Nanshi's expression and said cautiously, Didn't I take good care of the imperial concubine and let her disturb your peace? What else? The young emperor pondered and couldn't think of what else he had done wrong. Nothing else? What's the matter with the rumors about you and me in Kyoto? Gu Nanshi made up his mind and decided to ask clearly. The young emperor raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, This rumor came from your house. I thought you had other plans, so I didn't dare to do anything. I just asked people to take care of the palace and don't let the rumors reach the Imperial concubine's ears. About General Longwu. Gu Nanshi had a stern face, his hands were placed on his knees properly, and his back was straight, like a poplar. The young emperor, who had been relaxing, couldn't help but sit up straight, and even the palace servants in the palace were intimidated by this momentum and were on their guard. A suffocating silence spread in the Yaoqi palace. The palace servants dared not breathe, secretly shocked in their hearts. The majesty of the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang was no less than that of the Queen Mother. Just sitting there made people dare not be presumptuous. The majestic Gu Nanshi, at this moment, wished she could dig a hole in the ground so that she could hide. At the door of General Longwu, she was so high-spirited and fearless. She never expected that General Longwu Li Outyan and the original owner had nothing to do with each other. Li Outyan's curiosity of what is worth remembering was real curiosity, not hypocrisy. If it were me, I would have whipped him long ago if I was hit by someone like this and couldn't tear it off. General Longwu, Li Outyan's temper was really good.
Thank you for not killing me.
Gu Nanshi was about to break apart. Madam of the Marquis of Yongchang? Sister Nanshi? The young emperor couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere, waved his hand, and signaled all the palace servants to go down. Gu Nanshi mechanically turned his head to look at the emperor and moved his eyeballs. The young emperor swallowed his saliva and took the initiative to speak. Are you angry with me? I had no choice but to ban you last time. This capital looks like a riot of flowers, but it is actually a raging fire. The emperor frowned tightly, forming a vertical line between his eyebrows. The trend of luxury and comparison in Kyoto is gradually rising. Both men and women are wearing gold and silver, and ignore the ban. Women pursue high buns, which are almost as high as half a body, and are full of red hairpins. It takes half an hour just to remove the jewelry on the bun. I don't know how that slender neck can support such a heavy load. Gu Nanshi recalled concubine Tong, who looked like a jewelry stand, and knew where the resentment of the young emperor came from. The young emperor picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and brought the topic back. Thanks to your cooperation, the custom of lavish burials in Kyoto has been stopped. My mother often talks about you in the palace, saying that you are a very smart woman. To be honest, I didn't think so before. You are rigid and very rule-abiding. Even to me, you are merciless.
But
during this period of time, I have seen clearly that you are indeed ambitious, but you were dragged down by your children in the past, and you focused all your attention on the harem. Now that your children have grown up, you are like a pearl on a whisk, shining brightly. Gu Nanshi looked at the young emperor's almost glowing expression and hesitated. Was he praising him sincerely, or was he being sarcastic? The young emperor received Gu Nanshi's gaze and thought he was recognized, so he became more and more excited. When you asked to be confined to your home, I thought it was because you violated etiquette, and I didn't dare to think too much about it. Later, you made a big fuss in Songsan Academy, and I finally dared to be sure that you are the female Zhuge Liang, my most loyal minister. Just now, the chief academician of the Imperial College came to me to plead for mercy, saying that Yan Fusong, a student of the Imperial College, was arrested by Kaifeng Prefecture on charges of trafficking in women. Only then did I realize that I still underestimated you. Gu Nanshi was confused. What nonsense was this emperor talking about? What's the deep meaning of this? It's just to vent my anger, and it would be better to dig a little hole for Master Tong. As for Yan Fusong's matter, it was simply because I didn't want to delay my sleep. The young emperor became more and more excited as he thought about it. He kept clapping his fists and looking at Nan Shi as if he were a god. You hit it too well. Alas, it's all the fault of the Yongchang Marquis. You are such a pearl in the dust. If I had known that you were so talented, I would have thrown a tantrum and never let you marry into the Yongchang Marquis' mansion. The young emperor stood up suddenly, his whole body shining. You must have seen that I want to reorganize the Imperial College. Taizu imitated the system of the previous dynasty and established the Imperial College, which consists of the Imperial College, the Guangwon Academy, the the 4 schools, the law school, the military school, etc., with the intention of cultivating talents for our dynasty. The Imperial College is huge and costs a lot every year. Even so, in just 100 years, the Imperial College has become like a tumor, squeezing out other subjects and showing signs of becoming a school clique. The young emperor snorted coldly. His eyes were fierce. How can these students of the Imperial College be disciples of the emperor? They are clearly. The young emperor swallowed the rest of his words, his expression revealing a trace of fatigue. For this reason, the late emperor deliberately spent a lot of effort to cultivate private schools, trying to support the two. Unexpectedly, in just 10 years, Songsan Academy has become involved with the Imperial College. The young emperor turned around and looked at Gu Nanshi steadily, the fire in his eyes burning, full of anger and hope. I have always wanted to change this situation, but I can't find a starting point. Sister, my dear sister. It is said that an eldest sister is like a mother.
I thought you didn't like me.
The young emperor's eyes flashed with a crystal-clear light. I misunderstood you. When I was in the most difficult time, you finally took action. You didn't hesitate to sacrifice your own reputation and Xuanming's future to give me a chance to punish Songsan Academy. Not only that, you also killed 2 birds with 1 stone and took advantage of the situation to use the merchant woman to drag the students of the Imperial College into the water to attack the Imperial College. The young emperor grabbed Gu Nanshi's hand and said in a choked voice, You have really paid a lot for me. I didn't know that in your heart. You really treat me as a brother. The young emperor was in his prime and had a strong fire. His big hands were like hot tongs, burning all the way from his palms to Gu Nanshi's heart. Gu Nanshi's hair stood up. This bad 6 cents. I didn't. Before Gu Nanshi finished speaking, the young emperor interrupted her. I know, you didn't treat me as a brother. Apart from my relatives, who would be willing to do this for me. The young emperor's face showed an expression of sister. No need to say more. Everything is self-evident. Gu Nanshi was numb. How much content did the author of the original book omit in the book? She had read the original novel so many times, but she never knew that the emperor was such an emperor. Sure enough, Gu Nanshi's 6 cents worked. The young emperor, with red eyes, squatted down in front of Gu Nanshi, looked up at her, and spoke softly, like a puppy seeking help from his owner. While the young emperor was secretly adding burdens to Gu Nanshi, what happened in the palace was spread to the entire Kyoto in a 360-degree manner. The tea house and tavern business was particularly hot that day. The only thing that could rival it was the catching of sons-in-law under the list and the parade of the top scholar. In the private room on the 2nd floor of Fuchuan Restaurant, Mrs. Niu, the general who guards the country, lay on the couch and ordered a bowl of snow bubble spleen-shrinking drink. Mrs. Niu, the general of the state, licked the bubble in her mouth with the tip of her tongue and said listlessly, I feel a little irritated today. Drink this to calm down.
What are you worried about?
Alas, I don't know whether the wife of Marquis Yongchang can leave the palace safely. I heard that concubine Tong is arrogant and domineering, and she doesn't even take the queen seriously. The concubines in the harem have suffered from her for a long time. The young lady of the Duke of G rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Don't worry about other people's business. Does Gu Nanshi know who you are? You are worried about her, but she never appreciates it. Mrs. Niu, the general who guards the country, smiled and said, I don't care whether she knows me or not. In the past, we only saw men with 3 wives and 4 concubines, but never saw girls playing with them in the palm of their hands. The wife of Marquis Yongchang dares to think what others dare not think, and dares to do what others dare not do. I just hope that she can get what she wants. The young lady of the Duke of G tapped the head of Mrs. Niu, the general who guards the country, with a round fan, and scolded with a smile, You have the guts to say such words in front of the general who guards the country. Of course I dare not, so I hope that the wife of Marquis Yongchang dares. Mrs. Niu, the general who guards the country, said confidently. The two of them immediately burst into laughter. I can hear your laughter from far away. What are you talking about? Lady Qingguo ran upstairs, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Madame Nio handed over a cup of sweet bean soup. Run slower. We can't walk. Why are you in such a hurry? Lady Chunghwa was panting rapidly, but her eyes were as bright as candles. She didn't care to slow down her breathing and asked anxiously, "Do you know that concubine Tong was scolded by the Queen Mother?"
What?
The sun is rising from the west? Concubine Tong has the support of Master Tong. Since she entered the palace, the Queen Mother has been reluctant to say a harsh word to her. This time it was a scolding? Madame Nio was so shocked that she almost dropped the snow bubble in her hand. The young lady of Duke Chunghwa was overjoyed, as if she were honored with honor. The imperial concubine summoned the wife of Marquis Yongchang, and after several confrontations, she was furious. His Majesty was worried that the wife of Marquis Yongchang would suffer, so as soon as the court was over, he didn't care about the chief priest of the Imperial College and ran to the Yaoqi Palace. Hiss! The young lady of Duke Jigua took a breath. Although the emperor is young, he looks like a wise monarch. No matter it is windy or rainy, he has to work in the front hall until noon every day before he is willing to rest. Even when the imperial concubine was ill, she never changed her habit. And what was the result? Madame Nio asked impatiently. The young wife of Duke Chunghwa burst out laughing. I don't know what the emperor said. Concubine Tong ran out of Yaoqi Palace angrily and went to complain to the Empress Dowager. Unexpectedly, she was scolded. Mrs. Nio immediately discovered the blind spot. So, the emperor and the wife of Yongchang Marquis have been staying in Yaoqi Palace? The young wife of Duke Chunghwa covered her mouth with a round fan, her eyes flashing with gossip, and whispered, "The emperor dismissed the palace people, and a man and a woman stayed in the same room for half an hour. The emperor is so terrifying?" A man suddenly exclaimed outside the window. The three ladies looked in the direction of the sound, and it turned out to be coming from the first floor of the tea house. Mrs. Nio opened the window a little wider and looked down. She saw that the already crowded tea house was now like a pot of boiling tea, bubbling. No one could hear what was being said, and could only vaguely distinguish a few sentences. Some palace servants said that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang was helped out of the Yaoqi Palace by the emperor. When she left the palace, she seemed to be a little unsteady on her feet. Alas, the emperor is too unkind to women. Someone saw that his eyes were red, and it was obvious that he had used too much force. More than that, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang was carried from the Yaoqi Palace to the palace gate in a palace sedan. Along the way, many palace servants saw that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang looked tired. Madame Nio and the other three looked at each other and said in unison, "You can't judge a book by its cover. The most beautiful woman in the world wins." As one of the protagonists of the scandal, the young emperor, after seeing off Gu Nanshi, returned to the front hall to deal with the official business that had been left behind. He didn't stretch until the sun set, and then he walked to the Queen Mother's palace for dinner. The Queen Mother suffered when she was young, so her meals were not as luxurious as those of concubine Tong. A plate of assorted vegetable porridge and a plate of side dishes were the dinner for the mother and son. The young emperor slurped and drank the wine with an especially sweet taste. "My son has a very good appetite today." The Queen Mother smiled as she watched the emperor eat heartily. The young emperor put down his bowl and chopsticks and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Mother. The huge stone pressing on my heart finally has someone I can trust. I'm so lucky."
Oh.
The Queen Mother turned the beads in her hand, and seeing that her son was in the mood, she cooperated and asked, "Who did you entrust it to?" The young emperor's eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. With a smile on his lips, he said cheerfully, "I gave it to my elder sister. When I was a child, I always hoped that I would have an elder sister to protect me. But at that time, I was naughty and was always scolded by my elder sister." The young emperor sighed. "At critical moments, I still have to rely on my elder sister." "Mother, you are right. My elder sister is really not an ordinary woman." The Queen Mother paused. Why was Gu Nanshi in the son's mouth so different from what she remembered? That's right, after all, they haven't been close for 10 years. Isn't it natural that people have changed? The Queen Mother put aside her doubts and ordered her maid to take out a double crabapple hairpin from her private storehouse. This is for the Imperial concubine. She is very angry today. If you don't comfort her, you will be in trouble. After the young emperor left, the queen mother ordered someone to send a purple gold phoenix crown to the queen. The emperor's son was not fair, so the mother had to make up for it. In the palace, the queen mother was busy coaxing her son and daughter-in-law. Outside the palace, Su Yunyan, Su Xianming and other sons and daughters were guarding the Yongchang Marquis mansion, anxiously circling around Gu Nanxi. Mother, why are you so weak? Were you bullied by the imperial concubine? Su Yunyan, with tears in her eyes, dug Gu Nanxi out of the carriage distressfully and gently placed her on the bamboo chair. Yunyan, shut up. Mother, thank you for your hard work. I asked someone to go to Dingfenglu to buy a bowl of black chicken soup, which is the best for nourishing yin. Su Yunting secretly complained in his heart. This young boy is unreliable. Look how tired his mother is. Gu Nanxi folded her hands on her lower abdomen, lay on the chair, and closed her eyes. Gu Nanxi slept very restlessly that night. In the dream, there was a round ball in front of her blocking her way. Mother, go and be a mother to me. Wash clothes and cook. Behind her, the young emperor was holding a golden shoulder pole and chasing all the way. Sister, please. What a terrible dream. Gu Nanxi woke up from the dream and found that the mattress was wet. Master? You finally woke up. The young lady came to look for you early in the morning, and when she saw that you were not awake, she went to the small kitchen to make breakfast for you. Lumei took a pillow and put it behind Gu Nanxi, took out a handkerchief, wiped the sweat off Gu Nanxi, and looked distressed. Why are you sweating all over? You must be tired these days. Alas, although you had a brilliant victory yesterday and were very proud of yourself in Kyoto, you have worked too hard. Gu Nanxi blinked and smiled bitterly. What kind of hard work is this? The little emperor wants me to work harder. Lumei's mouth was tight, and she muttered and complained. Your Majesty, you really don't know how to pity people. Your body is not good. How can you withstand the tossing? Gu Nanxi nodded heavily, isn't it? I'm almost going to have grandchildren. How can you bear to ask me to find a way to deal with the Imperial College and Songshan Academy? I don't even know the name of the chief priest of the Imperial College. Mother, you finally woke up. My second brother went to the outskirts of Beijing to look for medicine. Before leaving, he asked me to stew a bowl of angelica and black chicken soup for you. Su Yunyan grinned and walked in with a bowl of steaming soup. Young lady, let me do it. Lumei got up in a hurry and took the black chicken soup. Young lady's hands are tender, so don't burn them. Gu Nanxi stretched out her hand for clothes and opened her mouth for food. Her well-behaved daughter was waiting by her side, asking about her health. The sweet chicken soup went down her throat and into her stomach, and Gu Nanxi sighed comfortably. Such a good day. Even if it was another 100 years, I would not feel tired of it. After washing up and having breakfast, Gu Nanxi became lively again. Well, lively and energetic. Autumn has passed quietly in the noise, and the sudden drop in temperature shows the arrival of winter. Overnight, the wind lady seems to have changed her temperament, from a breeze blowing on the face to a slapping big melon seed. Mother, you'd better not go out. I brought you some storybooks. You can read them on the couch. Seeing that Gu Nanxi was in good health, Su Yunyan asked the servants to carry the account books and storybooks together. Under the same roof, Su Yunyan reads the account book and Gu Nanxi reads the storybook, which is also warm and comfortable. Gu Nanxi flips through the storybook with boredom. I don't know what happened. After a month, the quality of this storybook has dropped sharply. Every story is about a scholar who meets a fox at night, accepts sponsorship, goes to Beijing to be admitted to the Imperial College or Songshan Academy, and finally becomes the top scholar. The innovative one is that the scholar saves the beauty, who is the daughter of a doctor of the Imperial College, and then becomes the apprentice of the doctor and becomes the top scholar. Gu Nanxi threw the notebook to the end of the bed and said irritably, Do these scholars have to go to the Imperial College or Songshan Academy? If they don't study here, they won't be able to pass the Imperial examination and become the top scholar? Su Yunyan clattered the beads on the abacus and replied without raising her head, Seventh brother has counted that among the top scholars in 10 consecutive years, 6 were from the Imperial College and 4 were from Songshan Academy. As for Jinsher, there are even more. Are you planning to take the Imperial examination next autumn? Your 7th brother? Su Yunyan said without hesitation, of course. Censor Jiang was originally a 3rd-place scholar, and under the influence of your 7th brother, his grades are top-notch even in Songshan Academy. As for eldest brother, oh, there's really nothing I can say. What happened to your elder brother? Gu Nanshi finally picked out a book from the female protagonist's perspective from a pile of scholars' storybooks. Su Yunyan put down the abacus, frowned slightly, and was shrouded in a layer of worry. My eldest brother made a bold statement that he would take the Imperial examination and not let others disturb him. Mother, what's the matter? At the beginning, you tied him up and forced him to go to school, but he refused. Now he is in a whim and wants to work hard. Gu Nanshi read the storybook and blushed. This book, the Marquis and the men behind her, is described in a tactful and delicate way, and the things in the boudoir seem to be in person. As long as you don't put it on yourself, it can be called a family heirloom. Let him go. Gu Nanshi thought for a while, asked Lemay to take out a stack of silver notes, and handed it to Su Yunyan. Your eldest brother spends money on studying, and you can't use the money from the public to subsidize him. Su Yunyan took the silver and put it away carefully. Since she became the head of the family, she knew how much money she had to spend to maintain the expenses of a marquis's mansion. The Yongchang Marquis' mansion only spends money. Even if mother's dowry is rich, how long can it last? When I get married and my sisters-in-law come into the family, my mother has to leave some money for me to live on. I can't spend it all in this mansion. Su Yunyan glanced at Gu Nanshi, who was reading a storybook with green eyes and laughing from time to time. She made a decision in her heart. Good times are always short. Gu Nanshi hadn't finished reading the storybook yet. When she saw that the Marquis's wife had mistakenly entered the wine shop and was mistaken for a singing girl by the general, she was interrupted by Lu Mei. Master, General Longwu is here to see you.
Bang!
The storybook fell heavily to the ground, and the page that was open just happened to read, "The lamp shines obliquely on the chest of the snow, and the peach blossoms in the eyes are half smoked by wine." If it weren't for Xiangru's pity for Bink, how could he make it easy for Wenjun to see him? Gu Nanshi was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He crawled out, closed the storybook, and stuffed it under the quilt. After thinking about it, it was not very safe to hide it under the quilt, so he simply stuffed it into his lapel. Gu Nanshi asked Lemay to tidy herself up a bit, and then walked towards the hall with a throbbing heart. The tall figure stood in the hall like a strong pine tree, and the domineering and strong momentum made the spacious hall seem cramped. Gu Nanshi's heart was beating like a drum. Could this Li Outyen come here for the fraud? Gu Nanshi's eyes swept over the whip hanging on his waist, and she couldn't help but think of Li Xiaoyan's miserable condition, and she felt cold all over. Generally, what can I do for you? Gu Nanshi had a problem. Whenever she was nervous, she couldn't help but put on a stern face and speak in a hard tone, as if she was going to fight. Li Outyen raised his eyebrows. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he was cold and awe-inspiring. As soon as he raised his hand, an unidentified object flew towards Gu Nanshi rapidly. Gu Nanshi was shocked. Oh no, there is a hidden weapon. But her body was clumsy and she really couldn't avoid it. The object hit Gu Nanshi's arms heavily, causing pain in her ribs. Gu Nanshi gasped and looked down at the thing in her arms. It turned out to be a small kuju ball embroidered with a lion. Gu Nanshi's expression was not much better than Li Outyen's. Ball means request. This was the little emperor urging him to get to work. It was also the little emperor indirectly telling him that if he had any request, he could just ask. Mother? Don't you like this kuju ball? Su Yunyan took the kuju ball from Gu Nanshi's arms and sighed deeply. This emperor is really something. He doesn't even know how to give gifts. 12 hours a day, mother wants to eat in bed. How can she like playing kuju? Gu Nanshi said weakly. Please ask General Li to tell His Majesty that Su Jin, the eldest son of the Su family's eldest branch, was a student of the Imperial College with decent grades. He was expelled from the Imperial College due to a misunderstanding. I hope your majesty will be magnanimous and allow him to continue to attend the Imperial College. Li Outyin looked at Gu Nanshi deeply and said meaningfully, Okay. But madam, as a woman, you still have to stay at home to take care of your husband and children and fulfill your duties. Don't jump too high or you will fall hard. After saying this, Li Outyin turned around and returned to the palace to report. The emperor frowned when he heard the reply. After thinking hard for a while, he suddenly realized it and laughed to the eunuchs on both sides, praising, as expected of my sister. She wants to plant a nail in the Imperial College. No, this is an open nail. There must be a hidden nail. The emperor shook his head with a smile. Really, you don't even trust me? It seems that the identity of this hidden nail is very unusual. Gu Nanshi, a master in the eyes of the world, is now working diligently in the Yongchang Marquis' mansion. Master, the master wants to see you. He said that Mr. Su Jin successfully entered the Imperial College and wanted to thank you. Lume silently calculated the days in her heart. The master has slept too much during this period. Is she pregnant? Gu Nanshi turned over, no. Lume looked at Su Yunyan with a worried look. Su Yunyan pondered for a moment and whispered tentatively, Mother, the second volume of The Marquis and the Men Behind Her has been published. Do you want to go to the study to take a look? Gu Nanshi jumped up and said, Go. Must go. This incense collector is really unkind. He always stops at the most critical moment, which makes people feel anxious. In the first volume, the Marquis was mistaken for a singing girl by the general. When she was about to do this or that, the storybook ended. If you have the ability to write about colors, then write all the colors. In order to read the whole story, Gu Nanshi simply washed up and went out with Su Yunyan in a carriage. In order to implement her plan recently, Su Yunyan visited the streets of Kyoto. This incense collector is a specially hired writer of the Gentleman's Study. Her books are only sold in the Gentleman's Study. They are very popular. The second volume is only on sale today. From a distance, Gu Nanshi saw a long queue at the door of the Gentleman's Study. Most of them were servants and housekeepers, and few noble ladies came in person. Mother, why don't we go sit in the tea house next door? Asked the servant to line up. Su Yunyan didn't understand what was so interesting about the storybook, but she didn't want her mother to suffer from the cold and tiredness. Okay. Gu Nanshi didn't care about these things, but there was Su Yunyan at home, and it would be bad to let her have a bad reputation. Fuchuan Tea House, with its unique advantage of convenient information, has become the top tea house in Kyoto, and customers are coming in droves. All the private rooms have been booked, leaving only seats in the hall. Su Yunyan stood on tiptoe to look around, but didn't find any empty seats, but found some familiar figures. Mother, that's the eldest brother, the third brother, the seventh brother, and the 10th brother. Gu Nanshi followed Su Yunyan's line of sight and saw a row of tea tables by the window in the hall, surrounded by circles of young men. The young men were divided into two groups, clearly separated by a tea table. The leaders on both sides were Su Xianming and Li Xiaoyan. Looking at their inflated postures, it didn't look like they were having a friendly exchange. Although the tea drinkers around were drinking tea, their eyes were all on the young men. Yunyan, let's go quietly and don't alarm them. Gu Nanshi was very curious. Could it be that these little rascals didn't learn their lesson? And that Li Xiaoyan, was he not whipped enough? Su Xianming, I heard that you have been looking for a private school these days. Is there any private school willing to accept you? Wu Fatian put one leg on the stool. His eyes were malicious. The servant behind Wu Fatian was like a supporting actor. Master, Mr. Su is a very strong-willed man. He took the initiative to drop out of Songshan Academy. Why didn't he go to the Imperial College? Did he not want to go, or did he fail the entrance exam? Wu Fatian glared at the servant and said sarcastically, Don't talk nonsense. Be careful that mister. Su will go back, crying to his mother. We can't compare to him, who has such a capable mother. Li Mingde raised his eyebrows when he heard it. Wu Fatian, don't be disrespectful to my godmother. When Wu Fatian saw that it was Li Mingde, he was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He stood up and scolded, You lackey, you are always changing your mind according to the wind. Do you really think that a cup of tea can forgive the past grudges, and you are the loyal hero? If you have the ability, you can accompany Su Xianming to drop out of school. Why do you keep staying in Songhan Academy? Li Mingda's forehead veins popped out, and he was burning with anger. Do you think I care about Songhan Academy? Snakes and rats are of the same nest, and they are in collusion with each other. I, Li Mingda, today. Third brother. Su Xianming stopped Li Mingda and shook his head at him. Seeing that Li Mingda endured it, he turned to look at Li Xiaoyan, who was sitting leisurely aside. Li Xiaoyan, I didn't do well in my studies and I couldn't get into the Imperial College. I admit it, but those private schools refused to accept me. Was it you who did that? Li Xiaoyan turned the teacup in his hand and said indifferently, It's not enough to blame me once, but you want to blame me a second time? What virtue and ability do I have, Li Xiaoyan, to make all the private schools in Kyoto refuse to accept you? Li Xiaoyan acted as if he suddenly realized something. Maybe heroes think alike? They all think that you are a rotten wood that cannot be carved, and a wall of dung that cannot be defiled. After all, even the merchant girl has gone to another man's arms. Su Xianming clenched his fingers into fists and slowly retracted them. After many setbacks, the disdainful and contemptuous eyes of others were like sharp knives, stabbing into the original wound and bleeding. Su Xianming suddenly wanted to escape from here, to find a corner where no one was, to hide, and to stay alone quietly. But Su Xianming couldn't. Anyang had gone through so much hardship and tried every way to help him straighten his spine. How could he bend it again? My brothers and sisters are still watching me from behind. Su Xianming raised his head, looking at Li Xiaoyan with a sharp gaze. Don't think that you can force me by using these means. One day, I will be the top scorer in the Imperial examination. Li Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, and then laughed out loud. Haha, it's hilarious. You have never passed the exam, and you dare to talk nonsense? By the time you become the top scorer in the Imperial examination, I will probably be buried in the ground. The teenagers behind Li Xiaoyan laughed. After laughing, Li Xiaoyan looked steadily at Gu Nanshi in the crowd. Madam Yongchongho, Su Xianming said that he wants to take the top scorer exam. When the tea drinkers heard that Madam Yongchongho was here, they all cast their eyes on the young men. Even the private rooms on the second floor opened the windows at the same time. Alas, this Su Xianming is really a troublemaker. The matter of Songhan Academy has just been settled, and he has caused trouble again. Li Xiaoyan has been beaten. Why does Su Xianming have to chase him? Can't he just avoid him? It's really shameful. His grades are so bad, but he still dares to speak so shamelessly. How can the wife of Yongchongho save face? Private schools that only care about money won't accept him, which shows how stupid his qualifications are. Not to mention taking the exam for the top scholar. Even taking the exam for a scholar is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Su Xianming's face was as red as a cooked shrimp, and for a moment he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. At the beginning, he vowed that he didn't want to study, but now he regretted it. Would my mother feel that she was a burden? And caused her to be humiliated? The spectators took the initiative to make way for Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi smiled and nodded to thank the spectators. His every move was generous and refreshing. Everyone's eyes followed Gu Nanshi closely, and the noisy tea house became quiet instantly. Even the waiters who served tea slowed down their steps. What do I think? Gu Nanshi chuckled and looked around at everyone. Li Xiaoyan showed provocation, with the corners of his mouth raised, full of sarcasm. Wu Feishan's eyes were full of anger, but he hesitated and dared not move forward. Su Xianming didn't even dare to look at him, shrinking his neck like a quail. Li Mingda and others wanted to say something but stopped, their faces flushed. Gu Nanshi took a deep breath and said loudly, I have a poem for you all. The great rock rises with the wind one day, soaring up to 90,000 miles. If it comes down when the wind stops, it can still turn the seawater. Gu Nanshi turned his head and signaled Su Xianming, Li Mingda, and others to follow with his eyes. Su Xianming, Li Mingda, Chen Yixuan, and Jiang Guanghai clasped their hands tightly together and said in unison, People in the world always see me differently, and they all sneer when they hear my big words. Xuanfu can still fear the younger generation, and a man should not look down on the young. At this time, a group of young men squeezed in, and the 10 sworn brothers gathered together. The 10 young men, with hoarse voices, sang loudly, Xuanfu can still fear the younger generation, and a man should not look down on the young. Xuanfu can still fear the younger generation, and a man should not look down on the young. One voice is louder than the other, and one voice is more heroic than the other. With each voice, the young men have more courage in their bodies, as if the difficulties in front of them are nothing, like a grain of sand compared to the sand sea, which is extremely small. The spectators couldn't help but follow and shout. After shouting a few times, they actually felt the lofty sentiments and felt that the sky is high for birds to fly and the sea is wide for fish to jump. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be done. In the private room on the second floor, the wife of General Nyo, the state-guarding general, was in tears. They say that the previous dynasty is not as good as the present one. In my opinion, the previous dynasty was much better in terms of poetry. How moving is the poem To Li Yong by Mr. Li? Is it much better than the popular music now? The young wife of Duke Chung was stunned for a moment and murmured, "No wonder you regard the wife of Marquis Yongchang as a beacon. Her broad mind and lofty ambitions are indeed beyond our reach. What does it have to do with Gunanshi? It's all because of Mr. Li's outstanding talent." The young wife of Duke Ji said so, but her thoughts drifted to many days ago. That day, her son had a conflict with others in the academy. Although she and her mother-in-law were very distressed, they asked her son to be tolerant considering the other party's strength. As a result, her son questioned her. "Why can't you protect your son like the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang?" Those words lingered in the heart of the young wife of Duke Jigua, and she could not forget them for a long time. The wife of Duke Ji clenched her fists tightly under her wide sleeves. Her sharp nails pierced into her flesh, but the pain was far less than that caused by her son's words. "How can I be like Gunanshi? She is not afraid of those who wear shoes when she is barefoot, but the future of the Duke of Jigua Mansion is bright. So what if he shouts louder? Unless he is far away from Kyoto, Su Xianming will never be able to go to school." What Gunanshi did is just to add to the joke. Lady Jigua took a sip of goat milk and said sarcastically, "Madame Nyo, the general of the Duke of Xinghua, glanced at her and sneered. Madame Yongchang has always been cautious. Since she dared to stand up, it means she has thought it over carefully. Those who laughed at her have all been slapped in the face." Madame Jigua snorted coldly, stood up, and left in a huff. "Then you must not know that Principal Wu of Songshan Academy and the chief priest of the Imperial College have already agreed not to allow Su Xianming to enroll. Which private school in Kyoto dares to take the risk of offending the 2 pillars to accept him?" Madame Jigua still felt unwilling when she stepped out of the door. She turned around and continued, "When Gunanshi is desperate, don't regret it and come to me to cry." Madame Nyo couldn't bear it anymore, so she stood up and said with a frosty face, "Don't worry, Madame Yongchang will never be desperate in this life. When Madame Yongchang shows her power, I'd better not be stubborn."
"You."
Lady Jinan and Lady Nyo glared at each other. Their 4 eyes collided in the air, and sparks flew. The 2 parted unhappily. On the first floor of Fuchuan Tea House, Gunanshi didn't know that upstairs, 2 ladies who were close friends had a conflict because of her and almost broke off their friendship. "Godmother. So you have been prepared for this. I was wondering why you gave us 300 Tang poems, but I didn't expect it to be so useful." Li Mingda took a half step ahead of Gunanshi and pushed away the excited crowd for her. Chen Yixuan went to pack a bowl of qibao lei cha and followed behind Gunanshi. "Godmother, you haven't had time to drink a sip of tea. You must be thirsty. This qibao lei cha is most suitable for winter drinking." Fiske. Didn't you see that the tea drinkers were blushing and their eyes were shining when they recited it just now? Haha, Li Xiaoyan and Wu Fatian are not well educated, let alone such an obscure poem. The way they were speechless just now was really funny. The young men chattered excitedly. Gunanshi felt like there were 800 ducks quacking in her ears. making her dizzy. After an unknown amount of time, the young men finally stopped. Chun Yishuan glanced at Gu Nanqi's face and asked carefully and softly, "Godmother, are you angry?" Gu Nanqi let out a sigh of relief. She was not angry, but she was blocked by this group of young men, so she couldn't buy the second part of Mrs. Gu and the men behind her. Just now, the servant saw that he was in danger, so he didn't care about queuing and returned to protect his master. At this moment, there are fewer people queuing in Junzi's study. Could it be that it is sold out? Su Xianming saw Gu Nanqi's stunned expression, and he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. He took the initiative to step forward and confessed, "Mother, I was the first to stir up this matter. I deliberately blocked Li Xiaoyan and asked my 9th brother to call the other brothers." Su Xianming lowered his head deeply, not daring to look into Gu Nanqi's eyes. Gu Nanqi glanced at Su Xianming, surprised. It's incredible, this crybaby who is used to being the boss at home actually has a moment of strength? Godmother, it's not my eldest brother's fault. This Li Xiaoyan is too much. He actually warned all private schools in Kyoto not to accept my eldest brother. Chun Yishuan said angrily. Jiang Guanghai, who was always steady, nodded in agreement. Although Big Brother's grades are not up to par, it's too insulting that even the scholar who teaches elementary school refused to accept Big Brother. Not only that, Wu Fatian also sent a servant to follow Big Brother every day, singing wherever he went. Gu Nanqi raised an eyebrow. "What are you singing?" Li Mingde looked at Su Xianming, who lowered his head, and then looked at Gu Nanqi, who had no expression. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke in a low voice. "The mouse has a skin, but the man has no manners. If the man has no manners, why doesn't he die?" Gu Nanqi's face darkened, and the curse was a bit dirty. It was equivalent to pointing at someone's nose and scolding, "You have no self-respect. You are shameless. Even worse than a mouse. Why don't you die?" "So you went to block Li Xiaoyan?" Gu Nanqi took a sip of qibao lei cha. There was only qibao in the tea, and there were actually 10 live treasures on the scene.
Su Xianming whispered, "Yes."
"I can't stand this. Mother, did I do something wrong?" "Of course I did something wrong." Gu Nanqi slammed the table heavily, and before Su Yunting and others could plead for mercy, she shouted angrily, "Why didn't you curse back? Look at what you asked. Are you trying to get back at them? You're just offering your face to others to be beaten." Su Xianming raised his head suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief, and explained haltingly, "But the saints said." "What did they say?" "Your mother doesn't believe in Buddhism or Confucianism, she only believes in Taoism. Taoism says that if someone curses you, you should curse back. Otherwise, if you hide the dirty words in your heart will be dirty. Do you want to be a person with a heart?" Su Xianming was at a loss for a moment. Is this what Taoism says? Su Yunyan leaned close to Gu Nanqi's ear and whispered, "But mother, isn't there a small Buddhist temple in the mansion?" Gu Nanqi said calmly, "We will build a small Taoist temple tomorrow." Su Yunyan was dumbfounded. "Is this possible? Are you sure the gods won't blame us?" Gu Nanqi felt that there was nothing wrong with it. A person's heart has 4 petals, and there is enough space. The 10 young men looked at each other, with hesitation in their eyes. Finally, Su Xianming stood up and asked tentatively, "Mother, should we curse back now?"
"Go."
"You must go. Then let's go. No time to lose, let's go." As soon as Su Xianming left, Gu Nanqi asked Su Yunyan to wait aside, and she went to the gentleman's study. The gentleman's study connected the shops on both sides, which was very spacious and divided into paper and pen areas, storybook areas, and the 4 books and 5 classics areas. At this time, there were few customers in the storybook area, but the counter-selling paper was very popular. Gu Nanqi walked straight to the storybook area and asked calmly, "Shopkeeper, are the new books of Cixing still available?" The shopkeeper shook his head regretfully. "Madam, I'm so sorry. They are sold out. There are not many people copying books recently, so we can't supply storybooks." Gu Nanqi's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. "Madam, do you also like to read Cixing's books?" Gu Nanqi turned her head and saw a beautiful and refined girl standing 10 feet away from her. She had a pair of clean and clear eyes, smiling at her. Gu Nanshi smiled and nodded and admitted generously, I like it very much. The smile on the girl's face became even brighter, and she took the initiative to invite Gu Nanshi. I have a private room in Fuchuan Tea House. Madam, would you please come with me and have a cup of light tea? For some reason, Gu Nanshi felt happy when she saw the girl and felt that she looked very familiar, so she decisively kept the appointment. Then I won't be polite. And my little girl Yunyan is waiting on the roadside. Why don't we go together? The girl was slightly stunned when she heard the words, and then she smiled with her eyes curved and said cheerfully, Madam, you are straightforward. I also want to meet the lady of your family, who must be different. Su Yunyan, who was waiting obediently on the side, was pulled into Fuchuan Tea House again in confusion. Madam, you can just call me Wenyu. The girl Wenyu personally warmed the teacup for Gu Nanshi and poured a cup of hot tea. Su Yunyan greeted her foolishly. My name is Su Yunyan. You can just call me Yunyan. Wenyu smiled sweetly. At Su Yunyan I know. I saw everything that happened in the tea house just now. Wenyu cast his eyes on Gu Nanshi and asked, Madam, may I ask what you think of the incense collector's book? Gu Nanshi lowered her eyes, pondered for a moment, and smiled. On the surface, it is about love, flowers, snow and moon and boudoir secrets, but inside it is about the Great Way, and I can't get out. Alas, I don't know what kind of predicament this incense collector has encountered. He is rebellious but can't break free. Wenyu lowered her head and pretended to make tea to cover up her red eyes. If the incense collector knew that he had a confidant like you, he would not give up even if he was in prison. In the curling tea mist, the corners of Gu Nanshi's mouth became whiter and whiter. What a coincidence. Wenyu calmed down, raised his head, and praised. Your words, a husband should not underestimate his youth, directly made Mr. Li's poem popular. In just one stick of incense, all the poetry collections and papers in the study were sold out. Su Yunyan was puzzled. Why was the paper also sold out? Lyrics and music are popular nowadays, and there are very few existing poetry collections. People who love poetry can't wait for new books to come out, so they rush to buy paper and copy the poems by themselves. I'm afraid that after today, paper in Kyoto will be expensive and hard to come by. Su Yunyan said enthusiastically, Wenyu, if you want to see the poetry collection, you can come to my house. My mother's collection of books is extremely rich. She is reluctant to give it to us, but she will definitely give it to you. Wenyu's eyebrows were soft. He held Su Yunyan's hand and said in a loud voice, Thank you for the invitation, sister. When I have time, I will definitely visit you. Wenyu glanced at the sky outside through the window. A trace of haze appeared on his face. I will use tea instead of wine to toast you a glass. Gu Nanshi raised his glass. We are destined to meet each other from thousands of miles apart. We have a deep fate, and will meet again. Wenyu's figure was about to walk out the door, but she suddenly came back, her eyes as bright as stars. Madam, Hans Han asked Shurta, if someone in this world slanders me, bullies me, insults me, laughs at me, despises me, and despises me, how should I deal with it? Shurta smiled and said, Just tolerate him. Let him be. Avoid him. Let him be. Endure him. Respect him. And ignore him. In a few years, you will see what happens to him. Madam, what do you think? Gu Nanshi's eyes were sharp. In a few years, he will still be alive and well.
Huh?
Wenyu was stunned. Gu Nanshi pulled out the knife hanging from her waist, made a knife flower, and asked, Do you see anything? Wenyu hesitated and said, Like a knife, cut through illusions and move forward? Gu Nanshi shook her head. Just like holding a knife, hold his handle, and he will do whatever you want him to do. Wenyu was stunned at first, then knelt down and saluted to Gu Nanshi. Listening to Madam's words is better than reading for 10 years. Wenyu thanks Madam. Gu Nanshi didn't buy the book, and she also encouraged 2 groups of people in a row. She was exhausted physically and mentally, and secretly swore that next time someone called her out, she would never leave the house. Gu Nanshi lay on the bed, and Su Yunyan was busy dealing with the affairs of the house. She also had to supervise the small kitchen and make some delicious food for Gu Nanshi. Little sister, is mother asleep? Su Xianming was at the door of the small kitchen, peeking out. Su Yunyan instructed the cook. This ginkgo, apricot, and crucian carp soup should be cooked over low heat until the fish soup turns milky white, then turn off the heat. Su Yunyan washed her hands in the basin and then dried them carefully with a towel before walking out of the kitchen. Brother, mother hasn't slept yet, but she was tired today and went to bed early. Su Xianming felt guilty and waved his hands repeatedly. I won't disturb mother. Sister, I decided to open my own academy. Su Yunyan paused, then looked around, and seeing that no one heard him, she grabbed Su Xuanming's collar and pulled him to the corner. Brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you have a high fever? Or were you beaten by Li Xiaoyan? After saying that, Su Yunyan touched Su Xuanming's forehead with the back of her hand. Su Xianming couldn't break free and didn't want anyone to see this embarrassing scene, so he had to explain patiently, Little sister, I don't have a fever and I didn't get beaten. I thought it over carefully. Last time, you wanted to drop out of school, and you said you thought it over carefully and would never regret it. Su Xianming choked. I swear, I'm serious this time. Su Yunyan didn't believe it. You swore less? Don't say that, or I'll cry in front of you. Hiss. What a vicious threat. Su Yunyan quickly let go of her hand, fearing that if she was a second late, she would be greeted by a flood. Su Xianming was delighted to be free and wanted to run away, but when he thought of the person he still needed help from, he had to continue pestering. Little sister, mother agreed to open an academy. Su Yunyan looked Su Xianming up and down and said suspiciously, Don't fool me just because you think I'm not smart. Su Xianming bowed repeatedly. How can I fool you? Do you still remember what mother said today? Mother said that she believes in Tao. What is Tao? Tao follows nature. Everything is up to the heart. My heart tells me that I don't want to go to that private school. I want to open my own academy. Su Yunyan was worried that the cook would not be able to make the crucian carp soup well, and kept looking into the kitchen. If you want to open it, just open it. Why are you looking for me? Su Xianming hesitated, his face as red as the sunset. Well, little sister, big brother is a little short of money.
Do you think you can?
No. Su Yunyan refused categorically. The public money cannot be touched. My private money has other uses. Su Xianming was too embarrassed to continue pestering his sister, so he walked into the night dejectedly.
Wait.
Su Yunyan caught up with Su Xianming and stuffed a purse into his palm. I forgot to give it to you. Mother had already prepared the silver and money and asked me to give it to you. After that, Su Yunyan ran back to the small kitchen in a hurry and stared at the crucian carp soup. Su Yunting stood there in a daze. The purse with the big red embroidery of the 3 Friends of Winter, bulging, lay quietly in his palm. The next day, 10 sworn brothers gathered at Chen Yishuan's house. On the big round table, there was a purse of the 3 Friends of Winter and a stack of silver bills. Jiang Guanghai's tone was full of envy. Brother, Godmother is telling you that without going through the bitter cold, how can the plum blossoms smell so fragrant? She has confidence in you. Chen Yishuan counted the banknotes and couldn't help but exclaimed, a full 1,000 taels. Brother, Godmother is so good to you. You didn't even ask for it, and Godmother gave you 1,000 taels directly. Chen Yishuan was too embarrassed to say it out loud. What's the difference between using silver bills to open a private school and throwing the silver bills into the water? Su Yunting said sourly. Humph, Mother is really biased. I had a hard time asking her for 100 taels, but she didn't even blink an eye and gave you 1,000 taels directly. Li Mingde put his arm around Su Yunting's shoulders and said with a smile, Don't be angry, 4th brother. We can also recruit martial arts teachers for our private school. There are martial arts schools in the Imperial College, so we can't be worse. Ha, that's right. We will run the academy well and strive to be the best. Then Li Xiaoyan and others will take notice of us. Should we give the academy a name? Jiateng? What if it's called Nanqi Academy? After all, it was funded by my godmother. Su Xianming firmly disagreed. If it's done well, it will bring honor to mother. If it's not done well, won't it implicate mother? Jiang Guanghai suggested. Why not call it Baichuan Academy? The sea embraces all rivers. We are 10 brothers with different personalities. Isn't it because of the sea that we can get together?
Good.
This name is good. Chun Yishuan clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Hundreds of rivers rush and eventually converge into the sea. One is to show the tolerance of the academy, and the other is that there are thousands of students, each with their own ladder to heaven." Gu Nanshi slept all night, and when he woke up again, he saw Su Yunyan guarding his bedside, holding the second part of the marquee and the men behind her in his hand, reading with relish. The second part.
Yunyan.
Where did your book come from? Gu Nanshi instantly became energetic. Su Yunyan frowned, reading and recalling. Early this morning, a servant came to the door and said that when you sent it. Mother, when you both said that there is a strong and proud character in this book. Why didn't I see it? Gu Nanshi hurriedly looked over, and Su Yunyan's eyes were still on the first page. Fortunately, Caixiang did not continue to write from the previous episode, but wrote that an assassin broke into the wine shop and broke the ambiguity in that room. She never said her resistance, nor dared to say it. Gu Nanshi took back the notebook and hid it under the quilt. In order to avoid Su Yunyan's continued questioning, Gu Nanshi changed the subject. What are your elder brother and second brother doing? If your elder brother does not plan to study abroad, then you should take back the banknotes. Su Yunyan blinked and said honestly, I gave the banknotes to my elder brother yesterday.
He wants to build his own academy.
Mother, you don't have to bring up the matter of going abroad to urge my elder brother. I see that my elder brother is very determined this time. He will definitely not let you down. For the first time, Gu Nanshi did not understand what Su Yunyan was saying. Yunyan meant that she supported Xianming to build an academy. Have they started preparations? Gu Nanshi said in a heavy tone. Su Yunyan helped Gu Nanshi to stand up. Well, the eldest and second brothers went out early, saying that they were going to find a place to build a college. Have you hired a teacher?
Su Yunyan shook her head. No.
Have you recruited students? Su Yunyan nodded heavily. At present, there is only the eldest brother. He said that if my second brother and I are willing, we can enroll for free. Which tea house in Kyoto is the best? Find Fuchuan in tea houses and taverns. The owner of Fuchuan Tea House has reaped the dividends of gossip and decided to dig deep in this area. The owner was like a mouse falling into a rice jar, laughing from ear to ear. I said, keep a close eye on the 10 sworn brothers, especially the Su Xianming brothers, and there will be no shortage of gossip. The owner is wise. The storyteller began to tell the hot gossip in the tea house vividly. The most beautiful lady in the world, the Marquis, was shocked to hear that her own son, Dalong, had no books to read. In grief and anger, she angrily took out 1,000 taels and decided to build her own college. To the storyteller's surprise, there was a lot of booing from the audience. Don't make up stories. How can she open this academy whenever she wants? Yes, if it's about hiring a teacher at a high price, it's understandable. Want to open an academy?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar shook his head and said, Does she have a venue? Can she hire a teacher? Can she recruit students? Even if she has all these, how can this academy rank among the hundreds of academies in Kyoto? The storyteller slammed the gavel, and after the tea house quieted down a little, he spoke again. Where there is a will, there is a way. Everyone knows about the extraordinary abilities of the world. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can go and ask around in the market. The eldest and second sons of the Su family are looking for a suitable courtyard. Their academy is named Baichuan Academy. The middle-aged man who looked like a scholar waved his sleeves, snorted, and left. It's just a woman's temporary interest. It's insulting. Anyway, I won't be a teacher in an academy, and my son won't go either. Gossip is not afraid of controversy, but it is afraid of peace and tranquility. Soon, the news spread like wildfire, and even gambling houses set up bets to bet on whether Baichuan Academy could be opened. After Wu Fatian returned home with the news, he said, Uncle, Gu Nanshi and Su Xianming clearly don't take you seriously. They're going to challenge us. The youngest daughter of the Wu family put down her needlework and advised, Dad, It is better to resolve a feud than to create one. Since Su Xianming has already withdrawn from Songsan Academy, why do you have to chase him? Principal Wu glanced at his youngest daughter and said unhappily, "Where did you learn the ways of a woman? Don't learn from Gu Nanqi's behavior. She can't even catch the heart of her husband. Go into the house." After scolding his youngest daughter, Principal Wu explained to Du Miao Miao in a soft voice, "Don't worry. This matter is not as simple as you see on the surface. I can't tell you too much about the details. Don't worry, she is just a grasshopper in autumn and won't jump for a few days." Principal Wu comforted his daughter, then changed his clothes and went out. Kyoto is a city within a city. The Bian River flows in from the West Water Gate and runs through the entire city. Boats compete with each other on the river. Willows hang down to the ground on both sides of the river. In spring and summer, the willow trees are full of Kyoto people who want to enjoy the cool air. Wu Shanchong found a ferry and boarded a flower boat. Wisps of water vapor, mixed with the fragrance of cosmetics, blew on his face. Principal Wu sat down at the bottom, waiting for the girls to leave one by one. Then he spoke slowly. "Sir, have you heard about Gu Nanqi's decision to build an academy?" The man raised his cup and drank, slightly drunk. "I heard about it. She's just a woman. What can she do? But she is General Gu's daughter." The man undressed and glanced at Principal Wu. "So what? Her father was defeated by us in the past. She is a woman. Do you think she can change her fate? If you think she is a threat, then go and beat her. And by the way, let the kid on the throne see who is the real king." Wu Shanchong's gaze turned toward the river, where a thin, weak glow of light was gleaming, and the long-stemmed water plants beside the bridge were floating on the water. A small crucian carp was lurking quietly under the water plants, and after a while, it spit out a small bubble. On the shore not far away, an old man wearing a bamboo hat was holding a long fishing net, ready to go. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? For a week in a row, Su Xianming and Su Yunting went out early and came back late. Go happily in the morning and come back dusty in the evening. Gu Nanqi wanted to ask how her 1,000 taels were spent, but was mocked by the kind mother system. "Don't you just want to give up? Why do you still care about them? Gu Nanqi, if you give me a vault, do you think I will ask? I just want to give up. I don't want to starve to death." Money is very important. On this day, the moon was high in the sky, and the two brothers came back listlessly, with the 3 characters failed written all over their faces. What happened? Gu Nanqi yawned and appeared in front of them. "Mother." Su Yunting collapsed on Gu Nanqi like an eggplant hit by frost, rubbing his furry head against Gu Nanqi's shoulders. "Mother, why is it so difficult to do something?" Su Yunting was full of grievances, but had nowhere to vent. "We went to find a manor house agent to find a house. But we didn't expect the rent to be so expensive." Su Xianming sat down and rubbed his swollen calves. The late emperor clearly issued an edict to reduce the rent, but the rent is still high. "Su Yunyan, half of the people in Kyoto are renting houses. Although the edict stipulates that the rent of private residences should be reduced by half, those landlords have formed a residential bank to uniformly manage rental and sales matters. They first doubled the rent and then reduced it by half, and the rent remains unchanged." Su Xianming looked at Su Yunyan in surprise. "Little sister, how do you know so much?" Su Yunyan's eyes darted around, and she stammered. "Anyway, I just know it. If you want to open a school, you'd better look for it in the suburbs of Beijing. If you have to go to Kyoto, you can try to ask the Dianzhai Wu." The Dianzhai Wu is an official agency specifically responsible for real estate management, and it has a large number of low-rent housing. "My 9th brother has asked." Su Xianming shuddered and said in fear, "My 9th brother used his connections to get us a bunch of low-rent housing. But the environment there is really bad. Every family discharges sewage into the open space. It rained yesterday, and there was serious water accumulation around. The sewage mixed with rainwater flooded into the house. The stench lingered for 3 days. When Su Yunting thought of the scene yesterday, his face turned pale, and he retched. Su Yunyan stepped forward and patted Su Yunting on the back, saying helplessly, "You want cheap and good environment at the same time. How can such a good thing be possible? Forget it, I will help you. Shuyao's shop and house are about to be rented out. I will ask for you. Good sister. You are really my sister. Su Yunting hugged Su Yunyan and wanted to pick her up and spin around, but he couldn't. Su Xianming stood aside, touching his head and laughing foolishly. With Su Yunyan's promise, the brothers Su Xianming and Su Yunting could finally sleep well. With a loud cockcrow, the silent Kyoto seemed to come alive in an instant. Looking out of the window, a layer of mist covered the earth, like a white veil, vaguely visible. Only the eastern sky was shining with red light, dyeing the surrounding clouds with a light red. Master, it's frosty today. You have to wear more clothes. Lume hurriedly took out a soft silver light silk-embroidered brocade robe from the box. Gu Nanshi opened his eyes, with difficulty. The quilt was warm and comfortable, and he really didn't want to leave. However, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse. Delang, Erlang, young lady, are they awake? Gu Nanshi struggled to get up, sleepy eyes, and asked. Lume hurriedly changed Gu Nanshi's clothes and tied her hair. Young lady is still dressing up. Delang and Erlang have been waiting in the outer hall. Hearing this, Gu Nanshi sped up her actions. The breakfast prepared by the small kitchen was 7 treasure 5-flavor porridge, flour cake, a stack of spicy radish, and a small plate of fried tofu. In this early winter, the family of 4 seemed to warm up after drinking a mouthful of hot 7 treasure porridge. Su Yunyan picked up a piece of fried tofu and put it in Gu Nanshi's bowl. This morning, Shuyao sent someone to reply that after breakfast, we will meet at her shop. Su Xianming immediately drank it in big gulps. Don't keep Madam Sun waiting for a long time. Sun Shuyao and Su Yunyan are close friends. Her father is a doctor in the Ministry of Works Tunshin Division. Although his rank is only from the 6th rank, the Sun family has lived in Kyoto for generations and has bought a lot of real estate in Kyoto. The rent collected every year alone is several times the salary of Dr. Sunday. Therefore, compared with the officials who came to Beijing from other places, the Sun family lives a much better life. After breakfast, Gu Nanshi and others took a carriage to Sun Shuyao's shop. Shuyao's family has 2 shops. One is near Ningxi Street, next to Zujiakyo Tile Shop. Now they have opened Yuxianlu. We're going to another one, near Mingfu Temple. The location is a little off, but it is just vacant, and the rent is much cheaper. Su Xianming widened his eyes in surprise. Little sister, although you know a lot, we are opening a school, not renting a shop. Su Yunyan glanced to the side. A layer of pink flew on her little face, and she lowered her head slightly embarrassedly. Well, I want to look at the shop. Gu Nanshi put down the mirror cake in her hand and said hesitantly, Yunyan, do you want to do business yourself? Su Yunyan's eyes curved down, and there seemed to be a bright light in her eyes. She looked at Gu Nanshi with excitement and hope. Mother, I want to open a restaurant. Food is the first thing for people, and I have the secret cooking manual given by Mother. Su Yunyan's whole body seemed to be glowing. I want to try it. After saying that, Su Yunyan looked at Gu Nanshi nervously. She acted first and asked for permission later. Because she didn't dare to come so far alone, she coaxed her mother and brothers to accompany her. Will they be angry? Gu Nanshi was also stunned for a moment. Su Yunyan's tone did not mean that she was asking for everyone's opinions, but that she had already made a decision and hoped to gain the recognition and support of her family. The entire system of the loving mother system was going to fail, and screamed in her mind, Gu Nanshi, you are doing tasks blindly. You are a noble girl. It's okay to go to the kitchen every day, but you actually want to open a restaurant. Which dynasty's queen can be a cook? Stop her. Gu Nanshi reported it back and silenced the kind mother system, then smiled at the anxious Su Yunyan and said, okay. After that, Gu Nanshi took out 1,000 taels of silver from his purse and stuffed it into Su Yunyan's pocket. Your elder brother wants to open a college, and I gave him 1,000 taels. You want to open a restaurant, so I'll give you 1,000 taels. Mother. Su Yunyan's bright eyes were instantly filled with tears. Su Yunyan rubbed her nose, raised her bright smile, and was as happy as a bird on a branch. Mother, considering you joining the partnership, I'll give you 30% of the shares. When my restaurant opens and becomes popular in Kyoto, you can just sit back and wait to collect the money. Gunanshi's expression flashed, and the confident and cheerful girl in front of him was completely different from the girl who only wanted to find a good husband. Okay, mother will rely on you from now on. Su Xianming on the side hurriedly expressed his opinion. Mother? Mother! You also have a part in Baichuan Academy. Gunanshi pretended to have a headache and said exaggeratedly, "Oh, look at these two people. Did they just come out of the honey jar?" The words from their little mouths are so sweet to my heart. Lume covered her mouth and laughed. I saw two little sugar men in front of me. Su Yunting pouted and leaned to Gunanshi. Mother, you didn't give me enough candied fruit. Su Yunyan's cheeks were red, and her eyes were rippling with water. She pinched a candied fruit from the small purse and stuffed it into Su Yunting's mouth. Second brother, mine is for you to eat. Su Yunting glanced at Su Yunyan, raised his chin, and deliberately said, For the sake of your candied fruit, I won't care. You tricked us into making this trip. Su Yunyan hurriedly explained, Second brother, I didn't lie to you. Shuyao's family really has a yard for rent. The carriage stopped suddenly.
What are you talking about me?
I can't hear your laughter from far away. Have you said anything good about me in front of your brothers? Hearing her voice before seeing her, Su Yunyan's smile became even wider. She lifted the curtain and jumped out of the car. Yes, she said a lot of good things. She said you are a rich woman in Kyoto, and we are coming to you for help. The woman's voice was like a lark. Her joy was overflowing. Okay. It's rare that Miss Su needs me, so I have to do it. Su Yunting rolled his eyes in the car and then stuck his head out. Don't brag. Otherwise, I will slap you in the face if I can't do it. The woman retorted. Who said that? Only women and villains are hard to raise. Also, since I am the same as a villain, why should I have any shame? Su Yunting, you are self-aware. Su Yunyan stood between the two and tried to smooth things over. You two shouldn't get together. Stop arguing, mother is still here. The woman was slightly stunned, then knelt and saluted. Shuyao greets the marquis. Gunanshi jumped off the carriage with the support of Lume. What caught his eye was a little girl in her teens, wearing a bright red robe, phoenix eyes, willow-shaped eyebrows, a plump figure, a rosy face, and a smile on the corners of her lips. You and Yunyan are like sisters, no need to be polite. Shuyao stood up straight and held Gunanshi's other arm. Then I won't be polite. I don't envy Yunyan's fine clothes and delicious food, nor do I envy her for having a brother who loves her. I just envy her for having a mother who is willing to stand up for her children. Su Xianming exclaimed, Little sister, you actually noticed us so early? Su Yunyan looked up at the sky and the ground, but not at her brother. I just stopped by. Sun Shuyao rolled her eyes and ruthlessly exposed Su Yunyan's lie. These past few days, she asked around the previous residential agents, but there was no suitable venue, so she found me. Su Xianming was deeply moved. Little sister, why didn't you say it earlier? Sun Shuyao sighed and shook her head. My sister does more and says less. She is afraid that you have already made a decision, and it will cause trouble to you. Su Xianming pursed his lips and smiled. Little sister is willing to take the initiative to help. How can it be a trouble? Big brother is so happy. Su Yunyan's face was as red as fire, and she just followed closely behind Gunanshi, wishing she could bury her head in her chest. Sun Shuyao glanced at the little sister who was so embarrassed and changed the subject. Madam Ho, I will take you to the shop. This shop has 2 floors, Mingfu Temple to the west and the Arsenal to the east. Gunanshi looked around and found that the shop was clean and could be open for business after a rest. It was facing the street and the river, and the feng shui was also good. Since the restaurant belongs to Yunyan, it's fine as long as she likes it. Then let's go to the courtyard to have a look. It's not far from here. Sun Shuyao got on her own carriage and led the way. After a while, they arrived at the place. This is a private courtyard with a north room and 2 rooms on the east and west sides. There is a well in the middle of the courtyard and a pine tree next to the well. The courtyard is spotless, and the gate and the pillars are also painted with a layer of varnish. There is also a square wooden table and 4 stools in the north room. It used to be a scholar who rented it for elementary school. Later, it was not easy to live in Kyoto, so the scholar returned home. Sun Shuyao felt that even if the Baichuan Academy could be opened, it would not be able to gain a foothold in Kyoto. In the early stage, it was not necessary to spread the stalls so big. A small courtyard would be enough. Su Xianming also thought so. Mother, why don't you settle here? You decide. Su Xianming tried to bargain. Sister Shuyao, can the rent be cheaper? Sun Shuyao shook her head. There are rules in the housing industry. I always offer the lowest price. However, for Yunyan's sake, I won't take away the furniture in the house.
Okay.
Shall we sign the contract now? Sun Shuyao was even less optimistic about Baichuan Academy. Private education is also a business. Su Xianming is so extravagant and can't even bargain. How can he afford an academy? The contract is in the carriage. I'll ask the servants to get it. Sun Shuyao secretly sighed. The children of the Su family are really lucky. They have a mother who spoils them, is rich, and is willing to let go. Even if the academy goes bankrupt, the Marquis will not scold the Su brothers. Just when Sun Shuyao and Su Xianming were writing the contract, a servant of the Sun family came in a hurry. Young lady, you can't sign the contract. Sun Shuyao paused, and a round black ink appeared on the contract. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Wait until I finish signing the contract. The servant panted and said breathlessly, Young lady, the master said that this small courtyard cannot be rented to the Yongchang Marquis mansion. The air at the scene suddenly stagnated. Sun Shuyao was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury herself in the ground. She pulled the servant to the pine tree and asked in a low voice, What did my father say? He said that I would be responsible for this mess. Why is he still acting like a rogue? The servants bowed repeatedly. Oh, young lady. The master had no choice. Early this morning, the Minister of Works came to inspect the Tunshin division, saying that he wanted to check the accounts. Sun Shuyao's expression became solemn. The officials in Kyoto, from top to bottom, are not lotus flowers that are untainted by the mud. If you want to be serious, no one can escape. My father pays tribute every year and takes care of everything. There is no reason for the minister to suddenly find fault, unless someone instigated it. Sun Shuyao's expression showed a struggle, and then, with red eyes, she came to Gu Nanshi. Madam Ho, Gu Nanshi and Su Xianming looked at each other, and then gently apologized to Sun Shuyao. Shuyao, I'm so sorry, we plan to go and see other courtyards. Sun Shuyao lowered her head, tears falling on her coat, embarrassed. Su Yunyan held Sun Shuyao's hand, her face full of worry and apology. Shuyao, it's my fault. I didn't know that things would be so serious. Big brother just wanted to build an academy. Why is it that he is being chased and blocked as if he has violated the law of heaven? Su Yunting tapped Sun Shuyao's head with his fan. His tone was joking, but there was a trace of concern in his eyes. Oh, hot girl is crying too? Don't take it to heart. Our Baichuan Academy must naturally find a spacious place. Your courtyard is too small. Sun Shuyao wiped her tears with a handkerchief and glanced at Su Yunting. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Any good person will be mad at you for comforting him like this. Sun Shuyao walked straight to Gu Nanshi and told him all the news she knew. Madam Ho, what are you going to do? If they keep besieging us, I'm afraid we won't be able to find a good place in Kyoto. Gu Nanshi smiled and touched Sun Shuyao's bun and said calmly, If we can't find it in Kyoto, we'll go to the suburbs of Beijing. If they refuse to rent it to us, then we'll buy it. Things will work out when the time comes. Don't worry. After saying goodbye to Sun Shuyao, Gu Nanshi prepared to go home. After getting on the carriage, Su Yunting leaned against the wall and looked listless. It must be Li Xiaoyan and Wu Shanchang's doing. Why are they biting us like mad dogs? Su Xianming opened the curtains and looked at the street outside. Brothels and pavilions, embroidered curtains, BMWs and carved carriages. The fragrance filled the road. In the great capital, there was not a single available place. Crowds of people were jostling each other, shuttling between the tea houses and taverns, and laughter, anger, and scolding were heard continuously. Have you placed your bets on Baichuan Academy? Don't even mention it. The dealer has closed the bets. Everyone is betting that Baichuan Academy can't be built. So how can the dealer be willing to do this in profitable business?
Huh?
Didn't you all say that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang has connections everywhere? Why are you so pessimistic this time? This sky is also divided into the first and second heavens. The sky behind Principal Wu is higher than the sky behind the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Su Xianming lowered the curtains to block out the noise outside. His eyes were dark and filled with complex emotions. Mother, I must build this academy.
Gu Nanshi was drowsy. Okay.
Su Xianming seemed to be asking Gu Nanshi, but also seemed to be talking to himself. But where is this academy built? How could he sleep with so many knots in his heart? Su Xianming tossed and turned that night, and all the things in the past played out in his mind one by one. When the golden rooster broke dawn, Su Xianming sat up and said to himself secretly, I must read this book. I must open this academy. After that, Su Xianming swallowed his breakfast and went out early to find a venue. Second brother, where are you going? Su Xianming bumped into Su Yunting, who was about to go out at the gate of the Marquis's mansion. Su Yunting had a pale face and dark circles under his eyes. He sneered. Li Xiaoyan uses straw as a scale and underestimates people. I want to let him see who is the real weight. Su Xianming looked at his second brother's weak appearance, pinched his eyebrows, and did not dare to provoke this firecracker, so he had to say cautiously, Second brother, you are alone. How dangerous. How about calling all the brothers? Su Yunting pondered for a moment and felt that there is strength in numbers, and it is indeed time to call his brothers. So the two brothers went to knock on the door of each house. Li Mingde hurriedly put on his outer robe, still holding a steamed bun stuffed with honey and spicy filling in his mouth. Dr. Li chased after him and warned him, the matter of the academy involves many people. If you are undecided, you can listen to the advice of the Marquis wife. Li Mingde waved his hand, pushed open the door of the mansion, and merged into the flow of sworn brothers. Li Xiaoyan, that guy, is so powerful that no one in the whole capital dares to rent a courtyard to you? Qin Yishuan was amazed. Su Xianming shook his head. We can't afford to rent a yard with a good environment and not afraid of Li Xiaoyan. Those who can afford to rent will be coerced by Li Xiaoyan and Wu Shancheng. Jiang Guanghai bought Guanghan cakes and Jinjuan porridge from the morning market stall and distributed them to everyone. Fill your stomachs. You will have strength to beat people later. Su Yunting raised his eyebrows. Beat people? Jiang Guanghai drank the porridge without raising his head. Brother said that you want to teach Li Xiaoyan a lesson. We have to find a secluded corner so that no one can see us. It's best to cover his head to avoid gossip. Su Yunting turned to look at Su Xianming, his eyes full of disbelief and admiration. He leaned over and whispered, Brother, you have made progress. You even know how to use my name to take revenge. Su Xianming's expression was confused and puzzled. TSK, was it just a misunderstanding? Su Yunting concealed his complicated feelings and said loudly, We won't fight. Let's go around and look for a suitable venue first. Jiang Guanghai said bluntly, Since they have put in so much effort, there will be no fish that slip through the net. What hints does Godmother have? Li Mingde swallowed the bun in his mouth and said vaguely, Yes, my father specifically told us to listen to Godmother more. It seems that there is something else going on in this matter. Su Xianming and Su Yunting looked at each other. It's just building a college, but why is it so involved? Su Xianming recalled carefully and finally said uncertainly, My mother said that if there is no one in Kyoto, we should go to the suburbs of Beijing. The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. A group of people stood there, thinking hard. What was the deep meaning of Godmother's words? Maybe she was just talking casually? Su Xianming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a circle of people behind him. In the breakfast shop not far away, many customers also pointed at him. Seeing that Su Xianming had discovered their eavesdropping, they simply turned around and said, Mr. Su, what exactly did the Marquis's wife mean by that? Do you have any idea?
Shu Xuanmin.
Are the gossiping people in Kyoto so exaggerated? The middle-aged man who looked like a scholar sitting at the breakfast stall looked at them coldly, his tone full of disdain. But only you ordinary people would think that women's words have a deeper meaning. Looking at all the academies in the world, I have never heard of any academy opened by a few teenagers. The companion opposite the middle-aged man laughed and said, "It's just the entertainment of the rich kids. We shouldn't take it seriously. Do you think there are people in Kyoto who believe in them? Is there anyone willing to support them with their own yard?" The young men ignored the sarcasm of the two men. They were just frogs in the well and knew nothing about the strength of their godmother. "Xianming, where did the godmother say this?" Jiang Guanghai asked. Su Xianming, a small yard next to Mingda Temple, not far from Huimin River, 100 meters away, there is a Leijia bridge. Bridge. Su Xianming, Su Yunting, and Jiang Guanghai said in unison. The boat will naturally go straight when it reaches the bridge. Su Xuanming's eyes were shining, and he ran to the shore. Boatman. Rent a boat. 10 young men, 2 boats, went west along the Huimin River. Seeing this, the onlookers who had time to spare also rented a boat and urged the boatman, "Follow the 10 sworn brothers. Wherever they go, we will go." Those who were busy could only reluctantly wait on the shore and earnestly told the breakfast stall owner, "If there is any news, you must write it down. When I get back from work, I will come to find you again." Okay. The covered boat set out from Xinqiao, followed the river, passed Taiping Bridge to the west, and arrived at Leijia Bridge. Su Xianming pointed to the yard in the distance and was very excited. "That's what my mother said." After that, Su Xianming waved his hand. "Boatman, keep going." The boatman was also a good person. Among the group of covered boats, he was the first to respond to Su Xianming's call. "Okay. Su Langjun, the first bridge of the arsenal is ahead, and the bridge hole is low. What if we can't get through? If we can't get through, then stop." Su Xianming grinned and said happily. The warm winter sun shines on the river, the water ripples, and the scenery is pleasant. The multi-masted ships on the river, riding the waves, transport things from all over the world to Kyoto. On the bridgehead of the large ship carrying passengers and cargo, people of all kinds stand, looking around curiously, as if shocked by the prosperity of Kyoto. Unlike previous winter days, on this day, there are many more covered boats on the Huimin River that go against the current, and the speed is very fast. The people on the covered boats are overjoyed, as if they're going to a rally. The familiar sailors use their hands to make trumpets and communicate across the river. "Where are you going?" The curious people on the covered boats reply loudly, "To see the most beautiful countermeasures in the world." The local sailors understand immediately, and their hearts are itching. "See you at Fuchuan Tea House. I'll treat you to a pot of tea." "No problem." The foreign guests are puzzled. What kind of riddle are they playing? The local sailors kindly explain it, which really opens the eyes of the foreign guests. How beautiful is this marquis wife that the emperor is so obsessed with her? Does she have a pair of 3-inch golden lotus? She floats on the water of Luo River and steps on the flower path without damaging the scattered red flowers? He glared at them. "What are you talking about? How can you compare the marquis wife with those dancers? Even the dancers in Kyoto rarely have bound feet." There was a Kyoto woman on the passenger ship. She crossed her arms and snorted coldly. If the marquis wife had a pair of bound feet, how could she cross half of Kyoto to get back her children's reputation? How could she not lose to General Longwu and the head of Songsan Academy? The covered boat followed the water of Huimin River and passed the first bridge, Inan Bridge, smoothly. It was about to go out of Guangli Water Gate and out of the city. The boatman was nervous. "Mr. Su, do you want to continue forward?" Su Xianming gathered his outer robe, and his lips turned slightly pale due to the cold. He glanced at Su Yunting beside him and advised, "Second brother, you are not in good health. You go back first. This Huimin River is wide and long. We don't know how long we have to take the boat." Su Yunting put his hands into his sleeves and shivered. "We share happiness and difficulties. I will go with you." Su Xianming and Jiang Guanghai sat at the door at the same time, trying their best to block the cold wind for Su Yunting. When passing the Guangli Water Gate, a busybody asked loudly from behind, "Are you going out of the city?" Su Xianming stood up and said loudly, "Yes. You go back, don't follow me." The busybody shook his head firmly. "No. A group of people are still waiting for my news. Even if you go to the South Sea, I will follow you." After the boat left the water gate, the two sides of the river were not as prosperous as in the city. Looking up, there were a few low houses scattered on the withered and yellow fields, lying on the ground like beetles. Obviously, there was only a city wall between them, but the inside and outside of the city became two different worlds. There are many farms and gardens in the southern suburbs of Beijing. Among them, the most prosperous is the Meng family Yongsue Villa. The boatman felt that the atmosphere was a bit dull, so he started to introduce. Meng family? Is it the Meng family that is said to be a family of good deeds? Su Xianming had heard Jingyang mention it before. The boatman. It is his family. The Meng family has set up several orphanages and adopted many orphans. Such good deeds are widely praised by the villagers. Chatting all the way, the boat went down the river, getting farther and farther away from Kyoto. Looking back, the towering Kyoto turned into a small black in the distance, and it was not clear. Behind them, there were only 2 or 3 sparse boats that were originally as dense as crucian carp, and they followed them stubbornly. "Gentlemen, the 4-mile bridge is ahead. After passing this bridge, there will be another one more than 80 miles away." The boatman looked at the sky, which gradually became gloomy. "In this winter, you can't spend the night outside without any supplies. Gentlemen, shall we go back to the city? This silly bridge was built with funds from the Meng family. It is strong and wide. It can't stop us." The gossipers also shouted, "Su Langjun, let's go back. Maybe you misunderstood the meaning of the marquis's wife." Everyone looked at Su Xianming. Su Xianming held the side of the boat tightly, looking at the winding river with a heavy gaze. "This river can never be seen to the bottom. Let's go to Silly Bridge and have a look. If it doesn't work, let's go back to the city." The boatman sighed and increased the speed of rowing. The gossipers had to keep up. "This Su Langjun, he won't turn back until he hits the south wall. This silly bridge is so tall and indestructible. How could it be?" Before he finished speaking, the gossipers' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could it be? How could the bridge collapse? A stone arch bridge suddenly collapsed in full view of everyone. Because everyone was far away, they were not affected, but the waves caused by the huge rocks falling into the water shook the boat from side to side. Su Xianming held onto the side of the boat tightly and laughed loudly. "It's here. My mother was right. It's here." When the waves gradually died down, the boatman found a slightly flatter place and anchored. "Boatman, wait here. We'll be back soon." Su Xianming didn't dare to spend the night in the wilderness, so he repeatedly gave instructions. The boatman had already been frightened by the noise at Silly Bridge and nodded hurriedly. Okay. Su Xianming looked around and saw a field that had been harvested. Not far away there was a shabby yard surrounded by a fence. The wooden door, which was less than half a person's height, collapsed in half and hung crookedly at the door. It looked like no one had lived there for a long time. In the bleak northwest wind, the wooden door made a creepy creaking sound.
This.
Chen Yishuan swallowed his saliva. Is it really possible to build a college in this place? Su Xianming strode towards the courtyard, and the others followed him after hesitating for a moment. Is anyone home? Su Xianming stopped in front of the wooden door and greeted loudly. There was dead silence all around. Su Yunting leaned against the fence and jumped into the yard. He poked his head into the house through the window without a screen and said, "Brother, there is no one in the house." After that, Su Yunting pushed open the wooden door. The old wooden door fell to the ground with a bang, and the dust splashed on Su Yunting's face. Su Yunting frowned, covered his nose, walked around the house, and ran out with a cough. "No one lives in this house. The house is empty. There is not even a bedboard. TSK. Even if the rats come, they have to go back empty-handed." The excited young men fell silent again for a while. Could it be that they have found the wrong place? "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" An old farmer with a slightly hunched back messy beard and wrinkled face looked at everyone vigilantly. Su Xianming saluted the old farmer. "Old man, are you the owner of this small courtyard? We want to rent this courtyard. Don't go too far. I was fooled once. Can I be fooled again? We are not liars. I am Chen Yishuan, the son of the Shaoqing family of Guanglu Temple." The old farmer sneered, but did not stop. "Today, even if you are the king of heaven, I will not rent this small courtyard to you." He felt extremely aggrieved. "You old man, why are you so unreasonable? Do you know who my godmother is?" "Oh, even if your godmother is the queen, I am not afraid." After all, the old farmer is old, and his physical strength cannot keep up with these monkeys. He was so tired that he stopped where he was, panting. Chen Yishuan shouted, "My godmother is the wife of the Yongchang Marquis." The old farmer's expression eased after hearing this, but he couldn't help but doubt. Is it really the wife of the Yongchang Marquis? Li Mingde pulled Su Xianming and Su Yunting over. These are the eldest and second sons of the Yongchang Marquis. The old farmer looked at Su Xianming, who looked like the stupid son of a landlord, and Su Yunting, who looked like a weak chicken, and believed it a little in his heart. For the sake of the wife of the Yongchang Marquis, although this small courtyard cannot be rented to you, it can be sold to you. Together with the surrounding 60 acres of farmland, a total of 600 taels, no bargaining. At this time, the gossipers also rushed over and said in surprise, "You old farmer, you are so ignorant. The first-class farmland is only 3 taels per mu. Even in the suburbs of Beijing, it will not exceed 5 taels per mu." The gossipers were so angry at the old farmer's words that they trembled. "Your place is not close to Kyoto. Your farmland is at most second-class farmland. You cheat people so blatantly, and you still have the nerve to say that you are giving face to the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Brother, how about changing places?" Li Mingde was speechless. Is there silver planted in this farmland, or is there gold buried? How dare this old farmer ask for such a high price? Su Xianming, who was slightly dazed, was awakened by Li Mingde and breathed a sigh of relief. "Bye. Let's go sign the contract now. Big brother."
Shudalan.
Su Xianming smiled and explained to his brothers and the busybodies, "My mother said yesterday that if we can't rent it, we can buy it." After these words came out, the old farmer looked at Su Xianming frequently, muttering in his mouth, "Is the Marquis really a fairy? She is so predictable." The busybodies opened their mouths, so wide that an egg could almost fit in. Then, he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva, as if his throat was dry. "My dear mother, are you acting in partnership? Is there really someone who can plan everything?" Su Xianming didn't care what others thought. Anyway, his mother had pointed out a clear path, so why not follow this path? The weather was good, and the sky was gloomy until Su Xianming and the old farmer returned to Kyoto to sign the contract, and it didn't rain. When the busybodies returned to the familiar street market, they were immediately surrounded by the crowd. "Songda, have you followed it to the end? The boatman just said that the silly bridge collapsed. But is it true? So weird. Songda, I just saw Su Dalong and a farmer go to the government office. Is there something wrong?" Songda facing the neighbors who were chattering and asking a lot of questions. Some of them were familiar or not. The nosy Songda stepped on the stool and cleared his throat. Don't worry. Let me have a cup of tea, and then I'll tell you all in detail." As soon as Songda sat down, he was invited to the tea house by the waiter of Fuchuan Tea House. "Songda, our boss said that a good horse deserves a good saddle. You've worked hard. Why don't you go to Fuchuan Tea House to have a cup of tea and some snacks?" After saying that, the waiter put a small silver in Songda's palm without leaving a trace. Songda waited, smiled brightly, and walked towards Fuchuan Tea House. The royal storyteller of Fuchuan Tea House reluctantly gave up his seat and sat down angrily to listen to Songda's gossip. "Songda, we went west along the Huimin River and saw with our own eyes that the Silly Bridge had collapsed when we were almost at Silly Bridge." Su Dalong laughed and said that this was exactly the place that Madame Ho had mentioned. "So we went ashore and found a small courtyard." Songda's description was dry, but because it was first-hand information and it was popular, there were still many spectators. The storyteller rolled his eyes and rehearsed the story several times in his mind. The next day, he attracted more customers because of his unique story. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang was originally the incarnation of a river god. She descended to the mortal world to overcome her calamity. She told Su Dalong that things would naturally go straight when they reached the bridge. It seemed like words of comfort, but in fact, they were telling a different story. When Su Dalong followed her instructions and reached the Silly Bridge, she sent down 49 thunderbolts from the sky, which instantly blew up the Silly Bridge that had stood for hundreds of years. Su Dalong's way was blocked, so he climbed ashore. He saw an old farmer with a white beard in the mist presenting the land deed with both hands. The people of that dynasty believed in Buddhism and Taoism and believed in these supernatural stories the most, so they listened with great interest. Some rational onlookers questioned, since Madame Ho is the incarnation of the river god, why did she live a mediocre life in the past few decades? The storyteller said confidently, the soul of the river god, the body of a mortal, was delayed by the Yongchang Marquis for 10 years. Now, it turns into rain when it encounters a golden dragon. Everyone understood and felt that this statement made sense. Another rough man with a full beard, whose face could not be seen clearly, asked, although the weather was gloomy the day before yesterday, there was no thunder and lightning. The storyteller rolled his eyes. The sun rises in the east, and the rain falls in the west. There was no thunder in our capital, but there was thunder in the south of Beijing. Someone echoed. Indeed, on that day, I heard bursts of muffled sounds, as if they came from a very far place. The rough man lowered his head, his eyes deep. It didn't rain, but muffled thunder was heard. Was there really thunder from the sky, or was there another weapon? After all, the wife of the Yongchang Marquis, Gu Nanshi, is the only daughter of the god of war, General Gu. When the storyteller was about to leave, another guest in the audience raised questions. A 12 or 13-year-old boy with a dirty braid, wheat-colored skin, and handsome features stood up and asked in a non-standard Mandarin. Since the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is the incarnation of the river god, why doesn't she just give the land deed to her son? The storyteller unfolded his fan and said mysteriously, even the monk Tang had to go through 81 difficulties to obtain the true scriptures. The river god wants to cultivate his son, so he will create difficulties even if there are none. The pupils of the foreign boy shrank. Is that so? The foreign boy's eyes flashed, and he said quietly and firmly to the silent, strong man beside him, I want to go to the Marquis of Yongchang's mansion. God has given me guidance. I believe that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is my destined nobleman. The rumors about the goddess of the river spread more and more widely. Even the Daxiangwo temple was asked about the goddess of the river on the opening day of this month. Gu Nanshi, who stayed in the mansion, could not see Su Xianming and Su Yunting day by day. Even Su Yunyan, who used to come to the main courtyard to punch in every day, had not come for several days because she was busy cleaning up the shop.
Lume, you said.
Oh, forget it. Gu Nanshi wondered whether he should help Su Xianming find a place. Then he changed his mind and realized that he was not as familiar with Kyoto as they were. Gu Nanshi silently took out a few banknotes from the money box. If Su Xianming really had no way, then he would provide more support. Master, there are rumors in Kyoto. Lume hesitated, wanting to ask but not daring to ask. Gu Nanshi's temples throbbed. The rumors in Kyoto were really crazy. Thinking about the last time with her lover, Gu Nanshi's embarrassment came back again. Lume, rumors stop with the wise. Thinking of what the young emperor said, that the rumor started from the Yongchang Marquis mansion, Gu Nanshi once again said to the servants around her, don't spread it around. When Lume left the house, she was surrounded by the servants in the mansion. Sister Lume, what does the master mean by this? Lume, rumors stop with the wise. Master Huiming, the wise man of Daxiangwo Temple, was asked about the river god by believers the day before yesterday. He said that all things have spirits. The implication is that the master is the river god. Lume looked around and warned, the master told us all such important things. We must not talk nonsense. Do you understand? Understand. Don't worry, Sister Lume. For half a month, Gu Nanshi didn't see her children. It happened that the weather was just right, and the sun was shining. Gu Nanshi decided to go to Su Yunyan's shop to see how she was resting. As soon as she opened the door, she saw that the steps in front of the door were filled with dried fruits and refined rice, and even several copper incense burners with 3 incense sticks inserted on them, and the smoke was misty. Facing the main gate, there were 3 cushions. 3 women in winter coats were bowing in sincerity. Gu Nanshi took a step back and couldn't help but look up at the door plaque. The 4 characters Yongchang Marquis Mansion were written in iron and silver, which were very eye-catching in the sun. I didn't travel through time. What happened? Gu Nanshi murmured to himself. Has the fashion in Kyoto changed again? It's no longer fashionable to worship at Daxiangbo Temple, but it's becoming fashionable to worship at Highgates? Are the characters in the original novel so crazy? Lume frowned and ordered the servant. What's the point of blocking the main entrance? You guys quickly clean up the open space on the right side of the gate. You will worship there in the future. Don't block the masters of the mansion from traveling. Gu Nanshi, who wanted to ask Lume what happened, shut up again. Seeing Lume's calm and unsurprised attitude, maybe it's really because he is not surprised. It's normal for a novel to have 1 or 2 strange settings. Gu Nanshi sat in the carriage with peace of mind and went to the shops near Mingda Temple. On the Huimin River, boats were racing. On the river bank, there were hawkers hawking their wares along the river, young men riding horses across the bridge, and old men pushing carts and driving donkeys. It was so lively. Under an old willow tree with twisted roots, a group of people were surrounding a stall, chattering. Gu Nanshi looked over and could only see 2 long bamboo poles with 2 long banners hanging on them, which read reading fortunes and solving doubts and river goddess respectively. Gu Nanshi sighed lightly, thinking that the people of the time were really superstitious. Even the fortune-telling stalls on the river bank had banners of river goddess hanging on them to pay homage. Lume carefully fed the selected nuts into Gu Nanshi's mouth. As soon as he bit down with his upper and lower teeth, the fragrance of the nuts filled his entire mouth. Gu Nanshi squinted his eyes and glanced at the small coffee table with 3 bone china plates on it. 1 is for shells and peels, 1 is for smaller nuts with occasional shriveled and damaged nuts, and the last one is for nuts that are all full without any broken skin. Gu Nanshi decided to give Lume a raise. This service attitude and initiative deserve praise. The carriage swayed to the door of the store. Before Gu Nanshi got off the car, she heard Su Yunting's voice. Little sister, can you give the remaining wood from your shop renovation to my second brother? Su Yunting asked, licking his face. It's so shameful. The second son of the Yongchang Marquis Mansion actually used the wood that others didn't want to build a college. Before Su Yunyan could say anything, Sun Shuyao started to sarcastically say, and then she said, I know a timber merchant and a contractor. You can go find him and mention my name. Su Yunting raised his eyebrows. His fox eyes seemed to be smiling. Then we won't be polite. I tell you in advance that the money we 2 brothers have is not enough. Sun Shuyao pushed Su Yunting forward. Just go when I tell you to go, and don't say too much. Instead of worrying about the wood, you might as well worry about whether there are craftsmen who will take the job in winter. Hee, don't bother 2 people for everything. Sister Shuyao, your father is in the Ministry of Works. Su Yunting blinked at Sun Shuyao, looking very innocent. Sun Shuyao's eyes sparkled, and her cheeks seemed to be covered with a layer of blush. When there is nothing to do, just call me Sister Shuyao. If Yunyan was not my good sister, do you think I would pay attention to you?
I know.
Please, Sister Shuyao. Su Yunting's voice turned 3 times, sticky like rice cake, and his thin waist twisted and twisted, almost shaking Sun Shuyao's soul away. Sun Shuyao turned around, with her back to Su Yunting, her heart thumping, as if it would jump out of her chest. The red clouds on her pretty face seemed to be burned by fire, burning hot. Sun Shuyao covered her chest, her eyes rippled with tears, and she snorted coldly. You monster! You shouted sister all over the mountains and plains to ask for help. Nonsense. I only called my little sister and Sister Shuyao. Sun Shuyao felt that if he continued to shout, she might not be able to help but pay for the goods for him, so she hurriedly covered her ears. Stop shouting. Su Yunting rushed to Sun Shuyao, his slender eyes full of affection and smile. His mouth was like honey. Sister Shuyao, good sister, good sister. Ahem. Gu Nanshi couldn't listen anymore and hurriedly got out and pretended to cough twice. Mother, why are you here? Su Yunyan ran to the carriage happily like a fluttering butterfly and helped Gu Nanshi get off. Sun Shuyao took a big step to the left like a conditioned reflex, tilted her head, and didn't dare to look at Su Yunting or Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi glared at Su Yunting, and when she passed by him, she warned him quietly, "Can you call me brother and sister randomly?"
Don't tease me.
Su Yunting sighed and muttered softly, "Mother, you are so mean." The cooked duck almost flew away. "Do you want your son to be a bachelor for life?" Gu Nanshi choked, looked at the slightly immature Su Yunting, and emphasized in a low voice, "I am not in a hurry to have a grandson, so don't do anything stupid." Thinking of the fact that people generally get married at an early age in this era, Gu Nanshi's heart was hanging high. "If you really like it, tell Mother. Mother, please ask the matchmaker to come to your house to propose marriage. You must not get married privately for life. For men, even if they get married privately for life, there is no problem. But for women, it is too hurtful." Sun Shuyao, who heard the conversation between mother and son, even her ears turned red, and she was very shy. Su Yunyan caught a glimpse of this scene and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Does Shuyao have a fever? It's cold in winter. You should wear more clothes."
Sun Shuyao.
Su Yunting touched Su Yunyan's hair bun lovingly, but his eyes glanced at Sun Shuyao intentionally or unintentionally. "Little sister, with your emotional intelligence, your second brother will have to find a second sister-in-law who is broad-minded and knows you well. Otherwise, there will be conflicts between the sister-in-law and the sister-in-law." Sun Shuyao glared at Su Yunting angrily, and this look was both angry and shy, so beautiful that even Gu Nanshi was distracted for a moment. Gu Nanshi slapped Su Yunting on the back. "What are you talking about, Huqin? From what you said, the address of the academy has been chosen." Gu Nanshi complained in his heart, and he even had time to flirt. Su Xianming, who was holding a book on the side, lit up his eyes. "Thanks to my mother's advice, we successfully bought the small courtyard." "Advice?" Gu Nanshi was confused. What did he give advice on? Su Xianming nodded heavily, his eyes full of admiration. "The boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. We went down the Huimin River and spent 600 taels to buy a farmhouse." In a trance, Gu Nanshi was supported by Sun Shuyao and Su Yunyan on the left and right, and walked around the shop 3 times. In front of Gu Nanshi, a servant sprinkled fine rice on the ground and whispered, "May the river god bless you. Good luck." When Gu Nanshi finished walking 3 times, Sun Shuyao and Su Yunyan congratulated each other. "Congratulations, congratulations. With the blessing of the river god, your shop will surely be full of customers." "Congratulations, congratulations. Shuyao, you have another prosperous shop." Su Yunting pulled Gu Nanshi's arm and got into the carriage together. "River god, no, mother. Let's go to the academy." The low-key carriage clattered out of the Zonglo Gate in the southwest corner of Kyoto and headed straight to the south of Beijing. Gu Nanshi and the others did not notice that 100 meters behind the carriage, there were people pushing carts and driving donkeys, following closely behind. Not far away, beside the Huimin River, some impatient people had already taken boats to the vicinity of Silly Bridge. "It's just ahead." Su Xianming got out of the carriage, lifted the door curtain, and pointed at the more dilapidated farmhouse from a distance, excited. When Gu Nanshi stood outside the yard, the crooked gate finally couldn't hold up and collapsed with a bang, splashing dust. This is the yard welcoming the river god. The wooden door that has not broken for so many years has suddenly broken at this moment. How could it be a coincidence? The crowd watching the excitement firmly believed that this was the deterrence of the river god. Gu Nanshi didn't care who was the river god. She only cared about what was so special about the farmhouse that cost 600 taels. Gu Nanshi visited the yard with a wooden face. The place was quite spacious. 3 houses, plus a yard, covered an area of 10 acres. It's just too spacious. There's nothing in the house. Even the roof is open to the sky. Mother? What do you think of this place? Su Xianming blinked his starry eyes, wiped the stones in the northeast corner of the yard with his sleeves, and asked Gu Nanshi to sit down. Very good. Gu Nanshi took a deep breath and squeezed out these words from between his teeth. As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. How can children grow up without being cheated? Don't be angry. I'm not angry at all. No. Gu Nanshi opened her eyes, looked steadily in the direction of the setting sun, and comforted herself. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. If 1,000 taels of silver notes are not spent, how can 2,000 taels or 3,000 taels be returned? Su Xuanming's expression was confused at first, and then turned to determination. Gu Nanshi was disheartened. She calculated her dowry in her mind and felt that the remaining money was enough for the family to live through the remaining years. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and decided to go home. The common people who came with him saw with their own eyes the small courtyard given by the legendary white-bearded old farmer, and they all doubted their lives. Even if this courtyard is given to me for free, I don't want it. How much money will it cost to repair it? Could it be that this is the second test from the goddess of the river? Just now, I seem to hear the Marquis's wife say that the old must go before the new can come. Could it be that she wants to test Su Dalong and others on how to repair the courtyard with the least money? That makes sense. That must be the case. Su Xianming and others gathered at Chen Yishuan's house to brainstorm. Chen Yishuan. I asked my father about it. An ordinary brick and stone house costs 60 taels, and a blue brick and stone tile house costs 100 taels. Although our courtyard has 3 rooms, it is large in area, so it should be calculated as 4 or 5 rooms. At least 300 taels. Su Yunting. In recent years, the capital city has used more wood to build houses, and the Imperial Palace has also used a lot of wood to repair old palaces. Most of the wood is imported from the south, and the price is rising year by year. Even if we are given the lowest discount, a solid wooden house will cost 70 taels. We can't use thatched houses to build a college. Everyone was worried. 1,000 taels of silver, 600 taels just to buy the yard and the land, and after taxes, there are only more than 300 taels left. We can't spend all of it on building houses, otherwise how can we hire teachers? How can we provide books and paper, ink, brushes and inkstones? Li Mingde took out a purse and put it on the table. This is my private money. My father is very stingy. I only saved 30 taels. Jiang Guanghai blushed and handed over 20 taels. My mother is preparing to save money to buy a house, so. Su Xianming saw that other brothers also donated generously and immediately stood up to stop everyone. I will remember the friendship of brothers in my heart. But I think that what my mother said should not be this meaning. Isn't it said that the old does not go and the new does not come?
Su Xuanming smiled lightly.
Sure enough, he was my mother's child and the person who knew her best. My mother will never make some requests that we can't do. If we want to build Baichuan Academy, teachers and students are the most important. Living in a humble room, interacting with great scholars. This is the realm I pursue. Well said. Chen Yishuan clapped his hands. Su Xianming spread out the notebook he had been carrying with him. This is the construction plan of the entire courtyard. Although the courtyard is shabby, the foundation is very deep, and the beams and pillars are made of good wood and do not need to be replaced. We only need to replace the roof and buy some tables, chairs, and benches. The market price of a tile is 15 cents. We use a lot, so we should be able to get it down to 13 cents. Li Mingde and Jiang Guanghai looked at each other and took the initiative to take the lead. Okay. Let's do as the eldest brother said. When will the construction start? I will take the servants in my family with us. We can't do delicate work, but we can help carry bricks and tiles and tidy up the rooms. That's right. All of us brothers will go. In this way, we can save some money to buy more books for the academy. Su Xianming laughed with tears in his eyes. Okay. We brothers are united, and we can achieve great things. Let's make an appointment to go together on the rest day of this month." After making the agreement, Su Xianming and Su Yunting went all over Kyoto, looking for shops selling tiles and carpenters. In Fuchuan Restaurant, business has slowed down a bit, as there's been no gossip worth the city's attention recently. The lobby, which used to be hard to get a seat in, is now full, but most of the time there are only 1 or 2 people occupying a tea table. "Songda, I heard that you have made another big deal?" Songda took a sip of tea and sighed. "Oh, don't mention it. I can't make much money, just a reward for my hard work." "How is it possible? Your customers are the 2 young masters of the Yongchang Marquis Mansion. Su Dalong spends hundreds of taels on a meal, and Su Erlang can give 20 or 30 taels to invite martial artists to perform." Songda had a bitter face and looked like he couldn't help but say, "I thought the god of wealth had come." Unexpectedly, the tiles that cost 15 cents apiece were bargained down to 12 cents. His colleagues next to him felt sympathetic. "It's true that you can't make much money. Why don't you not do this deal?" Everyone in the tea house laughed at Songda. "You're so good, Songda. The abacus beads are jingling. This deal was really done. I was betting on who would be the sucker of Su Dalong, but it turned out to be you. Do you trust them so much?" Songda held the teacup with both hands, and a small handful of tea leaves floated up and down in the water, unspeakably light. Because the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang loves to drink tea, these tea houses actually sell tea. "Songda, I didn't believe it at first. It's just that the odds of 1/10 make me very excited. Now it seems that the 10 sworn brothers have changed so much. Maybe this academy will really be built for them." The middle-aged scholar sitting by the door rolled his eyes with a strong mocking smile. "Unless the rooster can lay eggs, the hen can crow, and the sun can shine from the west. Otherwise, this academy will definitely not be built." Songda put down the teacup in his hand heavily and glared at the middle-aged scholar. "You crazy student, are you a fortune teller? Don't talk nonsense." The middle-aged scholar curled his lips and didn't even look at Songda. "Don't talk about ice with summer insects. You small vendors, of course, don't know that the Imperial College and Songshan Academy are preparing to open a new round of enrollment and select teachers. The Imperial College only recruits once a year, and Songshan Academy recruits once in spring and autumn every year. In the winter, it is self-evident who is targeted by the temporary addition of an entrance examination." The middle-aged scholar left a string of copper coins on the tea table and walked away. On the second floor of Fuchuan Tea House, Mrs. Niu, the general who guards the country, almost dropped her teacup on the ground. If what this scholar said is true, as long as the Imperial College and Songshan Academy add a condition before recruiting, that is, teachers who are currently in office are not allowed to apply, then Baichuan Academy will definitely not be able to recruit teachers. The young wife of Duke Qingguo was shocked. "Not really? It's just a small academy. Is it necessary for Principal Wu and the chief priest to kill them all like this?" Mrs. Niu rubbed her eyebrows, feeling very irritable, which made her more anxious than the general who took a 5th concubine. On the surface, it is Principal Wu and Mrs. Ho fighting each other, but in fact it is the emperor and... Mrs. Niu swallowed the next words, stood up, and paced back and forth. The young lady of Duke Qingguo sighed slightly, picked up a piece of crispy abalone, and put it down again. "You really don't want to reconcile with Shijuan?" Madame Niu crossed her arms and snorted coldly. She relied on the fact that she was the young lady of the Duke Jigua mansion and deliberately refused to rent the yard to the Marquis wife. The rent was only 100 taels, but she asked for 500 taels. The young lady of Duke Qingguo crushed the abalone, put it into tea, and simmered it over a slow fire. She also has her own difficulties. Her eldest son is in the Imperial College, which is in Kyoto. Unlike your eldest son, he is studying far away in Uelu Academy. Madame Niu looked out the window, at the bare branches, and was secretly lost in thought. The winter wind was bleak, but a small courtyard in the southern suburbs of Beijing was bustling with activity. "Brother, we are here. My father said that these tables, chairs, and benches are my family celebration gifts." Chen Yishuan grunted and directed the servants to unload the tables and chairs from the cart. Su Xianming looked around and saw the desks and armchairs that teachers loved, as well as the long tables and round stools that were commonly used in the school. Even the bookshelves, desks, and incense burners were all ready. Once the courtyard was tidied up and these things were put in, there was no need to buy any more furniture. Jiang Guanghai came over in a carriage with many large wooden boxes. "Brother, this is the collection of books contributed by my father. He spent all his private money on books for many years, and this time it can be considered a big loss." How could Su Xianming dare to put such precious books on the ground? "Seventh brother, just sit here and don't move. Keeping an eye on these books will be your greatest achievement." Su Xianming couldn't help but become anxious. He had to hurry up and clean up this small yard today. Yun Ting, go to the nearby village and recruit a few more strong men. Su Yunting brushed off the dust on his body and swept around the courtyard. He saw that all his brothers were present, and there were also 30 or 40 servants. Even if someone came to cause trouble, they would be able to handle it. Only then did he feel relieved, climbed into the carriage, and slowly waved the whip. When Su Yunting disappeared from sight, a middle-aged man with a full beard asked across the fence, "Gentlemen, do you want to hire someone to work? No money, just provide 2 meals." Jiang Guanghai was suspicious. "Why don't you want money? Godmother once said that there is no free lunch in the world." The middle-aged man with a beard had a gleaming eye, and he touched the back of his head with his thick palm and said naively, "I am so hungry after fleeing here. Others are afraid of my size and dare not hire me." Su Xianming looked at the strong man in front of him. Even if he was slightly bent, he was still level with him. He had a body of tendon meat and looked very powerful. If it weren't for his sunken cheeks, I really couldn't believe that he was a refugee. "Okay, if you are a beggar, I will definitely not give you money. But if you just want to use your own hands to fill your stomach, then I promise that you will not be hungry." Su Xianming readily kept the strong man. The bearded man jumped over the fence and landed on the ground, but he was so light that not even a speck of dust was splashed. "Thank you, sir. My name is Li Daniu. You can just call me Daniu." Su Xianming's eyes were fixed on the place where Li Daniu landed, where there was not even a footprint left. Li Daniu's heart tightened. He was too excited just now, and forgot to hide it for a moment. He didn't expect Su Dalong to look silly and be so vigilant. Su Xianming looked at Li Daniu and shook his head. Just when Li Daniu was thinking about whether to run away, Su Xianming said, "You look as strong as an ox, but you didn't expect that you are so weak inside. Don't worry, you can eat as much as you want in the future." Li Daniu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and saluted. "Okay. Thank you, Su Dalong." Li Daniu worked very hard. Others could only carry 1 load of tiles at a time, but he could carry 1 on his left shoulder and 1 on his right shoulder. This efficiency was so high that Su Xianming shouted, "It's worth it." Not long after, another foreign boy and a big fool came to the fence. Jiang Guanghai raised his eyebrows. "Are you here to find a job too?" The foreign boy thought about it and realized that no matter which country you are in, you have to work for the master for free for a few years if you want to learn a skill, so he nodded. "Jiang Guanghai, are you fleeing from famine?" The foreign boy looked at Jiang Guanghai in surprise and nodded heavily. Jiang Guanghai called Su Xianming over and nodded at the foreign boy, another one. "No, too." Su Xianming looked at the boy in front of him. He had wheat-colored skin and delicate features, but his messy hair made people know at a glance that this child had suffered a lot. "Su Xianming, no wages, but food is provided. Do you want to work? A Lechuan's strength is not as good as Li Daniu's, but fortunately with Ada, the combined work efficiency of the two can be on par with Li Daniu. Ada, Su Dalong is such a good man, worthy of being the son of the goddess of the river. I was going to give him 200 taels, but he not only didn't want any money, but also provided meals." Chuan sincerely felt that this was the legendary benevolent family. With the help of the 2 strong men, the construction of the academy progressed steadily, but when it was time to eat, Su Xianming was dumbfounded. "What? Not enough golden rice?" Golden rice is made by cooking golden chrysanthemums and rice. Su Yunting felt that in an elegant place, elegant things should be done, so he strongly advocated the use of golden rice. Unexpectedly, the golden rice that was thought to be abundant was not enough. Su Xianming looked at Chuan, who was eating 4 bowls in a row, Ada, who was pouring 1 bowl in his left hand and 1 bowl in his right hand into his mouth, and Li Daniu, who seemed very elegant but actually had eaten 6 bowls in a row. Is it reasonable? Li Daniu reluctantly put down the porcelain bowl and said embarrassedly, Su Dalong. Su Xianming wiped his tears. Li Daniu couldn't speak anymore. Could it be that he just ate too much and made the young master cry? If his mother knew about this, would she drive him out with a stick? Su Xianming wiped his tears and choked up, saying, My mother always said that the great Zhou only has 1 capital. So this is what she meant. You have suffered. After that, Su Xianming shared the golden rice that he had not yet started with Li Daniu, Chuan, and Ada. A gentleman's word is as good as a promise. Since I promised to fill your stomachs, I will never break my promise. The bowl in Li Daniu's hand only contained 1/3 of the golden rice, but it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Is this the son taught by the young lady? General Gu often said that one should learn to be a good person first, and then learn the 4 books and 5 classics. Su Dalong is much better than many high-ranking officials and nobles in terms of being a good person. The young lady has never forgotten the general, and has never forgotten the general's teachings. Li Daniu lowered his head and ate with big mouthfuls of food. Only his sharp eyes were filled with tears. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. In the open field, the girl's clear and beautiful voice like the cry of an oriole startled the birds that were looking for food on the ground. Chuan, who almost buried his head in his bowl, raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. A girl was standing on the shaft of a horse-drawn carriage, waving at everyone. She was slender and graceful, with black hair like clouds and a pair of bright eyes like autumn water slightly curved, exuding a unique vitality. In the lonely wilderness, she was like a small sun, unconsciously attracting everyone's attention. Su Yunyan jumped off the carriage and said to everyone with a smile, The new store has not yet opened. I made some delicious food. Please have a taste, brothers. Su Xianming, who was overjoyed to see his sister, froze his smile after hearing this. He couldn't help but take a few steps back and stammered, Little sister, brother is not hungry. Nonsense. Big brother, you haven't eaten yet. How can you not be hungry? 11th sister, 7th brother is really not hungry. Give this portion of 7th brother to big brother. Jiang Guanhai pushed Su Xianming and then hurriedly called the servants to unload the wooden boxes on the car. It seemed that he was too busy to eat. The other brothers no longer sat on the ground to rest, but immediately got up to work, as if the work would not be done without them. Su Yunyan pouted, her eyes full of grievance. Do I have to do this job? I'm so busy that I don't even have time to eat? Su Xianming also wanted to run away, but seeing Su Yunyan's pitiful appearance, he couldn't bear it, so he turned around and said, Little sister, don't worry about them. I'm hungry, give me some. Su Yunyan then turned her tears into laughter, her pretty face shining like a rainbow after the rain. Chuan in the corner had already been stunned, and couldn't help but look forward to what kind of delicacies this beautiful girl would bring out. Su Yunyan took out a 4-layer mahogany box with a hexagonal rui brocade pattern and carefully opened the lid of the first layer. In an instant, an extremely unique smell dominated the entire space. There was a blue and white porcelain bowl in the food box, steam rising from it. The red, green, white, and black ingredients complemented each other in the bowl, creating a touching picture. Really? Moving. Su Xianming staggered, unable to stand steadily. He covered his nose with both hands and lamented, Little sister, have you finally gone astray on the path of gourmet food? Who gave you the secret cookbook? Su Yunyan was afraid of damaging her brother's confidence, and she didn't have the heart to let him know that her mother's favorite child was actually her, so she urged him, Brother, don't ask too much. Come and try this bowl of snail noodles. This is the main product of our store, and it's guaranteed to be the only one in Kyoto. Su Xianming was in ecstasy. Little sister, if I have offended you in any way, you can just kill me instead of torturing me like this. Su Yunyan tightened her handkerchief, stamped her feet, and said angrily, "It's not poisonous. I've tasted it. The smell is a bit overbearing at first, but after getting used to it, you will love it deeply." Su Xianming didn't believe it and refused to die before he could achieve his goal. Just when the brother and sister were deadlocked, Ailchuan had already been attracted by the strange fragrance. His throat rolled up and down, and the whole paper was full of the word "wanna eat."
Who are you?
Su Yunyan quickly noticed this dirty boy, who was silly and had several grains of white rice on his cheeks. It was obvious that he was dressed and looked like an outsider. However, the great Zhou dynasty was tolerant and open, and all nations came to pay tribute. The people in Kyoto were no longer surprised by outsiders. Ailchuan's face instantly turned red, but fortunately his skin color was wheat-colored, so it was not easy to see. I am Ailchuan. Do you want to try this snail noodle?" Ailchuan wanted to say yes, but the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. He was so anxious that his eyes were red, and he could only nod. Su Yunyan thought that he was not very familiar with the language of the Great Zhou, so she said gently, "Don't worry. I know what you mean. Don't worry, there are a lot of snail noodles. I'll leave a bowl for you." After that, Su Yunyan took out a bowl of snail noodles from the second layer of the food box and handed it to Ailchuan. "Can you use chopsticks?" Ailchuan nodded frantically. At this time, he only felt that the snail noodles were very fragrant, but this lady from the Su family was even more fragrant. Su Yunyan squatted beside Ailchuan, watching him eat heartily with a smile on her face. "How does this sour bamboo shoot taste?" "Very good." "Is this rice noodle chewy and smooth?" "Very good." "Is this bean curd full of soup?" "Very good." Su Yunyan's eyes turned. "How about being my shop assistant?" "Very good." Su Yunyan stood up, clapped her hands, and circled around Su Xianming. "Brother, I found the most suitable assistant for my shop." Ailchuan then realized what he had promised just now. After a day or two of tidying up by everyone, the quaint and simple little courtyard can finally be opened for business. Gu Nanshi was dug out of the quilt by Su Yunyan early in the morning and dressed up. Su Yunyan held a small flowered brocade robe in her left hand and a 5-color embroidered wide robe in her right hand. "Lume, which one is more suitable?" Lume was busy tying up Gu Nanshi's hair. After taking a glance, she said, 5-color embroidered wide robe. The master is going to be the head of the mountain today. The small flowered brocade robe is a little petty. Gu Nanshi, who was confused, was surprised. "When will I be the head of the mountain?" Su Yunyan picked out the robe and went to choose shoes. She said as a matter of course, "You are the biggest investor. If you don't become the head of the mountain, who dares to be the head of the mountain?" "Oh my God!" Gu Nanshi was anxious. "Why didn't this little girl inform me earlier? I didn't make any preparations. How could I give a speech in front of those well-educated teachers and students? I can't just speak in plain language. The time is tight. Even if I want to go out and hire a scholar to write a manuscript, it's too late." Gu Nanshi was fidgeting. Is his identity as a time traveler going to be exposed today? It's a pity to waste such a good life of having everything you want. How many teachers and students are there today? Gu Nanshi asked sadly. Su Yunyan didn't even blink and said lightly, "Oh, you are both the headmaster and the teacher, and the student is only my brother." Silence is Cambridge tonight. After a long time, Gu Nanshi found her voice again. "If the scale is like this, why not set aside a small courtyard in the mansion to serve as a school? Why waste the 1,000 taels?"
Su Yunyan did not speak.
When everyone arrived at Baichuan Academy, she found a gap and pulled Su Xianming to a corner. "Brother, mother asked you to expand the enrollment. Recruit students and teachers, and compete with Imperial College and Songsan Academy." Su Xianming took a breath. Is mother's expectation of me so high? She thinks Baichuan Academy can be better than Songsan Academy? Can I do it? Su Yunyan clenched her fist and cheered him up. "Mother even took out 1,000 taels, so of course she believes in you. Mother has also prepared several silver bills and will give them to you when Baichuan Academy reaches a higher level." Su Xianming didn't know how to start for a moment. This little heart was moved by mother's trust, but also weighed down by the heavy burden. Brother, my Baiwelu will become the best in Kyoto. Can't your Baichuan Academy do it?
Shu Yunyan provoked.
Yes, I can, right? Su Xianming felt so insecure. It was like a child who had not yet learned to walk. His goal was to climb to the top of a snowy mountain. He was not very confident. But my mother said you can. Then I can. Su Xianming said with a firm look. My mother is the goddess of the river, with boundless magical powers and extraordinary skills. When the brother and sister came back from cheering each other up, the opening ceremony of Baichuan Academy had already begun. The steaming hot pot warmed the leaky courtyard. Gu Nanshi, dressed in gorgeous clothes, shouted to many adopted sons and nearby neighbors. Don't be polite. Eat with an open belly. Su Yunyan blinked, unable to believe that this lively scene in front of her would happen in the school. Mother, have you spoken? Gu Nanshi picked up a piece of pork belly, put it into the boiling mushroom soup pot, rinsed it, and then put it into the chive dish. After the pork belly was covered with green chives, he stuffed it into Su Yunyan's mouth with chopsticks.
Yes.
Su Yunyan regretted that she had delayed too long and did not hear her mother's teachings. What did you say? One person, one academy, one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Su Yunyan was confused and felt that these words contained infinite Zen meaning and aroused her imagination. After Gu Nanshi had eaten and drunk her fill, she reminded Su Xianming, the books in the study are extremely valuable. You should send someone to guard them, and be careful of fire and candles. Okay, mother. After Su Xianming sent Gu Nanshi and Su Yunyan away, he hired Li Dainiu to guard the academy for one tael of money, including food and accommodation. Then he and several other brothers prepared to go out to recruit students. Chun Yishuan sat in the carriage, writing a recruitment flyer like a ghost. Brother, doctors don't come to our house, and this school is the same. How can we rush to attract students? Su Xianming numbly stamped on the flyer. If we want to catch up with the Imperial College and surpass Songshan, we must find another way. Chen Yishuan put on a veil hat and resignedly got off the car to hand out flyers. Baichuan Academy, do you want to know more?
No.
I'm preparing for Songshan College. Li Mingde stopped a child who was half a person's height and said with a stern face, I see that you have a unique bone structure and extraordinary talent.
Get out.
You are a beggar. How dare you come to my house to abduct?
Someo ne come.
The burly woman swung a broom and beat him all over the face. Li Mingde covered his face and hurriedly got out of the alley, scared. Haha, Li Mingde, I was wondering why you skipped school. It turns out you came to be beggars. Wu Fatian sat on the tea stall at the entrance of the alley and glanced at everyone. Hearing the familiar, arrogant laughter, the windows of the second floors of the surrounding shops were opened one after another, and many heads popped out from inside. Li Xiaoyan, who was beside Wu Fatian, gathered his fox cloak, squinted his eyes, and said lazily, How long do you want to continue this farce? As students of Songshan Academy, you should not accompany Su Xianming and embarrass yourself. Li Mingde choked his neck and said, What does it have to do with you? Li Xiaoyan chuckled. For the sake of our friendship, I will give you a suggestion. Songshan Academy and Imperial College have clearly announced that they will hold a new entrance examination this winter. You will definitely not be able to recruit these students. Why not recruit some 6- or 7-year-old children? Li Xiaoyan said provocatively to Su Xianming, who hurried over. After all, Su Xianming's academic level is comparable to those children.
Ha ha ha.
Laughter broke out. Su Xianming bowed to the crowd of people watching the show and took the opportunity to promote it loudly. Our Baichuan College is determined to become a comprehensive academy integrating elementary school, private school, martial arts, law, medicine, etc. If you are interested, you can come and investigate. The scene was in an uproar. Good fellow. We still underestimated the vision of the wife of the Yongchang Marquis. Her goal is not the Imperial College, nor the Songshan Academy, but the Imperial College. The Marquis's wife is really bold. Isn't this a slap in the face of the Imperial College's chief priest? It's more than a slap in the face of the chief priest. You forgot that the Imperial College is that person's back garden. Incredible. Really incredible. The Marquis's wife is even more unyielding than that 7-foot-tall man. It was a dark and windy night, and a straight figure entered from the back door of the Yongchang Marquis' mansion and went straight into the inner courtyard. Gu Nanxi hurriedly put on her clothes and walked to the living room. Imperial censor Jiang came to visit late at night. What happened? Gu Nanxi's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that the sky was about to fall when the polite Imperial censor Jiang knocked on the door late at night? Imperial censor Jiang took off his cloak and paced in the hall, saying in a reprimanding tone, "That day, the Marquis's wife told me to be careful. Why am I so reckless when it comes to my turn?"
Huh?
Gu Nanxi looked confused. She had only given a short speech at the academy and had a hot pot today. She had not made any mistakes. Censor Jiang sat down on the armchair, his sword-like eyebrows knitted tightly, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows formed a river character. I wrote to my former classmates, inviting them to teach at Baichuan Academy. But Dalong's words are like a manifesto, asking everyone to take sides. Censor Jiang rubbed his eyebrows. "I'm afraid they won't come. If it doesn't work, I'll go myself. I have quite a bit of experience in the field of law." Gu Nanxi understood that his son had gone wild again and dragged him down. What else could Gu Nanxi do except grit his teeth and hold on? Gu Nanxi poured a cup of bean water for Censor Jiang and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern. But you are already walking on thin ice in the court. Why bother to get involved in the affairs of the academy? You are a censor and have other responsibilities. But this academy..." Gu Nanxi's eyebrows were light, and she looked like a fairy. "Whoever's disaster is it, it's his. Others can't bear it for them." Gu Nanxi lowered his eyes and raised a sarcastic smile at the corners of his lips. Su Xianming avoided the merchant Jingyang and his rival Yan Fusong, but he provoked a bigger opponent. It seemed that if he didn't die miserably, this fate would not let him go. Censor Jiang misunderstood Gu Nanxi's smile and thought it was a deliberate trap set by her, so he was relieved. "You still have to be cautious and don't take any extreme measures."
Thank you.
This night was destined to be a sleepless night, and many high gates were brightly lit. Chen Yixuan was locked at home. No matter how his mother and grandmother begged, Chen Shaoqing still had a stern face and whipped him several times. "Chen Yixuan, I'm warning you. From now on, don't have any contact with Su Xianming. From today on, you stay at home." Chen Yixuan cried out in pain. When he heard that he was under house arrest, he refused to do it. "Daddy, why don't you ask me to go out?" Chen Shaoqing's chubby belly trembled. "How dare you say that? You want to run a college, just stop it. Everyone just thinks it's a child's play. Why do you have to pick a fight with Tong, Jijiu in public? They don't like Su Xianming. You are trying to trip him up openly and secretly. Aren't you giving them a handle?" Chen Yixuan felt wronged. "You are a Shaoqing of the Guanglu Temple, and you have nothing to do with Jijiu. Why should you be afraid of them?" Chen Shaoqing couldn't say it clearly, so he could only say forcefully, "Stop talking nonsense. Do whatever I tell you to do." The residence of Dr. Li of the Dali Temple. Dr. Li had a square table and a round stool blocking the door. On the square table, there was a slender white porcelain wine pot and 2 wine glasses. Li Mingde glared at him, his chest rising and falling with anger. Dr. Li slowly poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. "I passed the examination for the title of scholar at the age of 15, the examination for the title of Jiren at the age of 18, and the examination for the title of Jinshi at the age of 21. I entered the Dali Temple and worked there for 13 years without missing a single day. I worked diligently and conscientiously and never dared to slack off. I have handled a total of 504 cases, and I have tried every one of them again and again. I have come to this point from a humble family. Not counting your mother's family, there are 312 people in my Li family behind me, and we share honor and disgrace. The affairs of the academy are like a battle between gods. Su Xianming has his mother's golden coat, but you, Li Mingde, don't, and neither do I. I am sitting here today for my career and for the more than 300 people in my Li family. I won't stop you. If you want to leave, the door is not locked. If you are determined to stay, sit down and we, father and son, will drink a glass of wine together." Li Mingde rushed to the door and pushed it gently, and the door opened. After a long time, Li Mingde did not take this step, nor did he sit down and drink this glass of wine. The next morning, the golden rooster broke dawn, and it seemed to be a morning like any other, but it also seemed a little different. Su Xianming couldn't tell what was wrong, but he felt uncomfortable all over, until he walked to Baichuan Academy and Li Dania's words reminded him. Why aren't the other gentlemen here? Yes, where are the brothers? These days, even if they have different destinations, they will have meals together at the morning market and then say goodbye to each other at the intersection. Today, not a single person was seen. Maybe something happened to them. Su Xianming continued to hand out flyers and recruit students as usual, but he was alone. After 3 or 4 days, even someone as slow-witted as Su Xianming realized that he was being avoided like the plague. Su Xianming, did you see that? Your original oath of brotherhood was a joke. You may not know that many of your brothers are going to school normally, but they would rather take a detour than see you. Wu Fatian stopped Su Xianming, but unfortunately, he didn't see Su Xuanming's grief and anger. Su Xianming didn't say a word, walked around Wu Fatian, and planned to go back home. Wu Fatian's words came from behind, like sharp thorns, piercing Su Xuanming's heart. Su Xianming, why don't they continue to play with you? Have you ever reflected on yourself? Because you are not worth it. You are a waste. Su Xianming, who pretended to be strong all the way, returned to his yard, threw himself on the bed, and covered his head with a quilt. Am I really so unbearable? Jingyang abandoned me, and so did my brothers. What did I do wrong? Gu Nanshi, who learned that Su Xianming was not right, rushed to Su Xuanming's yard and sent everyone away. Xianming. Gu Nanshi sat down on the bed and decided to tell him all these twists and turns. Mother has many things that she has never told you. The emperor has always been dissatisfied with the Imperial College and Songshan Academy. He wants to change the system, but he doesn't know where to start. In everyone's eyes, whether mother is making a fuss at Songshan Academy or trying to prepare for Baichuan Academy, the emperor is standing behind her. This is why Principal Wu and the Jujui are targeting Baichuan Academy. That day, your bold words were equivalent to a direct declaration of war. No one will publicly stand on the side when the situation is unclear. Su Xianming, mother, did I do something wrong? You are not wrong. It is this world that is wrong. A young man just talks about his ideals. What's wrong with that? Gu Nanshi patted the bulging quilt and said softly, Xianming, do you still want to open this academy? Gu Nanshi's words made Su Xianming, a young man, regain his fighting spirit. As soon as the sky was light, he stepped on the morning dew to report to the academy. However, someone arrived earlier than him. In the mist, a pretty figure as tall as a green bamboo appeared in front of the courtyard.
Who are you?
Who are you looking for? Su Xianming asked softly, fearing to scare the girl. My name is Wen Yu. Does your academy recruit female students? Wen Yu turned around, and a faint smile gradually appeared on her fair face, making her look even more beautiful. Su Xianming lowered his head quickly and no longer looked directly at the girl. Yes. But the situation in our Baichuan Academy is a little special. Has your family agreed? I am alone, and do not need anyone's consent. I am presumptuous. Su Xianming opened the gate of the courtyard and invited Wen Yu to go in for a look. Do you have a maid to accompany you? Our academy is in a remote place. It may be inconvenient for you, a woman. Wen Yu turned around by herself and said with emotion, It is indeed a study and a shabby room. Su Xianming blushed and felt ashamed. I am short of money. I am sorry to embarrass you, young lady. Wen Yu did not mind and asked cheerfully, How much is the tuition? I don't live on campus, and there are servants to pick me up. Su Xianming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this freshman does not live on campus. The academy currently has only 2 houses, one for Li Daniu and the other for himself to stay overnight occasionally. Su Xianming held up a finger. 1 or 2 taels per semester. Okay. I'll report when school starts. But is the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang giving lectures?
Ah, right.
There is only one teacher in the whole school in Yang. If she doesn't teach, no one else can. When you came lightly, like a gust of wind, walked around the academy, and left lightly again. Su Xianming sat on the stone pier in the yard, stunned for a moment, and after a while, he ran to Li Daniu's room and shook the sleeping Li Daniu. "We have a new student in our academy. We have a new student in our academy." The sleepy Li Daniu opened his eyes with difficulty and said weakly, "Congratulations, Dalong. Congratulations, Dalong. But can you let me sleep a little longer? There was a movement in the yard yesterday. Tonight, I must catch that little thief." Li Dania's words were like a basin of cold water, pouring over Jiang Su Xianming from head to toe. Could it be that they were sent by Wu Shanzong and Jijiu? What do they want to do? Burn down the academy? Su Xuanming's face showed a struggle, and finally he said firmly, "Tonight, I will keep watch with you." Li Dania glanced at Su Xianming, whose steps were unsteady, turned over and continued to sleep. Su Xianming first walked around the academy, but found no firewood or kerosene. He went to the study to check, but found nothing missing. The old farmer who was selling the house saw him sneaking around, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Su Dalong, what are you doing?" Su Xianming was startled by the old farmer's voice, and seeing that it was an acquaintance, he patted his chest and said, "Old man, why are you here?" Li Daniu said that a thief broke in last night. "I was afraid that the thief would harm the academy, so I wanted to find some clues." The old farmer looked very strange, and he hesitated to speak. "Old man, did you see anyone suspicious last night?" Su Xianming lay on the ground, sticking his ace up to check the fence. The old farmer put down his shoulder pole and could not help but remind him, "Su Dalong, stop looking. It's not by the fence."
"Why?"
The old farmer took out a pipe from his backpack, pinched a handful of dry leaves, and put them on top, because there are more than just this little thief. "In the past 10 years, I don't know how many people have come to the yard to rob."
"Ah?"
Su Xianming quickly got up, his eyes wide as copper bells. "Is there something hidden in the yard?" "But we didn't find anything." The old farmer rolled his eyes and said, "If you can find it, will it be your turn to buy it? 10 years ago, there was a rumor in Kyoto that there were rare treasures buried in my courtyard. So, no matter it was day or night, people would come to look for them secretly." Perhaps thinking of something infuriating, the old farmer knocked his pipe heavily. "Humph, this group of wicked and smoking things, they even didn't let go of the rice that was about to ear, and a good rice field was ruined." The old farmer used a shoulder pole to pick up the soil under his feet, only to see that the soil under the weeds was actually brown-black. "You are the eldest son of the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. How could I deceive you? Because of the harassment in those years, I was fed up, so I simply stopped farming and fermented a lot of fertilizer on this land. They are disgusting." The old farmer cursed and continued, "In the spring, you can turn over this land and remove these weeds, and it will become a first-class field. After 10 years of recuperation, the fields are still composted every year. It is a treasure land that is harder to find than first-class fields." "Thank you very much, old man." Su Xianming didn't quite understand the value of this black land, but the old farmer said that he had taken a big advantage, so he said thank you. Seeing that the old farmer was about to leave, Su Xianming hurriedly called him. "Old man, what is this treasure?" The old farmer put his hands behind his back and staggered away. The carrying pole was stable on his shoulders without the support of his hands. "I don't know. No one has found it, and no one knows what kind of treasure it is."
Su Xuanming sighed heavily.
Well, after listening to the story, he still didn't understand what happened. As Su Xianming was looking forward to it, night fell. The dark clouds were like a black veil, covering the bright moon, with only a dim light shining through, sprinkling on the silent earth. Li Dania blew out the candle and gestured to Su Xianming to hold his breath and not make any sound. The large bamboo window was covered with a layer of window screen. Li Daniu carefully lifted a corner of the window screen, squinted one eye, and looked out the window. Su Xianming followed suit and lifted the other corner. In the dark night, the hunter lurked secretly, competing with the prey for concentration. Perhaps it was the success of yesterday that gave the prey courage. After digging a few times, the man stopped again, looked around, and saw that there was no one, so he continued to work. Su Xianming wanted to rush up, but was stopped by Li Daniu. The next second, the man stopped again like a groundhog in the field and continued to look around. It turned out that he was pretending just now. What a cunning little thief! Su Xianming was shocked. In this day and age, even a petty thief has to resort to conspiracy and intrigue. Li Daniu narrowed his eyes, and when the man was immersed in digging, he jumped over the fence like a cunning rabbit, ran to the man, and threw him down. Li Daniu lifted the black cloth covering the thief's face, and what appeared in front of him was an old face full of gullies, dark and hard to see its original appearance. The thief broke free from Li Daniu's restraints, covered his face with his hands, sat on the ground and rolled on the ground, saying, "I am too ashamed to see anyone." Su Xianming rushed over breathlessly and asked, "Li Daniu, do you know who this little thief is?"
Li Daniu. He is.
The old man stood up and shouted, "I will not change my name. I am the Taoist Yin Jingdao at the foot of Mount Zhongnan." Su Xianming suddenly remembered that during the casual chat after dinner, his mother had mentioned that there was a Taoist named Yin Jingping in the Chuanjin sect on Mount Zhongnan, who was very bad. Privately, the second brother Su Yunting deduced that Yin Jiping must be the enemy of Nyang. Otherwise, how could Nyang, who is kind and gentle, bear a grudge against him? "Who are you, Yin Jiping?" The old man paused slightly. What a coincidence. Is there really a Taoist priest named Yin at the foot of Mount Zhongnan? Could it be that this Yin Jiping has a relationship with them? The old man rolled his eyes and coughed twice, saying, "It is my nephew." Su Xianming was stunned for a long time, as if he had been electrocuted. Oh my God, an enemy is here to seek revenge. Li Daniu, keep an eye on this old man. I'll go inform my mother. Su Xianming ran in the wasteland with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. The old man who saw the scene shook his head and said, "What an unfilial son. It's so cold in winter. Even if there are distinguished guests, you can't disturb his mother." After saying that, the old man turned to Lu Daniu and asked, "Who is your son's mother?" "Gunanshi, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang." "What?" The old man jumped up, as if his ace was burned. He wanted to run away, but Lu Daniu grabbed his collar. He struggled for a long time with his old legs, but couldn't move forward. Li Daniu had a blank expression on his face, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Do you really know Yin Jiping?" The old man was in a dilemma. Should he know him? On the other side, when a ray of morning light appeared on the horizon, Su Xianming rushed back to the Marquis of Yongchang's mansion. Mother! Mother! It's bad. An enemy is here to seek revenge." The shouting with a hint of excitement in panic instantly awakened the entire mansion. Who? Which enemy? The first one to rush out was Su Yunting, who was in dishevel. His hair was disheveled, and his cheeks were rosy. He didn't even have time to wipe off the wall putty that he always carried with him. Su Xianming's eyes were as bright as the morning sun, and he smiled. Yin Jiping. His uncle, Gunanshi, who was awakened by the noise and packed 2 large bags of gold, silver, and jewelry, was in a terrible mood. "Motherly system, get out of here." The martial arts world that the second brother wants to venture into is the real martial arts world. Or is it the martial arts world written by Jin Yong, where one person can defeat thousands of troops? Is this fun? Those martial arts masters slaughtered entire families, just like cutting melons and vegetables. Gunanshi touched his neck. Why did he feel that the things on it were so unstable? The mother CPU was about to smoke. Stop arguing. This is not mentioned in the original book. What the Hades? Could it be that the thief who killed Su Yunting has another identity? Did you break the rules of Yongchang Marquis Mansion by force? Gunanshi turned into a sculpture and was carried to the carriage by Su Xianming and Su Yunting. Su Yunyan followed closely behind. "Don't worry, Mother hasn't had time to have breakfast yet. I'll bring some snacks." Yongchang Marquis' carriage, no matter how low-key it was the most eye-catching one among all the carriages in Kyoto, except for the Imperial carriage. In a place that Su Xianming couldn't see, there was a small group of people following them quietly. It was just dawn when a green mist covered the fields, and I could smell a mixture of condensed earth and cold dampness. The moment the carriage entered the territory of Baichuan Academy, a red sun slowly climbed up the hillside and rose from the east. Baichuan Academy seems to stand in the center of the colorful clouds, exuding a mysterious and majestic atmosphere. Songda, who was following the carriage of Yongchang Marquis Mansion, saw the scene, swallowed a few times, and said tremblingly, "Let's stop here first. This kind of fairyland is not for mortals like us to enter." The other dozens of people all agreed. Li Daniu was afraid that the thief would be frozen and affect the interrogation, so he took the decision himself and took the old man back to the academy. As soon as the old man entered the academy, he seemed to have become a different person, touching here and there. When he felt the scratches on the pillars, he cried and laughed. "It's still there. It's still there. You are so thoughtful." Li Dania boiled a pot of water and took a big sip. It seemed that the coldness in his body was dispelled. "Who are you, old man? Don't mention the nonsense under Zhongnan Mountain." The previous dynasty believed in Buddhism, and there were no other sects under Zhongnan Mountain. The old man's eyes were blurred with tears, but his eyes were full of wisdom and sharpness accumulated by time and experience. "Who are you? When you caught me, you used the grappling hand of the Gu family army. You are in Kyoto, but you are so familiar with the things in Zhongnan Mountain?" Li Daniu paused, and the two of them tacitly stopped talking about this matter. The scene was quiet, with only the copper pot hanging on the fire, gurgling and bubbling. "Yin Jingdao, my mother is here," Su Xianming shouted and pushed open the gate. The old man's tangled beard trembled, as if he wanted to find a place to hide, but also seemed to want to hide something. What a dilemma. As soon as Gu Nanshi arrived, she looked the old man up and down. His hair was messy, his beard was long and messy, and you could vaguely see the original white color of his robe. What a bohemian and free-spirited demeanor. This is a martial arts master. Gu Nanshi opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "Old man, you look. He urgently needs to wash up and have a good meal." Before Gu Nanshi finished speaking, the old man turned his head away and stopped Gu Nanshi from looking at him. There are tens of thousands of people in the world, and there are always one or two who look similar. "Madam Ho, you have recognized the wrong person." Gu Nanshi's eyes sank. Usually, when the other party said this, it proved that the two people actually knew each other. Gu Nanshi took out a handkerchief from his sleeve, pretended to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, and choked. "You have been gone for so many years. Where have you been?" The old man remained silent, only sighing repeatedly. Gu Nanshi stretched out her hand and handed the old man a bowl of hot water. "Why are you doing this? You've suffered." Seeing that his identity had been seen through, the old man took the hot water and drank it in small sips. "All the difficulties in the world have turned into thousands of knots in my stomach. Nanshi, I have my own difficulties." Gu Nanshi's tears fell. Who would hide his identity, suffer for more than 10 years, and then say sorry to the original owner? Who would secretly accumulate strength for more than 10 years, but confess his identity just because of a word from the original owner? The old man's eyes were as big as copper bells, and his mouth was open enough to fit an egg. Li Daniu turned his head and looked at the old man. His expression was a mixture of disbelief, surprise, suspicion, and fear. "Xianming, Yunting, Yunyan, come and kneel down and pay homage to your grandfather." Gu Nanshi waved to Su Xianming and others. Su Yunting's eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky, and he wished he could turn into his grandfather's leg pendant. His tone was full of longing and admiration. "So, Grandpa, these years turned into Yin Jingdao under Mount Zhongnan." After that, Su Yunting clapped his hands loudly, with an expression that he had seen through everything. "So, you went to the foot of Mount Zhongnan to eliminate Yin Ziping and secretly clear the obstacles for us?" Yin Ziping? Obstacles? Gu Nanshi felt something was wrong. After a long while, the old man found his voice again. He pointed his finger at Gu Nanshi, trembling with grief and indignation. "Gu Nanshi, you were just a little stubborn when you were a child. I asked you to change, but I didn't ask you to go too far." After that, The old man pointed at Su Yunting again and said angrily, "It's okay for you to go astray, but why did you pass this problem on to your children?" Su Yunyan stood up and blocked Gu Nanqi's way, glaring at the old man. "Even if you are my grandfather, you can't say that about my mother. My mother is the wisest of the Zhou dynasty and a first-class talent." Gu Nanqi, who had already come to her senses, pulled Su Yunyan's skirt awkwardly. "My dear daughter, stop talking. Your mother just made a big mistake." The old man blew his beard and glared, pointed at Su Yunyan, took several deep breaths, and then controlled himself. "Did your mother pass the wooden stake to you?" Su Yunyan was confused, blinking her bright eyes, very sincere. "No, she just gave me a book called The Secret Cookbook." The corners of the old man's mouth involuntarily grinned to one side, anger and happiness intertwined, looking very weird. "Ancestral secret book? Of course. My mother can't cook either." The old man's throat rolled up and down a few times, and he couldn't help but sit down straight. In fact, this father is not unrecognizable. Li Daniu, who had seen all this, saw the old man's completely different performance and couldn't help but make an outrageous guess. Just when everyone in the room looked at each other, not knowing how to continue, the door of Baichuan Academy was pushed open again. It was still dark in the morning, and officials from all directions in Kyoto began to arrive in the inner city, along the Imperial Street, and headed for the Imperial Palace, either in carriages or on donkeys. The vendors who got up earlier than the officials were the ones who set up stalls. Hot pork noodles. After eating a bowl, I feel energetic all day long. Dumplings. Dumplings from the Imperial College. The emperor ate them and said they were delicious. At the morning market, all kinds of breakfasts were steaming hot, and along with the vendors' shouts, the whole street was filled with the aroma of food. The hungry officials were so excited. "Censor Jiang, you should come and eat wontons too." Dr. Li found an empty seat and asked Censor Jiang to sit down. Censor Jiang held the hot porcelain bowl, squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, and sat down next to Dr. Li. The two of them ate with big mouthfuls and were speechless for a while. Only after most of the wontons in the bowl were eaten did Dr. Li speak hesitantly. "Well, has her Dalong ever been to a school?" Dr. Li's words could not be heard clearly in the noisy morning market.
"No."
Madame Ho said that even if there are thousands of difficulties ahead, she is happy to go alone. Dr. Li lowered his head and found the bowl of fragrant wontons in front of him hard to swallow. Censor Jiang took out 10 coins from his wide sleeves, put them on the wooden table, and said stiffly, "Madame Ho is considerate and broad-minded, and she doesn't take those things to heart. Don't worry about trivial things." Seeing that Dr. Li was still sitting there blankly, Censor Jiang sighed slightly and urged, "The emperor is diligent in his work and hates being late and delaying the most. You and I need to speed up." Dr. Li recovered and hurriedly caught up with Censor Jiang. "Thank you for your reminder." Before the last whip sounded, Censor Jiang and Dr. Li finally managed to get to the hall. In the hall, civil and military officials were on both sides. The civil officials were on the east side, headed by Master Tong. The military officials were on the west side, headed by General Longwu Liaotian. The young emperor, sitting at the head of the table, was smiling and looked very good-tempered. After the normal formalities, the eunuchs brought chairs for the first-rank officials so that they could fully attend the morning court. As for those of lower rank, they could only stand. The statistics of autumn grain storage and autumn taxes have been completed. Due to the drought in the north this year, the tax revenue has been reduced by 10%. The young emperor frowned. The treasury is full, so a 10% reduction is fine. Have the prefectures implemented the tax reduction policy for the disaster areas issued last month? Your Majesty, it has been implemented. There was actually no controversy about the contents of the Grand Court meeting. It was basically just a formality. Just when everyone thought that this was an ordinary morning meeting, the chief priest of the Imperial College suddenly stood up. "I have a petition to submit." The young emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, "Approved." In Kyoto, in addition to the academies under the Imperial College, there are 36 elementary schools and 125 private schools. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree and 100 years to cultivate a person. These students are the future pillars of our great Zhou. The young emperor clenched his hands on his knees. So what? Imperial College Jizhou. What do you want to do? The voice of the chief priest was sonorous and powerful, as if he was really speaking for the country and the people. In order to prevent some teachers from misleading the students, I propose that we conduct an assessment of the teachers who teach every year. Censor Jiang stood up to object. Absurd. Do you know that in addition to schools and academies, there are many teachers who are invited to teach children at home?
How do you count these people?
Dr. Li seconded. That's right. Who will conduct the assessment? What are the assessment standards? The standards for the classics, law, medicine, martial arts, mathematics, and painting are all different. If this is promoted, the 6 ministries combined will not be able to finish this task in a year. That's right. The imperial examinations are only held once every 3 years, let alone the assessment of teachers. Outrageous, really outrageous. The chief priest glanced at Master Tong inconspicuously and saw that he was leaning on the armchair with his eyes closed, so he spoke again. Since it is unrealistic to target all teachers, then narrow the scope. Anyone who wants to run a private school in Kyoto must pass the qualification certification. Censor Jiang wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't say it. The Imperial College had the power to supervise all academies in the Great Zhou. Although everyone knew that the reform proposed by the chief priest was aimed at Baichuan Academy, they could not raise any objections. How is it possible? I personally carried the coffin back to the capital at that time. Master Tong was shocked and accidentally knocked over the chair. The chair fell to the ground and rolled several times until it rolled to the middle of the hall, and then stopped. The whole court fell into a deathly silence for a while because of this earth-shattering news. How can a dead person be resurrected? How can a person who was shot with dozens of arrows and almost turned into a hedgehog still be alive? If he is alive, it can only be, Your Majesty, someone dared to impersonate General Gu, and his crime is unforgivable. General Longwu Li Outyan frowned. His eyes were like ice, and the scar on his side face was even more hideous because of the tense muscles. I am willing to lead the troops to arrest the person who spread rumors and mislead the people. The young emperor did not make a decision immediately, but looked at the eunuch who was shaking like a sieve. What is the specific situation? Tell me the truth. The eunuch crawled a few steps on his knees and knocked his forehead heavily on the hard stone slab. Your Majesty, someone saw that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang knelt down and kowtowed to an old man, and she was still shouting greetings, Daddy. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang? The memorial of Censor Jiang fell to the ground with a clang. Could it be that General Gu is really still alive? But why didn't he contact the court for so many years? Did he not want to contact, or could he not contact? The young emperor's hands could not stop shaking. Obviously, he and Censor Jiang thought the same thing. Let's go. I will personally pick up General Gu and bring him back to Beijing. The young emperor's eyebrows revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He didn't believe that these people could be so bold as to dare to attack him. I am willing to go with you. Led by the emperor, a group of dignitaries dressed in purple and gold drove towards Baichuan Academy in a mighty procession. The Kyoto guards were urgently mobilized to tightly block the road from the palace to Baichuan Academy. What happened? This is the first time that the Imperial Street has been blocked in decades. The people of Kyoto were very curious. The 3 emperors of the Great Zhou dynasty were relatively magnanimous. The Imperial Street, which was not allowed for the people to pass, was also open to allow the people to set up stalls and do business. This was the first time that the Imperial Street was blocked. Don't ask. After you are done, go to Fuchuan Tea House for a cup of tea. The clerks who helped maintain order winked at the familiar neighbors. Only then did everyone calm down and stop squeezing forward. When the imperial carriage drove to the gate of Baichuan Academy, the young emperor got off the car, tidied his clothes, straightened his face, strode into the academy, and pushed open the inner door. Gu Qing, I'm here to take you back to the court. The words fell to the ground, and no one could pick them up. The young emperor looked around. In the empty house, around a small fire, sat Gu Nanshi, Su Xianming, a brother and sister, a strong man with a full beard, and a down-and-out old beggar. "Sister, where is Gu Qing?" "Don't worry, I'm here. No one dares to do anything to him." Gu Nanshi didn't know what was going on, so she pointed to the southwest. "Gu Qing? My father? He's in Li Garden." The young emperor was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that Li Garden was where Gu Qing's tomb was. The young emperor was helpless. "Sister, I'm here to greet you in person. Don't joke around." Just at this moment, General Longwu walked in, carrying Songda like a chicken. "Who is the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang calling daddy?" Songda raised his head and glanced, then immediately lowered his head, tremblingly pointing to the old man in the corner. At this time, the old man almost buried his head in his chest and looked like he was asleep. The frightened priest pointed at the old man and cursed, "You old man, what's your intention in pretending to be General Gu? You actually cheated the emperor and got him a lot of food and drink? Someone, take him out and put him in jail." The young emperor showed disappointment, but he still looked at Gu Nanshi with hope. "Sister, is what he said true?" "Yes, but..." Before Gu Nanshi finished speaking, the civil and military officials who came with the young emperor were in an uproar. Alas, this wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is really something. She can even mistake her father for her father. It's not her fault. General Gu and she were rarely together, and he died early. It's understandable that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang doesn't remember him very well. Alas, I was so happy for nothing. One of my shoes was missing, and I didn't dare to say anything. A military officer covered his foot that lost his shoe. The white socks were covered with mud and exuded a strange smell. Colleagues around him covered their mouths and noses and stood 8 meters away from him. "Go back and find it." "Wait a minute. I'll see how the emperor will punish this daring guy." He dared to impersonate General Gu and caused the emperor to mobilize so many troops. The chief priest sneered. "In my opinion, he should be executed immediately, to serve as a warning to others." Gu Nanshi couldn't sit still after hearing this. Although this old man was a thief, he was mistaken for General Gu, which was purely the fault of his imagination. "Your Majesty, please listen to me." Gu Nanshi knelt on the ground with a plop. "This has nothing to do with this old man. It's all my fault." The chief priest looked at Gu Nanshi with a frown. Of course the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is wrong. She even admitted her own father's mistake. It's pure unfilial. After that, the chief priest also accused Gu Nanshi. Could it be that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang deliberately admitted her mistake? She wanted to use General Gu to achieve her ulterior motives. The young emperor's eyes lit up. Taking the opportunity to help Gu Nanshi up, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Sister, I understand your intentions. Although General Gu has a great reputation, he is a hero among men. It's not something that ordinary people can pretend to be. Next time, let's think about it carefully." Gu Nanshi had no way to defend herself. The chief priest was still jumping up and down. "Madam of the Marquis of Yongchang, is this old beggar deliberately pretending, or do you have other plans?" Gu Nanshi's temper came up immediately. She glanced at the chief priest and said sarcastically, "You are meddling in everything, and you are meddling in my family affairs? I call this old man daddy, so what? He is my adoptive father." After that, Gu Nanshi kowtowed to the old man 3 times in front of everyone. "Adoptive father, your daughter Gu Nanshi pays respects to your adoptive father."
Bang, bang, bang.
Gu Nanshi's forehead instantly became red and swollen. Su Xianming, Su Yunting, and Su Yunyan followed closely and kowtowed to the old man. "Adoptive ancestor, your grandson Su Xianming pays respects to your adoptive ancestor." "Adoptive ancestor, your grandson Su Yunting pays respects to your adoptive ancestor." "Adoptive ancestor, your granddaughter Su Yunyan pays respects to your adoptive ancestor." The old man opened his eyes and stared at the 4 mothers and sons kneeling in front of him. He could hear the envy of the onlookers and the sarcasm of the chief priest. This old man is so lucky to have an adopted daughter, the wife of Marquis Yongchang. From now on, he will enjoy endless wealth and glory. Jijio, It's so shameful to recognize an adoptive father so casually. The coffins of your ancestors in the Gu family will not be able to cover it. If the rivers can flow backwards and time can flow backwards, the young emperor will definitely choose to stop himself from being the one who gave the Kuja ball to his elder sister without knowing the consequences. The young emperor wanted to say to Gu Nanshi, "Sister, please keep your magical powers. Why hurt 1,000 enemies and hurt yourself 800? If money can buy time, Jijio is willing to use his entire fortune to exchange time back to half an incense stick. He will definitely keep his mouth shut and not say a word." The water of the river rushes eastward. In Baichuan Academy, the civil and military officials are like wooden stakes stuck in the yard and dare not move. The young emperor sat stiffly on the round stool, his eyes unconsciously glancing at the old man who was wiping his face with a handkerchief. The chief wine shrank his neck like a quail. Among all the people present, the most comfortable one, besides the old man, was Li Daniu. The ignorant are fearless. The chief wine wished that he could be an ignorant person. It took 3 pots of hot water for the old man to wash his hands and face. The downtrodden, dirty old man instantly turned into a fair and handsome old man. Unfortunately, the vicissitudes of life left marks on his face after all. Behead immediately? To serve as a warning to others? Old beggar? Not worthy of being Gu Nanshi's adoptive father? The old man leaned back on the rose chair, picked up the teacup, and blew gently. The chief wine on the side was sweating profusely, and the flying knife at the last moment was like a boomerang, stabbing heavily into him. The old man snorted. Gu Nanshi recognized me as his adoptive father. I want to see if the coffin of the kid from the Gu family can be closed. It can be closed. It can be closed. If you are willing to be my adoptive father, the coffin of the late emperor can also be closed. The young emperor said with a flattering smile. The old man glanced at the emperor, then looked at the chief priest. What is the law? I don't remember when I taught you that you can easily determine a crime of immediate execution without going through the 3 courts. The chief priest was unsteady on his feet and knelt down with a plop. My dear teacher, I was wrong. In the past, when you graduated from the Imperial College, I asked you what you learned. Do you remember? To establish a mind for heaven and earth, to establish a life for the people, to inherit the unique knowledge of the past sages, and to open peace for all generations. The chief priest was ashamed. The old man's words were like a skinning knife, peeling off the layers of gorgeous skin he had put on one by one in public. Treasure your passion and blood. Spill it, and it can turn into blue waves. Some people's blood is like the waves of the vast ocean, one after another. Some people's blood is like the stinking water bubbles, breeding flies, mosquitoes, snakes, and insects. The old man looked at the chief wine with a sharp gaze. Do you want to be the blue ocean, or do you want to be the stinking ditch? The chief wine was like a little demon who was beaten back to his original form, trembling. Thank you for your teachings, my teacher. Seeing that the chief wine couldn't make up his mind for a long time, the old man said disappointedly, Forget it. What's there to say to a running dog like you? What? That guy doesn't dare to come to see me. The young emperor stared in his eyes and reminded in a low voice, Lord Cui, we didn't know it was you in advance. All the civil and military officials nodded in unison. If they had known that the wife of Yongchang Marquis had invited this great god, they would rather claim to be sick and stay at home to be scolded by the emperor than go through this. It's so scary. This wife of Yongchang Marquis is really something. It's just a Baichuan academy. Why did she sacrifice this god-killing knife? And this chief priest couldn't even recognize his own mentor. This gave the wife of Marquis Yongchang a chance to recognize her adoptive father. The civil and military officials really thought that it would be better to resurrect General Gu. General Gu was much gentler than this great god. The old man looked at the young emperor, his wise eyes piercing the emperor's heart. Emperor Taizu, you can travel around with a saber, kill gods and ghosts, and only then can you rule the 9 states and restore the mountains and rivers of China. The young emperor listened to his teachings. The old man, it is recorded in the Taizu daily notes that Prime Minister Fan asked Taizu, The third prince is gentle and kind, and all the ministers are convinced and respect him as a wise king. Why do you make the eldest prince the crown prince? The young emperor couldn't answer. The old man closed his eyes, as if he saw the grand scene of the great Zhou army swallowing mountains and rivers. Taizong said that when the dynasty was first established, ghosts were rampant, and the successor must not only have a heart of a bodhisattva, but also thunderous means. The old man looked at the young emperor and swallowed the sigh in his throat. It's a beautiful day. I don't want to curse.
Go.
The civil and military officials were like being pardoned, and they didn't even care about the emperor and ran away. The young emperor's footsteps were very heavy when he left, and he was still stuck in the quagmire and couldn't get out. Lord Chui, you used to scold the heavens, the earth, and the air. You once scolded the late emperor for 3 whole days until the late emperor bowed his head and admitted his mistakes. Why, today you let me off so lightly. Could it be that I am so unbearable that you are too lazy to even scold me? Gu Nanshi was convinced. Little emperor, do you dare to take off the filter and look at the world again? This Lord Chui is clearly taking the initiative and using his voice to make you forget his miserable appearance. Why are you still rushing to ask for scolding? The old man flicked his sleeves and walked to the window opposite, leaving everyone with a fluttering back. Yesterday's day cannot be kept. Today's day is full of worries. I am no longer the old me. What appears in front of you is a brand new me. Su Xianming and others, as well as Songda in the corner, suddenly opened their eyes wide. Face to face. The old does not go. The new does not come. So this is what it means. Sure enough, Lord Chui's arrival was not an accident. It was really planned by the wife of Yongchang Marquis. Songda felt like he was stabbed by a needle, and he was restless. The young emperor bowed deeply to the old man. Whether it is the old you or the new you, I will work hard to become a qualified emperor, so that one day you can scold me like you scolded the previous emperor. Songda didn't care who the old man wanted to scold. He just wanted to solve the mystery that had puzzled the people of Kyoto for a long time. As soon as the young emperor left, Songda slipped out of Baichuan Academy, rode on his beloved mule, waved his whip, and ran straight to Fuchuan Tea House. Brothers and sisters. The old doesn't go, the new doesn't come. The mystery is solved. The spectators who had been waiting at Fuchuan Tea House early in the morning instantly perked up. Oh, I thought this would become an unsolved mystery, but I didn't expect that it would be solved one day. Songda, come forward and tell me. Waiter, bring Songda a pot of tea and a portion of various snacks. Put it on my account. Songda washed his hands in the copper basin handed over by the servant, and then wiped the dust off his face with a white towel, and then spoke with a smile. Do you know why the emperor and the gentleman made such a fuss today? The pot-bellied tea drinker threw a silver ingot on the stage. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me.
Master Kui.
The entire Fuchuan tea house was like a lake with a huge rock thrown into it, and it instantly stirred up thousands of waves. Many middle-aged men, as if they had seen their long-lost idols, threw down a few copper coins and ran to Baichuan Academy. The young guys pulled their uncles and raised their curious faces. Who is Lord Chui? Why have you never heard of him? The middle-aged men couldn't get rid of the little burden at home and had to suppress their excitement. Speaking of Lord Chui, you may not be familiar with him. But have you heard of Chui Sanluan? The young man's eyes were as big as cow eyes, and he jumped up and down and exclaimed, Chui Sanluan. 1 is about the injustice in the world, 2 is about the emperors and dignitaries, and 3 is about the words of ghosts and monsters and ancestors. He knows everything and says everything. He is upright and courageous. Songda on the stage turned his palm into a fist and knocked heavily on the wooden table. He was very excited. It is Lord Chui Sanluan. Back then, the late emperor traveled south in private clothes and passed by a beautiful tofu beauty and took her by force. That tofu beauty was as beautiful as a fairy, with a pair of soft hands as smooth as tofu. The late emperor loved her very much. But Tofu Beauty was already married, and her husband was dissatisfied with his wife being taken away, so he knocked on the government office 4 times. But who dares to interfere in the affairs of the royal family? Finally, I met Lord Chui, who had just returned from his travels. Lord Chui went to the palace that day and presented the late emperor with a poem. Don't forget the old kindness because of your current favor. Looking at the flowers with tears in my eyes, I won't talk to the king of Chu. The young man clapped his hands and praised. Good poem. Was the late emperor ashamed and corrected his mistakes? Songda cleared his throat and continued to tell the story. No. The late emperor said that it was better to enjoy the glory in the harem than to follow a small vendor who was worried about his future. Lord Chui asked, what did Tofu Shishir mean? Tofu Shishir bowed her head and said frankly that being with her lover, even if it was simple food, was better than delicacies from land and sea. The young man looked worried. Lord Chui is in danger. He and Tofu Shishir have offended the late emperor in this way, and their ending will definitely not be good. Could it be that he disappeared for many years because of this incident? That can indeed be said to be a world of righteousness.
No, no.
Songda shook his head and chuckled. Lord Chui was furious when he saw that the late emperor did not repent. He scolded him for 3 whole days. Oh my God. Didn't the late emperor ask people to drive him out?
Songda, he did.
The eunuchs who went to pass the message left one after another until the late emperor admitted his mistake, and the Imperial guards finally arrived. Didn't the late emperor settle the score later? Songda was full of amazement. He looked for him. Not only was he blocked by Lord Chui, but he also grabbed his pigtails and scolded him for another 3 days. After repeating this 3 times, the late emperor gave up. The young man was also convinced. If Madame Gu, the Marquis of Yongchang, recognizes Lord Chui as her backer, won't anyone dare to embarrass Baichuan Academy anymore? Finally getting back to the main point, Songda said in a trembling voice, Lord Chui said that if he doesn't leave the old one, he won't come back in the new one. The Fuchuan tea house was in a mess. What the wife of the Yongchang Marquis said has come true. She is worthy of being the goddess of the river. I think it is the result of the careful calculation of the wife of the Yongchang Marquis. Nonsense, it is obviously divine power. The tea drinkers argued endlessly about whether it was divine power or whether it could be planned. In the private room on the 2nd floor, the wife of the General Niu kept wiping her tears with a handkerchief. The wife of the Yongchang Marquis has finally come to an end after all the hardships. With such a foster father, I don't think anyone dares to bully her. The young lady of Duke Qinghua kept looking towards the door. This little girl, is she so angry? I gave her a gift, but she didn't even come? After not seeing anyone for a long time, the young wife of Duke Qinghua finally sat down and said with a smile, You are worthy of being Lord Chui. Today, when my husband came home, he seemed to have lost his soul and was scared out of his wits. The young wife of Duke Qinghua's eyes were full of teasing. I gave him money to go to the brothel, but he was afraid to take it as if it was a hot potato. Madame Niu patted the young wife of Duke Qinghua on the shoulder and said angrily, While Lord Chui is in Beijing, you should take good care of your husband. He will definitely not dare to jump up and down. The young wife of Duke Qinghua was bored. Alas, what is there to take care of? All men in the world are heartless. Even the terrifying wife of the Marquis of Yongchang doesn't care about taking care of her husband.
Why should we do this hard job?
The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is not interested in the harem, but in the court. Madame Niu quickly covered her mouth and stiffly changed the subject. This Lord Chui has never married or had children in his life. I didn't expect that he would accept the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang as his adopted daughter. The young wife of Duke Qinghua glanced at Madame Niu and said in feigned anger, What is there to hide from me?
You are so timid.
Lord Chui is the son of the Qinghe Chui family. The Chui family is counting on him to lead the family back to the peak of glory. But Lord Chui is a rebellious man. He believes that aristocratic families are like termites in the world and must be eliminated. So he swore that he would never marry and have children in his life. Madame Niu looked at the young wife of Duke Qinghua in surprise and said with admiration, It's incredible. When did you secretly grow up? The young wife of Duke Qinghua crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted. Because of Lord Chui's eccentricity, we have been taught by our family to share honor and disgrace since childhood. How could I not know? The young wife of Duke Qinghua privately envied Lord Chui. First, she envied that he was a man, and second, she envied that he had the courage and ability to jump out of the cage. Mrs. Niu felt her friend's loss, so she hugged her and comforted her softly. They have their own way of living, and we also have our own wonderful life. For example, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang, if we look at the relationship between husband and wife, she has nothing to show for it. But who dares to say that she is inferior to men? She was able to find Lord Chui, who had been gone for more than 10 years and had no news. Who doesn't admire her great ability and quick information? She was able to make Lord Chui, who vowed not to marry and have children, recognize her as his adopted daughter. Who wouldn't give her a thumbs up? She was able to say early that the old must go before the new can come, which shows that she has already made up her mind. She couldn't go to the court, so she used a trick to attract civil and military officials, including the saint, to come to Baichuan Academy together to witness the moment when she recognized her adopted father. She used Lord Chui's hand to slap the face of the chief priest. Take advantage of the situation and use the force to fight the force. Because of this incident, Baichuan Academy became famous in Kyoto. Mrs. Niu became more and more excited. She seemed to see a bright future. In this world where men are respected, there will soon be a brand new academy, like a rising star, stepping on the Imperial College and occupying the position of Kyoto's higher school. And the headmaster of this academy is a woman, Gu Nanshi, the wife of Yongchang Ho. Compared with the hidden expectations of Kyoto women for Gu Nanshi, an undercurrent is surging in Kyoto. Master Chui is back. Will the treasure also be in Gu Nanshi's hands? Passing through the winding corridor and walking on the fine gravel road, the vision suddenly opens up. This is a turquoise lake, and a square hexagonal pavilion stands in it, with a veil hanging low. The pavilion pillars are wrapped with expensive brocade, and even the top of the pavilion is separated by embroidered felt. In the hazy, luxury is fully displayed. The figure in the pavilion is separated by the veil, making it difficult to see clearly. Outside the pavilion, a man in black kneeled on one knee. His face was covered tightly, and the short blade at his waist was emitting a little cold light. Are you sick? You are wearing all black in broad daylight, afraid that others won't notice you? Or do you think that the Kyoto patrol guards are blind? The man in the pavilion angrily threw down a wine pot. The white porcelain pot rolled out of the pavilion, spilling wine all over the ground, emitting a strong aroma of wine. The black figure staggered, left a desperate sentence, and fell to the ground. Master, I'm drunk. The man was furious and cursed. It's because of you, a bunch of good-for-nothings, that I have waited for 10 years and still haven't waited for the treasure. The housekeeper who was guarding on the side ordered people to carry the drunken man in black away and whispered, Master, we are already rich enough to rival a country. Why bother to spend manpower and resources to find the treasure? What do you know? Rumor has it that Lord Chui had a secret conversation with his best friend, and he buried the secret book underground. Chui Sanluan grew up in a rich family, and he could play with the night pearl as marbles. How could he treat it as a treasure? The housekeeper guessed. Lord Chui was like an idiot before he was 3 years old. Later, a ray of light fell into the yard. Since then, Lord Chui has been like a pearl dusting, showing his brilliance. The Chui family said that an immortal touched his head. Could it be that this treasure is a secret book of cultivating immortals? The man in the pavilion said in a deep tone, full of determination, whether this treasure is a secret book of cultivating immortals or not, I must get it. Gu Nanshi, exhausted physically and mentally, found out that the adoptive father he recognized was not an ordinary person, and he could not just be fed and well fed. Go back home? I won't go back. I just like the simple life of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and leisurely seeing the southern mountains. Chui Sanluan wrote a lot, lying on Li Dania's bed, refusing to get up. Li Dania was helpless and said in a gentle voice, Master Chui, you are lying on my bed. Su Yunting didn't understand the value of Chui Sanluan's 3 words and only cared about Yin Jiping. Are you Yin Jiping's uncle? Chui Sanluan answered very bluntly, I don't know him. I made it up. Who is this Een Jeeping that you can't forget? Su Yunting lowered his eyes in disappointment and took a breath after each sentence, as if he would not live for the next second. My family's enemy. He can fly over the eaves and walls and take people's lives from thousands of miles away. Li Dania's movements paused slightly, and his pupils shrank. Fly over the eaves and walls? Many people can do this. However, taking people's lives from thousands of miles away is something that even the sharpshooters of the Gu family army in the past could not do. Could it be that this is like the river goddess blowing up the bridge, with the help of external objects? Li Daniu pretended to make the bed and secretly crushed the small note under the quilt. It seems that he has to continue to hide. Gu Nanshi couldn't persuade the stubborn old man and was about to go back, but was stopped by the old man. You can go if you want, but leave Su Yunyan behind.
Huh.
The old man coughed twice, his eyes rolled around. At least you have to leave a grandson to show respect to me. How could Gu Nanshi agree? Even if he was his adoptive father, even if he was Lord Chui who had scolded the libation officer, Gu Nanshi would never leave a girl of 10 years old alone. Su Xianming stood up and said loudly, Ancestor Yi, I am here to honor you. The old man's eyes lit up. Do you also have the secret cookbook?
No.
The old man's face darkened and he said expressionlessly, Oh, what use do I have for you? Su Xianming thought about it and it seemed useless, so he kept silent. Mrs. Yunyan, I brought you a meal. It's freshly made in the store. Il Chuan ran over excitedly with a box in his left hand and a basket in his right hand. Su Yunyan was overjoyed. But is this the unique delicacy we have been researching for a long time? That's it. Il Chuan nodded repeatedly. Su Xianming and Su Yunting smelled an ominous scent, looked at each other, and sneaked out. When the old man heard the words unparalleled delicacy, his waist and legs no longer ached, and he even stopped lying in bed. He rushed to Il Chuan and urged him, Open it quickly and let me have a taste. Il Chuan had never seen this old man before, so he protected the food box with both hands and looked alert. Su Yunyan, this is my adopted ancestor. Give him some to try.
Okay.
Hearing that it was Su Yunyan's adopted ancestor, Il Chuan seemed to have changed into a different person, from a little wolf cub with bared teeth to a puppy wagging its tail, extremely docile. The old man's eyes had long been glued to the food box, motionless. When the lid was opened, the strong smell made him fall backwards. Stinky tofu? Gu Nanshi was shocked. His daughter's skill in making regular meals was not very good, but she was very good at making these special snacks. Just by smelling the smell, you can tell that this stinky tofu is very delicious. Li Daniu covered his mouth and nose to check the old man's breath. Seeing that he was still breathing, he didn't care whether it was his bed or not, and hurriedly carried the old man to the bed. Oh my God. Fortunately, Lord Chui is fine. If he died from the stench, wouldn't it be a crime to be beheaded? Although Lord Chui has rarely worked, he holds a first-rank official position. Seeing Li Daniu so trembling, Gu Nanshi was too embarrassed to pick up the stinky tofu with chopsticks. Li Daniu, take care of your godfather first. After we return to the mansion, we will send servants to deliver some daily necessities. If you need anything, just go to the mansion and ask. When Gu Nanshi took Su Yunyan and Il Chuan out of the academy, they found that the Su Xianming brothers had already run away. Don't worry about them, let's get in the car first. Gu Nanshi was anxious to eat the stinky tofu. If this thing gets cold, it will affect the taste. Gu Nanshi just picked up the chopsticks and had no time to open the food box when he saw a man in black rushing in, holding a shining long sword and pointing it at the three people. Don't shout. Don't scream. The groom has been knocked unconscious. As long as you hand it over, I won't hurt your lives. Gu Nanshi carefully pushed away the sword that was only half an inch away from him and said with difficulty, Good man, let's talk it over. What do you want? The man in black pointed at the food box and sneered, Don't think that I won't recognize it if you change the food box. This is the treasure. Gu Nanshi, no matter how smart you are, I still saw through you. Il Chuan tightly protected the food box, his eyes like a wolf, emitting cold light. Gu Nanshi was very sad and angry. Was this man in black too impatient? He wanted to eat stinky tofu. When Su Yunyan's food store opened, he could eat as much as he wanted. Was it necessary to mobilize a large number of troops, brandish swords, just to grab a bite of food? He kept shouting treasure. Mother. Su Yunyan's expression was a mixture of fear, happiness, and touching. Chuan huddled in a corner, tears falling. I am useless. I can't protect this stinky tofu. Su Yunyan handed over a handkerchief and comforted him softly. It's not your fault. The other party has a sword in his hand. We are unarmed. How can we fight? It's just that I never thought that the food I made would have such a fanatical fan. Su Yunyan held Gu Nanshi's hand and wanted to say something, but she felt that the words reached her throat and were blocked by a ball of cotton. After a pause, Su Yunyan said in a loud voice, Thank you, Mother, for passing on the secret recipe to me. I will definitely carry forward our Gu family food.
Huh.
How did it become Gu family food? Gu Nanshi didn't want to hit Su Yunyan's self-confidence, but when she thought that if she didn't tell the truth, she would be greeted by an iron fist from reality. So Gu Nanshi organized his words and said tactfully, Yunyan, since your restaurant is named Baiwei Restaurant, the dishes should have a variety of flavors. Su Yunyan was confused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. I understand. It is better to have no books than to believe in books blindly. You are encouraging me not to follow the rules. Gu Nanshi hesitated. Su Yunyan understood it this way, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with it. But why was his little heart beating nonstop? There should be no problem, right? Even if there was a problem, it was just a small restaurant, and no one would die. Gu Nanshi was relieved. At the other end, the man in black carried 2 food boxes and quickly entered a small courtyard under the foolish gaze of the people along the street. Master, I have redeemed my merits. The man in black smiled and handed the food box to the housekeeper. The housekeeper wanted to open the box to check it out, but the man in black stopped him mysteriously. Housekeeper, this is the treasure of Lord Chui. It's not appropriate for you to open it and take a look, right? The housekeeper quickly withdrew his hand, with a look of doubt on his face. Is it really a treasure? The man in black almost wanted to lift his tail to the sky. Of course. I saw with my own eyes that Lord Chui fell to the ground after giving the food box to Gu Nanshi. Oh, do they think they can deceive me by using the food box as a cover? Too naive. Really? Xiao He, I'll give you a great credit. The man who hurried over laughed at the sky. With an excited heart and trembling hands, the treasure that the whole Zhou dynasty had been looking for a full 10 years finally fell into his hands. How can the wealth of this world compare to immortality and ascending to heaven? The mysterious man took a bath and burned incense, and after respectfully offering a few sticks of incense to the food box, he opened the food box with full of expectations and carefully. The strong stench immediately took over and filled the entire small room. The housekeeper couldn't help but lean against the wall and hiccup. Even when he was living a life worse than death, he still showed his loyalty. Master, it's poisonous. The mysterious man didn't give up. He gently picked up a small black cube, closed his eyes, and put it in his mouth. The flowing juice slid down his throat and into his stomach. The mysterious man closed his eyes and felt it for a moment. He found that except for being marinated from the inside out by the stench, there was no other change. Oh no! What a sinister mind! What a vicious plan! The mysterious man immediately asked everyone to move. The man in black was puzzled. Master, why? The mysterious man was tragically hit, and he was angry in his heart. He looked at the man in black with unfriendly eyes. This stench has been lingering for 3 days, and it still can't be removed. This Gu Nanshi clearly knows that someone is coveting the treasure, so she cheats. Anyone who has come into contact with this poison will emit a special stench all over the body. She only needs to follow the smell to catch us all in one fell swoop. Gu Nanshi is so terrifying. The housekeeper quickened the packing process. The mysterious man was unwilling to be tricked by Gu Nanshi, so he turned around and told the man in black, Don't think that you can skip studying just because you are out here working for a living. Tomorrow you will report to Baichuan Academy.
Ah?
The man in black was dumbfounded. It was just a small mistake, but the consequences were so serious. The mysterious man destroyed a stronghold and soaked in the hot spring pool for 3 full days before he got rid of Gu Nanshi's pursuit. His miserable experience soon spread throughout the treasure-hunting circle. Even that person was fooled. This Gu Nanshi is really hard to deal with. The white-bearded old man's eyes flickered. Oh, if you ask me, Gu Nanshi is too clever for her own good. We were not sure whether the treasure was in her hands. She did this to tell us that she does have the treasure. The deep male voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. But since Gu Nanshi dared to set a trap so blatantly, does it mean that she has 100 tricks up her sleeve? The melodious female voice makes people feel numb all over. After a long silence, a sinister laugh came from the corner. Hee, if Gu Nanshi can defend against us, can she defend against everyone in the world? Can she defend against the one sitting on the dragon throne? As long as we stir up this mess. It all depends on your ability. Okay, it all depends on your ability. With the deliberate spread of some people, the rumor that Gu Nanshi was carrying a treasure almost became an open secret. At Fuchuan Tea House, tea drinkers whispered to each other, "I have a secret." The other party raised his eyebrows and understood. Treasure. That's right. I heard that it is the dragon vein of the previous dynasty. It is buried with the wealth accumulated by the previous dynasty for 500 years. The floor tiles are made of gold bricks, the lighting is the South China Sea Night Pearl, and the incense is made of 1,000-year-old agarwood.
Huh.
That's not right. The tea drinker at the next table poked his head in. Why did I hear that the treasure is a secret of statecraft? It was originally given to Lord Chui by an immortal. Lord Chui only read half of the book and was able to rule the country and bring peace to the world. Lord Chui said that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is more talented than him, so he gave her the whole book.
Hey.
You are all wrong. It is clearly the method of refining the elixir of immortality. You are all wrong. I heard from Wantang Chun Zichuan that what is buried is the method of dual cultivation of yin and yang. Nonsense. Lord Chui has never been married. How can he practice dual cultivation? It is clearly the method of tongzigong. The husband said that the husband was right, and the wife said that the wife was right. Everyone said it with details, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. The sayings about this treasure are all-encompassing, and there is always one that can hit the hearts of the audience and make them eager to move. Ordinary people can only participate verbally, and they can't do anything to Gu Nanshi. After all, she is the goddess of the river. Gu Nanshi originally thought that after all the things were dealt with, she could return to her original peaceful life. Unexpectedly, since returning from Baichuan Academy, she has never rested for a day. Mother, the New Year's Day will be in a few days. Do you want to ask the brothers to come back to worship the kitchen god? Because of the festival, Su Yunyan put aside the preparations for the opening of the shop. The New Year's Day of the Great Zhou Dynasty is on December 24th, the same day as the Little New Year. Usually, everyone will worship the kitchen god and send off all the gods on this day. Gu Nanshi glanced at Su Yunyan, who was slightly disappointed, and said lightly, "You prepare together." But isn't the worship of the kitchen god hosted by men, and women need to avoid it? Su Yunyan was nervous and eager to try. Gu Nanshi made the final decision. We don't have those rules in our family. You should prepare well. Gu Nanshi secretly added in his heart, "Don't bother me anymore." As soon as Su Yunyan left, the old lady of Yongchang Marquis Mansion, who hadn't met for more than a month, actually took the initiative to find Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi's heart was filled with alarms. No one would come to the temple for no reason. It must be a big deal to mobilize the old lady. With the help of Aunt Chiu, the old lady sat down opposite Gu Nanshi, coughed twice, and squeezed out a strange smile on her serious face. Daughter-in-law. Gu Nanshi felt a chill all over her body and hurriedly replied, "Mother, just say what you want to say. We have been in the relationship of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law for more than 10 years. What else is there to worry about?" The old lady's eyes flickered, and her heart was beating fast. After more than 10 years of getting along, isn't the relationship even worse than that of strangers. Daughter-in-law, I know that you are wholeheartedly devoted to the Marquis mansion and the children. In my heart, the position of the prince of this Marquis mansion belongs to Xianming. We are grasshoppers tied to the same rope. Gu Nanxi nodded. Of course, when the entire Yongchang Marquis mansion was executed, weren't they like grasshoppers tied together? Seeing this, the old lady continued to push. The Marquis mansion looks so glorious, but in fact it is already rotten wood. As a member of the Marquis mansion, shouldn't you do your part? Gu Nanxi, I don't have money, but I have my life. The old lady was furious. Gu Nanxi, you are so good. You have the treasure of the previous dynasty for 500 years, but you are reluctant to give out even a little bit. You didn't give all the treasure to your lover? Gu Nanxi's face froze. Can we not mention the lover? This matter can't be passed? Besides, what kind of outrageous rumor did the 500-year-old treasure come from? Before Gu Nanxi could explain, in the eyes of the old lady who said, I knew you were a traitor, the young emperor sent someone to take Gu Nanxi into the palace. Although the palace is small, it is extremely luxurious. The roof of the palace is covered with glazed tiles, reflecting dazzling light under the warm winter sun. The palace is made of cloud-top sandalwood beams, gold 9 dragons grabbing pearls as lamps and pearls as curtains. On a 3-foot-wide rosewood armchair, a figure was sitting, looking down, holding a pen, and drawing something. Sister, how do I treat you? The young emperor asked softly without raising his head. Gu Nanxi was silent. This question was so difficult to answer. Why don't you answer? The young emperor raised his head suddenly, his eyes as red as a rabbit, and asked repeatedly, I trust you so much. I have entrusted the important task of rectifying the Imperial College to you. Gu Nanxi has been busy these days, and the days of letting things go are getting further and further away. He was already holding back a rage, and after hearing what the young emperor said, this anger could not be suppressed at all. Gu Nanxi found a soft couch beside the bed and sat down by himself, with a wooden face, saying, You shouldn't have entrusted this matter to me. It was all because of the little emperor's coquettish operation that he had to work so hard. The young emperor opened his mouth slightly, was stunned for a long time, then frowned and thought for a moment, as if he had suddenly realized something. The young emperor put down the pen in his hand, slowly walked to Gu Nanxi, and said earnestly, Sister, I know that with your ability, it is a waste of talent to deal with the affairs of the Imperial College, and it is unfair to you. But because of the abuse of power by the Empress and the Princess of the previous dynasty, the court is now very resistant to women participating in politics. Sister, you bear the grievance for now, and when you make achievements, I will definitely use you. Gu Nanxi looked at the young emperor in surprise. How on earth did he develop such a brain circuit? Meeting Gu Nanxi's gaze, the young emperor nodded solemnly. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. I will keep my word. After saying this, the young emperor's eyes dodged a little, and red clouds appeared on his cheeks. He hesitated and said, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Gu Nanxi rubbed his swollen forehead and said weakly, Then don't say it. The young emperor insisted, I still have to say it. The Zhou dynasty is in turmoil, and wolves are lurking around. I want to follow Taizu and bring peace to the world. But the late emperor passed away early, and no one taught me how to do it. The young emperor squeezed out a few tears, as if he had suffered a lot of grievances. Even Lord Chui doesn't want to scold me. Gu Nanxi sneered. With the emperor's brain circuit, Lord Chui didn't need to speak. He already reflected on himself 3 times a day. Sister, since Lord Chui has passed on the treasure of state governance to you, can you lend it to me to see? The young emperor was so moved.
Look at how open-minded he is.
He didn't even rob it, but only asked to borrow it. Gu Nanxi said coldly, Treasure? My godfather gave me treasure? The young emperor nodded his head like a woodpecker. Everyone knows it. Gu Nanxi's eyes flashed coldly, almost shooting through the person opposite. Is this treasure the wealth accumulated by the previous dynasty for 500 years, or the state governance strategy? The young emperor said without hesitation, Of course it is the state governance strategy. Lord Chui regards money as dirt, How could he take a few million taels seriously? Did you see it with your own eyes? I have been friends with Lord Chui for a long time. He doesn't need to say much. I can understand his deep meaning with just one look. Gu Nanshi stood up, waved her sleeves, and her pretty face was stern. She squeezed out words from her lips. I will ask my good adoptive father how to deal with this treasure. Gu Nanshi ran out of the palace in a hurry, leaving the young emperor behind her and shouting, Sister, don't forget that after New Year's Eve, Baichuan Academy needs to conduct a qualification assessment. The emperor's words floated in the air. Except for scaring a few birds, they did not leave any ripples in Gu Nanshi's heart. Gu Nanshi's mind was full of treasures, treasures, treasures. The galloping carriage, carrying the angry Gu Nanshi, galloped across the wilderness. Until the plaque of Baichuan Academy came into view, Gu Nanshi immediately jumped off the carriage, kicked the door open, and went to find Chui Sanluan in a rage. Mother, what happened? Who made you angry? Master, go slowly, be careful not to fall. Gu Nanshi pushed Su Xianming and Li Danyu away and found the old man who was warming himself by the fire. Frightened by Gu Nanshi's momentum, the old man couldn't help but shrink back and said tremblingly, Talk is one thing, but don't fight. Gu Nanshi was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and her lips trembled. Treasure?
Huh?
The old man's eyes dodged, and it was obvious that he also knew what happened. Gu Nanshi's eyes were red, and his hair stood on end. Passed it to me? The old man looked around, trying to find a safe place. The old man shuddered all over. He never expected that Gu Nanshi's crying would be so bold and unrestrained. How could she have the manners of a noble lady in Kyoto? You get up first. You are already a mother, so be careful. Gu Nanshi refused to get up and said, In front of my adoptive father, I will always be a 6-year-old girl. Old man Chui was helpless and advised, Don't you know the nature of the people in Kyoto? They believe everything they hear, and when it gets to third people, it's hail. I have nothing, so how can I have any treasure? Gu Nanshi's brain turned quickly. If that's the case, why do you want to be a thief? Could it be that the treasure is buried in the fields? Don't talk nonsense. The old man sighed for a long time, then spoke embarrassedly. I was hungry that day, so I thought of digging some wild vegetables in the fields. Gu Nanshi hissed and stared at the old man's eyes, questioning, You went to the wasteland to find wild vegetables? The old man was unreasonable and said with his neck stiff, It is precisely because it is a wasteland that wild vegetables may grow there. Who would allow wild vegetables to grow in a good farmland? Then why don't you explain? I have to bear a lot of blame. Everyone is asking me to tell them what's going on. This is the price you pay for accepting me as your godfather. Gu Nanshi's eyes were full of tears. This godfather did help solve many problems in the academy. But the price was too heavy. Who dares to bully my mother? Su Yunyan, who came after hearing the news, looked at everyone angrily. Her good mother was crying with snot and tears, so pitiful. Su Yunyan's heart was about to break, and tears as big as beans rolled in her eyes. Her bright eyes were like a tornado on the sea, brewing a terrible storm. Don't cry. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his arms seemed to be clamped by a pair of pliers, and it would be separated from his body in the next second. Su Yunyan hugged the old man's arm, shaking left and right, with tears on her face. Izu, why do you want to bully my mother? I lost my father when I was young, and my mother also lost her father when she was young. How can you bully a child without a father? The old man's hands were numb, and he looked at Gu Nanshi for help. Gu Nanshi wiped away his tears, stood up straight, and sighed. Children are debts owed from the previous life. Yiffather, this is the price of your children and grandchildren. What is retribution in this life? This is retribution in this life. Although the old man felt Su Yunyan's great strength, he still refused to let go. Anyway, there was no so-called treasure. Gu Nanshi winked at Su Yunyan, and the two went to the study together. Su Yunyan grabbed the hem of her clothes, looking embarrassed. Mother, don't use more force. If I use more force, Izu's arm will be dislocated. I thought this old man was very proud, and we could easily take him down. I never expected that he would not give in to any persuasion. Su Yunyan was puzzled. Since everyone says that the treasure is with you, why don't you just take out something and say it is the treasure? Gu Nanshi held Su Yunyan's hand and said with relief, "The tofu pudding was not eaten in vain. You know how to use your brain. Think about it again. If the treasure I gave you is not what you want, what would you think?" Su Yunyan said without hesitation, "It must be a trick you used." Gu Nanshi secretly groaned in his heart. Now things are completely frozen. Only by letting old man Chui take out the treasure himself can the situation be broken. "Mother, what should we do?" Su Yunyan's hands and feet became weak and her throat was dry and sore when she thought of the endless stream of people visiting the mansion. No one is perfect. Since my adoptive father has adopted me as his daughter, it means that even in his old age, he is looking forward to having children and grandchildren around him and longs for the warmth of family. Gu Nanshi decided to use a psychological strategy on old man Chui. Old man Chui in the hall slightly raised the corners of his lips. The warmth of family? Haha, I am the spirit made of stone for thousands of years, with a heart of stone. Little Nanshi, come on. Foster father, the day after tomorrow is the New Year's Day. Why don't you come back with us? Gu Nanshi had prepared a lot of excuses, but before he could use them, he heard old man Chui say lightly, "Okay." Gu Nanshi raised her eyebrows. Her guess was indeed correct. The group of people, each with their own thoughts, leisurely returned to the Yongchang Marquis mansion in the carriage. Old man Chui's courtyard was cleaned up the day after Gu Nanshi recognized him as her adoptive father. This yard is sandwiched between Su Xianming and Su Yunting, far away from the backyard, thus avoiding a lot of gossip. Old man Chui was waiting for the family warmth from Gu Nanshi, but he didn't expect that the first person to come up was Su Yunyan. Ancestor, the 5-color rice, flowers and fruits, and maltose for the kitchen god's sacrifice. Mother said that the ones sold on the street are not very tasty, so let's make them ourselves. Su Yunyan took old man Chui's hand and ran to the kitchen. Old man Chui was confused. "Yunyan, did you hear it wrong? Did your mother ask you to cook for me?" Su Yunyan shook her head and said firmly, "It is said in Wei Feng that father's love is like a mountain, heavy and speechless, and father's love is like the sea, deep and vast. Only the sky can compare with mountains, rivers, and seas. And people take food as their heaven. Mother is giving you a chance to show father's love." For a moment, old man Chui didn't know whether to praise Su Yunyan for reciting Wei Feng or criticize her for making far-fetched claims. Maybe this is just an excuse? Gu Nanshi prepared a surprise in the kitchen, intending to suppress first and then praise. However, until the sun was about to set, old man Chui's hands were sore from stirring the maltose, but the surprise was delayed. "Izu, let's go to worship Brother Wanhui together." Su Yunting stuffed a statue of Brother Wanhui into old man Chui's hand. Brother Wanhui is the god of reunion in the Great Zhou dynasty. The people of the Great Zhou dynasty believed that as long as they worshipped Brother Wanhui, they could reunite with their relatives thousands of miles away. The statue has a disheveled and smiling face, wears green clothes, holds a drum in his left hand, and a stick in his right hand. It looks mysterious and weird. Old man Chui has been afraid of this statue since he was a child, so he hurriedly covered his eyes. "Yunting, go by yourself." Su Yunting was unwilling. "My mother said that the Chui family of Qinghe is far away from us. You haven't returned home for many years, and you must be missing your relatives at home." Old man Chui vomited blood, but he didn't want to let anyone know that he, the great Chui Sanluan, would be afraid of a little brother Wanhui, so he held on to his breath and wanted to go back to his own courtyard after a brief worship. This surprise, old man Chui was not looking forward to it. As soon as he lay down on the bed, he saw a faint fire coming out from under the bed, making the shadow of a person sway. Old man Chui was shocked and jumped up immediately. "It's on fire." "Hee, Izu, don't be afraid. I'm lighting the shuhao. My mother ordered me to light you first." Su Xianming crawled out from under the bed, covered in dust and dirt. Lighting the shuhao is also a custom of the Great Zhou dynasty. It is said that shuhao is a kind of ghost. Wherever it goes, people there will lose their property, and their treasury will be empty. It was a dark and windy night. Outside Yongchang Mansion, there was a lot of noise and shouting. Lord Chui's heart was as cold as falling into an ice cave. Lord Chui raised his head 45 degrees, sad and desolate. Gu Nanshi, you are so cruel. If this is the warmth you give me, then I don't want it. After saying that, the old man put on his clothes and wanted to go back to Baichuan Academy to calm down. This soft heart was wrong after all.
Anje story.
People often say that your father has been rarely happy in recent years, and he pretends to be sad to say goodbye by pulling his clothes. How can you bear to abandon us? Su Xianming hugged Old Man Chui's thighs. Old Man Chui grabbed his shaky pants and squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Let go. I won't let go. How can I let you spend the new year alone in Baichuan Academy? Old Man Chui, I still have Li Daniu to accompany me. Su Yunting, Li Daniu is not your relative. How can he be compared with us? Old Man Chui sneered. Although Li Daniu is not a relative, he will not order himself to work, nor will he force himself to contact Brother Wan Hui, and he will not hide under the bed in the middle of the night to scare people. Gu Nanshi came hurriedly, holding the trembling hand of Old Man Chui, with a worried look on his face. What's wrong with you? Why are you shaking like a sieve? I've heard that when people get old, they will get a disease called Parkinson's disease. Could it be that you also? Old Man Chui turned his head with difficulty, looked up and down at the ruddy Gu Nanshi, and asked numbly, Gu Nanshi, what did your family eat to grow up? Why are you so different? Gu Nanshi's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. Worthy of being Lord Chui, he is seen through the appearance and the essence. In the Marquis family, he is a time traveler and the others are cannon fodder villains. This villain's temperament can even be seen by the characters in the original book. We eat royal meals. We hold royal bowls. Gu Nanshi expressed his loyalty in the direction of the palace. Old Man Chui's pupils shrank, and 900 eyes turned at the same time. It turns out that everything Gu Nanshi did was instructed by the emperor? That's right, Gu Nanshi was just a little stupid when he was young, not as cunning as a fox. He was essentially a good child. Could it be that His Majesty wanted to do something with the treasure? Old Man Chui stood there, struggling in his heart for a while, and then he made up his mind. If it is beneficial to the country, life and death are not important. Why should I avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? Forget it. Since it is His Majesty's intention, I will go all out. Old Man Chui grabbed Gu Nanshi's hand, with a brave heart, like a soldier about to go to war. Let's go. I'll take you to dig for treasure. Gu Nanshi's pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was beating wildly. The power of love is so strong, and the warmth of family is so magical.
Quick.
Yunyan. Yunting. Prepare the carriage quickly. Being moved by this kind of emotion only takes a second, and you may regret it in the next second. So I can't give my adoptive father a chance to regret it. In the streets of Kyoto, vendors carry their poles and sell colorful rice cakes, 5-color rice food and other items for the kitchen god ceremony, so that those who don't have time to prepare can buy them. A grand parade to welcome Brother Wan Hui is held on the Imperial Street. The statue, which is as tall as 2 people, is carried on the shoulders of 8 people. Its smiling face can be seen from a long distance. I don't know who made the statue this time, but he lit candles in both eyes, making Brother Wan Hui seem alive. In Kyoto at night, it is particularly eye-catching. Su Xianming in the carriage lifted the curtain and looked at the procession in the distance. He felt a throbbing in his heart. Brother Wan Hui's celebration this year is so grand, and next year will definitely be a year of reunion. Old Man Chui turned his back and didn't want to pay attention to him. My immediate family members are all in the underworld. It is impossible for them to come up to reunite with me, so I can only go down to reunite with them by myself. Gu Nanshi covered her face tightly with a veil, so as not to let the people of Kyoto see what she was doing. Su Yunyan silently sharpened the shovel with a whetstone. She did not dare to bring the servants with her on this trip. The eldest brother is weak and frail, the second brother is weak and fragile, the grandfather is old, and the mother is in good health. In the end, This family has to be supported by myself. I don't know how long it took, but the carriage finally stopped. Su Yunting, who was driving the carriage, rubbed his hands and blew on his cold hands. Mother, we're at the academy. Old man Shui was the first to jump off the carriage. He squinted his eyes and looked around. He found the hole he dug at the beginning and said, "Look, it's here. Mother, stand further away and watch me." Su Yunyan dressed neatly, picked up the shovel, and dug it without hesitation. Old man Shui rolled his eyes. Back then, I secretly dug the pit for 10 days. How could you dig it out in one night just by yourself?
Clang.
The shovel seemed to hit something hard, which made Su Yunyan's palm numb. Old man Shui hurried to the side of the cave and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" But in the cave, the big wooden box lying quietly had scratches carved by himself on it. The copper lock covered with mud was still guarding the treasure chest diligently. 2 lines of hot tears slid down old man Shui's face, and his eyes showed nostalgia. "Old buddy, we meet again." Old man Shui was worried that Su Yunyan would damage the box, so he went down to dig it himself. Gu Nanshi and others surrounded the cave entrance and waited from the top of the moon to the bright moon in the sky, and then they finally saw the appearance of the box clearly. The box looked simple and quaint, with childish paintings on it, some funny and weird, and some bold words like "I will go home on the wind." Old man Shui hugged the box and cried and laughed. "Finally found it. I've been unable to sleep for the past 10 years, worrying day and night that someone would steal you. How I regret that I shouldn't have made a bet with that old guy that day." Gu Nanshi saw the appearance of old man Shui's treasure and felt sorry for it, so he explained, "Godfather, don't worry, I won't steal your treasure. Just show it to us, and then I will send someone to imitate it to shut everyone up." Old man Shui sighed, as if someone had dug out his heart, and his eyes were full of regret. He was reluctant for a long time, and then he took out a copper key from his collar and prepared to unlock it. Just at this time, Li Dania heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing that it was Gu Nanshi and others, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Madam, you are finally here. You are busy celebrating the New Year today, and I dare not disturb you." Li Dania took out a note from his waist and said in a crackling voice, "Imperial censor Jiang sent someone to deliver a letter saying that an official in the court was worried about the treasure and proposed at the court meeting that the treasure belonged to the court of the Great Zhou dynasty and should not be owned by an individual." After some debate, the court reached a consensus that the strategy of governing the country should be handed over to the person who can best play the role. Therefore, in the qualification review of Baichuan Academy next year, the 6 ministries will jointly review Songshan Academy and the Imperial College. Gu Nanshi smiled lightly and said, "Don't worry, at most, we can just copy a treasure and hand it over to the court. Godfather, is that right? Foster father, open the treasure box quickly. I don't know how many volumes of the strategy of governing the country are here. It takes such a big box to hold them." Su Yunyan was worried just thinking about it. How long would it take to copy so many volumes of books? You can't hire a scholar to copy such a secret book.
This.
Old man Shui suddenly felt that the treasure box was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. For a moment, the treasure box fell heavily to the ground and almost hit his feet. "Ancestor E, please be careful. Let me do it." Su Yunting stepped forward and wanted to take the key from old man Shui.
No, no.
Old man Shui had a bitter face and held the key tightly. "You should open it when I tell you to open it. You are so shy and can't let go. You should take it when I tell you to take it. The peerless treasure is there." Gu Nanshi, Su Xianming, and the other 4 clapped their hands, shouted slogans, and encouraged old man Shui to take the crucial step bravely. Old man Shui knew that the situation was over and his arms could not twist his thighs, so he closed his eyes and twisted the key.
Click.
The tightly closed deflation was opened. The treasure buried underground for 10 years saw the light of day again. The bright moon set and the sun rose. The morning glow and morning mist. Everything was quiet. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the distant dense forest. It turned out that the early birds were chirping in search of insects. Old man Shui raised his head slightly, looked around at everyone, and said cautiously, "These are the treasures.
Why don't you say something?"
Su Yunyan rubbed her eyes and doubted her life. "Ancestor E, are you really not kidding? It's true. It's genuine." Su Xianming hesitated and said, "Could it be that the strategy of governing a country is written on it with mysterious ink, which needs to be soaked in water and roasted with fire to reveal it?" Old man Chui was afraid that this fool would burn all his treasures, so he rushed on it. "No.
It's just an ordinary thing."
Gu Nanshi was speechless. A yellowed pillow, a bright red blanket, and a baby's clothes were neatly placed in the treasure box, as if they were laughing at herself. The treasure she tried so hard to find turned out to be an old thing that no one would want if she gave it away. Who would believe it if she told others? Gu Nanshi was so depressed that she was doomed. She had no way to defend herself this time. Where could she find a strategy for governing a country to pass on to the world? But the loving mother system was still mocking in her mind. "You're the only strategist I have ever seen who took the villain to death before the villain killed you." Gu Nanshi's eyes flashed. "In fact, it's not that there is no way to break the situation." Old man Chui probably knew that he had tricked Gu Nanshi a little bit, so he hurried to make amends. "As long as we win the first place in the qualification assessment, the treasure will still be ours. As long as we don't say it, who will know what the treasure is?" Su Xianming and others looked at Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi didn't say anything, yawned, and climbed into the carriage. "That's it, let it go." Su Xianming asked his second brother uncertainly, "Let it go?" Su Yunting got Gu Nanshi's affirmative words, and his hanging heart was also put down, and he said affirmatively, "Let it go." Su Yunyan had already followed Gu Nanshi into the carriage. "My mother had a trick up her sleeve, so I just had to be obedient." Old man Chui was confused by the reactions of the family of four. He hurriedly climbed onto the carriage and said earnestly, "How can you give up easily unless you are in a desperate situation?" Su Yunyan covered Gu Nanshi, who was resting with her eyes closed, with a thin blanket. "Don't give up. Didn't mother say that you should let nature take its course?" Seeing this family in such a mess, old man Chui, who was always in charge of the overall situation, couldn't help but panic. Not doing things according to His Majesty's plan is a small matter. Revealing a secret that he had kept hidden for years to the public was a big deal. "Xianming, you are the eldest son of the Marquis. You should take responsibility. Your mother and your brothers and sisters still have to rely on you." Old man Chui decided to start with Su Xianming. Among the four people, only Su Xianming had read some books of sages. A person was sitting in the car, and a pot fell from the sky. Su Xianming opened his mouth slightly and said very frankly, "But the culprit is you, Izu. They are just some useless pillows and blankets. How could there be rumors of rare treasures?"
"Why don't you clarify it?"
Old man Chui hugged the yellowed pillow tightly, feeling Gu Nanshi's cold treatment, and felt really helpless inside. Until the carriage was about to enter Kyoto, old man Chui explained in a low voice, "I have a trivial little problem. That is, I like to hug my babies when I sleep." Old man Chui pointed to the quilt and small clothes on his knees and introduced, "These are the pillow and quilt I have covered with since I was a child. Without them, I can't sleep well at night." Old man Chui saw Gu Nanshi open his eyes a little, then continued, "My best friend knew that I had this problem, so he made a bet with me that if I lost, I would have to hide these babies and not see them for 10 years. Old man Chui's eyes were moist. "Unfortunately, I lost the bet. But the babies are just outside the capital. How could I bear it? So I traveled far and wide, one to see the mountains and rivers of the Great Zhou, the customs and people, and the other to keep my promise. I don't know how the people in Kyoto spread it. It was clearly a joke from a good friend, but they imagined it as a peerless treasure. It's even more outrageous recently. Even the treasures of the previous dynasty, strategies for governing a country, and secrets of cultivating immortals have popped up." Outside the carriage, Su Yunting, who was driving the carriage, asked sharply, "Then why don't you clarify it? Isn't it fun to see people with ulterior motives jumping up and down and my mother being embarrassed in every way?" Old man Chui stroked his beard and shook his head. "That's not the case. First of all, How do you know that this rumor is not a bait released by the emperor to lure people with ulterior motives? Second, I'm sorry to little Nanshi. Old man Chui patted the dust on the pillow with a pleasant expression, as if he was the upright Chui Sanluan in the court again. Everyone has his own consequences. Since it was caused by me, it will naturally be my responsibility to settle it. I am familiar with the scriptures and laws, and my students are all over the world. I don't believe that there is anyone more qualified to be a teacher than me. The expected applause did not come, and the snoring of deep sleep sounded one after another in the carriage. Old man Chui looked at the three people sleeping in a mess, feeling helpless, but his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. Smelling the lingering smell and holding the familiar touch, the sleepiness of more than 10 years came like a tide at this moment. Where Bei is, my heart is at peace. Old man Chui also fell into a sweet dream. The mysterious man also stayed awake all night. In the pavilion halfway up the mountain, there was a pot of sake, a plate of beans, and a candle that was about to burn out on the stone table. The butler who was serving beside him put a fur coat on the mysterious man who kept sneezing. Master, since Gu Nanshi is like a trapped beast, you should stop hurting your body for her. On the straight nose of the mysterious man, a pair of starry eyes were full of vigilance. Women have the most poisonous hearts. Gu Nanshi is the most poisonous. She can come up with a trick like stinky tofu. Don't underestimate her. The butler felt pity for the stench and couldn't help worrying. Could she use this thing in the hall? The mysterious man trembled, unsure. It's hard to say. Xiaohei. Here. A burly man in black jumped out of the bushes and knelt on his knees. The mysterious man sneered. I knew you would go to the academy obediently. You must report to the academy within 3 days. Report the movements of the academy and Gu Nanshi at any time. We must not let Baichuan Academy pass this qualification assessment. The back of the man in black was very sad. On this day, when every household is on holiday, he not only has to go on a mission, but also has to go undercover in the most dangerous place. How miserable is it? At Baichuan Academy, Su Xianming was locking the academy. Li Daniu, don't bring those quilts anymore, just bring 2 sets of clothes. It's close to New Year's Day, everyone is cutting new cloth and making new clothes, and the tailor shop is too busy. I'll make you 2 new sets of clothes next year. Li Dania's beard was combed very smoothly, and he smiled honestly. I should have guarded Baichuan Academy. After Su Xianming locked the academy, he urged Li Daniu to get on the carriage. If he stole from the academy on New Year's Eve, it means that this little thief has a hard life. A book can save a life, which is also valuable. Dalong is kind-hearted. Su Xianming was about to get on the carriage when he saw a man in a coarse linen short robe knocking on the door of Baichuan Academy step by step. He had 2 thick eyebrows on his face, twisted together, and a pair of exceptionally clear eyes, which seemed to be hesitant to speak, forming a sharp contrast with his rough appearance, which was impressive. Sir, what can I do for you? The academy is closed for the holidays. The rough man had tears in his eyes. If you only look at his eyes, you will feel pity for him. My name is Xiaohei, and I come to the academy to register. Hey, please get in the car. Su Xianming warmly invited Xiaohei to get in the car. How old are you? Who else is in your family? Can you read? Xiaohei blew his nose and said in a rough voice, I am only 18 years old, alone, and I can't read much. Su Xianming's heart sank. Among the students in this academy, the proportion of single people is very high. It seems that the construction of student dormitories is imminent. It doesn't matter. The academy is our home, and the construction depends on everyone. It just so happens that New Year's Day is coming soon. You can go home with us. Su Xianming grabbed Xiaohei's hand and didn't let go. Li Dania's eyes narrowed slightly. He smelled a familiar breath from Xiaohei. Could it be another person with ulterior motives? Darling, you invited someone into the mansion when we first met. Will the Marquis blame you? Li Daniu reminded him secretly. I don't know what kind of luck Su Xianming has. None of the people he picked up are normal. Su Xianming may not have heard the implication of Li Daniu and said carelessly, It's nothing. My mother is warm and hospitable and won't care about these. The swaying carriage drove into Kyoto. Su Xianming went to Fuchuan Tea House to pack a portion of butter-soaked snails. Recently, it has been rumored that Fuchuan Tea House is the most popular tea house in Kyoto, and its tea snacks are also the favorite of Kyoto women. I packed some for myself to take back so that my mother, grandmother, and sister can have a taste. When Su Xianming walked into the hall with his lunchbox, he saw his uncle and cousin, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, talking to his grandmother and mother. "Uncle, cousin, are you here to give us New Year gifts?" Su Xianming walked in and put the butter-soaked snails on the table. Su Yunyan, who arrived almost at the same time, raised her eyebrows. "New Year gift? Uncle, you must have been cheated by an unscrupulous merchant last year. The silk given as a gift was only good on the top layer, and the rest was just old stuff. And the bird's nest, it's just for show." The old lady saw that her eldest son was embarrassed and quickly scolded. "Yunyan, what are you talking about?" Su Yunyan pouted. "I'm not talking nonsense. I thought that Uncle's New Year gift was secretly replaced by someone, and the whole family investigated it, but it turned out that Uncle was cheated." The eldest uncle of the Su family's face turned red and blue, and he complained in his heart that Su Yunyan was still as speechless as ever. The old lady knew the truth and interrupted Su Yunyan. "It's none of your business. Your uncle didn't come here to give New Year gifts, but to discuss important matters." Su Yunyan was even more surprised and blurted out, "The day after tomorrow is New Year's Eve. If your uncle doesn't come to give gifts now, when will he come?" The uncle of the Su family was furious and scolded. "Girls, how can you chase your elders for New Year gifts? Do you know the etiquette?" Gu Nanshi, who had never spoken, was unhappy. The uncle of the Su family was impolite himself and took his anger out on the child. Was he bullying the child because there was no one behind him? "Brother, Yunyan is not an ordinary lady, but the housekeeper of our Yongchang Marquis mansion. The food, clothing, and expenses of the whole mansion depend on Yunyan's allocation." Gu Nanshi turned to Su Yunyan again and pretended to scold. "Yunyan, your uncle said that you don't know etiquette, so you should accept it carefully. In the future, everything should be done according to etiquette. No matter what kind of New Year gift your uncle gives you, we will return it in the same way. Remember, it cannot be less. Otherwise, people will talk about you." The uncle of the Su family was embarrassed by Gu Nanshi's indirect criticism and was stunned on the spot for a while. Instead, it was his eldest son, Su Jin, who stood up and apologized. "Aunt, please calm down. Dad loves his son very much. He lost his sense of propriety for a moment because of my matter. I am not saying anything wrong about Sister Yunyan." Su Jin bowed to Su Yunyan. "I apologize to Sister Yunyan on behalf of Dad. Dad prepared this New Year gift a month ago. We are very grateful for the Imperial College. But Dad said that we are all family, and it would be strange to come to your house to give a thank you gift because of this matter. So we increased the New Year gift by 30% and hope that Aunt and Sister will not mind." Su Jin's words were well-founded, and he played the family card again. Gu Nanshi didn't want to argue with a younger generation. It's a small matter, not worth anything. No matter how much the big brother's New Year gift is, it is a filial piety to mother. This matter was just let go. The old lady liked Su Jin, who was so outstanding and she couldn't bear to embarrass him, so she deliberately brought up the topic. "Gina, we are all family. If you have any difficulties, you can tell your aunt. Your uncle is not at home, and your aunt will definitely do her best for you." Gu Nanshi glanced at the old lady and said nothing. "Baichuan Academy? Haven't you been studying in the Imperial College for 2 years?" Gu Nanshi still remembered that the eldest uncle of the Su family had a big fuss in the mansion because Su Jin was expelled from the Imperial College. Why didn't he go to the Imperial College at this time, but came to Baichuan Academy? Gu Nanshi had to think deeply about it. Su Jin, however, said righteously, "Baichuan Academy will face an assessment after the new year. In the past, my aunt went through the Emperor's connections in order to let me return to the Imperial College. Now, Baichuan Academy is in danger, and I also want to do my best." The eldest uncle of the Su family wiped his tears and was deeply moved. "My eldest son is really a kind-hearted man who knows how to repay his gratitude." The old lady clapped Su Jin's hands and praised him as if it was free. "Yes, This is a good son of my Su family. Although Su Xianming never took the assessment seriously, he was also moved by the brotherhood and gave a portion of the few butter-soaked snails to Su Jin. We brothers are united, and our strength can break metal. In the future, your brother Jin will also have a share of the glory of Baichuan Academy. Seeing that the silly boy was so happy, Gu Nanshi didn't want to pour cold water on him. This Baichuan Academy accommodates more than just Baichuan? It doesn't matter if there is only a stream like Su Jin. Baichuan Academy has added another new member. At the same time, Fuchuan Tea House in Kyoto added a new midnight snack fruit, which was cheap and of various varieties, saving a lot of trouble for the people of Kyoto. It was so famous that even many wealthy families sent people to the tea house to buy it. The people of Kyoto are really spoiled. They are too lazy to make midnight snack fruit for New Year's Eve. Merchants from other places who came to Beijing to purchase were jealous of the good business of Fuchuan Tea House. The foreign merchant was amazed. It's so rich? It's incomparable, incomparable. The friend knew the merchant's little thoughts, so he smiled and said, what really made Fuchuan Tea House so popular was not these cakes, but his storyteller. The content of the storybook is almost the same. The guests will not come again after listening to it once. The foreign merchant was bored. You will know the difference if you go in and listen. The friend took the foreign businessman to the Fuchuan Tea House. At this time, the storyteller was talking with saliva flying in the Fuchuan Tea House, and the tea drinkers were cheering. This lively atmosphere was a big hit with the foreign businessman. Storyteller. It is said that after the Yongchang Marquis Mansion received the inheritance from Lord Cui, the gentlemen were not happy. To be frank, how can a woman take on such a big responsibility? This treasure should belong to the capable. The saint had no choice but to make an appointment for the test. As soon as the New Year's Day is over, Baichuan Academy will face the challenge from the world's talents. The major academies in Kyoto have made bold statements, vowing to defeat Baichuan Academy. It is still unknown who will win the battle among the heroes. The foreign merchant understood and whispered, anyway, it is impossible for Baichuan Academy to win. It is just an unknown small academy. How can it fight against 10,000? It's hard to say. You may not know that the headmaster of Baichuan Academy is the river goddess Gu Nanshi. The friend whispered to the foreign merchant about the glorious achievements of the river goddess. The foreign merchant was amazed, and his eyes were shining. So this is the god of wealth of Fuchuan Tea House? The story of the river goddess was so full of ups and downs. Wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't move to her own tea house? Moreover, there would be such a big event in Kyoto after the new year. How could she miss it? The foreign merchants secretly said in their hearts that this trip to Kyoto was worthwhile. The streets of Kyoto are bustling with activity, and the houses in each city are also busy. Jiang Guanghai was driven around by his mother. You used to be in the academy, so we couldn't catch you. This year, you will be responsible for making the bonfire. On New Year's Eve, when it was almost dawn, people in the Zhou dynasty would use a bamboo pole with copper coins hanging on it to hit the bonfire. The higher the sparks, the smoother the next year would be, and the more they would achieve their wishes. After making the bonfire, they would quickly post the door god Zhongkui, which meant to keep evil spirits and poor ghosts out of the door. If they forgot to post the door god, disheveled beggars wearing green-faced and fanged masks would block the door and prevent the owner from leaving until they were given some money. In previous years, these things were done by Censor Jiang, but this year, Madame Jiang assigned this job to Jiang Guanghai. Jiang Guanghai was uneasy and didn't hear his mother's instructions clearly until Madame Jiang grabbed his ears, and he realized it. Mother, let go. It hurts. Jiang Guanghai grimaced in pain, but the maids and servants were standing by and covering their mouths, watching the joke. Mrs. Jiang slapped Jiang Guanghai on the back in annoyance. Be more sincere when you make a bonfire and put up the door gods. Remember to pray in your heart that you will pass the Imperial examination next spring. The teacher said that with your grades, you will have no problem passing the examination to become a scholar. Mrs. Jiang let go of her hand and lovingly wiped the dust off Jiang Guanghai's shoulders. Her words were full of expectation. My son Qilin has studied hard for more than 10 years, and is finally going to soar into the sky. Our Jiang family has a scholarly tradition. The brothers of your eldest uncle and third uncle's families have all passed the examination to become scholars. You will definitely have no problem. When you pass the examination to become a scholar, I will give generous gifts to the dean and the teachers to thank them for their cultivation over the years. Jiang Guanghai listened to Mrs. Zhang's chattering in silence, his eyes full of guilt. Mother, Mrs. Zhang understood. Do you want to invite Su Xianming? Sure. By then, the trouble of Baichuan Academy will be over, and we don't have to avoid suspicion anymore. Mother, I have something to tell you. Madame Zhang chuckled and laughed. Why do you want to imitate your father, hesitating and hesitating? So annoying. Jiang Guanghai closed his eyes and said, Mother, I want to drop out of school. I want to go to Baichuan Academy. After a long time, Jiang Guanghai did not receive the expected beating. When he opened his eyes, he saw Madame Zhang arranging snacks in a neutral manner. Son, I will pretend that I didn't hear you. Jiang Guanghai bowed his head deeply, but his tone was very firm. Mother, I have already told Principal Wu. Madame Zhang could no longer suppress her anger, and she beat Jiang Guanghai all over his face. Is this the time for you to talk about loyalty? It is still unknown whether Baichuan Academy can continue to operate after the new year. Are you going to joke about your own future? Jiang Guanghai stood straight, without dodging, as if only in this way could he offset the guilt in his heart. Mother, Godmother could have ruined my future, but she chose to let it go with a smile. When Baichuan Academy was in danger for the first time, I did not step forward, and Godmother and Xianming had no complaints. Jiang Guanghai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fire. I had no choice at that time. I was just a student without any achievements. How could I compete with them? But this time, I can. At this moment, Jiang Guanghai did not look like a teenager, but like a man who stood tall and upright. Mrs. Zhang's chest rose and fell, and she was panting. She raised her head slightly and looked at Jiang Guanghai, who was already a head taller than her. Do you know that the opponents of Baichuan Academy this time are the Imperial College, Songshan Academy, and the ministers of the Six Ministries, and their success or failure cannot be determined by an ordinary student like you? I know. But with me here, Baichuan Academy is not afraid of the scriptures test among students. Do you know that if you choose Baichuan Academy this time, you will never have the opportunity to return to Taishue and Songshan Academy? I know. On the road to studying, the entrance depends on the master, and the practice depends on the individual. No matter where I am, I have the confidence that I can pass the exam and gain fame. Jiang Guanghai is like a fledgling eagle with full wings, eager to try towards the blue sky. Madame Zhang seemed to have lost all her strength and sat on the ground. More than 10 years of eager anticipation, more than 10 years of painstaking planning, at this moment, all because of the word righteousness, will go to waste. Madam. Censor Jiang returned from Songshan Academy and helped Madame Zhang up. His words were calm and composed. Madam, there is Mr. Cui in Baichuan Academy. Mr. Cui is the head of the Wenzong. Since he stepped down from the post of Jijio of the Imperial College more than 10 years ago, he has never accepted any disciples. A mountain is not high, but it is famous if there are immortals. A river is not deep, but it is magical if there are dragons. There is Mr. Cui in Baichuan Academy. He is far superior to all other teachers in terms of scriptures. Madame Zhang smiled bitterly. You two have already made up your mind. Why do you have to force me to persuade? I just want my son to pass the Imperial examination, and the rest is up to you. Jiang Guanghai got Madame Zhang's promise, and he felt relieved. He was overjoyed and gave Madame Zhang a big hug. Then, he didn't even wait to hand in the visiting card, and ran to the Yongchang Marquis Mansion. Madame Zhang was not alone. The wife of Dr. Li of the Dali Temple was in the same mood as her. In Dr. Li's mansion, Madame Li hurriedly ordered the servants to move the square table to the gate and prepared a pot of fine wine and several plates of delicious food. Li Mingde, I can't argue with you. Your father is out visiting friends and will be back soon. I'll let him talk to you. Madame Li regretted so much. Her son was spoiled beyond belief. His grades were average to begin with, and he was only able to rank last thanks to the help of the teacher from Songshan Academy. Now, this brat, I don't know what kind of magic potion he was fed. He is determined to go to Baichuan Academy. Everyone is looking forward to Gu Nanqi's ability to turn the tide, but everyone in the court knows that the one who covets the strategy of governing the country the most is the one on the dragon throne. Baichuan Academy is destined to be crushed by the wheels. Madame Li stood at the door, looking forward to it. Why hasn't this man returned home yet? In the distance, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. Mrs. Li was anxious and waved at the figure, lowering her voice. "Come back soon. Your son is stubborn again." Dr. Li quickened his pace and returned to the mansion. Seeing the familiar scene, he understood. "Mingda, do you want to go to Baichuan Academy?"
Yes.
Li Mingda was not anxious, but looked very serious. Dr. Li slightly lifted his robe, sat on the stool, poured himself a glass of wine, and nodded at Li Mingda. "Sit down. Let's have a drink together." Li Mingda hesitated for a moment, then sat opposite Dr. Li. Seeing this, Mrs. Li breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Li drank 1 cup of wine at a time. Today's wine was bitter and astringent. "Mingda, your grades are not very good. I just want to ask for help to donate an official position for you, but the other party hasn't agreed yet. Once you enter Baichuan Academy, you will most likely not be able to get this donated official position." Yeah. It was the first time Li Mingda drank, and he stuck out his tongue because of the spicy taste. "I also have the ambition of Confronting. I want to spread my wings for 3,000 miles and soar into the sky. I plan to take the Imperial examination seriously. My son has great ambitions." Dr. Li was stunned. After a long while, he spoke. "In the past, I was admitted to the Imperial College, and Lord Chui was giving a lecture. He asked us what we studied. I once saw clansmen fighting with neighboring villages over water. Because there was a Jiren in the neighboring village, the county magistrate favored them. I swore at that time that I must make a name for myself." Dr. Li raised his head to drink another glass of wine, and 2 hot tears flowed from the corners of his eyes due to the spicy taste. "I have struggled for decades just to make my family safe and smooth and no longer controlled by others. Mingda, go." Dr. Li pushed open the door abruptly, his eyes red. "Allowing my son to do whatever he wants for once is the greatest affirmation for me as a father." Madame Li was shocked. "My dear, are you crazy? With my son's grades, how can he pass the Imperial examination?" Li Mingda kowtowed 3 times to Dr. Li and Madame Li and said in a loud voice, "Every hurdle is difficult, and every hurdle will be passed. The road ahead is long but also bright. Dad, Mother, my son will definitely overcome all obstacles and get a place on the list of successful candidates." After that, Li Mingda walked out of the Li mansion without looking back and disappeared at the alley. Chen Xiaoqing's house, not far from Dr. Li's mansion, was in a lot of turmoil. Chen Xiaoqing chased Chen Yishuan away with a feather duster in his hand. "You rascal! What nonsense are you talking about? If you have the guts, tell me again." Chen Yishuan hid while screaming, "I want to go to Baichuan Academy."
All my brothers are going.
Chen Xiaoqing was so angry. "You are the only one in our family. Where do brothers come from? If you have brothers, I don't care about you, a piece of mud."
Ban.
Old Lady Chen hit Chen Xiaoqing hard with a cane and scolded. "Who do you say is mud? Don't say that to my dear grandson." Chen Yishuan quickly hid behind Old Lady Chen to complain. "It's that broken Songshan Academy, and Principal Wu is so greedy for money that he'll trip you up if you don't give him money. What good people can he teach? The world is bustling for profit. Principal Wu also has to support his family." Chen Xiaoqing felt that if something can be settled with money, it is still a problem. The most terrifying thing is not the wife of Yongchang Ho and Lord Chui. Nothing can move them, and they are unwilling to go along with the crowd, so they will naturally become thorns in the eyes and flesh of others. Old Madame Chen glanced at Chen Xiaoqing and said with finality, "Back then, you didn't want to follow the path of the clean stream, and you were bent on making money. Have I ever stopped you? Today, Yishuan wants to go to Baichuan Academy, and you are not allowed to stop him."
But
Chen Xiaoqing jumped up and down. "This Baichuan Academy is not a good place at all." Old Madame Chen's eyes were like torches, as if she could see through Qin Shaoqing's heart. You just think that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is a woman, and she is not as good as you gentlemen. But the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang can do what ordinary people can't do, and dare to do things that ordinary people dare not do. Just this hard bone is stronger than most men in the world. How do you know that she can't create another miracle? Gu Nanqi promised Su Jin to enter Baichuan Academy and sent the father and son away. The whole Marquis' mansion fell into a mysterious busyness again. Because of the mourning period, the Yongchang Marquis' mansion could not put up red curtains or red silk, so Su Yunyan moved a few pots of peonies from the greenhouse to decorate the inner room, hoping that her mother and brothers would be in a good mood. Su Yunting was busy trying to make friends with Li Daniu. Su Yunting always felt that Li Daniu was not simple. He was a master of the world who was hiding in the city. Li Daniu was annoyed and went to find Old Man Chui. In order to make up for his mistakes, Old Man Chui was giving Su Xianming a makeup lesson. Su Xianming, are you a blockhead? The virtue of loving life is in harmony with the people's hearts. The 4 C's will be united with plans, actions, and defense. Only ambition can bring great achievements, and only diligence can bring great careers. Is this how you understand it? Old Man Chui knocked heavily on the test paper on the desk, and he was so angry that he was fuming. Su Xianming lowered his head deeply, lamenting in his heart. Why are these words from Book of Documents? He clearly remembered that they were from Book of Changes. Old Man Chui couldn't help but feel powerless. The students of Baichuan Academy were all a bunch of misfits. Looking at the most upright Su Xianming, he turned out to be an embroidered pillow with golden appearance and rotten inside. His own babies were in danger. Just when Su Xianming was being scolded, the guard came hurriedly to deliver a message. Delang.
Lang Yun Tiang, Lang Yun Li, Lang Yun Qian and Ola Sahia.
Su Xianming jumped up from his seat and ran straight to the door. Brothers, why are you here? Big brother. Second brother. 7th brother. 4th brother. Ha, it turns out that everyone is here. The 9 young men looked at each other and laughed. Su Xianming gathered with his brothers again, feeling very excited. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Did Principal Wu embarrass you? Jiang Guanghai bowed and smiled. I'm afraid he won't be able to embarrass me in the future. I asked to drop out of school, and now I have nowhere to go. I wonder if your Baichuan Academy is willing to take us in? Su Xianming thought that Principal Wu was too mean and forced Jiang Guanghai to leave. He immediately said in unison, Principal Wu is narrow-minded. He is willing to embarrass a talented person like you. Don't worry, with your brother here, the door of Baichuan Academy will always be open to you. Thank you, big brother. Qin Yishuan covered his ace with one hand and raised the other hand high. Me.
And me.
Big brother, please take me in. Su Xianming frowned and almost exploded. This Principal Wu actually punished you physically? It's really hateful. I'll go find him and ask for an explanation. Li Mingde stopped Su Xianming and advised, Baichuan Academy is already at the cusp of the storm. At this time, it's better to have less trouble than more. On the day of the qualification assessment, we will slap them in the face. That's right. That's it. Big brother, let's be patient for now. At this time, Su Yunting came over after hearing the news and asked, Do you all want to enter Baichuan Academy? Li Mingde raised his eyebrows and jokingly said, Why, don't you welcome us? Su Yunting and Su Xianming looked at each other. Even as slow as Su Xianming, he now understood that it was not that Principal Wu could not tolerate these brothers. It was clearly that the brothers gave up their own bright future and came to support Baichuan Academy. Su Xianming's eyes instantly turned red, his throat rolled up and down, and he felt mixed emotions in his heart. Why are you doing this? My mother said that we should let nature take its course. I think she has a way. Gu Nanqi, who just arrived, smiled bitterly. What good solution did he have? Even if he did, it would be an unconventional move, a broken jar. However, the future of these 8 young men is as important as Mount Tai. How can we delay them because of our own affairs? That's right. You should return home quickly, call your parents, and go to Principal Wu's house to have a good talk. It's just a qualification test. I have a good plan. Chen Yixuan hugged Gu Nanqi's arm and said coquettishly, "Godmother, I can't stay in that Songshan Academy for a day. The principal and teachers in the academy ask me for money every day. If I don't give them enough, they will make trouble for me. Even if there are mountains of gold and silver at home, I can't bear such demands." Li Mingde held Gu Nanqi's other arm, pouted, and was extremely aggrieved. "Godmother, I really want to make progress. But the teachers only see the dragons and phoenixes in the world. Where can they see me? Good godmother, please help us." The dragon and phoenix in the world Jiang Guanghai clasped his fists and said, "Daddy said that 100 ordinary teachers are not as good as one good teacher. With you and Lord Chui in charge of Baichuan Academy, who can compare with it?" "That's right. Young people are naturally wild. Xiao Nanshi, don't be shy. The students I taught occupy half of the list of Jinshi, so how could I not teach only 10 young people?" After watching the whole process, Old Man Chui felt that Baichuan Academy could still be saved. With the spirit of these young people, they might really be able to make a leap. "Meetings, master." Led by Jiang Guanghai, the 8 young men kowtowed to Old Man Chui. Su Yunting, who was inexplicably counted as a member of the academy, was dumbfounded. He was ambitious and didn't want to take the Imperial examination. The young men cheered and jumped for joy, as if the twists and turns in front of them could be jumped over with just a light jump. Gu Nanqi swallowed the sigh in his throat and glanced at Old Man Chui. As the saying goes, a new emperor appoints new ministers. How can Old Man Chui grasp the current Imperial examination context after being away from the center of power for more than 10 years? This heavy burden will eventually fall on his shoulders. The loving mother system watched the show in her mind. "Gu Nanqi, without you, these 8 young men can still jump around for a few more chapters. With you, they are going further and further on the road of death. How can you bear it?" Gu Nanqi's mouth curled up in an arc. The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Since these young men want to take advantage of the wind, I will move my lazy bones and lend them a hand. This loving mother system may not remember what I did in my previous life. Gu Nanqi turned back to the main courtyard. Behind her were the young men's lofty ambitions and the encouragement of Old Man Chui. "Mother, my brothers want to hold a banquet in the garden. Do you want to go with us?" Su Yunyan directed the servants to prepare the banquet. Compared with the initial flusteredness, Su Yunyan was much calmer and more relaxed. "Mother will not go. You and your brothers have more fun." Gu Nanqi looked at the graceful Su Yunyan and felt that my daughter had grown up. Such a bright girl should meet more young men and not be easily fooled. "Okay, mother. Remember to drink the ginseng soup prepared for you. The doctor said that you are overworked today and need to recuperate." Su Yunyan left after earnestly admonishing. Gu Nanqi waved away the maids and took out something from the bottom box. Gu Nanqi had just packed up when she heard Lu Mei whispering outside the door, "Master, someone is coming from the palace. Please come into the palace. I'll go right away. Don't alarm Xianming and the others." Gu Nanqi packed up simply and prepared to meet the next challenge. The new year is coming, and everyone is still not quiet. I wonder what the little emperor is going to do next. Gu Nanqi wrapped himself up like a zongzi, but was blocked by a row of servants carrying various wooden boxes at the door. "Say goodbye to the old year, and welcome the new year. When you wishes Madam peace and prosperity." When you stood there in a goose yellow winter coat, smiling at Gu Nanqi, congratulating her from the bottom of her heart on the new year. She was elegant and graceful, with skin as white as snow, beautiful eyes, and smiling cheeks. Gu Nanqi's eyes revealed joy. We are destined to be together." When you saluted Gu Nanqi, when you thanks Madam for her teachings. "Please give me more advice in the future." "Oh," Gu Nanqi thought to himself, "it can't be such a coincidence." Do you also want to enter Baichuan Academy?" When you shook her head, and the arc of her mouth raised, revealing a rare playfulness. "I have been a student of Baichuan Academy for a long time. I will listen to your teachings when school starts." Gu Nanqi glanced at the sky and didn't want to go home in the dark, so she apologized to Wenyu. "Someone from the palace has summoned you. Go to the courtyard first and meet your future brothers and sisters. When I come back, We'll talk at night. Madam, be careful. When you stood at the gate and watched Gu Nanshi leave, then followed Lu Mei into the marquee mansion. Gu Nanshi hurried to the palace, and the little emperor had been waiting for a long time. Sister, you are here. The slender little emperor sat at the top, his thin lips tightly closed, a pair of phoenix eyes, deep as a black pool, slightly squinting, looking very lazy and distant. Gu Nanshi took a look at him and said with concern, "Are your eyes uncomfortable? Can't you see clearly?" The little emperor pouted, and his majestic and cold temperament was like bubbles in the air, which would burst at a poke. "Sister, you can see all this?" The imperial physician said that I have been overworked recently, and I was angry, which caused some problems with my eyes. Drink more chrysanthemum to relieve heat. The little emperor sighed and frowned. Even if I drink more chrysanthemum tea, it can't offset the sorrow in my heart. After waiting for a long while, the little emperor didn't wait for Gu Nanshi's follow-up question, so he took over the topic himself. "Sister, are you confident in this qualification assessment?" Forced by them, I had to accept this bet. "Sister, will you blame me?" "I don't blame you." Gu Nanshi was sad, blaming herself for her miserable life. The little emperor was relieved. I knew that my sister would have a way to deal with it. I prepared a surprise for my sister, and I will wait for her to successfully establish her authority, and the surprise will be here soon. Gu Nanshi's heart tightened. Most people could not guess the little emperor's train of thought. What kind of surprise is it? The little emperor blinked his eyes and pretended to be mysterious. If it is said in advance, what kind of surprise is it? After all, it is what you are most looking forward to, sister. Gu Nanshi was suspicious with a hint of expectation. Do you understand me? Knowing that what he wanted most was to play badly, did he decide to let each other go? The little emperor nodded heavily. No one can understand you better than me. Gu Nanshi took a deep breath. It seems that for the better life in the future and for the vigorous young men, this game must be won. The two reached an agreement with their eyes, and coincidentally, concubine Tong sent someone to invite them. Gu Nanshi was a little nervous and gave the little emperor a look. Your wife won't cause trouble, right? The little emperor's eyes flickered, and then he gave Gu Nanshi an affirmative look. Don't worry, sister. Ching Ching is the most sensible person. Others are at the mercy of others, and I am the meat. Gu Nanshi had to go to concubine Tong's Yaoqi Palace. It was as warm as spring in the Yaoqi Palace, and the charcoal fire was more abundant than in other palaces. Concubine Tong was wearing a long red chiffon dress. Her fair skin was faintly visible. Her delicate little feet were moving in the air bit by bit. Her cat eyes were looking into the void. She was in a daze. The faint fragrance in the air and the hot air blowing on her face made Gu Nanshi feel drowsy. Gu Nanshi. Concubine Tong walked barefoot slowly to Gu Nanshi and squatted down. The beautiful face slapped Gu Nanshi in the face. They all say that you are the most beautiful woman in the world. But I see that my appearance is not worse than yours. Concubine Tong stroked her smooth cheeks, her round cat eyes full of confusion. Later, they said that beauty lies in bones, not skin. You are beautiful not only in appearance, but also in your inner self. But I have observed you for a long time, and I have never seen you write a poem or draw a picture. Reciting poems, burning incense, and drinking tea. I think no one in the palace can compare to me. But why are the concubines in the harem and the people in the market praising you? Gu Nanshi muttered secretly, because concubine, you are missing a storyteller. Concubine Tong suddenly stood up, raised her chin slightly, and looked firm. Later, I figured it out. The world, especially men, are cheap. The more you speak sweetly to him, the less he cares. You go your own way, but everyone praises you. Gu Nanshi was speechless for a moment. There was nothing wrong with concubine Tong's conclusion, but I didn't know how she derived it. The next second, concubine Tong looked down at Gu Nanshi from a high position. Gu Nanshi, you don't care about other people's eyes. You do your own thing, and you have come all the way to today. You are enough to be my opponent. I am waiting for you to compete with me again in the name of the head of Baichuan Academy. After saying that, concubine Tong clapped her hands 3 times. A line of maids came out from both sides. each of them holding a wooden tray. On the tray were pearl-inlaid jade hairpins, red plum gold threaded hollow pearl flowers, jade exquisite hairpins, red coral lotus hairpins, burnt blue and gold inlaid flower hairpins. Shining and dazzling. All these jewelry are awarded to you. Jewelry and pearl hairpins are women's armor. When the day of the assessment comes, I look forward to you putting on the armor and beheading those hypocrites. Concubine Tong's words were sonorous and powerful, echoing in the huge Yaoqi palace, as if it was not Gu Nanxi who was going to participate in the battle, but herself. The loving mother system was numb. Gu Nanxi, I still underestimated you. A sweet and loving wife heroine, you actually forced her to become evil. Destroy, sooner or later, we will perish together. Gu Nanxi chuckled, sweet and loving. There is no rule that the male protagonist must love the female protagonist. The female is strong and the male is weak. The female loves the male. Isn't it also a sweet and loving story? No matter why Concubine Tong has such a change, it's a good thing. In this way, I can have more room to maneuver. Okay. I also look forward to the day when I can face Concubine Tong head-on. Gu Nanxi took the reward and strode out of Yaoqi Palace. At sunset, Gu Nanxi just stepped out of the palace gate and heard a bang, followed by crackling, endless firecrackers. Is it so early to celebrate New Year's Eve? Gu Nanxi saw from a distance that the mountain shed in front of Kaifeng Mansion had been set up. The standing wood was facing Xuanda Tower, but the two corridors of the Imperial Street were already full of tourists. When offering sacrifices to Brother Wanhui this year, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. The court officials all said that this was a good omen, and there might be a reunion next year. The people spontaneously set off firecrackers in advance, but the colorful lantern show of the colorful mountain racks will have to wait until New Year's Eve. The Imperial guards guarding the palace gates looked expectant. Although they still had to be on duty on New Year's Eve, the performances on the Imperial Street were shining with gold and jade, and even in front of the palace gates, they could feel it. After thanking the Imperial guards, Gu Nanxi got on the carriage of the Yongchang Marquis mansion, and his ears were filled with joyful sounds. After a busy year, no matter how tired or hard it was, he always looked forward to a better next year. Gu Nanxi lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out, and saw an old man with white hair and a frail face, who was forced by an older woman to wear a spring shirt and a silver banner. This silver banner was made of gold and silver silk, and was a gift often given to each other during New Year's greetings. Even the emperor would give gold and silver banners to ministers at this time as a reward. The white-haired old man looked helpless, but the joy in his eyes could not be deceived. Gu Nanxi lowered the curtains with a gloomy look. This time when thousands of families are reunited is often the saddest time for her. Mother is back. Godmother. Come quickly. We have reserved a place for you. The noisy voices dispelled the loneliness around Gu Nanxi. The boys and girls chirped energetically, as if there were a group of ducks jumping freely on the lake of Gu Nanxi's heart. Mother, sit next to me. Su Yunyan kept calling out. Chun Yishuan pouted. No. Yunyan, you are about to lose, don't cheat. Gu Nanxi looked closely and saw that in the pavilion, there were curved pipes made of bamboo poles. The two ends of the pipe were high and low, and finally converged into a large water tank to form a closed loop. Someone scooped water from the water tank with a ladle and poured it from the high end. The water flowed like a stream, rushing down the pipe. The servants around put the wine cups into the water. The flat wine cups were like a wobbly boat, floating gently on the flowing water, drifting towards the people sitting on both sides of the pipe below. Everyone selected one person, asked him to turn his back to the crowd, and hit the copper chime with copper chopsticks, and then suddenly stopped. At this time, the person in front of the wine cup would pick up the cup and then recite poems and make couplets, or take this opportunity to confess to the person he likes. Why are you playing Liushang Xiushui in winter? Gu Nanxi chuckled. This group of little kids didn't dare to drink, so they used papaya juice, osmanthus soup, and bayberry thirst water instead. This bayberry thirst water is the best bayberry purchased by Su Yunyan this year. The juice is squeezed, filtered 4 or 5 times, and put into a casserole and simmered slowly until it is thick and dripping, and then stored. When using it, 1 caddy of plum juice, 3 caddies of honey, and a little musk. It tastes sweet and sour and is very appetizing. Su Yunyan likes this Yangmei thirsty water the most. If Gu Nanshi hadn't stopped her, she would have eaten the thirsty water as a meal. So, when she saw Yangmei thirsty water, she couldn't move and had to be the first person to play the game. Unexpectedly, this game was not about reciting poems or confessing to the person she loved, but about answering Mr. Chui's academic questions. Suddenly, she was dumbfounded. Godmother, you are not allowed to help her. Li Mingde pulled Gu Nanshi to sit next to him to prevent Su Yunyan from cheating. Facing Su Yunyan's pleading eyes, Gu Nanshi was helpless. Old man Chui stroked his long beard and laughed. Since Yunyan can't answer, I will punish you by sending you to Baichuan Academy to study. It was said to be a punishment, but in fact it was an attempt to pull Su Yunyan up. Although there were schools for women in the Zhou dynasty, what they generally taught were things like women's speech and women's work, and how to be a virtuous wife and a qualified mother. Old man Chui glanced at Gu Nanshi and said meaningfully, "Your mother is not a qualified wife. It is normal that you are not good at this because of your influence. The knowledge in the world is like fruit hanging on a tree, and everyone can get it. 11th sister, hurry up and take this cup of bayberry thirst water to become your disciple."
Li Mingde urgea.
Su Yunyan was confused. Seeing that her brothers were all expectant, and Sister Wenyu beside her was also full of joy, she kowtowed to old man Chui firmly. Pavilions and waterside pavilions, flowing cups and winding ponds. Unlike the elegance of literati, the gathering of young boys and girls is more like an alternative teaching. Old man Chui is worthy of being a contemporary literary master. His laughter, anger, and scolding are all knowledge. Jiang Guanghai was fascinated by what he heard. Although Li Mingde and others did not fully understand the meaning, they all remembered it in their hearts and would savor it one by one in the future. Only Xiaohei, who was huddled in the corner, felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. His eyes were like mosquito coils, and he felt like he was in a fog. When the moon rose to the top of the tree, the banquet with wine flowing and water flowing came to an end. "Delaying, I'll go and see you off." Xiaohei took the initiative to take the job, driving the carriage to send Jiang Guanghai and others back to the mansion. In the carriage, Jiang Guanghai was chatting with several brothers. Lord Chui is a man of great learning. Listening to his words is better than reading 10 years of books. Li Mingde also praised him. He is indeed worthy of his reputation. Godmother has recognized Lord Chui as her adoptive father. Can we also call him our adoptive ancestor? Chen Yishuan said happily. How can an adoptive ancestor compare to a mentor? Have you seen what my brother looks like today? His eye sockets are dark, which shows that he has been trained by his mentor. No wonder Godmother said that the assessment should be left to nature. With Lord Chui in charge, there is really nothing to worry about. Xiaohei silently kept the words of the few people in mind and waited until everyone was safely sent back to the mansion before slipping into a small courtyard. "Butler, is the master here?" Xiaohei imitated a few catcalls, and the gate of the small courtyard opened in response. The housekeeper yawned, sleepy. "No. What do you want?" Xiaohei flashed into the courtyard, his beautiful eyes sparkling in the dark night. "I have important news. Lord Chui only gave 1 class, and Su Xianming and others' grades have improved a lot." The housekeeper blinked, unbelievable. "It's impossible. Everyone knows the grades of Su Xianming, that loser." The teacher who taught him once said in public that if it weren't for the generous gifts from the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang, he would have let Su Xianming drop out of school long ago. Xiaohei was angry. That Mr. Jiang clearly said that 1 word is worth 10 years of reading. Su Xianming was with old man Chui every day, and he saw with his own eyes that old man Chui gave him special treatment. How many more years of reading did he have to read? Where is Su Yunting? Old man Chui looked around and saw only Su Xianming, Su Yunyan, Li Daniu, and Xiaohei. The dark circles under Su Xuanming's eyes became more serious. It seemed that he had studied hard all night last night. Su Yunyan was full of smoke and smoke. She must have been busy in the kitchen. Li Dania's muscles were bulging, and there was heat floating on his head. Sweat dripped down his temples. His eyes were bright and energetic, but unfortunately, he just didn't look at the book. Xiaohei lay on the table and began to snore. Su Yunyan shook off the dust on her skirt, picked up a pen and started copying books. Second brother said that he was sick and lying in bed and couldn't get up. Old man Chui blew his beard and glared. He was dancing with swords for everyone yesterday, but he was seriously ill today. Who was he trying to fool? Wen Yu, what are you writing? A few drops of Bodhi water poured into the 2 petals of the red lotus. You. Old man Chui passed by Wen Yu, who was writing hard, and was about to praise him. But he found that there was something wrong with what he wrote. He took a closer look and his cheeks flushed with shame. Wen Yu, on the other hand, looked calm and composed as she put down her pen, as if she was not the one who wrote such a fierce and ferocious poem and was recited aloud. Last night, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang looked tired and said that the incense collector had lustful intentions but no courage, and stopped at every critical moment. When you listen to the words of the Marquis of Yongchang the most. So he tried it early in the morning. Well, it was not too difficult. Su Xianming looked up blankly and raised his hand to ask, "This artistic conception is so well written, with appropriate movement and stillness, and the postures of Bodhi and Red Lotus are described vividly." Old man Chui was shocked and looked at Su Xuanming's expression carefully and found that he only understood the meaning of the expression but not the deep meaning. A breath of depression was stuck in his chest, neither rising nor falling. He was happy that Su Xianming was innocent, but also suffered from his literary accomplishment. Su Xianming took a look and saw the words "the sword is like water, Wu salt is better than snow, and the slender hands break the new orange. The brocade tent is warm, the beast's smoke is continuous, and they sit opposite to tune the sheng." Su Xianming clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good. It has the spirit of youth, but also elegance." Old man Chui leaned over and took a look and died. When you smiled lightly, and the smile gradually spread from the tip of his eyebrows, like a bud about to bloom, with a hint of charm in the coldness. As expected of the eldest son of the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang, he has taste. Li Dania looked at the messy classroom in front of him and yawned involuntarily. At this time, the other 8 young men also came to the Marquis's mansion to report, adding to the chaos. "Brother, did you write the poem on this paper? You are amazing." Li Mingde spotted the paper with his sharp eyes. Su Xianming waved his hands repeatedly. "I didn't." Jiang Guanghai's eyes lit up, and he hugged Su Xianming. "Brother, we are friends. However, the most important thing for us now is the academy assessment. When you and I pass the exam, we can talk about marriage." Su Xianming looked at Wen Yu helplessly, but saw that Wen Yu was full of ideas and was writing something with his head down. When has old man Chui ever experienced such a scene? When he was teaching in the past, everyone sat upright and concentrated for fear of missing a word. But this group of young men, gathered in groups of 3 or 2, chatting so lively. Old man Chui took several deep breaths and glanced at 3 quiet places. Xiaohei was drooling in his sleep, and Wen Yu's eyes were shining, which showed that he was definitely not writing any good words. The remaining one is Su Yunyan. Could it be that the Yongchang Marquis' mansion, which is dominated by women but weak by men, will eventually rely on the young lady to support the country? "Yunyan, what you wrote is..." Old man Chui paused. "For sea cucumbers, 6 abalones, for pigeon eggs, 12 scallops, half a tael of cordyceps flowers, for taels of huadiao wine, fish maw, tendons." Old man Chui swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, "Yunyan, what kind of recipe are you writing?" Su Yunyan didn't even raise her head and wrote as if possessed by a god. "Buddha jumps over the wall. It has a dense and fragrant taste, soft and fresh, and a sweet aftertaste. It is said that even the Buddha would not be able to resist trying it after smelling it." Old man Chui was itching too. "When are you going to make it?" Su Yunyan was worried. The ingredients are hard to come by, and the method is not easy. Especially the golden soup base, which requires Langshan chicken and Jinhua ham. Old man Chui rolled his eyes and suggested, if there is no Langshan chicken, you can use old hens instead, plus pig bones, which are also very fresh. The old and the young brainstormed and made plans on how to replicate this Buddha jumps over the wall. Mother, why did you force me to get up? Su Yunting followed Gu Nanshi lazily and saw that the school, which should have been filled with the sound of reading, was as noisy as a vegetable market. He couldn't help but regret it in his heart, and he might as well sleep more. Gu Nanshi finally worked hard, thinking that he would pass the assessment and give up as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, the scene in front of him was like a basin of ice water, which made him feel cold. Where is my godfather? Gu Nanshi didn't find the figure of old man Chui in the crowd, so he went to Li Daniu, who was standing upside down by the door. Li Daniu turned back to his original position like a cunning rabbit and huddled together to the south, with two black and white heads, pouting. Master Chui is there. Gu Nanshi narrowed her eyes. Old man Chui and Su Yunyan laughed obscenely from time to time, like mice stealing honey. What are they talking about? Why does it feel so frivolous? Talking about making Buddha jumps over the wall. Li Daniu wiped the sweat off his face with the hem of his clothes. Gu Nanshi gave up. She didn't plan to give up this time, but they actually started. Are they playing? Perhaps noticing that Gu Nanshi's face was not very good, Li Daniu tried to comfort her. Madam, didn't you say that we should let nature take its course? The gentlemen act according to their own will, and my wife and Lord Chui respect their own hearts. There is no need to worry about this assessment. Gu Nanshi stared at Li Daniu with a pair of dead fish eyes. Her eyes were calm, but seemed to contain a storm. To play badly for a while, or to play badly all the time. It's really hard to make a choice. Li Daniu's throat rolled up and down, his eyes dodged, and goosebumps all over his body. He felt that he could not hide under the eyes of Madame Ho. Madame Ho?
Li Daniu agitata.
Could it be that Madame Ho saw that something was wrong with him and was secretly pointing at him? It seems that his disguise is indeed unqualified. He must keep up with the group. Madame Ho, I was wrong. I forgot. I also want to let nature take its course. Gu Nanshi's eyes moved. Li Daniu practiced martial arts in class. Isn't that respecting his own heart? Murder to silence someone? Gu Nanshi never expected that the talents in the academy would be so all-encompassing. Li Daniu was stunned, his eyes wide open, ashamed. I am indeed soft-hearted. I just wanted to steal a test paper. So, is this the difference between himself and General Gu's daughter? Suddenly, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Chen Yishuan raised his hand tremblingly, his tone trembling, but he could not hide a trace of excitement. I can go to Wu Shanchong's house. I often go to his house to give gifts, and I know what his house is like with my eyes closed. Jiang Guanghai's eyes flickered, and his words were light. I can go to my father's study at night. See who is responsible for leading the assessment. The censors are gossipers who have obtained certificates to take up their posts. No official can be more informed than them. Old man Chui was torn between heaven and man. This was not what a gentleman did, but there were things to do and things not to do. Perhaps it was more important to rectify the Imperial College and purge the government for the great Zhou dynasty. Ahem, I can go visit the Imperial College's chief priest. Old man Chui was too embarrassed to make it clearer. Seeing this, the young men's thoughts were like wild horses that had broken free from their reins, and they kept coming up with dirty tricks. We can use the beauty trap. Wu Shanchong's little daughter has feelings for my eldest brother, why not? Su Xianming shook his head frantically. Don't drag innocent people into the water. Okay. My father is not giving up and still wants me to enter Songsan Academy. Recently, he has been using Wu Shanchong's connections. I can pretend to regret it and go with him. Jiang Guanghai, my father's work and rest schedule is very regular. You have to think of a way to hold my father back and buy me time. Don't worry. Leave it to the brothers. Everyone spoke one after another, and finally looked at Gu Nanshi. Gu Nanshi hesitated and said, Then I will ask the emperor if he can set a date for the assessment and who will be the examiner? Su Yunting's eyes showed a distressed look. Mother, you have worked hard. Yunyan, please tell the kitchen to make a bowl of angelica and black chicken soup later. Gu Nanshi felt sorry for her taste buds and added, put less angelica, it's bitter. Su Yunyan immediately left Old Man Chui and hurried to the small kitchen. After a while, Su Yunting saw Gu Nanshi leaning against the veranda and hesitated to say, Mother, why don't you go to the palace?
Ah?
I have sent a servant to the palace to deliver the letter, so I don't have to make this trip again. Su Yunting realized that Mother had already been to the palace once last night and received a lot of rewards. Even if it was a donkey pulling a mill, it was time to take a break. Before lunch, the servant brought the emperor's reply. The emperor asked the lady to spend the New Year's Day peacefully. The time for the examination has not been determined, and the examiner has not been determined. As soon as these words came out, it was like a needle piercing a balloon. Dispersed, dispersed. See you after the New Year. The young men walked home leisurely and agreed to go out to play together after the New Year's Eve. Old Man Chui ran to the outside of the small kitchen to wait for Su Yunyan. The discussion of Buddha jumps over the wall just now is not finished, so continue. Li Dania didn't dare to run around in front of Gu Nanshi and fled back to his own courtyard. Xiaohe, who had just woken up at this time, thought that everyone had finished their classes. He rubbed his eyes and thought that his master should have taken action. Time passed, and in a festive atmosphere, Yongchang Marquis Mansion ushered in the New Year's Eve. There was still no male host in Yongchang Marquis Mansion that night, but there were Old Man Chui, Li Daniu, and Xiaohe. Several people sat together around the stove all night long. The midnight snack fruit was not bought from outside, but made by Old Man Chui and Su Yunyan themselves. Therefore, Old Man Chui ate especially deliciously. The Holy Spirit rewarded gold and silver flags as usual, and the rules were the same as in previous years, nothing special. The old lady looked disappointed at this, and when it was dawn, she returned to the yard with the support of Aunt Duan. Xianming, Yunting, when you go to make a fire, remember to stick to the door god. Gu Nanshi warned. All kinds of troubles have gone wrong this year. Either Su Xianming made a mistake, or he recruited villains himself. He has to make more fires and hopes that everything will go well in the coming year. Seeing that his second brother Su Yunting was drowsy, Su Xianming couldn't bear to wake him up, so he went alone. Mom, my second brother's health is not good, let him rest for a while, and I will go by myself. Su Xianming carried hula laws with a noisy bamboo pole was beaten with scattered sparks. It's said to be a pile of fire, but it's actually a pile of ashes. The bamboo pole fell heavily, and the gray impurities flew into the air as if they had wings. Under the mechanized movements, Su Xuanming's thoughts drifted away. Izu's disappointed eyes and his rebuke that he hated iron but not steel reappeared in his mind again and again.
Su Xuanming's eyelids drooped.
He had obviously been studying hard all night, but the words in the book were like naughty fairies, refusing to enter his mind. The second brother can remember the content after reading it once, but I can't memorize it even after reading it 10 times. How can I set an example for my younger brothers and sisters?
Dalang.
Delang. The fire is ready. The boy reminded in a low voice. Su Xianming came back to his senses, stared at the door for a moment and said softly, You go back and rest. Don't worry about me. When no one was around, he took out a ghost mask from his waist and slipped out of the back door. After leaving the Yongtong home mansion, he sang loudly, Selling dementia, selling dementia. Can anyone buy dementia? A 7-foot old man hawked dementia along the street, attracting everyone to point and point. I've only seen children selling idiots, but never have I seen such a big young man hawking on the street. Look at his figure, he's so handsome. Could it be that he's really mentally ill? Hey, little idiot, if you take off your mask, I'll buy you dementia. Someone wanted to lift Su Xuanming's mask, but was avoided. Su Xianming ignored him and hawked sincerely. According to the custom of the Zhou dynasty, on New Year's Eve, children sell their dementia, which means to send away their stupidity. Generally, adults will readily accept it and buy a piece of dementia. Firstly, they wish their children to be smart, and secondly, they hope that their children will be able to understand the world in the future. However, Only 4 or 5-year-old children do this. If they are over 6 years old, they will be embarrassed to go to the streets to hawk. Su Xianming walked through the streets and alleys, praying constantly in his heart, "Someone should buy my dementia away." However, the crowds were rubbing shoulders one after another, the neighbors were laughing and teasing each other, and the glances directed at Su Xianming were curious and joking, but no one bought this stupidity. Su Xianming's steps became heavier and heavier, his eyes full of disappointment. Gu Nanxi, who had been following him, sighed slightly and called out to Su Xianming loudly, "The gentleman in front of you. Please stop. I want to buy your dementia." Su Xianming paused and did not dare to turn around. Gu Nanxi walked around to him, counted 6 copper coins, and put them in Su Xianming's hand. She lowered her head and looked gentle in her eyes. Gu Nanxi and Su Xianming tacitly pretended that selling dementia had never happened and never mentioned it to a third person. Su Xianming is still the young man who studied hard for an hour and is not as good as Su Yunting's glance, but his heart is much calmer. The haze lingering in my heart seems to have been bought away along with the dementia. The happy time is always short-lived. The holidays go by in a flash, and the officials yawn and drag their heavy steps to go to court. In the winter vacation cram school at Yongchang Marquis Mansion, Mr. Cui used to advise students every day. The books are as affectionate as old friends, and the joys and sorrows of morning and dusk are like blind dates. Big brother. Big brother. Chen Yishuan secretly threw a small paper ball to Su Xianming. Su Xianming glanced at old Cui and saw that he had his eyes closed, reciting what he was going to teach today, and quickly untied the paper ball. It read, "The first step of the plan to steal the paper. Visit the study at night. Gather after school." Su Xianming pressed the ball of worship paper under the book, his heart beating wildly. Old man Cui opened his eyes and saw Chen Yishuan scratching his head and ears below. There were nails on the stool. Su Xianming's big eyes revealed a deep guilty conscience. "Ahem, I'm a little sick today. You can go home and study on your own." Old man Cui walked out of the study with his hands behind his back. After no one could see him, he fluttered his old legs and ran to the main courtyard to find Gu Nanxi. "Let's go. Let me see what these little rascals are planning to do. Where's Gu Nanxi? Are you willing to move? You follow them, don't you already know everything?" Old man Cui puffed his beard and stared. "How can this be done? Who knows if they are reliable? What if you follow them and are caught by the old people? How embarrassing will it be?" Gu Nanxi had no choice but to be grabbed by old man Cui and followed Su Xianming and others. Su Xianming and his party came to Fuchuan Tea House and booked a private room on the 2nd floor, intending to plot something big. Chen Yishuan opened the window facing the street and said proudly, "There are a total of 12 private rooms on the 2nd floor of Fuchuan Tea House. 6 windows face the river and 6 windows face the street. This is what I decided with great difficulty." Li Mingde looked out and saw that he praised sincerely, "You have made great progress in your work. In the past, officials only worked for half a day, and it was just New Year's Day. I wonder if they would be off duty early?" Officials in the Great Zhou dynasty lived a very comfortable life, and most of them only worked for half a day. I have to go to work in the afternoon and go home to work in the afternoon. There are many holidays and the benefits are good. I will give out charcoal fire, food, etc. every month. If you don't consider buying a house in Kyoto, money will be easy. Jiang Guanghai was there and poured himself a cup of Ophagogon japonicus cooked water. I don't know if others will place the value in advance. Anyway, my father won't. Su Xianming. 7th brother. Why don't we do it now? Just go to your father's study? Jiang Guanghai put down the water glass with a sad look on his face. On New Year's Eve, I took the opportunity to help my grandma clean up and went to the study. There was nothing in the study. Later I learned from my grandson. My father always carries important documents with him. Hiss. Chen Yishuan gasped, "My father only cares about money." "Oh, I just put them on the desk. It would be nice if the positions of your 2 fathers were changed."
Li Mingde siga.
Su Xianming thought of the serious and upright Jiang Yushi, and his heart pounded. Master Jiang is really cautious. Jiang Guanghai's eyes were firm, and he decided to sacrifice his life for justice. Brother, don't worry. My father will definitely pass by when he returns home from duty. On this street, when the time comes, we will pour a basin of water from the window. I will come out and ask Dad to come in and change clothes. Gunanshi, who was sitting next to the private room, felt very sympathetic. This guy was truly the good son of Censor Jiang. In comparison, his 3 children seemed very filial. At least they did not sacrifice themselves to fulfill their righteousness. Old man Shui hated them for not living up to their expectations. You act impulsively and do things without careful consideration. You don't even know that walls have ears. If I can hear it in my private room, can't the private room on the other side also hear it? Some people who had also heard the plan looked at each other and then dispersed. Censor Jiang, a key figure, always felt something was wrong after leaving work, as if someone was following him. When he was about to enter 13th Street, Censor Jiang stopped. People on both sides of the street cast anxious glances at him. My dear father, are you in trouble? Censor Jiang pondered in his heart. Could it be that the people have grievances and dare not redress them? So they're looking at him for help? The father-in-law who was questioned dodged glances and waved his hands repeatedly. No, absolutely not. Just move forward. Really? Censor Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly. If there was nothing, why was he so guilty? The father-in-law ran back into the house and slammed the door shut. With a frustrated face, Censor Jiang had no choice but to step into 13th Street with a suspicious heart. Here he comes. Here he comes. Censor Jiang is here. Oh, why haven't they made a move yet? If they don't make a move, Censor Jiang will pass by. The people hiding behind the windows and watching the fun were jumping up and down in anxiety, wishing they could throw some water on Mr.
Jiang.
Jiang Guanghai in the private room of Fuchuan Tea House was sweating anxiously. Is the warm water not ready yet? After all, he is my own father. I can't just pour a basin of cold water on him in the middle of winter. Chen Yishuan almost cried. No, it's boiling hot water. Everyone was enjoying their imaginations so much just now that they forgot to take the copper kettle off the charcoal stove. With such a large basin of hot water poured down, wouldn't Censor Jiang turn into a roasted chicken? Oh my, I'm so worried. Li Mingde leaned out of the window and saw Censor Jiang approaching Fuchuan Tea House. He urged him anxiously. Hurry up. Censor Jiang is coming. Chen Yishuan picked up the palm leaf fan and fanned the copper basin. This water is not cold at all. The tea drinkers on the first floor also got anxious, muttering quietly. He is a good talker and a bad worker. If we keep procrastinating, won't this plan go down the drain? A tea drinker rolled his eyes and took out some silver coins to give to the waiter. Send a pot of cold tea to Mr. Jiang. Okay. The waiter took 2 steps at a time and steadily carried a copper pot of cold tea into the private room. Sir, your cold tea is here. Chen Yishuan didn't have time to think about when he ordered the herbal tea. He took a big step, picked up the copper kettle in Shower's hand, and poured it into the copper basin. Fearing that he would run out of time, Chen Yishuan directly reached out and mixed the water in the copper basin. He grimaced at the hot water. Big brother, 7th brother, warm water is ready. Chen Yishuan ran to the window with the copper basin and handed it to Li Mingde. Jiang Guanghai held a quilt and some spare clothes and stood ready to start running at the door of the private room. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. How is it? Chen Yishuan looked out and was horrified. Where did the black-clothed man come from? Where did the oil paper umbrella come from? I saw a black-clothed man was soaked like a drowned chicken, and he held an oil paper umbrella in his right hand, protecting Jiang Yusher tightly. The black-clothed man looked up and gave Chen Yishuan and others a provocative look. Chen Yishuan turned his head and asked, Brother, what should we do? Before Su Xianming answered, the steady voice of old man Chui came from the private room next door. What are you panicking about? I still have a basin of warm water here. Li Mingde was overjoyed and hurried to the private room next door to bring a basin of warm water and poured it out of the window. Oh, I don't believe that you still have an oil paper umbrella.
Splash.
The tea drinker downstairs sighed again. I saw the black-clothed man shouting, Protect our Jiang Yusher. Another black-clothed man jumped down from the opposite shop and blocked the pouring warm water with his body. Li Mingde was furious, and he leaned over and yelled, "You have no moral principles." The man in black raised his voice and said, "We have more people. If you have the ability, you can also find helpers. What is tolerable?" Mrs. Niu, the general who often patronizes the private room, shouted, "Don't panic, Mr. Jiang. I have a basin of warm water here." Jiang Guanghai rushed to Mrs. Niu's private room, brought a basin of warm water, and poured it directly under the window without even looking at it. Alas! 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 The tea drinkers sighed 3 times, and even the merchants on both sides of the street followed suit. Jiang Guanghai squeezed Chen Yishuan away, stretched out his upper body, and looked down. He saw that Jiang Yushi was hiding safely under the oil paper umbrella, and there was a pool of water on the ground in front of him, and it was still steaming. Obviously, Jiang Guanghai had poured it wrong just now. Jiang Yushi slightly pushed open the oil paper umbrella, looked up, and met Jiang Guanghai's eyes, who was shaking his head with regret. Jiang Guanghai's body froze, and his mind was full of only one thought: my life is over. What I fear most is the sudden silence. Li Mingde was curious about what happened, so he stuck his head out. Unexpectedly, he was also caught by Jiang Yushi. It's over. Originally, the 7th brother could have done the work alone, but the gang was discovered. On the first floor of Fuchuan Tea House, an anxious tea drinker saw that Jiang Langjun and others had not made any movement for a long time, so he picked up the warm teapot and rushed out. "Jiang Langjun, let me lend you a hand." The water in the teapot was thin, slow, and little. Jiang Yushi jumped lightly and dodged. "Watch me." In the private room on the 2nd floor, a delicate shout came, and then a basin of warm water was poured from the top of his head. The man in black shouted for help. "Brothers, come out to work."
Swish.
From the base of the wall, from the eaves, and from the shops, more than a dozen men in black dressed in the same way emerged. They held oil paper umbrellas or bamboo hats, protecting Jiang Yushi from all directions. "Little thief, stop being so arrogant. Are you bullying me because there is no one on 13th Street? The old man from 13th Street shouted, and 3 burly men each held a basin of warm water and poured it on the man in black. The man in black was furious. "Just pour it on," censored Jiang. "Why do you want to pour it on me?" The old man snorted coldly, not caring about so much. "Whoever he can pour it on will be poured on." The man in black was soaked like a drowned chicken, and he didn't care about his mission. He rushed into the kitchen of Fuchuan Tea House, holding a bucket of warm water on each side, and poured it on the tea drinkers around him without thinking twice. The tea drinkers fled in all directions. "You black-clothed thief, you can't pour it on the old man, so you come to cause trouble for us. Just wait." The hot-tempered tea drinker picked up the teapot and fought back, but how could the water in the teapot compete with the water in the bucket? The tea drinkers were unwilling to lose, so they called their friends and started to coordinate tactics. For a moment, 13th Street turned into a sea of warm water. No one knows who splashed him or her, or who the warm water in his or her hand was sprayed on. Just pour it out anyway. The owner of Fuchuan Tea House, feeling sorry for his own firewood, took advantage of the geographical location and poured water down from the 2nd floor. Seeing the people downstairs being drenched and dodging, he felt extremely happy for a moment and laughed heartily. Gu Nanshi locked the door of the private room tightly and closed the window, thus finding a quiet and dry place in the midst of the noise. Old man Chui wanted to go out and play, but was afraid of being splashed, so he hesitated at the door. The people of Kyoto are so interesting. They actually have such a fun festival. Gu Nanshi, have you forgotten why this happened? After that, Gu Nanshi opened the door, whispered to the diligent waiter, and handed him a silver note. "Go to Confronting to find a doctor, and ask him to boil more soups to prevent and treat colds. If there are too many soups, you can hire a few more idle men to help you carry the soups to the street entrance. When the neighbors have had enough fun, let them take the soups themselves, with no limit on the amount." Gu Nanshi thought for a while and took out another silver note. "When Confronting is boiling the medicine, you go to the market again and buy more firewood and charcoal. The charcoal is divided into two parts. One part is shared by the shops on 13th Street, and the other part is found in a sheltered area, where a bonfire is lit to drive away the cold. Tell your boss to calculate the losses and put them in the account of the Yongchang Marquis mansion. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then took the banknote with red eyes. Hey, madam, rest assured, I will do it properly. The bustle of 13th Street attracted a lot of people to watch outside the street. Many foreign merchants expressed envy. This capital is so rich. In the middle of winter, they actually had a water fight, and they used warm water. Just at this time, the waiter came with a dozen idle men carrying medicine barrels. Behind them were a dozen charcoal sellers carrying firewood on their shoulders. Make way. The waiter found a place to put the medicine barrels and paid a dozen coins to ask the charcoal sellers to help light a bonfire. The red flames made everyone warm. The waiter shouted loudly, Madame Yongchang Marquis has brought everyone anti-cold soup and bonfires. All free, no money. The people who wanted to continue playing continued to splash water. Those who can't stand it can drink a bowl of herbal soup first, and then find a place by the campfire, and they will be warmed up instantly. Thank you, Madame Yongchang. Madame Yongchang, don't worry, we will guard here. Today, if Censor Jiang doesn't take off his clothes, he can't leave 13th Street. Everyone was laughing, and this relaxed atmosphere made the foreign merchant sigh. Censor Jiang, who was stared at by everyone, smiled bitterly and changed his clothes, and sat side by side with Gu Nanshi. Old man Chui clapped his hands and laughed. Jiang boy, you have come to this day. Now, are you suffering retribution in this life? Su Xianming and others who were trying to take off Censor Jiang's clothes in the compartment looked at each other. The serious Censor Jiang, can he be so naughty sometimes? Censor Jiang drank a cup of hot tea and returned to his serious look. One soldier is a bad soldier, and the generals are bad all over. This is all thanks to your teaching. It's the same with watering and fertilizing. Peach trees bear peaches, and plum trees bear plums. Your family didn't produce good fruits, and you blame me? Old man Chui refused to admit that he had anything to do with the water splashing. Censor Jiang picked up the dried peaches and pears on the table and said meaningfully, Peaches have the fragrance of peaches, and pears have the freshness of pears, but these two dried fruits are equally sweet. It's obvious that the people who make preserved fruits put too much sugar. Old man Chui coughed twice and dodged his eyes. Facing the accusations of the students' parents, he felt inexplicably guilty for a while. This stinky boy from the Jiang family was clearly accusing himself of being too indulgent to the students and giving them many sweet things. Humph, if he was in the court and had this kind of talk, why would he be called a black-faced, heartless man? Gu Nanshi, who was silent on the side, stuffed two dried fruits into his mouth silently. Not sweet. Clearly still retains the original flavor of the fruit. But Gu Nanshi didn't dare to say anything, just silently quickened the action of eating dried fruit. Censor Jiang caught a glimpse of Gu Nanshi's eating and calmly moved the dried fruit plate away from old man Chui. For a moment, the whole private room fell silent, and only the anxious conversations of the young men next door could be vaguely heard. It's not in the outer coat. Where did your father hide the documents? Is it a rat? It's really good at hiding. Gu Nanshi put down the hand that had been twisted and dried, and looked at Censor Jiang with a sharp look. Censor Jiang cleared his throat, and in the contemptuous eyes of old man Chui, he said loudly, Madam Ho, you don't know. My outer coat has a layered inner pocket, which can be used to put some important documents. Gu Nanshi flattered dryly, Then you are really a little smart ghost. Soon, Li Mingda's joyful voice came from next door. Found it. Let me see. What is written here? I can't understand it. Then it was Jiang Guanghai's voice. Let me take a look. Oh, it's the shorthand method created by my father. Well, I only recognize the two words Jijiu. Su Xianming made the final decision. Tonight, we will visit Jijiu's mansion. Then, the young men ran out of the private room in a swarm, and the sound of clattering down the stairs. Hee, you blame the people who make preserved fruits for putting too much sugar. It's obvious that the farmers want to use white sugar as fertilizer. Old man Chui said sarcastically. Censor Jiang has experienced too many bloody storms in the court, and this little irony of Old Man Chui can't hurt him at all. Master, it's your turn. Old Man Chui snorted coldly and walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. In the private room, only Censor Jiang and Gu Nanshi were left. Congratulations to Madam Ho, you are blessed with a baby. Censor Jiang really admired Gu Nanshi's operation. A young man who only knew love could transform into what he is today. The change is earth-shaking. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang seems not to fight, but in fact she is fighting. She seems not to care, but in fact she is caring. Censor Jiang couldn't help but think of his own eldest son Jiang Guanghai. Did he and his wife care too much about him and make too many demands on him? As a result, he would dive in like a reckless bird whenever he had the chance to be rebellious. In the future, when he embarks on a career in politics, this will be his biggest weakness. Censor Jiang couldn't help but worry. The light from the window printed ripples in Gu Nanshi's eyes, which were shrewd and wise. The young man Su Xianming was a person who was more responsible the more he shouldered responsibilities. Gu Nanshi lowered her eyes, and the delicate white porcelain cup turned between her slender fingers. The handwriting on the cup was looming during the rotation. There was a poem written in cursive on it. Tongue blossoms are on the Danshan Road for thousands of miles, and the voice of the young phoenix is clearer than that of the old phoenix. As soon as Old Man Chui walked out of Fuchuan Tea House, he saw 10 young men and 2 young girls standing opposite him, looking at him with smiles on their faces. There were still traces of water on the ground from the water splashing just now, reflecting star-like lights under the sunlight. The young boys and girls were full of life in this spot of light, just like the rising sun. Izu, come quickly. Izu, I knew you were still staying next door. You haven't left yet. Su Yunyan smiled and held Old Man Chui's arm. While Old Man Chui felt the phantom pain, he also felt a sense of relief in his heart. With Su Yunyan around, his old arms and legs would definitely not fall to the ground. Su Xianming lagged behind Old Man Chui by half a step and whispered about everyone's plan. According to our investigation, the Imperial College's chief priest has not left home for 3 consecutive days.
So?
Su Xuanming's eyes sparkled, and he was completely different from his usual self. Take us with you to visit him. We will split into 4 groups, and you will be responsible for holding him back in the hall. We will split into 3 groups again. 1 group will attract the attention of the servants in the mansion, 1 group will pretend to go straight to the study, and the other group will wait for an opportunity in secret. True and false, real and fake. We will switch between offense and defense in 3 groups, and the main assists can be changed at any time. Old Man Chui paused, an expression of surprise on his face. Xianming, is this your idea? Or everyone else's idea? It was all Big Brother's idea. We think it's brilliant, Chen Yishuan praised. Old Man Chui looked Su Xianming up and down and saw that Su Xuanming's cheeks were red, and he seemed very embarrassed. Could it be that Su Xianming, like Xiao Nanshi, was playing the pig and eating the tiger? Or maybe, like Su Yunting, he didn't want to go to school and pretended to be stupid? Xianming, how did you come up with this idea? Hundreds of thoughts went through Old Chui's mind, but his tone was calm. Su Xianming blinked and said in confusion, "Don't think about it. It will come out by itself." Su Xianming pondered for a moment, clapped his hands suddenly, and suddenly realized. Anyang once told us about the 3-3 system of warfare. Maybe it was influenced by this? When Old Man Chui heard that it was Gu Nanshi who taught him, he didn't ask any more questions. Gu Nanshi's father was a famous war god in the Great Zhou dynasty. It was normal for him to leave 1 or 2 military books that could be passed down from generation to generation. This kind of secret book is generally a secret of major families. Even as Gu Nanshi's adoptive father, he couldn't ask too much. Seeing that Su Xianming and others had considered it very carefully, Old Man Chui acted according to their plan with confidence and knocked on the door of the Imperial College Jizhou Mansion with a group of young boys and girls. The Imperial College Jizhou Mansion is very large, with a regular layout and orderly. Pavilions, towers, flying eaves and green tiles, twists and turns, rockery and strange stones are lined up. Strolling among the green and flowery paths, the clear springs flow by the ears, and bursts of birds and insects chirp among the exotic flowers and plants. The majestic atmosphere is not without exquisite wildness, and the elegance is faintly revealed with a hint of luxury. Chen Yixuan was amazed. This strange stone has a natural shape, like a white crane spreading its wings, which is very auspicious. The price must be very high. When everyone passed through the flower path, they saw the chief winemaker in casual clothes, with a restrained look and an awkward and weird expression on his face. "Master, why are you here suddenly? Don't you welcome me? How could it be? Please come this way." The chief winemaker felt bitter. He really didn't welcome it. Old Man Shui and the chief winemaker sat opposite each other. The two looked at each other in silence, and the atmosphere was very awkward. After a while, when Yu winked at Su Yunyan, then stood up and apologized to the chief winemaker. "Master, we are a little inconvenient, can we?" The chief winemaker nodded repeatedly. "Hongxiu, you take the girls to visit the mansion." When you gave Su Xianming a reassuring look, and then went out with Su Yunyan. "Miss Wenyu, this way please." Hongxiu led Wenyu through the flowers with her waist slender until they came to a small house. Wenyu pretended to be indifferent and asked, "Miss Hongxiu, we want to go around here. Is there any place in the mansion that is inconvenient for us to go?" Hongxiu hesitated for a moment and said softly, "There is a place where our masters are really inconvenient for the girls to go. It is in the small red house at the corner of the garden in front." Wenyu and Su Yunyan looked at each other, and the two walked into the guest room hand in hand. "Hurry, Wenyu. There is a window here. I will lift you up." Su Yunyan exerted force with her arms and lifted Wenyu out of the window. After Wenyu landed, Su Yunyan climbed the window frame with her hands, pushed hard, climbed up the window, and then jumped to Wenyu. What a skill! The two held hands, like fluttering butterflies, shuttled among the exotic flowers and plants until they came to the small red house in Hongxiu's mouth. Su Yunyan sniffed and frowned. Why is this smell so strange? The long, furry object hit Wenyu's calf, causing goosebumps all over his body. What is this? Then, Hongxiu, who hurried over, let out a sharp scream, breaking the awkward and stagnant atmosphere between Jijiu and Old Man Shui.
No.
The raccoon ran away. Raccoon. Jijiu jumped up suddenly and said in panic, "Whose raccoon is it?" Hongxiu ran back crying and fell to her knees. "My lord, it's the raccoon in the little red house." Jijiu's eyes went dark. There were more than 10 raccoons in the little red house, all of whom were his beloved ones. They all ran out at once. Where could he catch them? "I told you to take good care of them. They are new here and not familiar with the mansion. How did you take care of them?" Jijiu was furious and cursed. This group of raccoon slaves had only been hired for 3 days, and he went to the little red house every day to accompany them. They all ran away before they got familiar with each other. Hongxiu sobbed and explained aggrievedly, "It's not that we are careless, it's the girls." A ray of light flashed in Su Xian's eyes, and he decided to seize this opportunity. "Master Jijiu, we will help you find the raccoon slaves."
No.
Before Jijiu could finish his words, he saw a group of young men shooting out like arrows from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The chief winemaker did not dare to lose his temper in front of Old Man Shui. He could only sigh and complain a little. "Dear teacher, I've only heard that grandfathers are very close to their grandchildren, but I've never heard that teachers are like this. Blame me for not teaching the students well?" The chief winemaker shook his head and said sourly and bitterly, "Back then, you beat and scolded us. How come you are so kind now? In the past, if a student dared to be so rude when being a guest, he would be beaten on the spot." Old Man Shui stuffed a piece of lactose lion into his mouth and asked casually, "What have you been doing these 3 days?" Jijiu was about to shed tears. "I recently got a dozen new raccoon slaves, and I'm cultivating relationships with them." Old Shui said, annoyed by the lactose lion, and frowned and asked, "Nothing else?"
No.
Jijiu asked. Jiu kept looking outside, hoping to get good news. Unexpectedly, What he heard were the panicked calls of the servants in the mansion. "Sir, it's bad." Jiang Langjun locked Xiao Chui in the greenhouse. Jiu Jiu's eyes darkened. Xiao Chui is the one who likes to mess around with women the most among all the raccoon slaves. It was usually not allowed near the flower room, but now it was locked in by Jiang Langjun. What is the difference between this and a mouse falling into a rice vat? "Sir, it's bad." Chun Langjun blocked 3 raccoon slaves in the studio. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his chest. Is it more important, the raccoon slaves or the collected paintings? The difficulty of this problem is like my wife and mother falling into the water at the same time. Who should I save first? "Sir, it's not good."
Shulanhun. Shulanhun.
Jijiu took a deep breath and held on to the armrests of the chair. His lips were pale and he was trembling. What happened to him?
He's gone.
The study room. He sat down immediately after drinking wine, and in the flash of lightning, he already understood the purpose of everyone's visit. Jijiu walked to the door with empty steps, leaning against the door frame. In his field of vision, there was a mess, like locusts passing by. Time is also fate. The fortune teller said that I will have a hurdle this year, but I didn't expect it to be here. The wine's sacrificial wine filled the dantian, and he coaxed. "Come back. I know what you want." He was in despair. There is a trace of resentment, and there is a little relief hidden in the resentment. Su Xianming rummaged around in the study and found no sign. He only found a letter in the secret compartment of the desk. The cover says spring ends and winter comes. Su Xianming's eyes were glued to this. Just when he was about to take a look, he heard the boys urging him outside the study. Su Langjun come out. "My lord said, he will give you what you want." He struggled for a moment. Su Xianming put down the letter, carefully restored the secret compartment to its original state, then opened the study door and returned to the hall. In the hall, Jijiu was breathing heavily and pouring strong tea into his stomach. You are my mentor's disciples, my junior brothers and sisters. We are a family, so why not speak directly? Li Mingda and others looked at Su Xianming, and Su Xianming expressed embarrassment. "We don't want to let anyone, brother. I didn't expect that I would cause you a lot of trouble." Jijiu saw the boy at the door making a check sign to him, which meant that the raccoon slaves were successfully captured, so he breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little better. "Thank you for your concern, brothers and sisters. If there is anything you can do to help me, just ask." Su Xianming clasped his fists and saluted. "Then I won't be polite. Regarding the assessment of Baichuan Academy, I would like to ask my brother to give you some advice." Jijiu said in his heart. And sure enough, maybe I will disappoint you. In the court, it was decided that I would give the test questions. Later, someone suggested that because my mentor is Tian Wenzong, no one can be more familiar with scriptures than him. Therefore, this test, the 4 books and 5 classics, will not be tested. But who will take charge of the specific tests? Of course, Su Xianming and others were very happy. As long as you don't take the 4 books and 5 classics, everything will be easy. After bidding farewell to the sacrificial wine, everyone happily returned to Yongchang Marquis Mansion to celebrate. The evening clouds gather, and the setting sun hangs. The sunset rolls up the embroidered curtains, and the water under the pavilion reaches the sky. A dozen boys and girls raised their glasses frequently in the pavilion, and the juice in the glasses exuded a rich, fruity aroma. I was so sleepy that I came to the pillow, and we were like God's help. The assessment does not need to rely on scriptures. Li Mingda looked up to the sky and laughed. In the entire Baichuan Academy, only Master Cui and Jiang Guanghai can show their skills in scriptures. Everyone else is a drag. Chen Yishuan poured a full cup of wine for old man Cui. Among the people in the pavilion, he was the only one who could drink without being scolded. I don't know which god gave advice to the saint. If he finds out, I will give him a generous gift. Su Yunting's eyes sparkled. Could it be that this god is a Nyang? Otherwise, who would know about the plight of Baichuan Academy and lend a helping hand appropriately? Xiao He, who was looking at the pavilion from a distance, was hiding in the flowers and hesitated. Do you want to get closer to inquire about the situation? If you go directly there, wouldn't it be too eye-catching? Xiaohei, what are you doing hiding here? Li Dania suddenly appeared behind Xiaohei, startling Xiaohei. Xiaohei's clear eyes were filled with water mist. Looking at them alone, he looked like a frightened deer. But paired with his burly leftovers, which were as big as mountains, the contrast was too great, and it was eye-catching. Li Dania's eyebrows twitched, and he walked back. It's up to you. I won't ask anymore. Xiaohei breathed a sigh of relief. Just outside the high wall, 3 long and 1 short cat meows were heard, and Xiaohei jumped up instantly. Find a familiar dog hole and dig out as hard as you can. Li Daniu, who had just turned around, licked his lips a few times and wanted to say, walk 10 steps to the left, and you will find the side door. No need to drill a hole. Later, I thought about it. The students of Baichuan Academy all have something wrong with them. Maybe Xiaohei just likes to drill holes? After Xiaohei got out of the Yongchongho mansion, he ducked into a small courtyard. The master's thin shirt was open, and the belt was hung loosely on top, revealing a piece of skin as white as jade on his chest. His thick black hair was simply combed into a bun on the top of his head, with a bright red peony stuck sideways. He squinted his eyes slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and squinted at Xiaohei. How did Su Xianming and the others react? Are they crying helplessly? Xiaohei thought for a while, then nodded heavily. Master is wise. I just saw them there. Drinking wine in the pavilion, Mr. Cui seems to be very worried. The mysterious man laughed. Xiaohei, you are very timely in delivering the news. The mysterious man stood up, still astonished. The cold wind stirred up goosebumps on his chest. However, this coldness was nothing in front of his fiery mood. I fell into Gu Nanshi's trick last time. This time I deliberately used my connections to make the Holy One change his mind and not test the scriptures. Teach her a lesson. Little Black star-eyed, admiring him. Master is wise. Master, you are how to convince the Holy One? The Holy One should be towards Madame Yongchongho. Everyone knows the rumors about Madame Yongchongho and His Majesty. The secret book is in the hands of Mrs. Yongchongho. Isn't it in the hands of the Holy One? The mysterious man in black had his hands on his hips, and his eyes were filled with endless wisdom. Attack the heart first. I am using the mind of the Holy Lord to protect Gu Nanshi. I tell that I sent someone to tell the Holy Lord that Su Xianming and others are not good at scriptures. If it's a scripture test, they will definitely lose. Master, you are a great talent. Xiaohei was so impressed. On the other side, in the residence of the chief priest of the Imperial College, the chief priest held the lost cat in his arms and showed great love to it before returning to his study. As soon as I sat down, I found that the desk seemed to have been moved. The look in Jizhou's eyes darkened. All day today, only Su Xianming had entered the study. The chief priest opened the secret compartment, and inside lay a letter quietly. The 4 big characters spring goes, winter comes were clearly visible. The candlelight flickered, shining on the priest's face, leaving half of his face in shadow and the other half in light. Did Su Xianming open the letter? Did he read it? Maybe we should think of a way and give it a try. There are no secrets in Kyoto, not to mention that Censor Jiang and the Imperial Academy's chief academic officer made such a big fuss. At Fuchuan Tea House, the storyteller was spitting, and the tea drinkers were still reminiscing about the water-splashing festival. That day, I was quick-witted and poured a basin of warm water on Censor Jiang. The fat vendor was as happy as a little mouse who stole food. Another skinny tea drinker joked, "If I hadn't helped you block Censor Jiang's way, would you have succeeded? Thank you very much." Everyone was laughing, obviously happy about the water-splashing festival. The latest news is that the emperor has decided not to use the scripture assessment for the assessment of Baichuan Academy. Someone whispered, "What?" I clearly heard Mr. Jiang mention it during the water-splashing festival that the emperor ordered the Imperial Academy's chief examiner. That's right. Lord Cui is a teacher at Baichuan Academy. If they don't test on scriptures, then what else will they test on? That's right. Don't talk nonsense. Seeing that everyone didn't believe his source of information, the man got anxious. I'm not talking nonsense. My brother-in-law is a helper in the Yongchang Marquis mansion. According to him, the eldest son of the Su family and his men celebrated after returning from the palace a few days ago. It's great to hear that there will be no test on scriptures. The eldest son of the Su family has suffered from scriptures for a long time. At this time, a man who looked like a minor official in the corner also said, "It is very likely. I heard that the emperor originally intended to let the chief examiner, but later changed his mind for some reason. Now no one knows what the test is and who will be the chief examiner. Haha, after your analysis, do I still need to ask?" Of course it was the wife of the Yongchang Marquis who whispered in my ear. That's right. This is the benefit of having someone in the court. From this point of view, this bet may really let Song win. Baichuan Academy is very likely to be successfully built. On the second floor of Fuchuan Tea House, the mysterious man's head was blue with veins, and he accidentally crushed the cup. The mysterious man gritted his teeth and said, "Go and call Xiaohei over." How did he pass the message? Did he betray? The housekeeper put on the mysterious man's outer robe and whispered, "Master, although Xiaohei is not very smart, he is loyal to you. The people of Kyoto like to pass on messages. Maybe there is a misunderstanding?" The mysterious man looked deep, then gave Xiaohei a chance to explain. Xiaohei, who was urgently summoned, came to the private room of Fuchuan Tea House in confusion and stared innocently. "Master, Su Xianming and others have been very quiet recently. Maybe they have given up on themselves. They even shortened the daily small class to half an hour." The mysterious man. "Very good, no need to explain, it is confirmed. Su Xianming is overjoyed. Because several days have passed since New Year's Day, all walks of life have returned to their original pace of life." Baichuan Academy also officially started teaching. Imperial College and Songshan Academy both implement a strict student management system, with only 2 days off per month and classes every day. Unless students skip school, they are not allowed to leave the academy without reason. Daily courses are divided into morning classes and evening classes. According to the teaching plan, there will be doctors and teaching assistants to guide students to give lectures, repeat lectures, etc. There will also be monthly exams every month. In view of the different levels of knowledge of Su Xianming and others, Old Man Chui and Gu Nanqi discussed and decided to change the system. Take 5 days in a row, then take 1 day of practical classes and rest for 1 day. A cycle of 7 days. When it is normal for 5 days, Old Man Chui will give the main lecture in the morning and Gu Nanqi will be in charge in the afternoon. This is the first day of class. Old Man Chui teaches students in accordance with their aptitude and sets different teaching schedules according to the different progress of each person. Everyone adapts well, except Su Xianming. Old Man Chui was helpless, and he grumbled to Gu Nanqi privately. In terms of learning attitude, Su Xianming is the most serious, and in terms of hard work, Su Xianming is also the most hardworking. But why can't he read? Gu Nanqi frowned. This big boy is not a stupid person. Why is it so difficult for him to study? Su Xianming himself was also very depressed. He saw that his second brother Su Yunting made rapid progress in his studies in order to finish school early. Not to mention Jiang Guanghai, who was originally a top student, under the guidance of Old Man Chui, he was even more powerful. Although Li Mingda's grades were mediocre, he was also making steady progress and had a deep foundation in learning. Even Chen Yishuan and Su Yunyan, although their minds were not on learning, did not fall behind in their learning progress. Only he had been wandering around, as if he had closed the door to himself forever after getting the mountain of books and the sea of knowledge. After school, Su Xianming refused the proposal to go back home with Gu Nanqi and others and wandered aimlessly in the street alone. Although he had become more open-minded after selling his dementia, he still felt annoyed. "What do you want to do? How dare you tease a decent woman in broad daylight?" A familiar female voice came from the entrance of the alley. Then, the men laughed obscenely. "Young lady, I have been observing you for a long time. Are you going out alone? You have a woman's bun, but I have never seen your husband. Could it be that you are a mistress? Haha, young lady, you are lonely in your boudoir. Your old man is not good. Let your brothers take good care of you." Su Xianming didn't think much about it. He picked up the broom on the side of the road and ran towards the entrance of the alley, shouting, "Thief! Let go of that girl." The three obscene men kept retreating when they saw Su Xianming, shouting, "What does it have to do with you? Don't meddle in other people's business. When you see injustice on the road, draw your sword to help. My brothers are behind you. You will be in trouble later." Su Xianming held the broom tightly, his heart beating like a drum, but his expression was quite fierce. "Humph. We have something else to do today, not because we are afraid of you." The wretched men fled away tumbling. The alley was deep and dark, and the woman, who had been standing with her back turned and not speaking since Su Xianming appeared, was still standing there. Although her face could not be seen, she had a graceful waist and was wearing a light gauze. Just looking at her figure, one could tell that she was a beautiful woman. Su Xianming did not look at her for long, but lowered his eyes politely and said softly, "Girl, the thief has left. I will take you out of the alley, and you can send someone to the mansion to call someone to take you home." The woman paused, then turned around, and her eyebrows were like a crescent moon, her lips were red and her teeth were white, her pupils were like deep blue water, and she had a touch of maturity and gentleness of a woman. "Jingyang?" Su Xianming never expected that the woman in front of him was Jingyang. Jingyang raised her lips, her eyes revealing a trace of self-mockery. "I told you to laugh at me."
How could it be?
Su Xianming felt as if he had been in another world for a while. Too many things had happened recently, occupying his entire mind. It was not until he saw Jingyang again that he realized that he had not thought of her for so long. Those times of loving each other to death and tearing each other's hearts apart seemed like things from the previous life. Su Xianming inexplicably felt a trace of guilt. He had once made a vow of eternal love, but he did not expect that he was no different from the heartless men in the world. After not seeing each other for a while, he had forgotten about this feeling. "Jingyang, why are you here alone? Where are your husband and maid?" Su Xianming was in a panic, not knowing where to put his hands and feet. Jingyang looked Su Xianming up and down, and did not see the former love, pain and reluctance in his eyes, so her heart sank. "Don't mention them. Thank you for today. I will invite you to the tea house for a cup of tea." Jingyang looked lonely, as if those were unspeakable sad things.
This.
Su Xianming hesitated and tried. "This is not good. After all, our past is known to everyone. If your husband sees it, he might misunderstand." "What if it's a misunderstanding? What if it's not a misunderstanding? The innocent are innocent. If he doesn't believe me, this relationship is over." Jingyang walked out of the alley openly. When she was about to reach the exit, she saw that Su Xianming didn't follow her. Then she turned back and raised her eyebrows and said, "Could it be that we can't even be friends?" Su Xianming was helpless. Jingyang's temper was as stubborn as ever. She was beautiful and alone. Su Xianming was worried that she would be harassed, so he had to follow her. "Jingyang, I'll hire a sedan chair to take you home. We are a single man and a single woman, so it's really not appropriate for us to go to a tea house." Jingyang, did you hear what I said? Jingyang, let's go to another tea house." Fuchuan Tea House is a place where gossips are everywhere in Kyoto. Su Xianming was so anxious that he was sweating, but Jingyang seemed not to hear him and walked straight to Fuchuan Tea House. "Waiter, 2 people in a hall." Jingyang threw a small ingot of silver to the waiter and found the hall of Fuchuan Tea House and sat down in the middle seat. The tea drinkers around cast curious, surprised, and gossipy eyes. "Hey, isn't this Jingyang and Su Xianming? How come they are together again?" "No, didn't Jingyang get married? Why did she come to Su Xianming?" "Oh, come quickly. Tell the wife of Yongchang Marquis." Su Xianming was stared at by the hot gaze, as if there was a thorn in his back, and he was about to be sick. Jingyang tapped the table with her knuckles and raised her eyebrows to signal Su Xianming to sit down. "We have nothing to hide from others. We should avoid suspicion in public. Could it be that you are so pedantic? Or do you still have feelings for me?" Hiss. The tea drinkers gasped and pricked up their ears to hear what the two were going to do. Su Xianming moved the bar stool away from Jingyang and dared to sit down halfway. Jingyang, it's safe here with so many people. You stay here for a while, I'll ask someone to go to your house to call people. Jingyang shouted, not only stopping Su Xianming, but also attracting the attention of the tea drinkers. Jingyang's pretty face was stern, and she looked like the resolute female shopkeeper again. What? Are you afraid of seeing me? Su Xianming's face was pale and blue, and he didn't know what to do. It's not that I'm afraid of seeing you, it's that it's not appropriate for us to meet. It will have a bad influence on you.
Su Xianming spoke hesitantly.
Jingyang's mouth curved up suddenly, and this smile was so charming that it was almost watery, and it was also a bit cool. Instantly, many tea drinkers were stunned on the spot, and they secretly exclaimed in their hearts, no wonder this businesswoman could be so fascinated by Su Delangjin. Su Lang, I know you care about me. But a person with a clear conscience is not afraid of his own shadow. You and I are open and honest, so what is there to fear? After saying that, Jingyang handed Su Xianming a bowl of basil water, and her tone was slightly melancholy. This was your favorite drink in the past. I wonder if it still suits your taste now? Su Xianming made a bitter face and drank the basil water. Then, Su Xianming seemed to muster up the courage and asked, Jingyang, what do you want to do? Jingyang looked at Su Xianming blankly, as if she didn't expect him to talk to her like this. What do I want to do?
Huh.
Jingyang smiled self-deprecatingly, and the corners of her eyes were slightly red. I also want to know, what are you doing? A man suddenly flashed into Fuchuan Tea House, with an arrogant look and a back as straight as a pine tree, as if he had an unyielding pride. Yan Fusong?
Yan Lang?
Yan Fusong strode in front of the two and glanced at Su Xianming. Is this your purpose? First, you let your brother-in-law come forward to accuse me of a false crime, ruin my future. Then, wait for an opportunity to come in and want to take Jingyang back? Su Xianming, I didn't expect you to be such a person. But I want to tell you that the righteousness of heaven and earth is in vain, and your crooked ways will eventually be in vain. Yan Fusong lifted his robe abruptly, sat between the two, looked directly at Su Xianming, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, I have entered Songzhan College, and I will participate in this assessment. Su Xianming, everyone in the world will eventually recognize who is the real number one talent. Su Xianming was speechless. This Yan Fusong was too dramatic. Before Su Xianming could speak, Jingyang's face flushed red, as if she could not bear the humiliation. She stood up and shouted, Yan Lang. Su Lang and I have long since broken off our friendship. Don't you believe me? Yan Fusong's eyes were red, veins on the back of his hands were bulging, and he gritted his teeth and said, How can I believe you when you are like this? Jingyang bit her lips tightly, tears as big as beans rolled in her eyes, and she cried, In this case, we. Yan Fusong turned his back to Jingyang so that Jingyang would not see his red eyes, and after saying a few harsh words, he staggered out. You take care of yourself. When his back disappeared at the door, Jingyang sat down limply, as if she had let go of all her strength. Her eyes stared at the door, her lips tightly closed, and tears dripped down her cheeks unscrupulously onto the floor. She was sad, as if she was talking to herself. My love was wrong after all. The world is so big, but there is no place for me. Jingyang turned to Su Xianming, wanting to say something but stopping. The onlookers around could not help but sigh when they saw the usually strong Jingyang looking so pitiful. It's really pitiful. Such a good girl, but now she has no home. Her father has long ignored her, and the herbal medicine shop is managed by her eldest brother. She is nothing and is so beautiful. It's a disaster, not a blessing. If you ask me, it's better to follow Su Dalong back to the Yongchang Marquis Mansion. At least there is a place to stay. In my opinion, Su Xianming is half responsible for this. He should take good care of Jingyang. Su Xianming was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with him? No way. Jingyang doesn't really want to go back to the mansion with him, right?
Su Lang, I think.
Before Jingyang finished her words, she saw a beautiful woman walking into Fuchuan Tea House. She had clear eyebrows and eyes, and when she walked, She looked ethereal and cold, which made people dare not have any other thoughts. Jingyang, I am the only one in my mansion. If you don't mind, you can keep me company. Wen Yuqing said coldly. As soon as Su Xianming saw Wen Yu, he hurriedly ran towards her, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and looked grateful. Wen Yu, you are here. Seeing Su Xianming's reaction, Jingyang clenched her hands hidden in her sleeves and forced a smile. My lady, we have never met before. How can I disturb you rashly? Wen Yu glanced at Jingyang with her clear eyes, as if she saw through her at a glance. No problem. I am a student of Baichuan Academy and a classmate of Su Leng. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Jingyang's expression became even uglier, and she cast a look of help to Su Xianming. Unexpectedly, Su Xianming nodded repeatedly, as if he had finally solved a big problem. Great idea. Great idea. Jingyang, if you are worried, I can ask my mother to send Lemay to accompany you. Jingyang's expression was completely frozen. The wife of Yongchang Marquis. I have suffered so much at her hands. How can her maid be a simple role? No thanks. Thank you, girl. Sorry for bothering me. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Jingyang decided not to run into the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Even if she lived in Wen Yu's house, she would at least be closer to Su Xianming. After Su Xianming handed Jingyang over to Wen Yu, he ran back to the Marquis of Yongchang's house as if he had thrown away a hot potato and never dared to wander around the streets again. What happened? Is there a dog chasing you? Su Yunting was tied to the academy for a whole day and was quite upset.
No.
Su Xianming patted his chest, looked around, and saw that there was no one. So he whispered, I ran into Jingyang. Just like Jingyang had a stress reaction to the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang, the Marquis of Yongchang also maintained a high level of vigilance against Jingyang. When Jingyang was mentioned, Su Yunting's eyes became deep. Oh? What's the specific situation?
Tell me.
Yes, big brother.
Tell me.
The other brothers also gathered around. At first, Su Xianming was like a possessed person, obsessed with Jingyang. It was not easy for him to get back on the right track. He must not go back to the past. Su Xianming and his brothers talked about the situation in detail. After listening, Li Mingde slapped his thigh and said, Is Jingyang trying to get back with her? That's why she keeps wanting to go back to the Marquis mansion. Jiang Guanghai thought more deeply. Could it be that those rascals were hired by Jingyang? Otherwise, why is it such a coincidence? Su Yunting's eyes were deep, and he said coldly, Maybe Jingyang and Yen Fusong are playing a double act in order to get closer to the eldest brother. Everyone looked at each other. Is this a trick of Songs on Academy? Wanna spy on the truth? Su Xianming's heart was like a huge rock, heavy. With Wen Yu watching, Jingyang couldn't make any waves in a short time. Su Yunting finally waited for the rest day of Baichuan Academy, and he decided to go to the martial arts arena in Nanshan, Beijing. I haven't been there for a long time. I wonder if the arena is deserted. Are those martial arts masters still competing on the arena? The galloping carriage shows Su Yunting's eagerness. Su Yunting stuck his head out from time to time and looked around. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Suddenly, not far from the city gate, he saw a girl in leggings and a corset, wielding a long sword, fighting 1 against 4. Not losing at all. She was so heroic and agile. Su Yunting's eyes widened, watching this scene eagerly. The heroine swept her leg, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, kicking the 4 enemies away one by one, and then swung a sword flower, which was particularly handsome. The 4 men in black fled in panic. The female knight then turned around and raised her eyebrows at Su Yunting. Have you seen enough?
Or, do you want to try it too?
She was as bright as the sun, without the delicate air of a noble lady in Kyoto, but exuding the vitality of wild flowers and plants. Su Yunting's eyes were fixed on her, and hesitating in the carriage for a long time, not daring to get off. The female knight was generous, but the villain in her heart was jumping for joy. Haha, he is just a young boy, and he's going to fall under her peony skirt? May I ask your name, lady? Su Yunting clasped his hands together, his eyes shining like stars. Don't tell me your surname is Huang. You can just call me Huang Nyangzi. Huang Nyangzi's mouth corners slightly raised. How can I tell my full name when I meet for the first time? I must maintain my master's demeanor. I have something to say, but I dare not say it, for fear of offending Huang Nyangzi. Su Yunting hesitated, but his eyes showed hope. Huang Nyangzi's mouth was getting wider, and her heart was filled with joy. Who said that Su Erlang was the smartest man? Wasn't he going to be easily defeated by her? Children of the Jianghu, don't be picky about trivial matters. Just say whatever you want. Su Yunting. Then I won't be polite. How much money did the person who hired you to use the beauty trap promise you? I will pay you double. You only need to perform, not sell your body. Huang Nyangzi's smile froze on her face, as if she couldn't believe her ears. What did you say? Su Yunting was very distressed. Isn't double enough? My mother has been controlling my money recently, and I can't give you more. What's more, with your skills, you are only at the middle level on the martial arts arena. Giving you too much will easily cause dissatisfaction among other masters. Huang Nyangzi's smile could no longer be maintained. What is middle level? Others can question one's charm, but they can never question one's martial arts.
Oh.
Okay, let me see what a master looks like. Su Yunting smiled with his eyes bent. The more beauty traps like this, the better, and he can accept them all. At the same time, Jiang Guanghai, who was on his way home, met the flower girl he had ordered when he first visited the flower house. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Under the flowers and the moon, it's a beautiful day. Why don't we recite poems and write couplets again to continue what we didn't say last time? The flower girl Jiang Guanghai ordered was named Zisuha, a well-known talent in the Kyoto flower girl circle. Jiang Guanghai was tempted, but thought about the last time he was threatened by Li Xiaoyan because of the incident with Zisuha, and after the incident, he was beaten up by his father. In a flash, Jiang Guanghai got inspiration from Jingyan's incident and invited Zisuha to Fuchuan Tea House for a gathering. The sound of wind, rain, and reading, each sound is pleasant to the ear. Can you think of the second half of this couplet, Mr. Jiang? Sure, Suha's posture is elegant, and the movement of making tea is like flowing water. Jiang Guanghai had no idea at first, but perhaps after studying with old man Chui for a few days, his spirit was completely different, and he blurted out, family affairs, national affairs, world affairs, I care about everything. The tea drinkers applauded and said, well said. Great perspective, as expected of someone who was taught at Baichuan Academy. With Lord Chui and the wife of Marquis Yongchang here, there's no way he can go wrong. Jiang Guanghai clasped his fists and thanked everyone. Zisuha's eyes froze for a moment. Then he smiled with relief. Mr. Jiang is a man of great righteousness. Indeed, he is not the Amon of the past. Although Jiang Guanghai did nothing that day and only talked to himself about poetry and songs for the whole night, his demeanor and broad-mindedness were very different from what he is today. Only at this moment did he have the ambition that a talented man in Kyoto should have. This Baichuan Academy is indeed magical, if there are immortals there. After saying this, Zisuha stood up and left. The streets are brightly lit and bustling with people. Zisuha's maid leaned aside to block the crowd so as not to bump into her wife, and said with a worried look, my wife, you haven't done what the master ordered. The light shone on Zisuha's face, making her look more charming. She smiled and shook her head. It's done. It seems that the women in Kyoto all walked out of the mansion on this day to find their own goals. After leaving Fuchuan Tea House, Yan Fusong's face completely sank. Not only did he look grief-stricken just now, but he looked extremely cold, as if he was faintly humiliated.
Ah!
Help! The woman's scream was particularly shrill on the way to the suburbs of Beijing. Yan Fusong responded and looked over, only to see a carriage running fast on the path. The leading horse seemed to be frightened and panicked, and its 4 hooves ran out of double shadows. My dear, help! The woman's panicked voice sounded so pitiful. Yan Fusong didn't want to pay attention to it. Beauty is good, but you have to live to enjoy it. If hit by this carriage, the worst case is death, or even broken arms and legs, affecting one's future. But under the moonlight, the woman stretched out her beautiful cheeks and was about to cry, which was breathtakingly beautiful. What made Yen Fusong even more excited was the humble family emblem on the side of the carriage, which was as low-key as the family represented by the family emblem. "Girl, jump down. I'll catch you." Yen Fusong didn't dare to stop the crazy horse, but he could still try to catch a young lady. "But I'm scared." The girl's beautiful face turned pale with fear, and tears hung on her eyelashes, about to fall. So pitiful. "Girl, believe me." Under the bright moonlight, Yen Fusong's eyes were firm and powerful. The girl mustered up her courage, jumped, and was held tightly in Yen Fusong's arms. Yen Fusong used his strength to roll a few times to relieve the impact. When the two stopped rolling, they found that there was a grassland around them. The grass that has just emerged shows its greenness tenderly and shyly in the moonlight. "My dear, I can't repay you for saving my life." The girl's breath is as fragrant as orchid, her cheeks are flushed, her eyes are watery, and her rosy lips are tempting to peck. Who is the spring breeze coming for? Butterflies suddenly fill the fragrant grass. After New Year's Eve, this time is like riding a carriage, galloping all the way. Wherever you pass, the winter snow melts and everything grows. In order to match the spring, the people of Kyoto wear red and green, eagerly waiting for the day of spring. As the saying goes, cover yourself in spring and freeze in autumn. The people dare not go out wantonly and can only suppress their restless mood and come to Fuchuan Tea House to have a drink and gossip. A juggler came to the tea house to rest and was immediately teased by an acquaintance. "Boss Chio, why haven't you been to the southern suburbs recently? Isn't the second son of the Su family waiting for you to teach him the iron vest?" Laughter rang out all around. "Boss Chio, have you been discovered by the second young master of the Su family? If you ask me, you are really wicked. You are just a juggler, who doesn't know that your tricks are just a trick. But you are so heartless that you fooled second young master Su." Second young master Su is no longer the Amon of the past. He has been taught by the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang and is studying at Baichuan Academy. How can he be fooled by you so easily? Boss Chio poured 3 pots of tea in a row, threw the teacup on the table, and an angry look appeared on his face. What kind of books did he read? I think he is even more blind than before. He was fooled by Miss Huang. Boss Chio swallowed the next words, but his face was still indignant. What's the matter? Boss Chio, tell me in detail. Who is Miss Huang? How did she recruit you? No matter how everyone asked, Boss Chio just kept his mouth shut and shook his head, which made everyone more curious. He don't ask anymore. How can he say it? Song said with a grin. Hey, isn't this our Kyoto know-it-all? Come here, come here. I haven't seen you for several days. Where have you been? Waiter, quickly bring Songda a pot of plum water and a plate of snacks. Put it on my account. Songda bowed to thank everyone, then sat down and spoke slowly. This Huangyang was newly recruited by Su Erling. She is very ambitious. She went straight to the arena and threatened that whoever couldn't beat her would not be able to go to Su Erling again. The smart people instantly understood the key. Why? Was this Chiu Lao beaten down by Huangyang? Songda chuckled and laughed. Not only that, he was the first one to be kicked down and almost rolled down the mountain. Seeing that Chiu Lao Da's face was not very good, Songda hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I spoke too quickly. But you don't have to mind it. You left early. Maybe you didn't know that all your friends were kicked down. Haha. Songda laughed a lot and continued to apologize, but there was no apology on his face. Sorry, I usually don't laugh unless I really can't help it. Haha, of course. It's not enough for Boss Chio to cheat money by himself. He also dragged those bad friends into it, bullying Su Erling for being stupid and rich. Su Erling didn't know people well, but God is helping him. Here comes Madame Huang. Boss Chio sneered. If Madame Huang is allowed to do this, Su Erling's wish may not be fulfilled. Where can he find a martial arts master? Songda leisurely fed himself a snack, and then ruthlessly poured cold water on Chioda. Oh, don't be anxious. Eat the whole melon. After Madame Huang overturned the martial arts arena, she challenged the guards of Yongchang Marquis Mansion. After being defeated by Li Daniu and Xiaohe, she completely disappeared. Oh, I didn't expect that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Yongchang Marquis Mansion.
What are you talking about?
The wife of Yongchang Marquis is the only daughter of General Gu. She must have something in her hands. In the corner of the first floor, a man wearing a bamboo hat lowered his head slightly, making it difficult to see his appearance and expression. His fists were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound, and he was secretly filled with hatred. If he hadn't been injured, how could he have been defeated by Lady Huang? The first floor of Fuchuan Tea House was bustling, but the private rooms on the second floor were filled with mixed feelings.
Click.
The handsome, mysterious man threw the cup, raging, pacing back and forth, gritting his teeth and saying, "Xiao Huang betrayed me?" The housekeeper hurriedly patted the mysterious man on the back and said lovingly, "No, Xiao Huang loves money the most. How can Su Erlang have so much money to buy Xiao Huang? Even if she betrays, we can just increase the price to buy her back. Master, you are not short of money." Seeing that the mysterious man's anger seemed to have dissipated a little, the housekeeper continued, "Besides, those people in the world are just some crooked fruits and cracked dates who only want Su Erlang's money. What does it matter if they are there or not?" The mysterious man seemed to be comforted, but he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. This Xiao He is the same. Knowing that Xiao Huang is our person, why don't you cooperate with her? Let her get into Su Erlang's inner circle. Xiao He has always been stubborn. He will never do anything you don't let him do. The mysterious man's mouth curled up a smile. He only has this one advantage. The mysterious man didn't know that his enemy, Gu Nanshi, was next to him at this time. "Mother, are they talking about Huang Yangzi?"
Shu Yunyan blinked curiously.
Since her restaurant opened, the only customer was her employee Ale Chuan, and she was losing money every day, so Gu Nanshi took her to learn from him. Fuchuan Tea House, which has the best business in Kyoto, was naturally the first choice. Unexpectedly, she heard such a big gossip as soon as she arrived. It turned out that Huang Yangzi was so powerful. Gu Nanshi's attention was not on Huang Yangzi, but on Qiu Laoda. Why is this name so familiar? It seems that I have heard it somewhere before. System, can you find out who Qiu Laoda is? The loving mother system said sarcastically. Oh, I thought you forgot where you came from. Are you addicted to running a college? Why call it Baichuan College? Just call it Cannon Fodder College. Gu Nanshi said calmly without changing her face. Are you sure? The loving mother system was not very sure, and at the same time, her heart was a little pounding, and she secretly checked the novel. Then the system crashed and shouted, "Gu Nanshi, are you poisonous? Why did you drop him to the butterfly?"
Which him?
Gu Nanshi had a vague feeling that some crises seemed to be resolved by mysterious forces without her having to do anything. Sure enough, the kind mother system crackled. Originally, the thief master would be recommended by Boss Chiu to the martial arts arena, and Su Yunting would take a fancy to him and become his disciple. Now there is no martial arts arena. Gu Nanshi remembered that after the thief master was injured, he was originally poor and destitute, but later he entered the Wuchang Marquis Mansion through the martial arts arena and lived a good life. As a result, he caused Su Yunting to be cramped and his bones pulled out, and also implicated the entire Marquis Mansion. Good. It's really great. Gu Nanshi couldn't help but applaud. Mother, do you also think that Huang Yangzi is a good person?
Su Yunyan asked.
Good. Of course. Gu Nanshi drank a sip of tea with satisfaction. The mysterious man had no idea that Gu Nanshi was silently thanking him in her heart. Otherwise, he would definitely not accept this favor. The spectators on the first floor of Fuchuan Tea House were still bustling about all kinds of gossip. What's the big deal about Miss Huang? Songda, there must be something you don't know. Songda raised his eyebrows. Tell me about it? That Yen Fusong, Mr. Yen, was a hero who saved the beauty, and he was so happy with a beautiful woman under the moonlight. Is there such a thing? You are unworthy of being a gentleman. It's really too much. Someone on the second floor pinned a big red flower on his head and chuckled to his companion beside him. The temperament of the people in Kyoto remains the same as it was back then, without any change. His good friend rolled his eyes and complained, "You did a bad thing to Chui Sanluan back then, causing him to wander outside, enduring wind and rain for 10 years, not daring to return to Beijing, and he has suffered enough. If he knew you were back, he would probably pick up his sword and duel with you." The old man with the flower in his hair looked left and right at the flower on his head in the bronze mirror and thought it was very beautiful. He replied with satisfaction, "Chui Sanluan grew up in a pile of brocade, wearing fine clothes and eating delicious food. How could he really experience the suffering of the people?" The old man with the flower in his hair opened the window on the second floor and threw a big golden chrysanthemum at the storyteller's head and said casually, "Chui Sanluan should be grateful to me for his paper, so why should he resent me?" His good friend beside him ignored the stubborn old man. Anyway, these two had been fighting and making trouble since they met, and they had never really fallen out. Su Xianming, who came with Gu Nanxi, heard the laughter of the tea drinkers downstairs, and his heart was full of mixed emotions. This relationship between men and women seems to be just like this. At the beginning, Jingyang and Yan Fusong wanted to be together despite many pressures, but after just a few days, the changes were so fast. And isn't it the same for me? I made a vow to Jingyang at the beginning, but now looking back, it was just a love affair of a teenager. It is said that you can pursue the future without changing your mind. At this moment, Su Xueming seemed to have realized it and transformed from a teenager into an ambitious young man. "Mother, let's go back. I think I have obtained the true scriptures," Su Yunyan said confidently. Gu Nanxi glanced at Su Yunyan and said suspiciously, "Are you sure this is enough?" "Of course." Su Yunyan observed carefully for a long time, and she finally found out what the difference between her shop and Fuchuan tea house was. Gu Nanxi hesitated to speak, wanting to ask her what she had realized. Later, she changed her mind and thought that this was the child's own shop, so let him decide what to do. "Then let's go." Gu Ningxi made a quick decision. The inconspicuous carriage slowly traveled through the bustling streets of Kyoto. Su Xianming, who had resolved his worries, opened the curtains, looked left and right, and found that the roads he had walked so many times, the people and shops he had seen so many times, had made many new discoveries if he looked at them with a different mindset. The two neighboring medical clinics were also very busy. One was bustling with ordinary people in ordinary clothes. The other one was deserted, but a luxurious carriage stopped there. If it were before, Su Xueming would definitely think that the bustling shop would have better business and make more money. But now Su Xianming looked at the decoration of the two shops and found that the one with fewer customers was more luxurious. Gu Nanxi looked at Su Quanming and Su Yunyan, who were lost in thought, and asked, "What did you see?" Su Yunyan said without hesitation, "It's easier to make money from rich people." Su Xianming lowered his eyes, pursed his lips, and said in a low voice, "The gap between the rich and the poor in this Zhou dynasty is too large." Su Xianming looked out the window with a trace of confusion and whispered in a low voice, "Everyone says that a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a mouse's child will dig holes. But is this really correct?" Su Xianming couldn't help but think of himself and the civilian students in Songshan Academy. Whether it is Songshan Academy or Taishua, the division of students is not based on grades but on family background. Students of noble birth, their dormitories, teacher education, and paper, ink, and inkstone are all different from those of civilian scholars. And civilian students not only have to pay the same tuition but also have to buy candles, paper, ink, and so on. Under this kind of differential treatment everywhere, there are still poor students who rank among the top. If they are provided with better conditions, what level can they achieve? Su Xianming was stunned. Perhaps his Baichuan Academy could do a little better. A quack doctor is harming people. You are not worthy of being called the famous Jirantang in Kyoto. Look at what you have done to my son Dalong. The lively street was instantly broken by the sharp cry of the old woman, breaking the harmonious atmosphere. Gu Nanxi and others looked in the direction of the sound, only to see that the entrance of Jirantang, which specializes in treating ordinary people, was tightly blocked by a luxurious carriage. An old woman dressed in gorgeous clothes, led a dozen servants, carried an unconscious middle-aged man, pointed at the doctor of Jirantang, and cursed. A good man who was full of energy when he came here, but after taking the medicine you gave him, he fell into a coma. Are you curing the disease or killing people? The old woman was so imposing that she said a lot of things without giving the doctor a chance to explain. The doctor was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, but he was not good at speaking and could only keep gesturing with his hands. The old woman raised her eyebrows and said, "What? Did I wrongly accuse you? Everyone, come and see. See how this poor doctor can argue." The old woman called out to the people around her who were watching the excitement and complained, "My son originally had a little cold. I asked him to go to the Tanjatang next door, but he believed what others said and came to Jirantang. Now, after taking the 7 prescriptions he prescribed, my son has become what he is now. My family has plenty of money. Can I bet my son's life just to wrongly accuse a small doctor like you?" After saying that, the old woman clapped her hands 3 times, and a young maid brought out a plate of silver ingots. The old woman took the plate and threw the silver at the doctor. The white shadow rolled to the ground, emitting a charming light, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It's a full 100 taels. I don't think this old woman is setting a trap. Could it be that the doctor really misdiagnosed him? The doctor was speechless, and his face turned red. It's no use looking at the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Even if the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang is powerful, can she turn black into white? The old woman looked at Gu Nanshi and Su Xianming in the carriage provocatively. Yes, that's right. The wife of the Marquis of Yongchang doesn't need to get involved in this mess. This involves human life. It's hard to say for sure. If my eldest son is treated like this, I will fight this doctor to the death. Killing someone means paying with your life. You can't just let this life go just because this is a doctor. The people who surrounded the gate spoke one after another, and there were many people with ulterior motives who were guiding public opinion. No, Dr. Chen is a kind-hearted doctor. He cured my father's illness for free. Dr. Chen has been running a clinic here for nearly 20 years. He has a very good reputation and has never been involved in any life-threatening incidents. Is there a misunderstanding? Several people dressed as old farmers gently expressed their objections, but their voices were too small and instantly drowned out by public opinion. Dr. Chen has a stuttering problem. He can't speak when he encounters something stressful. At this time, he was being pointed at by thousands of people, and his hands were shaking with excitement. He could only use his eyes to ask Su Xianming for help. Su Xianming looked at the situation at the scene, leaned out his upper body, and wanted to get off the carriage to find out the situation. The old lady with pearl hairpins on her head saw Su Dalong getting off the car and immediately threatened. "Su Dalong, we are cousins of the Duke of Jigua Mansion. 3 generations up, we are also relatives. As a human being, you still have to distinguish between inside and outside." When Dr. Chen heard that the old lady was from the Duke of Jigua Mansion, his eyes instantly became desperate. Although Su Dalong was the eldest son of the Yongchang Marquis Mansion, the Yongchang Marquis Mansion was far inferior to the Duke of Jigua Mansion. How could Su Xianming go to the Duke of Jigua Mansion for an unknown and powerless doctor? Dr. Chen hung his head and covered his face with his hands. His heart was as heavy as a 1,000-pound stone. He started to learn medicine from his father at the age of 3 and was allowed to see patients alone after more than 20 years of hard study. Because he charged cheap fees, he worked as a doctor for more than 10 years to save up this small clinic. I never thought that when it came, not only would I have to bear the lawsuit of murder, but I would also have to pay off the clinic I had run for a long time, not to mention the reputation of a benevolent doctor. After decades of hard work, I ended up with nothing. Was it worth it? Was it sad? Just when Dr. Chen was in despair, Su Xianming said loudly, "If the disputes in this world can be solved by ourselves, then what is the use of this government and this government office?" Dr. Chen did not dare to raise his head confidently and looked at the handsome and godlike boy in the sun. The old woman looked at Su Xianming and Gu Nanshi in surprise. Su Xianming had already got out of the carriage and got off the ground, his back straight as a pine tree. Su Yunyan in the carriage also looked as if it was a matter of course, without any worry or fear on her face. "Madam Yongchang, Don't you care about your son? Look at the price you pay for doting on your son. He can't get into Songsan Academy and he can't make it, and you're dragging you and the entire mansion into it. The Baichuan Academy assessment will make your entire mansion a laughingstock in Kyoto, and even the entire Zhou dynasty. The old woman's mouth was wide open, and her eyes were raised high, looking particularly mean. Gu Nanshi raised her eyebrows, her eyes deep. There was something wrong with the old lady's reaction. If she really didn't want Su Xianming to get involved, the right choice should be to discuss it in a friendly manner, instead of fanning the flames. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Since my son has decided to get involved, I, as a mother, can only support him. Gu Nanshi's tone was light, as if in her eyes, offending the Duke of Jigua Mansion for a commoner was not a big deal. Spoiling a child is like killing a child. If you do this, aren't you afraid that the Yongchang Marquis will come back to settle accounts with you in the future?
Don't bother you to worry about that.
Gu Nanshi signaled Su Xianming to move faster. Su Xianming got the support from Nyang and immediately stood up and said, "Madam, why don't we report to the authorities?" The old woman sneered and said with a smile, "Go if you want to. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" A group of people walked into the government office. Dr. Chen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't favor anyone, he would be cleared of the charges. The onlookers wanted to see what would happen in the end. Was the eldest son of the Su family upholding justice or meddling in other people's business? It all depended on this. At the same time, Songsan Academy was not at peace. "I want to sue the student Li Maocheng for taking my place in school." A young woman knelt in front of the gate of Songsan Academy and cried out for injustice. Who is Li Maocheng? A student in Class B. He was among the top students when he was admitted, but judging from his performance in the past few years, his grades are just so-so. He wasn't eliminated? Songsan Academy has assessments every month and every year. If the results are really so bad, unless you use money to buy a place like Su Xianming and others, you will definitely be persuaded to leave. He is a loyal lackey of Li Xiaoyan. Songsan Academy does not allow students to bring servants to school, but how can these precious young masters endure such a self-reliant life? So some civilian students are willing to play the role of the young masters for various purposes. The most famous representative among them is Li Maocheng. Some people don't like him, while others think he can bend and stretch and will surely become a great man in the future. At this time, when I heard this young woman saying that he had problems, how could I not join in the fun? Soon, the gate of Songsan Academy was surrounded by students. "My lady, if you have any grievances, you can follow me into the academy, and I will take you to see Principal Wu." Yan Fusong saw the scene in front of the door and felt that it was not the case, so he stepped forward. "Thank you, my lord." The young woman sobbed and followed Yan Fusong into Songsan Academy. Principal Wu was picking up his abacus, his thick eyebrows raised high. His expression was both helpless and irritable. The last incident had an impact on the academy after all. His own small treasury is not as rich as before, and he will need it in a while. Wu Shan sighed deeply, looked outside the door, and saw Yan Fusong coming in with a woman. "What's the matter?" The young lady fell to her knees, crying and complaining with snot and tears. "This student Li Maocheng is not the real Li Maocheng." The young lady's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Yan Fusong and Wu Shanchang to the point of being stunned. She was actually Li Maocheng's wife. A wife suing her husband. Absurd. Wu Shanchang looked at her coldly, his eyes as big as cowbells, burning with anger. "You and your husband should be one, sharing honor and disgrace. How can you violate the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues like this?" What made Wu Shanchang even more angry than the fact that a student impersonated someone else was that this young lady actually disregarded her husband's dignity and brought this matter to the academy. The young lady, who was originally full of hope, suddenly raised her head after hearing what Wu Shanchang said, her eyes full of disbelief. Wu Shanchang had a stern face and a serious tone. Looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be joking, but felt so from the bottom of his heart. The young lady could not hide her disappointment, but she had always been strong-willed, so she pushed back neither softly nor hard. "As a woman, I don't even know what the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues are. The young lady's back was straight, and her tone was soft but with a hint of decisiveness. But my father has taught me since I was a child that the husband is the bond of the wife. The husband is the bond of the wife. If the husband is not upright, the wife can remarry. The wife helps the husband. If the wife is not virtuous, the husband should divorce her. May I ask, Principal Wu, what is wrong with what I did? Principal Wu's old face turned red, and he couldn't help feeling resentful. It turns out that women only need to read the female precepts. Reading such old books will only make them restless. But Principal Wu didn't dare to say this clearly. He felt a suffocation in his chest, which was neither rising nor falling. He just felt that his chest was so painful. Yan Fusong, who was standing aside, glanced at Principal Wu's expression and understood what he meant. So he took the lead and stood up and criticized the young lady. Young lady, you are so righteous. We admire you. What Principal Wu said just now was also for your sake. Although a wife can remarry if her husband is not righteous, the world is very harsh on women. How difficult is it for you to take this step? How great is the price? Yan Fusong's words made the woman burst into tears. Yan Fusong struck while the iron was hot and hit the young lady's psychological defense line hard. Besides, young lady, did you really not know in advance that your husband was taking your place and impersonating you? As his bedmate, you really didn't notice it at all? The young lady was stunned for a moment, and then tears as big as beans slid down her beautiful cheeks. I know. The young lady covered her face with her hands and choked up. Yang Fusong and Principal Wu looked at each other, and Principal Wu gave Yan Fusong a look that said he would leave everything to him. Yan Fusong was very excited. For some reasons, since Yan Fusong transferred from the Imperial College to Songshan Academy, Principal Wu has been quite displeased with him. If life had not been difficult, he would not have agreed to it immediately when that person approached him, and he would not have carefully persuaded Jingyang to agree. Now that Principal Wu can give him such an important matter to deal with, he must perform well. Young lady, I know that you can't make this decision unless the situation is desperate. Can you tell us what happened? Yan Fusong's tone was so gentle that it could almost drip water, and his face was full of sympathy, understanding, and pity. The young lady was comforted, and then she sobbed and spoke. The Li Maocheng in the academy is not the original Li Maocheng. His real name is Li Maocheng. He is the cousin of the real Li Maocheng. Li Maocheng's family is not well off. He has only a widowed mother and relies entirely on the clan to survive. But he is very talented. By doing odd jobs in the clan school, his grades are outstanding. My father-in-law cherishes talents, so he proposed to send him to Songshan Academy. If he can pass the entrance examination, the clan will give him a tuition. He lived up to everyone's expectations and was admitted to Songshan Academy in one go. My husband was jealous of Li Maocheng, so he proposed to impersonate him. My father-in-law only has my husband as his only son. He couldn't resist his soft and hard nagging and had no choice but to agree. Li Maocheng took care of the safety of his widowed mother, so he had to commit the crime. Li Maocheng's wife is beautiful and virtuous, but my husband actually thought of changing his wife. The young lady's painting was full of grief and indignation, her pretty face swollen and red, and her eyes were sad, painful, angry, and ashamed, mixed together, and boiled into a pot of bitter porridge. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Yan Fusong took a breath of cold air. This Li Maocheng looked like a lackey. Li Xiaoyan said that he never dared to say it, but he didn't expect that his heart was so wild. Even if he picked all the flowers, he would not dare to have such thoughts. The scene was dead silent. Principal Wu opened his lips, but didn't know what to say. Yan Fusong took a few deep breaths and whispered, "Don't be afraid, young lady. It's getting late today. You should go home first. We already know about this matter. After we investigate it carefully, we will give you an explanation." The young lady cried and shook her head. Going home will only lead to death. I ran away secretly. Why not go back to your mother's house? I'm just an orphan. My father and mother died early, and there is no one else in my mother's family. The young lady was overwhelmed with grief and cried. If there was no one at home, how could she be bullied by him? Yen Fusong stole a glance at Principal Wu and saw that Principal Wu lowered his eyes and drank tea calmly. It seemed that he had no intention of taking care of the matter, so he took a reassurance in his heart. If you don't mind, young lady, I have a small courtyard in the suburbs of Beijing. Why don't you go to the courtyard and rest for a while? Otherwise, he looked like a gentleman and looked very reliable. The young lady hesitated for a long time and finally nodded slightly. Yen Fusong sent someone to send the young lady to a small courtyard outside Beijing, then closed the door and looked at Wu Shanchong, waiting for his final instructions. Wu Shanchong picked up the wick of the candle, and the yellow candlelight flickered, illuminating his uncertain expression. Yen Fusong actually had a vague idea in his mind, and he believed that Wu Shanchong would make the same choice as him, because they are essentially the same kind of people. As expected, Principal Wu spoke slowly. It is against common sense for a wife to sue her husband. As the top private school in the world, our Songshan Academy should set a correct example for the world. Compared to such trivial matters as students impersonating others, the 3 bonds and 5 constant virtues are more important. In order to maintain the righteousness of the world, it is nothing for our Songshan Academy to suffer a little grievance. Yuan Fusong bowed and said tacitly, "Don't be happy with things, don't be sad with yourself, and care about the world. Principal Wu is worthy of being a role model for our generation." The two looked at each other and made sure that the other understood, then said goodbye. Yen Fusong strode along the bamboo forest path, and the bamboo leaves were swaying. The chaste figure is not affected by snow and frost, and the upright and tall heart is easy to see. Who said that caring about the world is a chaste heart? Compared with Yen Fusong's confidence, Su Xuanming's side seemed to be much more turbulent. After Su Xianming led a large group of people to report the case to the government, someone suddenly came to the old woman's house and went home for an urgent matter. The official who accepted the case said that the case had been accepted, but the specific procedures would not be followed until both parties arrived at the scene at the same time. As a suspect, the doctor needed to be detained in the government office for the time being. "Brother, do you think the old woman went home because she was guilty?" The sworn brothers who received the news and rushed over chattered non-stop. "The matter has not yet been concluded, so we should not speculate." Unexpectedly, Su Xianming did not take a clear stand at the beginning. Li Mingde raised his eyebrows. "Brother, don't you think the doctor was wronged, so you stand up for him?" Su Xianming put his hands into his sleeves. His eyebrows and eyes were cold, making it difficult to read his true thoughts. "I never think that anyone is wronged or who deserves the crime. I just don't like the old woman making trouble at the door of the clinic. The right and wrong, the truth and falsehood, should be handled by the government." Gu Nanshi glanced at Su Xianming. "This kid has changed a lot." Su Yunting curled his lips in disdain at these words. It turned out that his elder brother was still short of experience. If he saw the fighting and killing in the rivers and lakes and those low-class tricks, he would definitely understand that this government office is like the sun. There is a bright and open side under the sun, and there is also a dark side. If the government office is really so useful, how can there be so many injustices in this world? Su Yunyan opened the curtain boldly. She never took these things to heart. Government office or not, can the government office help her make money? In this world, real money and silver are the most powerful. As the saying goes, money makes the devil push the mill. As long as there is money, let alone the government office, even the door of the palace can be knocked open. The group returned to the Yongchang Marquis mansion in the sunset. Su Yunyan had already sent people to the mansion to prepare a banquet, and they were just waiting for everyone to return to start the banquet. Spring banquet, a cup of green wine, and a song. The pear blossoms in the courtyard are shining in the moonlight, and the catkins in the pond are blowing gently. Jiang Guanghai squinted his eyes and sang loudly. The sparse shadows are slanting across the shallow water, and the faint fragrance floats in the moonlight at dusk. Li Mingde thought for a long time and still felt that this poem was most suitable for the current scenery. Chen Yishuan had a bitter face. These days, The brother's academic performance has made great progress, but he is still lingering, and his grades are only slightly better than those of his eldest brother. Look, at the critical moment, he actually has nothing to show for himself. Come on, bring me paper and pen. I will draw this picture of a spring banquet. Chen Yixuan decided to draw a picture based on his own strengths. Master, someone is here to visit. Lu Mei leaned over gently and whispered to Gu Nanxi's ear. It's the young lady of the Duke of Jigua's mansion. Gu Nanxi put down the wine glass, tidied her sleeves and skirt, and stood up to greet the guests. Mother, I'll go with you. Su Xianming heard the movement here and knew that this matter was directed at him. Gu Nanxi looked at him in surprise. Su Xianming fixed his sleeves and said calmly, Mother, you are not in good health, so I shouldn't bother you too much. Let your son handle these things. Gu Nanxi sat down, thinking that her son had finally grown up and she could rest assured. Okay. Su Xianming was slightly stunned, as he thought his mother would be worried about him. Su Xianming curved his eyes, curled his lips, and said gently, Don't worry, Mother, I won't let you down. In the brightly lit reception room, a lady with a slender figure and complicated clothes was facing the door with her back. Her high bun was full of pearl hairpins, which shone brightly under the light.
I have heard of your name for a long time.
We finally meet Gu Nanxi. The woman's tone was cold, and it sounded like she was not coming with good intentions. The woman turned around and saw that it was not Gu Nanxi who came in, but a tall and thin young man. Are you Su Xianming? It's me. May I ask why the Duke's wife is here? The young lady of the Duke of Ji frowned and said unhappily, Why are you here? Where is Gu Nanxi? Su Xianming saw the other party's disdain and said calmly, Leave it to me for such a small matter. Why bother my mother? The young lady of the Duke of Ji sneered, It's just a piece of barbecued pork. Do you think it's a main dish? Su Xianming's expression also turned cold, and he stopped trying to please her. How the barbecued pork tastes depends on the cook. For a mother with superb cooking skills like my mother, even an ordinary barbecued pork is a delicacy. I don't know how the barbecued pork in the Duke of Ji tastes. You are barbecued pork, but my son is not. The young lady of the Duke of Ji was angry and turned away. Before walking out of the door, she threw a sentence coldly. Your Yongchang Marquis mansion is weak, not comparable to our Jiguogong mansion. Have you thought about it carefully? Do you want to embarrass our Jiguogong mansion because of a small doctor? Besides, is there really nothing wrong with this doctor? Su Xianming bowed and thanked. Thank you for your kind reminder, madam. All this can be judged by the government office. The figure of the Jiguogong madam disappeared in the vast night. Just at this time, someone came to Yongchang Marquis Mansion to look for the ninth brother. Those people whispered for a long time at the gate before they dispersed. Brother, things are not good. The ninth brother looked very solemn. Just now, a friend I met in the government office came to report that the government office secretly questioned the doctor. Jiang Guanghai, if you are upright, you don't fear the crooked shadow. White cannot be said to be black, and black cannot be said to be white. Don't be afraid of what they ask. This is the pulse case and prescription provided by the doctor. They helped me copy a copy. The ninth brother took out a few pieces of paper from his wide sleeves. I'll go find the Imperial physician to take a look. The second brother took the paper and knocked on the door of the family at night. A group of people were worried about this matter and refused to go home. Gu Nanxi let them stay in the Yongchang Marquis mansion and then sent people to report the news to each mansion and family one by one. Brother, I think this government office means to favor the Jiguogong mansion. The ninth brother was worried. He had a very good relationship with the officials and was very familiar with their style. They always did what they could do the next day, and they would never do it on the first day. This time they were so diligent, there must be instructions from above. Su Xianming frowned deeply. His eyes were heavy. Chen Yixuan asked hesitantly, Brother, if Yingtian Prefecture cannot handle things impartially, what are you going to do? Hearing Chen Yixuan's question, Zhang Guanghai, Li Mingda and others all turned their eyes to Su Xianming. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze came overnight, thousands of trees were in bloom. The rumors in Kyoto were like newly opened pear flowers, scattered in every corner of Kyoto. Have you ever heard that the eldest son of the Su family actually backed up an executioner? The peddler stopped walking and listened attentively. The neighbor across the street from the man who was speaking was washing vegetables in a basin, and he replied without raising his head, "What's the matter? Are you the chief of Yunyan Prefecture? You have already convicted the eldest son of Su and the doctor before the court even starts?" The man was not angry but smiled and said, "Although I am not the chief, I know the inside story." The man looked around and saw that his speech attracted a lot of onlookers. He deliberately said loudly, "The pulse case and the prescription provided by the doctor. I not only asked other doctors in the city, but also asked someone to ask the heir of the Imperial physician." The man paused, then winked mysteriously. They all said that there was something wrong with the prescription. The neighbor across the street slammed the basin heavily, and the splashing water soaked his trouser legs. "You should have a conscience. You were so poor back then, and your father wailed in bed for 5 days and nights. No clinic in the whole capital was willing to accept your father, and in the end only some people saved him, but it would be better not to save him." The man blushed and argued angrily, "Even if he saved my father's life, it can't offset the sin he committed this time." The neighbor across the door closed the door, and his angry words were drowned in the crowd's discussions. Even the medicine king Bodhisattva can make mistakes, let alone an ordinary doctor? The peddler had just received a big news and immediately quickened his pace. "With this news as a lead, I'm afraid today's goods will sell faster. Don't miss it if you pass by." The peddler put down the shoulder pole and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a sweat towel. He saw the old ladies and the wives sitting under a big tree at the entrance of the village, doing their work slowly and without even glancing at him. The peddler rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Young Master Su of the Yongchang Marquis Mansion is in big trouble. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out this time." Hearing the words "Young Master Su of the Yongchang Marquis Mansion," the old ladies and the wives raised their heads. "What are you talking about, you rascal? Isn't the eldest son of the Su family preparing for the academy examination? How did he get into big trouble?" An extremely wealthy old lady asked first. The peddler patted his shoulder pole and said with a smile, "I have the best needles and threads here. The needles are all polished and shiny and can be passed down for 3 generations. Annie, do you want to come and take a look?" The old lady clapped her hands on her thighs and said cheerfully, "Then you tell me about this first. After you finish speaking, if the price of the needles and threads is right, we will buy them." The peddler did not doubt the old lady's words. Although the village he came to was located in the suburbs of Beijing, the villagers lived a relatively comfortable life because the client's family was relatively generous. "I don't know what's wrong with Su Dalong. He actually wants to stand up for a doctor," the peddler said with saliva flying. For this, he not only confronted the Jigua mansion, but more importantly, it is said that the doctor really killed someone. The old lady interrupted him. "Don't talk nonsense. Killing people is the doctor's job. What does it have to do with Su Dalong?" The old lady went to the peddler and picked up a box of needles and thread and kept reminding him, "I want these goods, but you must not ruin Su Dalong's reputation outside. If I find out that you're talking nonsense again, I will tear you to pieces." Okay, don't worry, I will listen to you." The peddler quickly packed the needles and thread and agreed. After the peddler left, the young ladies under the tree gathered around him. "Mother, has Su Dalong been set up? Aunt, are we still sending our sons to Baichuan Academy? Sister-in-law, what should we do?" As the leader of the women's army, the old lady Fu Tai looked at the old farmer who was squatting on the ground and smoking a pipe. She concealed the worry in her eyes and said calmly, "The wife of the Marquis of Yongchuan is both talented and intelligent. She thinks 10 steps ahead before taking 1 step. Since she can agree to this matter, it means that she must have a plan in mind." Everyone agreed. Yes, the one standing behind Su Dalong is the most beautiful woman in the world, Gunanshi. With the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang here, it's like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea. We have nothing to fear anymore. It seems that the assessment of Baichuan Academy should be a sure thing, otherwise the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang would not spend time on such a small matter. After the assessment of Baichuan Academy is over, I will send my eldest son to Baichuan Academy. The tuition there is cheap, and there are Lord Shui and the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang teaching, which is very suitable. The old lady took advantage of the lively chat and left the crowd without a trace, and came to the old farmer. Old man, our daughter may be right. Su Dalong has fallen into a trap, right? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he ran into this matter? It was also widely spread, which put enough pressure on Su Dalong. The old lady frowned. Her heart was in turmoil. But what are they trying to do? Are they trying to disturb Su Dalong's mood and make him fail the test? The old lady then shook her head. Baichuan Academy is full of talents. Even if there is no Su Dalong, there are still Mr. Jiang and others. The old farmer knocked his pipe on the ridge of the field, lowered his eyes, and said nothing. The old lady sighed deeply. We sold the land to Su Dalong just to repay the kindness of the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang. Don't turn this matter of repaying kindness into revenge. No, with Lord Shui here, the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang should be fine. The old farmer's eyes were deep. Chui Sanluan has been hanging around outside for more than 10 years. Could it be that he has lost his sharpness? If it really doesn't work, then we can only. At the same time, Su Xueming and others were confused by the two completely different answers. Dr. Chen said that there is nothing wrong with the doctor's prescription. The patient with fever took the medicine on time and should have gotten better. Chen Yishuan, but all the doctors in Kyoto said that there is something wrong with the prescription. Li Mingde scratched his head and collapsed. Is there a problem or not? Jiang Guanhai looked solemn. Now it's not just a matter of whether there is a problem with the prescription, but there are rumors that this doctor and the patient have a personal grudge and are deliberately trying to kill for money. It seems that there is a black hand behind the scenes, pushing this case deeper and more serious. Su Xianming and others went to the government office for 3 consecutive days to urge the progress of the matter, but they were all perfunctorily sent back by the officials. My lord is not here, Mr. Su. You should come back another day. My lord, I'm really sorry. My lord is not feeling well, and I've asked for leave today. Seeing Su Xuanming's perseverance, the official who is familiar with the 9th brother secretly passed on the message. Tell your eldest brother to give up quickly. This matter is not a big deal, but now it has become a hot potato. You also understand the ins and outs of it, so don't make things difficult for everyone. The 9th brother found a place where no one was around and passed on these words to Su Xianming. He kept looking at Su Xuanming's expression. Su Xianming had long eyebrows and a pair of deep eyes looking at the closed door of the government office. Intense emotions were surging in his dark pupils, like the undercurrents surging under the calm sea. Brother? The 9th brother looked worried. His eldest brother was kind-hearted and had never seen those ghost tricks. He firmly believed that the world was full of righteousness, and the sun would shine on all things. Brother, the little ghost is difficult to deal with, maybe not. The 9th brother couldn't continue. Whether the little devil is difficult to deal with or it is the adult's intention, isn't it damaging the reputation of the government? Nothing. Su Xianming said coldly. The 9th brother hesitated. Should we ask the godmother? No need. Mother told us years ago that everything should be left to nature and we should respect our hearts. The 9th brother thought about it and realized that the godmother had indeed said so. His originally uneasy heart calmed down instantly. In a place that no one could see, many pushers were secretly exerting their strength. In an extremely secret and exquisite courtyard, the mysterious man's thick black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he was turning a glass cup in his hand. Grape wine and luminous cup. This glass cup is really the best match for wine. Beautiful. Very beautiful. The mysterious man smiled and took a sip of wine, with an intoxicated smile on his face. The butler, who was serving on the side, smiled. The master was not happy because of the wine, but was clearly happy because the wife of Yongchang Marquis Gu Nanshi was embarrassed. Master, Xiaohei said that the wife of the Marquis of Yongchang has been staying in the courtyard for many days. I think she is also troubled by this matter. The mysterious man's face is like the weather in June, changing at any time. It was sunny just now, but now it has become cloudy. Humph, Gu Nanshi has made me suffer so many times. I must repay him. Isn't that old woman looking for a way everywhere? Let's get in touch with concubine Tong. The housekeeper hesitated and said, "This saint has a close relationship with Gu Nanshi. Will he favor Gu Nanshi?" The mysterious man paused. Although there was news that Gu Nanshi's lover was a pure rumor. But this matter between men and women is true and false, false and true. Who dares to ensure the truth? It is indeed better to be careful. Just when the mysterious man frowned and hesitated, Xiaohei had news. The housekeeper looked solemn. He spread out the note and read softly. "Master, Xiaohei said that Su Xianming was frustrated in the government office for several days. When he was discussing with his brothers, he said that Gu Nanshi wanted them to let nature take its course and respect their own hearts."
Huh?
The mysterious man was stunned for a moment. What trick was Gu Nanshi using? Could it be that she was silently exerting force behind the scenes? The mysterious man could not sit still anymore. He stood up and kept circling around the small fish pond. The koi in the fish pond were as fat as catfish, swimming slowly in the water. The mysterious man threw a handful of fish food, but the koi were as dismissive as if they didn't see it. An untamable beast. The mysterious man cursed inwardly, then clapped his hands. Didn't Gu Nanshi say that she would let nature take its course? I want to see how she can keep her composure in the face of such a storm. As the mysterious man made up his mind, the storm in Kyoto grew stronger and stronger. Now, not only in the market, but also in Fuchuan Tea House and other major tea houses, storytellers all discussed this matter. This Su Dalong was young and hot-tempered and was fooled by someone. In my opinion, Su Dalong didn't recognize himself and really thought he was the Justice Bao. Alas, what's the point of saying these things? The clinic has not been open for many days because the doctor was arrested. I don't even have a place to go to get medicine. Why don't you go next door? It's open normally. The tea drinker rolled his eyes. Is that a place that ordinary people like us can go? As soon as you step in, you will have half a layer of skin scraped off. Which is more important, money or life? The one you often go to is cheap, but they killed someone? Isn't he unconscious? He is dead. Someone in the corner came up and said, "I heard that the death was extremely miserable, bleeding from all 7 orifices, wailing all night." Hiss, hiss, hiss. Everyone gasped. It's better not to treat it. How can the mother bear the loss of her child? Alas, Su Dalong is really ignorant. Why should we protect such a quack? On the 2nd floor of Fuchuan Tea House, the aroma of tea drifted in the air. A middle-aged man kept rolling his eyes and complained, "Even if you have a grudge against Cui Sanluan, you don't have to drag his disciple to death." The old man changed his flower today. His old face matched the big red flower, and he looked very beautiful. "I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer?" The middle-aged man said unhappily, "If Cui Sanluan knew about this, he would come to scratch your face, but I won't help. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart and mind suffer, his muscles and bones tired, his body hungry, his body empty, and his actions disturbed." The old man adjusted the flower on his head and said confidently, "I am teaching disciples for Cui Sanluan. It's fine if he doesn't thank me, but can he blame me?" The middle-aged man nodded at him and laughed angrily. "You have been caught in the rain yourself, so you can't wait to throw stones at others." The old man smiled and said nothing. This matter has become so big, it is not his own work. It is clear that the Yongchang Marquis mansion has made too many enemies, causing all parties to work together. I just don't know, are these enemies going to Yongchang Marquis, or Gu Nanshi, or Su Xianming, or Cui Sanluan? The old man lowered his eyelids to hide the deep meaning in his eyes. The bigger the wind and waves, the happier the fish will run. I haven't been back to Kyoto for many years, but I didn't expect the water in Kyoto to be getting deeper and deeper. Even the honest little Nanshi has begun to show her potential. Gu Nanshi, who is missed by everyone, is now lying in her own courtyard. Lume is dressed very thoughtfully, and Gu Nanshi has everything she wants. The biggest trouble is the filial care from Su Yunyan every day. Today the young lady sent squirrel fish. I don't know what seasoning Su Yunyan used, and the strong sour smell hits me. Send it to her brothers to try. They are worried and have no appetite. Gu Nanshi waved his hand.